Have you ever wondered what happened after the Dark King Sung Jin-woo used the reincarnation cup to turn back time? While everyone thought he would live a normal life with Tra Hae-in, something unexpected happened, and after having a son, Sung Soo-ho, he suddenly disappeared without reason. Soo-ho then had to live with his mother without knowing his father's face, and he thought everything would continue like that. Until suddenly Tra Hae-in also disappeared without warning when Soo-ho was 5 years old. And today, will summarize the journey to uncover the truth behind all the mysteries since Sung Jin-woo disappeared from his house. And our main character this time will be his son, Sung Soo-ho. Narrated by a mysterious figure. Omnipotent beings have created countless universes since ancient times, known as the Supreme Beings. The Supreme Beings continually seek eternal life while constantly creating new universes. During this process, countless particles, souls, and laws were created. This cycle repeated itself, and the Supreme Beings gradually grew bored and came up with a way to entertain themselves, watching their creations fight each other. Humans are just pawns on the board. For the Supreme Beings, the destruction caused by their creations seems quite fascinating. That means countless creations will have to fight constantly, die, be reborn, and repeat, all to fill the boredom of the Supreme Beings. And then what had to happen? Happened. A catastrophe occurred, and a Supreme Being was killed by one of the creations while observing that endless battle. The Supreme Beings of the other dimension gathered to observe the world that had lost its master after learning of the death of their comrade caused by a creature they had created. However, the Supreme Beings ignored this, as they all shared the same thought, that power without an owner would belong to the first person to attain it. One morning, at a school, Sung Soo-ho proudly boasted, "I got into Korea University of Arts." The two friends looked at each other in disbelief, unable to believe it. They couldn't accept the truth. How could someone like you, a coward, get into that school? Another guy is crying. But I have to try again next year. Soo-ho laughs, ha ha ha, finally, I've escaped this hell. Suddenly someone else comes over unexpectedly to change the mood. Congratulating Sung Soo-ho. I hear you got into the art university. So it turns out, that's Lee Eun-chon. I didn't know you were that talented. When did you become so skilled? You seem so used to this. Kim Se-eun-kyeon. It's you again. He was furious and almost shouted. My name is Lee Eun-chon. Not Kim Se-eun-chon. But he casually replied. Oh. I see. The two of them kept arguing. Thanks to you, my plan to ruin the school was ruined. Yeah. And I graduated, thanks to you. The girls are whispering. Eun-kyeon has started again. She's worried. We're about to graduate. Why is he still acting immature? I can't take it. They looked at Sung Soo-ho's calm face and wondered why he kept acting so aloof towards someone who had just lost his parents and disappeared. Suddenly, Lee Eun-chon clenched his fist with a mischievous smile on his face. Soo-ho. Before he could make a move, he delivered a knee strike to him. Then he casually said, why can't we get along before it's too late? And for some reason, suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. It turns out that the other person is still standing firm and trying to get up. Lee Eun-chon's nose is swollen and bruised. But he's smiling happily. What the hell? And at this moment, he clenches his fist so tightly that it seems to contain a powerful energy. He threw a punch, sneering that it didn't hurt at all. He struck so suddenly that Soo-ho was startled and dodged aside, and the cabinet became the victim of the punch. He was terrified by that incredible power. The girls suddenly stood up in shock. The wardrobe was broken by Lee Eun-chon, with smoke billowing out from the large hole. Even he himself couldn't understand. A man in a black suit asks how long it has been since the hunters entered, and the guard replies about 8 hours. Since this gate is only at the black rank, and they will soon advance. Now, he is a second-year college student. Suddenly, he notices something by the roadside. It's a small evacuation. All classes in the main building should move to the annex. Move now. He curiously approached. The hunters are currently raiding the dungeon. No one is allowed to get close. A man in a black suit asks how long it has been since the hunters entered, and the guard replies about 8 hours. Since this gate is only a black rank, they will come out soon. Everyone, it's very dangerous. Step back. Maybe you're overthinking it. What if they can't clear that dungeon? But surely the hunters will manage. His face shows sadness as he slowly looks up another gate. In the past, a shocking event occurred, and the world completely changed 3 years ago with the appearance of the gates. Monsters suddenly appear, and the gate is the path to the dungeons. Monsters inside the dungeon will find their way out through the gate after a certain period of time, and some people stepped forward to protect humanity's survival. But humans also gradually changed, as if we were born to face them. Superhumans with the ability to control mana, known as false awakenings, began to appear. An organization was formed, and the chaos that everyone believed would last for a long time in this ever-changing world was quickly suppressed when a pseudo-innate named Ujinchen created the Hunter Association to gather all other pseudo-innates under the name of hunters. The pen is placed on the paper. Now the world is divided into awakened hunters and unawakened civilians. Sung Suho sits in class studying. Every stroke of ink is boldly printed onto the paper, forming beautiful shapes. While some people work tirelessly like ants to become rich, and others are sacrificed to the altar, he has endured a very difficult time, and this difference made those ants realize their limits. And the strong one is Li Unchon, who once again appears in his memory. No matter how hard the unawakened try, they will never be able to close the gap with a fake awakened. Emotionless on the surface, with hollow eyes, the world will end if the hunters cannot close the gate. In other words, while other unawakened people can live without fake awakening, fake awakeners can live normally without them. He keeps moving his pen rapidly. So everyone is grateful to the hunters who help them. They are not the reason why people like us who are not awakened can live peacefully. The evenly drawn strokes make me feel a new worry rising in my heart. Shung Suho seems lost in thought. Am I gradually getting used to having nothing? He thinks of the images after the strokes, with his parents missing and his life dependent on others. He also recalls the precious times spent with friends, including the moments when he thought he could do everything. And after losing them, a feeling of helplessness gradually rises in his heart. The image below is filled with dense, overlapping lines, with the back of a man appearing. My mother always said I become more like my father as I grow up, so what will he do to escape this feeling of helplessness? Suddenly, a call made Suho flusteredly reply, "Yes, yes." He asked again, "How can you enjoy drawing like that?" And Suho nervously replied, "I just draw what comes to mind. Am I drawing insects? That looks quite creative." He crossed his arms and said, "Dad, maybe calling it a spider is more appropriate." Suho silently thought, "Why did I draw this? It is a monster with a blackened body from the mud, sharp claws, and a fierce appearance. Right now, the guards are still continuously stationed here in the dungeon. Everyone shouted when they saw someone step out. Not too relaxed. So they must have succeeded." A guard comes over to congratulate him and says, "Well done, Hunter Kim Jong-soo." He replies, "We successfully raided the dungeon. And also, I need to report this to the Hunter Associations." He looks serious. "We have encountered a new type of monster. According to the report, they are humanoid monsters with blue flames coming from their eyes and mouths, attacking with claws. But their strikes are completely non-lethal." He forced a smile and said that I was fine after the attack. So there must be more to it. But right now, someone should focus. They are still new monsters we haven't encountered before. I'm glad they aren't dangerous. So, Hunter Kim Jong-soo, please send a simple report of what happened during this raid. A slash mark appeared on Kim Jong-soo's arm, and suddenly it burst into blue flames like those of the monster. He froze, his whole body stiffening. He lowers his weapon, bowing his head, confusing the young man. He calls out, "Hunter Kim Jong-soo." He spoke again, "Brother." But before he could finish, Kim Jong-soo suddenly opened his mouth to bite him, and blue sparks appeared. In just a moment, the security guard was devoured before everyone's eyes in horror. As no one had time to understand what was happening, a female hunter muttered to herself, "The blue flames, like monsters, in a dungeon." And Kim Jong-soo opened his mouth at this moment. The girl couldn't react in time and met the same fate as the security guard. Everyone was terrified and started to run away. Some hunters with open wounds also began to ignite with blue flames, their screams of fear echoing everywhere. Sung Soo-ho in the classroom can still hear those desperate sounds. Everyone starts to pay attention and head toward the glass door. What's going on? What's happening? But after witnessing the scene before their eyes, everyone instinctively grimaced. The city streets were in chaos, people clutching their heads in pain, the blue flames still burning, and they were attacking each other. A guy in sneakers says, "Their eyes are glowing blue. They are monsters." A girl comments, "Don't tell me it's a dungeon break." Everyone started to panic. "What are you doing? Run now." "No. We have to wait for the hunters." The classroom became noisy. "Teacher Lim, you're just a fake awakener. Do something." "No. You're only a name after all." Sung Soo-ho at this moment stares wide-eyed at something. A person infected with blue flames walking on the rooftop. Suddenly, he drops to his knees. Then he bent his knees, ready to jump. Subo realized and shouted, "Run quickly," but it seemed too late. He charged straight into the glass. Then, the blue flames suddenly burst out in a terrifying way. All the students were so scared their faces turned pale, their veins almost bursting with blood. Sung Soo-ho, 3 legs and 4 calves, runs away. Everyone, run now. A girl, cut by the green shard, is trembling and sitting on the ground, Unable to stand up, Suho struggles with his conscience as he watches this. Shouting out, he closes his eyes tightly. To ensure my safety, I will call a hunter. And he ran while struggling inside. Damn it. Why did I say that I just abandoned her? But all I can do as someone who's not yet awakened is, Suho clenched his eyes shut again. That damn unawakened thing. Nothing will change if I keep making excuses to run away. Sung Suho, you have to do something. Anything. He remembers his father's back again. Father. What would he do? In his mind, he gradually turns around, and open your eyes to look at him. Suddenly, the person infected with the blue flame froze. The girl was so stunned she didn't know what to do. She was so scared that tears streamed down her face, and her whole body trembled. The monster with a blood-stained mouth is getting closer and closer, rushing toward her as she screams in terror. Its mouth opens wide and it's about to bite into something tasty. Luckily, Sung Suho appears at this moment and hits it with a fire extinguisher. His eyes become bright and sharp. If he were a father, he definitely would be. Suddenly, the system appears, and you have met the conditions to complete the hidden mission. The courage of the weak. A long time ago, I had a dream. In the dream, everything felt like a game. Sung Suho smiled confidently. Now everything is starting to get interesting. I just thought to myself as I stared intently at the steel gloves now equipped on my hands. Name. Attack gloves. R. A. N. K used. Level 1. E. Type. Gloves. Attack. 4. He charged into the monsters alone and easily defeated them. At that moment, to defeat the monsters that kept getting stronger after each floor, a horde of armored monsters appeared. As numerous as an endless army, I leveled up and fought over and over again. Sung Suho charged at them without hesitation, easily defeating all of them and receiving a level-up notification from the system. He said, I don't need anything else. A man should fight with his fists. As the monsters get stronger, I keep getting stronger too. And these monsters are the final wave at the gate. He had to fight against many monsters like these. Everything relies on his iron-hard fists. His eyes shining bright. He confidently refuses to back down and gives a punch that pierces through their bodies. And so, after facing countless challenges, Sung Suho fought alone against many monsters. Not only are there monsters moving on the ground, but also flying creatures attacking from above, and he leaps high to strike a giant prehistoric dinosaur-like monster. Despite such a terrifying monster, he was not afraid and delivered a punch, followed by continuous kicks, ending the battle with a spectacular kick that completely defeated the monster. I finally reached the top floor, where you had a fierce battle, and everything around that fight was almost leveled and shattered into pieces. The final boss I encountered was incredibly powerful, looking exactly like a human, with a hood covering its face that hid its expression. Its entire body radiates a commanding aura that makes others tremble. Standing still with a long sword and a powerful presence. Although he is my enemy, I can't help but feel envious and even admire his strength. And somehow, the true identity of the final boss is revealed as that boss places its hand on his head and gently strokes it. It asked him softly and kindly if he was enjoying the game. And Sung Suho instinctively looked up at it, his face still covered in blood. I don't know if it's his blood or that of other monsters. He looked confused and asked again. The game. After clearly seeing the face of the boss under the cloak, Sung Suho exclaimed in surprise. Dad. My father. I think the dream reflected his image in my memory, reminding me of his strong and steady back. My father is a very strong and trustworthy person. How could he have become that powerful? Returning to the present, a healing potion appears before him. He repeats his thoughts about Dad, and then without hesitation, he raises the healing potion in front of him. Sung Suho ran towards the monster with the healing potion, thinking to himself if it were his father in this unbelievable situation. The terrifyingly deep face of the monster is getting closer, its huge mouth open, ready to attack. A blue flame emerges from its mouth, and eyes look somewhat terrifying, and the healing spray in Sung Suho's hand suddenly appears right in front of it. He musters all his strength, raising his arm to strike it hard in the face with the healing potion before it can react. The dark brown liquid from the monster's wound after Sung Suho's attack splattered everywhere, and his eyes now full of determination, he thought to himself. My father would do the same. Right. In another moment, the monster was pushed back by his sudden attack. He looked at it, feeling a bit confused and thinking, what should I do now? I heard that this attack was from an unawakened person. Without mana, it won't work on monsters. I rushed in and was a bit reckless. Suddenly, as if realizing something strange, his eyes widened in surprise, seeing the monster pushed back but not falling to the ground, instead holding its body in a strange position. Only questions remained in his mind. What's going on? He turned to look at the woman who was just attacked by the monster, still crying uncontrollably. her tears suspended in midair and not falling to the ground. His confusion deepened as he looked back at the monster in front of him. It remained unchanged, showing no signs of movement. Sung Soo-ho was stunned and wondered, has time stopped? Then suddenly a screen appeared in front of him, making him jump in shock. 2 notification boxes keep appearing on the screen, announcing that you have met the conditions to complete the secret mission. The Courage of the Weak. Notification. You are now eligible to become a player. Do you accept? Sung Soo-ho looked at the notification window in shock. In this situation, he suddenly remembered that when he was fighting monsters in his dream, that notification window also appeared, showing right in front of him, just like now. Saying level up, he was surprised and secretly delighted. These things, they can move. Just like that dream. He thought of the dream where he had enough strength to fight those monsters. A power that could completely defeat them. If I can fight in that dream, then why shouldn't I accept becoming a player in this fiery situation? Sung Soo-ho remained silent, bowing his head as darkness concealed his expression. Having made up his mind, he decisively chose to accept. Then a blinding light flashed in the floor above where he was standing. The system continuously displays frames afterward, announcing congratulations, you have become a player, and notifying the mission rewards. Mission reward. Secret mission. The Courage of the Weak. Blessings. The blessing of Grand Mage Candiaru. Grand Mage Candiaru has bestowed upon you a special spell. The blessing of the Great Mage Candiaru ensures that you will stay healthy throughout your life. Mission announcement. Mission rewards. Permanent longevity effects. Complete cure for all illnesses, toxins, and status effects, and sleeping will boost regeneration abilities. The system will help players develop. This is not a dream. You only have one life, so be careful. Finally, here is the special notification. Sung Soo-ho's status: no spirit, no title, no blood, 100 mana, 10 strength, 10 stamina, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 reflexes, 10 points available, no skills, passive skills only, no active skills. Level 1, Dominator Power. Sung Soo-ho looked at the multiple notification windows popping up one after another, a hint of excitement on his face as he thought, this game's status window is exactly like I imagined. Without giving him much time to think, 2 more notification windows appeared in front of him consecutively. Notification. The quest has appeared. Quest notification. Defeating the fire fog and leveling up has increased by 1 out of 2 levels. At the same time, the flow of time returned to normal, and the monster called Fire Mist, pushed back by Sung Soo-ho with a fire extinguisher, began to move again. Sung Soo-ho watched this scene in shock and alertness. The last of the smoke monsters crouched down and started moving. One of them was even an awakened R.A.N.K.D. Fire Spirit. Sung Soo-ho quickly realized that time had returned to normal and shouted loudly to warn the woman behind him, run quickly. The pale-faced woman was terrified but still managed to calm herself and respond. Understood. Sung Soo-ho carefully observes the fire spirits in front of him. Noticing something unusual, their name tags appear above their heads, with the leading fire spirit's tag reading, Awakened Fire Spirit R.A.N.K.D. The 2 fire spirits behind him both have name tags indicating they are unawakened fire spirits, and he silently thought that his opponents were 2 unawakened beings, and a hunter undergoing a transformation into a monster. The woman quickly turned and ran away. Sung Soo-ho stood still, holding the healing potion, while the 2 unawakened fire spirits began rushing toward him. He silently thought if Sung Soo-ho was sweating all over his face, feeling both anxious and excited, his eyes shining with a fierce light, so I really have awakened. Sung Soo-ho, without hesitation, swung the potion bottle to strike the fire spirit in front of him. In this moment, the fire spirit drops its guard and spreads its hand, ready to attack. Sung Soo-ho refused to give up, clenched his fist tightly, aimed straight at the fire spirit, and shouted, sorry. With just one punch, the awakened fire spirit that attacked him was sent flying straight up to the ceiling and stuck there head first. Sung Soo-ho froze, eyes wide in amazement. The system suddenly pops up a notification asking if you have defeated the unconscious fire spirit. And Sung Soo-ho looks at his fist. He was a little incredulous. Did he really succeed in one hit? And at the same time, the remaining unconscious fire spirit rushed toward him. Sung Soo-ho quickly turned around and raised his leg. He easily dodged the attack of the fire spirit and delivered a kick right to its stomach. The fire spirit was struck so hard that its internal organs seemed shattered, its mouth gaping open with blood, and its eyes streaming with a dark reddish-brown fluid. Notification. Level up. Notification. Mission completed. Guide. Notification. Mission. Mission. Guide. Defeat the fire mist, and level up. Increased by 2 levels out of 2. Sung Soo-ho turned around. Behind him still remains a living fire mist, V. A. N. K. D. The system continues to pop up a display window, notifying you that you have received your mission completion reward, and to check the rewards, below are 2 options. Accept or refuse. Sung Soo-ho doesn't make a choice right away. He hesitates for a moment. Now I am sure. Sung Soo-ho charged forward to attack the awakened fire spirit V. A. N. K. D in front of him, without hesitation. Their sounds and clashes echoing. And he silently thought, I have truly awakened. Sung Soo-ho's fist causes the face of the fire spirit V. A. N. K. D. to deform. Blood drips from its corner of the mouth. But it doesn't fall immediately. Sung Soo-ho looks surprised. Can it really withstand that hit? Before he could think too much, the fire spirit in front of him swung its hand to counterattack. And Sung Soo-ho had no choice but to lean aside to dodge. The awakened fire spirit V. A. N. K. D. doesn't give Sung Soo-ho a chance to catch his breath, raising its hand in a palm strike directly at him. Hot blood kept pouring from the wound. He endured the pain, gritting his teeth, then struggled to lean back to dodge the attack. Sung Soo-ho stomped hard to gain momentum, his strength shattering the floor beneath him. He pushed himself back with force to keep his distance from the fiery mist in front of him. Sung Soo-ho bowed his head to look at the wound on his back, the blood soaking through his shirt, feeling a bit panicked and unwilling. Sweat dripping drop by drop onto the ground. Damn it. If it turns into a fox, I'll become a demon beast. I just woke up and I'm about to turn into a demon beast already. But then, a miracle happened. The system consecutively displayed 2 notifications indicating harmful effects detected in your soul, and that the effect of Truong Tho had dispelled that status effect, while the wound on Sung Soo-ho's body shimmered with a faint light and gradually healed before your eyes. Sung Soo-ho stared in shock, trembling in place, unable to believe his eyes. Looking back now, I remember seeing that effect in the status window at first. Before he could think any further, the fire mist charged straight at him. It pounded on Sung Soo-ho like a beast and threw him to the ground. Its attack so powerful that the ground beneath him shattered and crumbled. Sung Soo-ho reluctantly used both hands to fend off the fire mist's attack, sweating profusely and struggling, secretly cheering inside. If I am weaker than someone R. A. N. K. D. who has become a demon beast, that means I am R. A. N. K. E. I have just awakened as a fake and I am already worried about R. A. N. K. R. In the heat of the battle, the fire mist pressing down on Sung Soo-ho's body opens its mouth wide with saliva, looking very disgusting and eager to bite him, while Yen Zhang struggles to fight back, determined to find a way. Sung Soo-ho remembered something, his eyes shining. He chose to accept the reward, and immediately after, a notification appeared showing the mission rewards you will receive. Reward 1, 5 attribute points. Reward 2, 3 attribute points. Strength, 11 to 14. Sung Soo-ho's strength is increased. He roars loudly, and then forcefully pushes the fire spirit away from his body. Then, with a spectacular kick, Sung Soo-ho sent the fire spirit soaring into the air and sent it flying far away. The fire spirit spun in the air, knelt on one knee, and landed safely. Sung Soo-ho doesn't give it a chance to react, swiftly delivering a punch right to its face. The fire spirit remains unharmed, raising its hand to form a shield, ready to counterattack. Immediately after, a series of attacks targeted Sung Soo-ho, who struggled to dodge but was still struck repeatedly. He was covered in wounds with blood constantly flowing, struggling to fend off its attacks and barely able to defend himself. Another attack comes. He bends down to dodge, but then he realizes that even with his increased strength, he still can't defeat this thing. So he quickly makes a decision. He will put all his points and power into it. The system displays information about strength, levels 14 to 19. Sung Soo-ho clenched his fist tightly, feeling his power increasing inside his body. A fake awakening that can level up. He had never heard of such a thing before. He didn't hesitate anymore and punched the fire spirit right in the face. Hot blood splattering everywhere, because the level is determined at awakening. And no awakening dummy has ever become stronger than the person above their level. Sung Soo-ho ducks low to avoid the fire spirit's attack and delivers 2 more punches to its stomach. His strength was so great that the armor on its body shattered. And I don't know who decided to change the level of the awakened. Sung Soo-ho clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with a bright light, as he prepared to deliver a decisive punch. as if he had the strength to break free from that damn hierarchy system. The wall-mounted TV in the next room suddenly fell to the ground, crashing loudly and sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. The wall with the TV installed earlier begins to show cracks filled with water, and the sound of water breaking echoes loudly. Then the wall seems to shatter completely under a powerful shock. The entire body of the fire spirit awakens, kicks the wall to create a huge hole, while Sung Soo-ho remains in his fighting stance as debris continues to fall from the wall below. He said that, with his face shrouded in darkness. But at this moment, his eyes looked especially bright. Sung Soo-ho pushed through the rubble and punched the fire spirit right in the face. The fire spirit awakens, pretending Anirecap was pierced through the collapsing wall, along with the TV and debris flying straight backward. Sung Soo-ho clenched his blood-stained fist, unsure if it was from the fire spirit or himself. Standing still and exhausted, breathing heavily, the fire spirit is completely defeated, lying motionless on the ground, its armor almost completely shattered. A status window appears and updates, announcing that you have defeated the awakened fire spirit Anirecap. Leveling up, leveling up, leveling up. Sung Soo-ho, nearly exhausted, leaned on his knees and sat on the floor, murmuring in disbelief. I won. Sung Soo-ho looked at his blood-stained hand, breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his face as a few droplets dripped down. Sung Soo-ho clenched his fists, filled with joy and hope, thinking he was also an awakened one. Just then, he heard someone nearby shout and froze in surprise. Immediately after, he turned around with a bit of excitement, thinking I can do this. Now that I am awakened, I can save those people and resolve this crisis. Thinking that way, he immediately stood up, stomping his feet hard on the ground to gain momentum. Then, without hesitation, he charged into the fog of fire before him. A loud explosion echoed, rocks and dust flying everywhere. He easily knocked back the two fire spirits in opposite directions. Sung Soo-ho leans on the window frame, looking down and silently thinking the situation outside is too dire. Suddenly, he startles, eyes wide open, sweat streaming down his face. Sung Soo-ho was stunned as a fire spirit with a sword in each hand leapt forward to attack him. Its muscular body is incredibly powerful, with its name appearing above its head. The awakening fire spirit now Ano Kase. It leaps high with a giant sword behind it, ready to strike down. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred inside the building, black smoke billowing up into the fog. That day the sky was unusually gloomy, but the signs of impending danger were clear, as the city's loudspeakers kept broadcasting warnings. The dungeon gate at Xe Unart University has opened. We are requesting all residents in the area to evacuate immediately. The howling wind rose up, and the University of Xe Un was sealed off, shrouded in thick smoke and dust, with faint glimpses of fiery spirits visible inside. There is a crowd outside armed with full gear, looking like soldiers. Damn it. So many people have died, and I can only stand and watch. When will this end? Then I'll ask again. Level B. Aren't they saying this is a D-class gate? The person next to him hurriedly replied. Actually, the guild is considering the infected hunters. He glanced over the hunters on the tablet and heard the man smoking say, could it be? The man smoking looked shocked. That level C hunter has been infected. The person holding the tablet didn't respond, his hand stopping on the profile of a hunter named Kim Jong-soo. A C level. At this moment, inside Seoul University of Arts, Sung Soo-ho is facing a level C fire fog and has been knocked down to the ground. His clothes are torn and tattered. He reluctantly supports himself with one hand on the floor to keep his balance. Sung Soo-ho breaks out in cold sweat, feeling incredulous. What the hell is going on? Did it jump down from a lower floor? Looking at the fire spirit in front of him, its name tag glows red above its head. The level C fog has awakened. Sung Soo-ho is amazed. A level C fire spirit. And it even has weapons. Definitely different from the fogs before. Sung Soo-ho regained his composure, holding his hands in front of him and watching it cautiously. But he wondered if he still had a chance after leveling up just now. The giant flame spirit's sword lunged forward. Sung Soo-ho gritted his teeth and could only lean aside to dodge. A single sweep of its blade nearly shattered the room. Sung Soo-ho leans against the wall, and it raises its hand to prepare for another attack. Sung Soo-ho thinks to himself, he's gone crazy. The fire mist awakens R, A, N, K, C, and leaves Sung Soo-ho no time to think. It swings its sword up and grits its teeth to strike down. Sung Soo-ho can only lift the fire extinguisher from the ground to block. The fire extinguisher was cut in half by it, and Sung Soo-ho took the opportunity to jump aside as the compressed gas was quickly released and escaped outside. Soon, whatever it was filled the room and slowly floated out the door. He runs forward, But he can't help but think that he can't face a monster like this. No wonder the awakening abilities are divided into levels. He worries and wonders when the hunters will arrive here, hoping he can hold out until another hunter comes. Sung Soo-ho no longer dared to think too much and pushed himself to run at full speed to escape the fire mist. But after only a short distance, it appeared outside the door, wielding a sword. Its eyes burst into blue flames, and its mouth exhaled fire, looking very terrifying. Suddenly, it didn't chase Sung Soo-ho, but turned in another direction. Sung Soo-ho was a bit surprised that it didn't move, so he nodded slightly. He wondered to himself why this was happening. And at that moment, the fire mist awakening C was looking up toward the rooftop where the three girls were standing. The three girls on the rooftop tremble in fear. One of them tries to reassure everyone. Just wait until the hunters arrive. The girl next to her clenched the other person's hand tightly. They're coming soon. Right. The remaining girl looked down from the floor, her eyes wide as if she had just discovered something terrifying. The fire spirit awakens C, who jumps from the window on the lower floor to the rooftop, swinging his sword directly at the three girls. The loud noise there caught Sung Soo-ho's attention, and he straightened up, barely believing what he saw. The awakened C now stands on the rooftop, which has been partially destroyed by it, with the wind howling fiercely, giving a chilling feeling. Sung Soo-ho clenches his teeth in anger. He looked at it with a hateful glare. Sung Soo-ho couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it. He didn't hesitate to jump after it onto the rooftop. There was no more time to wait for the hunter. Sung Soo-ho angrily kicked right at its head. The dust around was still settling, and although he knew he was no match for it, he secretly decided he had to stop it. A full-force kick fueled by his fury failed to even faze the fiery specter. It spun around and swung its sword at Sung Soo-ho, who quickly leapt high and stepped back to dodge the attack. Seeing the ground shatter into pieces beneath his feet from its slash, his face grew serious. Knowing that just one more hit could cost him his life, he glanced at the girl's body sinking in the blood nearby, but his heart was full of rage and determination. He clenched his fist tightly, confronting the raging fire spirit head-on. Refusing to let it escape, Sung Soo-ho delivered countless punches straight into the fire spirit's body. The fire spirit kept attacking Sung Soo-ho with its sword, but he only dodged by leaning aside, clenching his fists with his eyes shining brightly. Then, another punch was thrown. His fury gives him extra strength, and he switches hands to strike at it. Continuous punches are thrown, as if he never tires. The fire spirit's eyes awaken to a pitch-black darkness, its face showing a fierce expression, and its eyes flicker with flickering blue flames. Sung Soo-ho grabs the fire spirit's head with both hands, jumps up and knees its face, while at the same time, the fire spirit swings its arm, aiming its sword at Sung Soo-ho. Sung Soo-ho couldn't dodge in time and was hit, and the bright red-hot blood kept pouring out of his body. Sung Soo-ho was knocked back, blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with pain and shock. The blow sent him flying away and crashing directly into the wall behind him. Sung Soo-ho's internal organs seemed to be shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his condition deteriorating rapidly. Sung Soo-ho knelt on one knee, one hand clutching his knee, head bowed, muttering to himself, "Lucky. The system probably doesn't want me to give up yet." Before Sung Soo-ho, everything became blurry and unclear. The fiery mist in front of him seemed excited and was getting closer and closer. Sung Soo-ho seemed to see a streak of light gradually spreading like a crack. He stood up, trying to hold on with his whole body, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He jumped up. He jumped up. He jumped up. He jumped up, and small droplets fell down. Sung Soo-ho saw the bright streak in front of him becoming clearer, along with the crack and the sound of it breaking becoming more distinct. Before he could figure out what it was, the level C fire mist awakening in front of him charged at him with full force, aiming to attack. The system jumps out of the status window, flashing 99, as Sung Soo-ho's eyes also gradually turned dull. Damn it. Sung Soo-ho cursed silently as the fire spirit's sword was about to strike him, and at that moment, the tear in his eye flickered with blinding light before shattering into pieces. A shadow burst out from the water's surface, swooping down from above and letting out a strange cry that was more beast than human. At the same time, the flame spirit's sword was about to strike down on Sung Soo-ho, who had collapsed to the ground. From above, a terrifying burst of power suddenly struck down, easily severing the hand, gripping the fire spirit's sword before it could reach Sung Soo-ho. That power was so strong it destroyed the floor, rocks and debris flying up, blocking the fire spirit's advance. Sung Soo-ho still had a flicker of consciousness and tried to open his eyes to see what was happening around him, but exhaustion and sleepiness still overwhelm him, and he helplessly slowly closes his eyes. The thing that just appeared from the sky stares intently at Sung Soo-ho lying on the ground. A wicked ant. It raises its hand. A sharp or completely non-human hand. Surrounded by a blue light. No. That blue light envelops Sung Soo-ho's entire body and gradually heals his wounds. All because I arrived too late. It turned to look at the awakened fire spirit R.A.N.K.C. with one arm cut off nearby and growled. Its entire body radiated a terrifying energy. You all must be. Its eyes light up, making it look like a monster with immense power. Yet it emits a human voice. The lowly insects dare to harm him. As soon as the words left its mouth, the body of the awakened R.A.N.K.C. fire spirit with overwhelming power was easily pierced through by it, exploding in the middle, leaving only an arm and 2 legs. In another place, another fire spirit's eyes lit up with a blue flame as it wiped towards the person holding the mop, letting out a beast-like cry. The mop-wielding person trembles in fear, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face, stammering desperately. Is there anyone? He was so terrified he threw away the mop, clutching his head in despair and shouting for help. Help. While at the same time, the fire mist in front of him was also blown apart into fragments, leaving only 2 legs. Similar situations kept happening elsewhere, and with just a wave of its hand, the monster appeared from the sky and quickly dealt with the raging fire mist. It raised its hand, turning all the smoky fire monsters it passed into mere dust. It seems tireless, moving from floor to floor in Xeun Art University, effortlessly dealing with the fire monsters without breaking a sweat. Facing absolute power, the fire mist can only accept being defeated, having its heads taken one by one. The Xeun Art University building endures a fierce battle, thick with dust and smoke. A gust of wind blows through, shattering the windows of the building into pieces. Something seems to sweep across the sky, causing a shockwave that startles everyone surrounding the university. Focusing on the Xeun Art University building as the center, that immense power sweeps through and spreads across the city. The soldiers stare in shock at the scene, their minds filled with nothing but question marks. The monster descends from the sky and kneels before Suho, who is unconscious on the ground, with a look of utmost reverence. In the ruined scene, its sound echoes with an indescribable reverence. Long time no see. Prince. Returning to young Suho. He was happily drawing a very cute ant. All around him are drawings of ants. And strangely, every picture he draws depicts ants with human-like postures. As he was drawing passionately, suddenly Suho stopped, his eyes fixed intently on something. His eyes widened, and a look of excitement gradually appeared on his face as he saw a human-like standing ant. That ant approaches, picks up the drawing Suho was making, and realizes it's about the kingless kingdom. Could this be the day I was drawn? The ant is so moved that tears stream down its face. This Beirut guy is crazy. S.E.H.O. Gradually wakes up in the hospital. The memories just now, probably a dream. You open your eyes and look around confused, not knowing where you are. You wake up with a dazed expression, surrounded by 2 doctors examining you, remembering the recent dream. As owner, E.H.O. vaguely recalled something about a bug. In the hospital, Suho's uncle anxiously made a phone call to him. Suho, what on earth is happening outside? Are you hurt in any way? Suho, exhausted, sat on the bed, listening to his uncle ramble. I can't do it. The world is too chaotic. Uncle will arrange a bodyguard for you. Stay alert. Hearing this, Suho quickly replied. I'm fine. Uncle. When Suho opened his eyes, 2 days had passed since then, and the media continued to report on the chaos at Korea University of Arts, which had caused a nationwide shock over the past few days. Because of the many casualties, the incident became widely talked about in many ways. First is the appearance of the fire demon. From discovering the smoky mist, the monsters can actually infect hunters, turning them into creatures like themselves. The second is that even if the incident occurs right in the city, the slow response of the Hunter Association cannot be denied. When the hunters finally arrive, they are faced with a scene of scattered corpses lying everywhere. A mystery remains unsolved. The fire fog inside the university has all been destroyed by an unknown cause. A repeatedly interviewed young man keeps pointing out that the monsters suddenly erupted and exploded before my eyes, which is why. Suho sits in the hospital watching the news report on TV. Recalling the memories from earlier, his face suddenly lit up with joy. As expected, awakening was not a dream, but that of an awakened person becoming exponentially stronger. Suho's status window appears. Status window. Name. Suho, level 5. Class, no. Tired, no. Title, no. HB, Congressman, 14. Power, 22. Health, 14. Agility, Intelligence, 14. Perception, 14. Available point, no. As I remember something, Suho's face gradually tenses up. But wait. I remember I was awakened by a rank X fire spirit / how am I still alive? Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. That's because I, Beirut, removed that traitor's name in place of the day. Suho hears a voice, confused about where it's coming from. Then a shadow of an ant appears on the hospital floor. The shadow gradually transforms into a glowing ant-shaped streak of smoke. Long time no see. Little King. The ant seeing Suho was moved to tears. And the ant in front of him spoke, making his mind go blank. And the ant continued. Your Highness, since when have you grown to be like this? I can't control the surge of conflicting emotions right now. Like fragments of consciousness. My memories are gradually returning. And I remember this ant. When I was a child, he was one of the shadowy beings who stayed with me. So why have I forgotten him until now? Beirut whispered. Beirut, have crossed space to come here and meet the young ruler. Suho looked at Beirut and thought to himself why he had lived with shadow creatures when he was young. He really was too curious about them. Looking at the ant in front of Suho with suspicion. First of all, in my memory, I didn't think you were this small. You're an ant. Right. Beirut explains that this is the result of consuming too much mana during space traversal. I am usually larger and more terrifying than this. And the system window says you are classified as an individual. So, Beirut boldly introduces himself. Beirut, level 1. Chain insect. This is really a joke. Beirut, a martial rank but actually an individual. That 5-idiot system. Suho sits up and steps down from the bed. Suho cheerfully says, after all, I recovered thanks to you, right? The system, or I might not be quite the same. But I really am a healer. My goal here is to break your seal. But I didn't expect you to surpass my expectations. I am Beirut. Extremely impressed. Suho wondered about the seal. Suho's fragmented memories emerge. Are those words, the seal inside my dream? Beirut comforts him. You can consider it a dream, but all of that is what he truly experienced. He was much stronger when he fought alongside me. Even the great Dark King Sung Jingu was sealed deep within his memories to give him a chance at a normal life. Suho became agitated as soon as Beirut mentioned his father. My father, just as I thought. You are involved in my father leaving home. He didn't leave home. He's in the outside world. Suho is suspicious. The outside world. What do you mean? Simply put, in the room? The black ant shadows gather. And the great Dark King Sung Jingu is in the so-called outside world, fighting against those trying to invade this world. The black shadow reveals the image of the outside world to Suho. My father appears. Is he protecting this world? A black hand that seems to control everything that must be Itarim. The gods of the outer world. Chaotic monsters are fighting each other. Itarim is sending out our messengers and trying to invade our world before coming here to meet the young king. I, Beirut, have also torn apart countless enemies. In truth, the gates and monsters appearing on Earth are a result of this battle. Suho could only sigh silently. Suho kept asking Beirut, did my mother go with him? No. She disappeared on the same day as my father. So I thought they went together. Suddenly the black ant faded away. It called out Kid Ick. Hain's clone has disappeared. Itarim. The messengers of Itarim on Earth have devised a wicked plan. Is it because of those bastards called Itarim? Suho looked down sadly. So my parents couldn't come back. The black ant asked curiously, does the young lord want to see them again? Suho clenched his fists tightly. Of course I have been alone for so many years. Then there is one way. Suho felt a flutter of excitement in his heart upon hearing this. Black ant continued. The lord cannot return to Earth while the battle escalates like this. But if the young prince becomes stronger, he can seek out and rescue Lady Hain himself. Black ant, with a determined look, gazes directly at Suho. Go ahead. Level up. Reporting. A new mission has appeared. The mission information panel appears. Your mission, challenge in the darkness, is that you are the son of the great Dark King. However, your innate power is now sealed. To unlock that great strength, you must prove yourself worthy. Go into the dark dungeon and prove your worth. A strange key appears in Suho's hand. The dark dungeon key item. Rarity, unknown. Its function is to open the door to the dark dungeon, and it can be used within Sung Suho's shadow. Insert the key and his shadow now. Suho hesitates, then slowly offers the key and his shadow alone. The key was inserted directly into the shadow, and dark tendrils immediately spiraled around it. The key was fully inserted into your shadow. Then massive black streams of energy surrounded both of you. The dungeon door has been opened, and the black ant immediately urges Suho to hurry through, to go inside and reclaim all the power that belongs to him. Oh, young sovereign. Suho coldly gazes at the scene before him. I still can't believe it. Suho unbuttoned his shirt. The outside world. The battle of the gods. The two dark kings. They are truly too unreasonable. Suho steadily walks toward the dungeon door. But if, in Suho's memories, he remembers his friends, maybe he can meet them again by becoming stronger. Suho's eyes lit up. I will level up at any cost. The black ant beside him looked at him with an encouraging gaze. My lord, somewhere. Someone is ordering Beirut to return to Earth and break Suho's seal. Yes, the invasion of Itarim could spread to Earth. The Hidden One continues. Restore Suho's sealed memories and powers so he can protect the Earth. The rest I leave to your discretion. Seeing Suho step forward with determination, the black ant silently thought to itself, if you have, let me decide your life. So I, Beirut, will stay by the young ruler's side and follow him as he grows. And with that thought, Beirut and Suho entered the dungeon. The door slowly closed behind them. The door vanished from the room as if it never existed. Inside the dungeon, Suho was bewildered. The black ant beside me spoke. This is the land of the dead, where the living cannot set foot without the owner's permission. This is the dark dungeon. The two have arrived, and around them is a desolate landscape filled with corpses. Sung Suho thought to himself, so this is the dark dungeon. It looks more like a ruined city than a dungeon. But for some reason, it feels surprisingly familiar. Sung Suho was surprised as a notification appeared before him. The mission announcement states that the people of this dark dungeon will never accept a weakling as their master in this land. Survive for a certain period and prove yourself. The required time is 4 hours, and the remaining time is 4 hours and 4 minutes. Nga, or, we must survive here for 4 hours. Beirut nervously said, please stay alert. Your Majesty. A voice from above echoes down, saying the moment of hardship will come soon. Hardship. Really, Sung Suho was ambushed from behind, but with his sharp senses, Sung Suho flipped the fallen enemy away and said, surprisingly, the scout goblin. He sits on the ground with one arm wrapped around himself, making growling sounds. Sung Suho was surprised. A goblin scout. And Beirut also panicked, saying there's a scout here, which means there are many more nearby. If that's the case, I have to deal with it quickly before it can call its friends. Then he charged like a lightning bolt toward the scout goblin. Beirut nervously said, young master, goblins are indeed weak and small creatures, but rushing in recklessly like that. This one's name has no color, so it's at the same level or lower than me. After saying that, Sung Suho quickly defeated the scout goblin and received a notification, you have obtained an item. Goblin's Ryu Stone. You defeated the scout goblin. And with a smug smile, he turned and said, all right then. The stronger ones are marked with colors on their names. Oh, I see. There still seems to be another scout goblin appearing up high, followed by a horde of goblins. The goblin of 100 yards. The goblin of 10 yards. Sung Suho sweat and turned to smile at Beirut and said, you will help me. Right. Beirut said, I wish I could help you. But since I am too far from your position, my mana doesn't regenerate continuously, so I need to conserve my strength as much as possible. And if I get involved in this battle, the experience you gain will be significantly reduced. Your Highness the Regent, so your point is that you won't benefit much. The goblins keep attacking Sung Suho non-stop, so let's just see what happens. He quickly struck and took down the goblins in an instant. So that must be a skill embedded into his status window, like having an invisible extra hand. The skill, the Hand of the Ruler of the Void, V1, an active skill that doesn't require mana, allows you to physically interact with objects without touching them. Did Sung Suho catch the arrow with his bare hand? Is there also an archer? Here. I'll send it back to you using my power to create an arrow that strikes the goblin archer, causing it to fall in pain immediately. Bororo silently thought that the adaptive skill was truly remarkable. The young prince's youth was like the birth of a legendary hero in myth. From that moment on, he was able to wield the hand of the ruler inherited from the king, as he pleased. However, that power was meant to destroy everything. So it is just like a mere spark in this peaceful world. However, now that Itarim's armies are threatening to conquer the earth, the power of the young ruler has begun to shine in this world. Level up. His pupils flashed with a faint thought. It seems the limit of the ruler's hand is around 10 kilograms. At this moment, Sung Suho was ambushed and stabbed from behind by a goblin. He painfully turned and punched it hard in the face. B-Ro hurriedly called out. Little King, a goblin with 100 arms, approaches from afar. HB 160190. Sung Suho pulls out the spear stuck in his side, feeling the pain, but he fights on heroically. Taking down each goblin, I feel more energetic than when I was helpless. He's fighting vigorously. HB 118190. HB 84190. Then a series of level-up notifications appeared. After defeating all the goblins, he tiredly sat on a cart. Notification remaining time. No hours. No minutes. No seconds. You have completed the mission. Coup. It's truly amazing. Lord Beirut. I never doubted you could overcome this challenge. Your Majesty, the Valiant, he said angrily. You haven't really helped at all from start to finish. Notification. You have received a reward for completing the challenge. Check your reward. Accept or decline. Check. You will receive the following rewards. Rewards. Ancient runestones. Shadow extraction. Ancient runestones. If I use this, can I learn the shadow extraction skill? Beirut happily said. Oh. The young lord is learning the shadow extraction skill. Looking back, I also gained a skill called endurance during the fight. It seems I received this skill in addition to the ones gained from leveling up after awakening. Endurance LV, one passive skill that does not require mana. You possess incredible stamina, increasing physical defense by 20%, Sung Suho said, as he shot forward. Compared to before I awakened, it feels like I've become a cheat character, and even my wounds heal instantly after leveling up. This leveling system is based on the one used by the king in the past. It is a support system designed to ensure safety during your growth. Young master. In summary, I thought I was someone who hadn't awakened, but it turns out I was born with the strongest dark shadow, silver spoon or something like that, he helplessly said. Well, I accept the reward. Ancient runestone. With the shadow extraction, you can absorb skills by breaking the ancient runestone. You have learned the shadow extraction skill. The shadow extraction skill, a powerful dark skill, does not require mana extraction from the body of the dead and turns them into shadow warriors. The failure rate of the shadow summoning increases proportionally with the target's stats and time of death, and the number of times you can summon shadows is limited to 3. I can create shadow warriors. It is a skill that can turn corpses into warriors like me. Shadow summoning is truly the essence of the power that created the current Dark King, Lord Sung Jingu. It's like a kind of death spirit magic. But if I want to command my soldiers, I need to hunt them first. So doesn't that mean I can only control those weaker than me? I heard that summoning type skills are not very popular among hunters. Shadow projection can be used on this target. Shadow projection. Please give a command for the shadow projection skill. Shitsu said. I need to come up with a specific order for this skill. Duang Jia Ka. Hung. If it is a command, it must be direct. With your eyes shining, surrounded by incredible power, and along with Sung Suho's command, a stream of black smoke rises from the ground. The black shadow suddenly transformed into a lone blue hand. A group of level 1, ordinary dark elves appeared from there. Sung Suho looked at them, a bit surprised. So this is the Dark Tribe. He sighed in disappointment. Not as impressive as he thought. Beirut explained that usually dark warriors are weaker in real life. And Sung Suho asked further, are they smaller too? It hesitantly admitted yes. I became even more curious. How much weaker are they? Beirut replied uncertainly. Probably just a little. Sung Suho irritably grits his teeth, saying that they will disappear after just one day. And Beirut, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. No way. Isn't it that your Majesty has the dark writing skill? He immediately extinguishes its hope. No. I think it's because of the intelligence stat and the influence level of the shadow power. It sighed sadly. But that's also a very good skill. Really a great skill. Sung Suho had to accept it. Oh, I see. Don't be sad anymore. Beirut. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled loudly. He rubbed his belly and sighed softly, thinking that he hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. Sung Suho asked, Beirut, how are we going to get out of here? Beirut quickly replied. You can leave at any time by using the dark dungeon key. He thought for a moment then decided, so let's go find some food first. And it agreed immediately. Yes. The system notification appeared. Do you want to escape from the dark dungeon? Yes or no? Soon after, Sung Suho satisfied his hunger, clutching his cheek and praising with a sigh. He kept putting food into his mouth, enjoying and savoring it. Surprised at how delicious hospital food could be, Beirut peeked from beside, clenched his fist and said, Your Majesty, I will now explain what you need to do from now on. You have a total of 3 missions. It begins listing the tasks. First, to protect the Earth from external monsters. And after hearing this, Sung Suho wondered, so I should go to dungeons and hunt monsters. Right. Beirut also did not deny it. Yes. When you hunt monsters, you level up, and the stronger you become, the safer the Earth will be, just like your father did. It continued to announce the mission. The second one being that you must find Lady Hain at all costs. and Sung Soo-ho immediately asked if there was any way to find his mother. Beirut suggests that when you hunt foreign monsters, you'll find clues. Right, he sighs. So I still have to go into the dungeon. Suddenly, Beirut's voice became more serious. And the third task. This one very important. It holds both tears and a calm expression, as it reveals that restoring my power is my goal. I can't believe I'm only at an individual level. I want you to see my true strength. Sung Soo-ho was a bit curious and asked how to restore the person's power. Beirut replied, I can absorb their magic and knowledge by drinking them. This method has been ineffective since before I became a shadow warrior. But I have no other choice because I can't absorb power from you. It concluded that, basically, I just need to consume some magic. And you pointed out a truth. So that also means we have to go into the dungeon. After eating, Sung Soo-ho neatly packed the dishes into the tray. He stood up and told Beirut to get ready. Then suddenly reminded him that only with a hunter's license could we enter the dungeon. First, we need to go to the Hunter Association to evaluate the magic. Hearing that, Sung Soo-ho fell silent and pondered, evaluating his magic. As an awakened, he had leveled up. Outside, the sunset gradually descends over the bustling city. But his mind is only circling around a few questions. What level will I reach? And what if I get an S rank? After checking, the Hunter Association staff handed him a report and announced that his level was 46. Sung Soo-ho listened to the results and couldn't help but feel disappointed. He was an E-rank awakener. Bi-ru poked his head out to comfort him, saying that the hunter ranks are determined by the magic play. And since he only focused on increasing his strength stats, his rank was naturally low. Sung Soo-ho didn't stop him. I don't need your pity. It only makes me feel worse. A sense of unease and self-doubt keeps rising, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. From shadow power now to his rank. Can an E-rank hunter like me really protect the Earth? Barrow suggested. But you might level up to E. And the raid teams rarely hire E and F rank hunters. So if things keep going like this, just entering the dungeon will already be difficult. Suddenly he shouted as if he had an idea. Sung Soo-ho's cry startled Bi-ru, who was confused. Maybe still a ways off. From what you know, the division of tasks in dungeon raids is very strict, with the assault team handling the raid and the transport team following behind to collect minerals. And the mining team will extract resources from the dungeon, while the attack team and the transport team can accept E-rank hunters. Then, Sung Soo-ho turned to the person next to him and said, Thank you for introducing me here. I just awakened, and you are the only one I know, he said casually. Lim. He is a lecturer at Korea University of Arts, Hoa Manga, an E-level fake awakener. Sung Soo-ho turned back to continue working and added, Luckily, I know a senior fake awakener. Thanks to him, I can work here. Suddenly, Lim Do-gi-un called out, Hey Soo-ho. He turned to ask, Yes. He seriously bowed 90 degrees to apologize to Sung Soo-ho for what happened at the university. Lim Do-gi-un gathered all his courage to admit that he was the only fake awakener there. But he was scared and ran away. I remember when the monsters appeared. Many people urged him all at once, Lim, you're just an E-class awakener. So what are you doing? But Lim Do-gi-un just waved his hand to refuse, saying he's only an E-class. Then he ran away in fear. Right now, Lim Do-gi-un is still bowing in front of him, apologizing for not being able to do anything, while Sung Soo-ho looks stunned from the scare. Lift your head up. You're just an E-rank pseudo-innate like me, he continued to reassure me. The Hunter Association advises E-rankers like us to run immediately when we see monsters. I was just following the instructions. Lim Do-gi-un asked in amazement, Are you an E-rank person? And Sung Soo-ho calmly replied, Yes. My mana stat is 46, which is still very low for an E-rank. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Your mana stat is lower than mine. Lim Do-gi-un recalled the chaos earlier. Impossible to believe. He wondered in confusion. I saw him fighting a monster on the rooftop while running away. Lim Do-gi-un looked at Sung Soo-ho, who was focused on extracting the crystal, and wondered if he had mistaken him. He adjusted his glasses slightly and muttered in awe. Surviving a fight with a monster as an E-rank fake awakening is truly incredible. Bi-ru suddenly flew out and added, That's right. The young king is truly extraordinary. Lim Do-gi-un was startled and turned to look at it. He shouted loudly and then collapsed to the ground. Monster. Sung Soo-ho immediately scolded Bi-ru, asking why it suddenly popped out. And it explained briefly. The young king is now as weak as an ant larva, so I have to stay by his side to protect him to feel at ease. Lim Do-gi-un stood up and became a summon master, quickly responding, Yes, I think so. Hearing that, he was very surprised. Many E-rank hunters don't even have skills. You're really lucky, he joked, sarcastically. Telling you that I also have the skill to run. Sung Soo-ho awkwardly went along. So that's why you managed to escape so quickly. This hurt Lim Do-gyun deeply, and he sat down heavily, nervously saying, I was just joking. Biru flew over to Lim Do-gyun and scolded him bluntly, truly lacking the qualities of a king, then turned to look into the deep, dark dungeon. Realizing this was the first time he had entered a dungeon other than the dark dungeon, he wondered if the assault team was hunting monsters ahead. Indeed, some hunters inside had already succeeded in killing a demon beast. A bored person pulls out a sword to complain that this dungeon is nothing special. Li Wai-ong-ho also feels impatient. Only one XOI ghost has appeared so far. The hunters gathered to discuss. The sandwolf isn't worth much. Sometimes their corpses contain spirit stones, so we have to send someone to shout into a side alley. Captain, there's something on this shortcut, Kim Jong-soo said excitedly. See. I told you so. The whole team moved in and found an ancient relic. Everyone looked around with great caution. What is this? What are these ruins? Shouldn't we go outside first and call for backup? They checked for a while and concluded that my detection skills couldn't find any monsters here. There's none at all. What is this place for? We need to investigate. Some people still worry and say, who knows, maybe there's a hidden treasure here instead of a monster. And they see a sword stuck right in the middle of the circle. Kim Jong-soo exclaimed in surprise. Damn it. Who would have thought there really was a treasure? The whole team rushed in to observe, cheering happily. What is this? A weapon. We hit the jackpot. Li Yang-ho crouched down to touch the sword. We need to assess it carefully to be sure. But this is definitely a treasure. And someone stepped forward to warn him that such treasures often come with traps. So we must be careful. But Li Yang-ho stubbornly did as he pleased. Step back, I will pull it out, Kim Jong-soo hurriedly shouted. Wait, Li Yang-ho, I told you, treasures often have traps around them. Li Yang-ho, holding the sword handle, arrogantly said, even if there is a trap, I am a level S expert. I can handle it. Just as I was about to draw the sword, a terrible aura of demonic energy suddenly surged up. Li Yang-ho was terrified as he saw himself standing in a pool of bright red blood with sharp teeth protruding. What is this? Suddenly, he was swallowed by the monster, which revealed terrifying yellow eyes. And at the same time, the sword was fully drawn. Kim Jong-soo let out a breath of relief. Seeming to confirm there was no trap, he sternly warned Li Yang-ho. But he seemed like a different person, baring his teeth and growling. Who dares? Next time, be careful. Kim Jong-soo hadn't finished speaking when a sharp sword sliced through his head, and Li Yang-ho revealed his terrifying yellow eyes. The scene just now terrified the other hunters to death. Li Yang-ho's whole body twisted, exuding a strange red, murderous aura, and he demanded who dared to covet the sword of the Tooth King. A mysterious voice in Li Yang-ho's mind constantly urges him to kill the invaders of Lord Lan's territory as he steadily advances toward his panicked comrades. Li Yang-ho raised his sword heavily and killed. He has lost all reason now, decisively cutting down the other hunters and killing. All Li Yang-ho saw was blood and his comrades falling one by one. Kill. He roared like a wild beast. Kill. And stepped over their corpses in the rain of blood. His only thought was to kill. The other mining team was still tirelessly extracting spirit stones. The hunters nearby looked at Sung Soo-ho with surprise. Huh. What's going on? Lim Dong-gyun pointed at the drunken shadow goblins, smashing stones, and stammered. Is there a skill like this for recovery? He was confused, thinking that I heard only one or two creatures could be summoned at the same time. But I managed to summon all three. And if you include that talking ghost, then it's 4. Lim Dong-gyun looked at his calm face and wondered, isn't Suho's power unusually extraordinary? Sung Soo-ho is very pleased with the goblins, although he can only summon 3 creatures at a time and needs a corpse to use the shadow summoning. Getting a corpse from the dark dungeon isn't bad. It does small tasks for him without rebellion. So it's quite convenient. He turned to Beirut and said, Beirut, this shadow projection skill is pretty good. Just as you said. It's also a bit annoying to remind me. Young lord, don't just have us do menial tasks and praise me. Isn't it true that you're going into the dungeon to level up? Sung Soo-ho then explained that E-rank hunters cannot enter dungeons on their own according to the Hunter Association's rules. I heard that the measuring devices still have many faults because they only recently started classifying hunters. So I plan to check again once mana increases after leveling up. The 2 hunters ahead continue working and whisper that the rookies will dig them up while I'm distracted. Show him the true strength of our advance. Sung Soo-ho reminded Biru of something. And you still remember your 3rd task? Right, I can do it here. He asked hesitantly. Restore my strength. Huh. He just pointed to the scattered stones on the ground and said, you said you could recover by eating things with mana. Even those fragments of magic stones on the ground have mana. Biru gradually understood. Lord Vagrant. Could it be? Sung Soo-ho had to give the order. Since you can't collect mana stones, just eat the ones on the ground while you wait. It obediently flew out to bite the kings, and Biru hurriedly called Sung Soo-ho, the young king, who turned around confused and asked what now, and it immediately reported that I just sensed the presence of the king. As soon as he heard it, he exclaimed in shock, "King, do you mean my father?" And Biru immediately denied it. "No, there is more than one king. If it were our king, my strength would have already recovered. It seems that this scent from the beast might be its own." The hunters also seem to realize something and ask each other in confusion. That must be it. They stare into the endless darkness ahead, where the attacking team is approaching. Suddenly, 3 pairs of terrifying glowing red eyes appear. The hunter, having clearly seen the monster, retreated in fear. Now, 3 fierce wolves are snarling and ready to attack. The monster is here. A quick-thinking person reacts and orders, "Why have the monsters come all the way here? Everyone run now." I'll bravely strike the monster with my axe and shout, "Don't come near me." It suddenly opened its sharp jaws and bit down on the axe, breaking it apart. The hunter, seeing his weapon destroyed, was terrified and broke out in cold sweat. He was so scared he started crying and stammered for help. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed past him and ruthlessly stabbed the beast's head with an axe. Hunter hurriedly called out, "Suho," quickly urging him, "I will hold them off. Get out of the dungeon now." He rushed away, not forgetting to say thank you. After ensuring the others had left safely, Sung Soo-ho quickly glanced to observe the horde of monsters. He noticed the note, "Silent Lang," silently guessing that their names in orange mean they are at the same level as the Bloodfog boss we fought at the Korean University of Fine Arts, and I can definitely win. Sung Soo-ho glanced behind him at Lim Dong-il standing there, a bit annoyed. If he were alone, "I have to remind you, I'm also running." But he refused. "Soo-ho, you want to help everyone evacuate. I won't run away alone anymore." Hearing that, Sung Soo-ho no longer chased him away. "So when I'm in danger, I'll have to rely on you." Then quietly order the goblins and elves to protect him. Sung Soo-ho retracted his bag to choose a weapon. He quickly drew a sword to fight, and the goblin weapon he collected from the dark dungeon was at least much better than this national bird. This made Lim Dong-il very surprised and think, does he even have the ability to recall weapons? What kind of skill does Soo-ho have after all? Sung Soo-ho leapt backward, then shot forward like a lightning bolt to face the wolf monsters. One opened its wide mouth full of teeth to attack him, but was immediately pierced in the throat by his sharp sword. With just a basic slash, he cut its massive body in half. The system immediately announced that you had defeated the Beastmaster, and everyone witnessing this was extremely excited. Sung Soo-ho softly recited a spell. Rose up, followed by a thick stream of black smoke rising into the air. He raised his hand toward the fallen monster to absorb its soul. A shadow demon of the night dissolves into black smoke right before everyone's amazed eyes. Sung Soo-ho raises his sword to block the beast's attack, while the dark aura on the other side transforms into a wolf that bites back at the remaining one. Beirut exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, little king, I've already gotten used to fighting with the power of darkness, and I am quite satisfied with my approach. Summoning consumes no mana, and once I have more mana and the summon count increases, I will be able to create an army." He thought of something, retracted his sword to prepare for a counterattack, then said, "Add one more." As promised, Sung Soo-ho quickly pierced through the demon beast's snout, ending its life. "And the system continued to notify you that you had defeated the Iron Wolf," he shouted loudly, stood up, and immediately the dark love demon looked confused as its companions disappeared. It whimpered softly, and then shed tears, because it couldn't be transformed into a fairy. As it was crying, a mechanical voice sounded, "Leveling up." As a result, 3 more mechanical wolves appeared beside Sung Soo-ho. Lim Dong-jun couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly called out Soo-ho. "Soo-ho, are you?" he sternly questioned. "Your physical ability isn't level E, and you even tamed a dead monster." Sung Soo-ho mumbled, I was too excited to think clearly. How do I explain this?" In the end, he pretended to be naive, insisting that you really are level E. But Lim Dong-jun still doubted. Don't say Soo-ho is deliberately hiding his rank. Suddenly, he looked back at the screen in front of him. The system's command alert announced a new mission. An urgent task to defeat the enemy, as the creatures around here are trying to kill the player. Eliminate them and protect your safety. You must defeat one enemy, but you have already defeated none. Sung Soo-ho looked into the deep cave in confusion, wondering if the mission was just one enemy. But he had already dealt with all the monsters, so there must be another enemy. Suddenly, footsteps come from inside, and both of them look at him with suspicion. Lim Dong-jun realized he came from the assault team. He immediately shouted at the sudden arrival. It almost turned into a disaster, And on top of that, Sung Suho seemed to notice something unusual and hurriedly called him back. "Hey, wait a moment," he shouted loudly. "Danger." And at the same time, Lee Young-ho's blinding yellow figure was revealed. Lim Dongjun was terrified and stunned by that terrifying gaze. Lee Young-do fiercely slashes his sword toward him. Luckily, Sung Suho quickly pulls him back to avoid a deadly blow. The heavy sword and gun weighed down, causing chunks of earth and rocks to shatter. Sung Suho caught Lim Dongjun, then ordered an attack, and immediately the wolves charged forward to tear Lee Young-ho apart. Sung Suho struggled to push Lim Dongjun back, angrily shouting, "Damn it. When did hunters start turning into monsters?" He notices the red lettering, indicating the village has been taken over, and the enemy's head. His alertness suddenly sharpens, especially considering the color of his name. Sung Suho hesitated a bit. The darker the name color, the more dangerous the monster. I already saw how strong the red name tag was back at Korea National University of Arts. He's not a king like my father. Right, he explained that although he possesses dark energy, he's too weak to be called a king. But that doesn't mean you can face him in this state. Sung Suho rummaged through his bag again, and finally succeeded, his actions causing Peru to panic. "Don't blame me for not having a king." I grab a bunch of weapons and plant guns into the ground and say, "You said the system would support me to ensure steady growth." "Right. Because it gave me a mission. Which means I have a chance to win. More importantly, to meet my parents. I need to get stronger as quickly as possible." So, in front, Lee Yando is fiercely fighting off the wolves, his terrifying face gradually revealed through the black smoke. Waiting for him is a level E pseudo-awakening with chaotic energy flow and a long line of weapons. He is confident that I will defeat him and quickly become stronger. Beirut as a spirit, somehow calling Suho by the title of Little King, it has watched him bravely fight enemies many times. And despite facing insurmountable challenges again and again, the missing monarch has never run away. Beirut's thoughts about him are very sincere. Beneath that fragile exterior, you can see the true image of the monarch inside. It just saw the enemy that the system requested to eliminate, and its true form is a sword. If his arms are severed and he's separated from his host, he won't be able to move. Suho can barely believe it. Is that really it? Yang Ho, misunderstood and turned into a werewolf, is like a madman, staring fiercely at him with eyes no different from a cat's in the night. Standing there with a fierce expression, to trap the werewolf, the ghostly singing creatures like sanddogs rush to attack him. One of the sanddogs bites Rakan's fang, testing whether its teeth are stronger or its sword sharper. Suho was surprised by his small action. Oh, they really did stand up after I poured my magic into them. Beirut showed him the special principle. Dark Song warriors like us basically have a spirit form. As long as there is magic power, we can still be revived. Who would have thought that just after boasting a little, the Shadow Singer was cut in half by a sword, be it body and head, demonstrating the power of the Shadow Singers. The outcome was no different. Another Shadow Singer was struck by a sword, and it faded as it lunged forward. Another one just raised its claws, and Yen lost faith instantly. That Dark Singer's strength. Beirut was sweating nervously, even blaming him, saying it was because the power of the young overlord was still too weak. He is still no match for Yang Ho's swordsmanship. How is that possible? The sword in his hand not only radiates deadly aura but is also incredibly sharp. Yang Ho still remains arrogant about his swordsmanship, boldly blaming Suho for being an ordinary threat while wielding the power of the Dark King. Suho was angry but more curious. What is that? Can it really talk? And how dare Bear call the royal bloodline a mere nuisance? All of Yang Ho's teeth are sharp, and he is becoming more and more berserk, the bloodline of the king. I never thought we would meet here. Before he could finish speaking, something was thrown at him. O enemy of the royal house. Yang Ho fell into a rage, overwhelmed by the surprise attacks from the axe. It turns out that was Suho's plan, from his position. He's holding the axe in his hand now. Maybe I should test his strength a bit. He strikes a blow at him, while at the same time the werewolf retaliates and narrowly dodges Suho's power. As Suho expected, the red-colored monster is just as he anticipated, and he can easily handle this. He hesitated as there were many weapons stuck in the ground in front of him. So, Yang Ho was frantically shouting because he had already lost consciousness. Suho finally dares to make a decisive move. I must use quantity to win. He seems surrounded by the techniques he created, aiming to counter the attacks coming from all directions he received. From behind Beirut, he widened his perspective and looked at Suho's back with admiration. This is the talent of the bearer, the power of the ruler, possessed from birth. But each of Yang Ho's moves was powerful enough to split his weapons in half, making him worried. Yet he continuously turned Suho's projectiles into fragments in the air. Yang Ho, wielding Rakan's fang, charged forward fiercely, with eyes shining like stage lights. Suho, undeterred, raised his axe and prepared to fight to the end, but I still have to admit that Ho's power is terrifying. In just one strike, he shattered my axe. Suho was lost in thought as he watched him. In a single attack, the goblin's weapon was destroyed. Instead, now that you have no weapon in hand and can only dodge attacks, isn't that just the same as having no way to fight back? My mind is filled with thoughts. If I take a reckless risk and they land just one hit, it's over for me. If this stalemate continues, I will have no chance to win anymore. Now, do you know how long a coward lasts? The Dark King Harn is just someone who hides behind his soldiers. Beirut didn't let his master speak first and immediately scolded him. You bastard. Suho let go of the broken axe. He firmly stabbed it and said insulting his parents is really rude. He used Rakan's fangs to slash straight at me, and I could only jump aside to dodge, even though he was provoking me. I wasn't confident enough to defeat him, damn it. If only I were stronger. Suho was very puzzled to realize that he hadn't changed at all. Beirut, if the seal has been broken, why hasn't my power returned since I climbed the tower? It provides a reasonable explanation for your justified suspicion that the power of the young monarch has been sealed since his birth. It's better to think that you're just regaining your strength from that time now. If you had that power, you'd easily be able to fight Ataram. Meanwhile, Beirut concluded that Suho seemed disappointed, but that thing was caught between reality and illusion. It's simply a test to see if you can unleash your talent, whether your physical strength passes the test or not. It will eventually disappear. Beirut suddenly grew a hand and reminded him that it was all just a game after all. Your experience in the tower is not useless. Try to recall your emotions and fighting spirit. Young-ho kept launching attacks at Suho. I still vividly remember the emotions back then. I was fighting in the tower with just my fists. It would be great if I still had my old gloves. He recalls what Beirut said earlier, which calms Suho down. Our shadow singers are basically spirits. As long as you still have magic, we can still recover. Suho carefully considered his thoughts to make the right decision. In hindsight, he realized he could change Beirut's form at will. It always stood behind him to boost his spirit. The young king, who helped Suho gain more confidence. If that's the case, the shadow warriors rose immediately. The giant dog appeared. Arise. Young-ho longs for victory, tired of facing unworthy opponents. Yet he doesn't see that those tricks are completely useless. Just as he was about to use Rakan's fang, the two giant dogs were already ready to charge at Young-ho. We'll send you off first. The giant dogs now are different from before. They stare at him without blinking, but somehow, the Shadow Singer warrior suddenly became riddled with holes. Suho had to pour more power into them, and Jiang spread his arms to channel the magic. Meanwhile, Young-ho wants to deliver a decisive blow to finish him off. The dust billows but cannot hide his triumphant smile. Young-ho's smile faded as something protective appeared to shield him when the sword was swung down. Suho used all his remaining strength to block Rakan's fang. The Shadow Singer A, truly living up to his reputation. The system reports that he is using the Transform skill. Shadow Singer Level 1. Steel Gauntlets. The system reports that the Shadow Fragment skill has been upgraded. It also informed him that the skill, the Shattered Shadow Level 2, Transformation, requires dark power without magic, allowing the Singer of Shadows to freely change their form. Suho regains his usual confidence, knocks Young-ho's sword away from his head. With this, I can now duel him one-on-one. Neither you nor Young-ho are willing to give up, and their attacks clash against each other. Beirut could only stand and watch. Eyes wide with amazement, it trembled, finally daring to say, "Oh my God." Turn the Shadow Singer into a weapon, an image of a dark singing power appearing in Beirut's mind, always praising him with the best words. The Dark King, who has surpassed countless levels and stands freely in control of the darkness. Still, the young king just learned the power of darkness, on par with a newly born ant, and he upgraded his dark power on his own without anyone's guidance. Beirut reflects on his quickness in responding to Young-ho's attack, a skill he has demonstrated throughout the fight so far. An axe materialized in midair behind him, and just as Beirut said, it possessed the power of a ruler. From an ordinary weapon, the axe was sharp enough to cut through and wound him. The angry expression on Young-ho's face is the clearest evidence. He was extremely surprised by his strength, and Beirut was also quite amazed by Suho's abilities. Even now, using the power of darkness, he only dares to scream in his mind. Suho's eyes still shining despite being exhausted. "Oh my king." Young-ho appears in a state of pain, his body covered with many cuts as he is about to rush towards him. Then Suho delivered a punch that sent him flying into the wall, causing rocks and debris to fall. Dust and smoke billowed up after the endless battle. The situation didn't end there. Young-ho rose again with Rakan's fang in hand. Suddenly, watermarks appeared on the ground as the wind blew, dust and smoke everywhere. Unexpectedly, many axes are neatly arranged on the ground, all flying away from their positions. Controlled by his magic, Suho couldn't believe his eyes, holding one axe in his hand, while others still hurtled toward Young-ho. The young king hesitating, Rakan's fang was knocked out of Young-ho's hand by his skillful attack. Suho truly deserves praise from Biru, he is genuinely a genius. Sung Suho is still talking to Biru. His name in red makes me a bit worried. But in the end, he still defeated him. And Biru still has complete trust in Suho. I was sure you would win. Your Highness. Suho knows Biru is just trying to encourage and comfort you. So don't lie anymore. Although the result wasn't entirely satisfying, Suho still felt a bit lucky. But thanks to this battle, I learned a new fighting style. So it doesn't seem too bad after all. Suho is quite pleased. Hao Hung said, "Now let's check what the reward is." The system sends a notification, informing you that you have received the reward after completing the mission. Do you want to see the rewards? The notification panel shows ES or NO. Of course, Suho wants to see. And he answers yes. After selecting, the system sends a notification again, informing you of the mission rewards, which are as follows. The reward includes the ancient text and the wind/skill. The notification is sent again, informing you that you have learned the wind/skill. The system also thoughtfully introduces a new skill for Suho. The level 1 wind/, an active skill that requires mana to use. The power of a whirlwind has enveloped your sword, allowing you to attack multiple enemies at once. Suho is enjoying his reward, a skill he has been longing for, and he has automatically learned how to use it. He's curious. Maybe he should try it out. Suho begins to use his new skill. Suho looked at the sword. And as for this weapon, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, how shameful. I never thought I would be defeated by the bloodline of the Dark King, but he still doesn't respect Suho for his victory. But it's not over yet. Human greed is endless. Suho bowed down and took the sword. The other guy looked very pleased with his action. He was smug. That's right. As soon as the person takes hold of my sword hilt, their greed will consume them. And Suho's hands reach for the blade. But what the other guy was hoping for did not happen. The system notification says, you have obtained Rakan's fang item. Suho examined the sword and thought it was much better than the goblin's weapon. The other guy was surprised. I inherited the power of the Clawed King. But is there really someone in this world who cannot be controlled by me? Suho eagerly draws the sword in his hand. All right. Let's see how this skill works. The system sends a notification again. Blessing. The blessing of Grand Mage Kandiaru. The Great Mage Kandiaru has granted you a special spell. Upon receiving Kandiaru's blessing, you will gain a strong and resilient body. The effects of eternal youth and longevity, all diseases, toxins, and status effects will be healed, and recovery abilities will be significantly enhanced during sleep. He clenched the sword tightly in his hand. Suho raises his sword high. The system announces, the storm/skill has been activated. The rocks shattered loudly as Suho struck, each piece seeming ready to burst apart. Suho considers that each time he uses this skill, it consumes all his mana, which is quite exhausting. But he likes its destructive power. Biru comments further, compared to now, your reaction to the shadow extraction skill is too indifferent. The power of darkness is even more incredible. 100,000 times stronger than this. At this moment, Suho's brother is also gradually waking up. Suho was surprised. Oh, you've woken up, haven't you? He held his head in pain and asked loudly. What happened? Suho, before he could regain his senses, he was forced to witness a horrifying scene unfolding before his eyes. His mouth agape. Suho, knowing he's now excited, offered to speak, saying it would take a while. Do you want to listen while we head outside? In the busy city with people passing by, Suho spoke first, saying he would check if there were any survivors in the dungeon, and Suho's friend agreed. All right then. Watching Suho's figure gradually disappear into the distance, he silently assessed Suho from afar. A renowned hunter with recovery skills, even in minor skirmishes. He wasn't particularly outstanding. So how could Suho be so powerful? His eyes looked at Suho with suspicion. But then he quickly dismissed all those thoughts. There's no point in thinking about this now. A crowd of people passing by calmly reassured each other. Don't worry. I'm not hurt. After this, it might happen again. But now you realize that what matters is that Suho saved all these people. The fierce dogs bark loudly and rushes at Suho to attack. Suho calmly takes down each one, while the system repeatedly sends notifications you have defeated the werewolf machine. You have defeated the werewolf machine. And the level up notifications keep coming non-stop. Suho finished and said to Biru, there are still many wolf-type monsters inside. Biru reminded him, they are all experience, so don't waste them. Suho was surprised. Hey, you question Rakan's Nine. Why has your attack power suddenly decreased? Rakan's Nine responds. Huang. Do you think I would cooperate with someone bearing the bloodline of the Dark King? The information panel appears. Item. Rakan's Nine. Rarity unknown. Sword type. Attack power ranging from 25 to 35 with stat adjustments. The sword is made from Rakan's Nying, the king of beasts, with Rakan's soul trapped inside, and using it will cause lower-level hunters to be possessed. The normal effect of the weak target on the sword causes the designated enemy to fall into fear for 1 minute. All stats are around 50%. The critical wound effect has a 15% chance to deal double critical damage. Beirut sneered at Nying, the Rakan sword, saying that using skills to fight weaker beasts is truly shameful. Is it shameful? Are there any hunters who target prey stronger than themselves? Beirut said sarcastically that he was slightly weaker than the prince, but he still won. And he responded awkwardly, evasively, as if trying to give a gift. Well. Suho is speechless with them. First a talking worm, then a talking shadow. Everything's just a mess now. Suho sighs. As the footsteps approach, a strange red light emanates from that spot, and countless fallen warriors lie scattered across the ground. Suho silently observes. Suddenly, Beirut spoke up to remind Suho that they had been standing there all along, and that everyone was already dead. Rakan's Nine responds, burning with rage. I only kill those who dare to enter this place. My duty is to guard the territory of the Nine King. Suho suddenly grabbed Rakan's Nine, catching it off guard. What kind of bloodthirsty madness is this? He drove it into the ground and ordered, be quiet for a moment. The system reminds you that shadow retrieval can be used on this target. Suho was surprised. Can shadow retrieval be used on humans too? Beirut politely replied. Your Highness. You can turn all the dead into your soldiers without regard to their race. Suho reaches out his hands and grabs the fallen enemy lying on the ground. He quickly took care of the pile of corpses lying there, and Beirut asked in surprise, you're not going to perform shadow retrieval? Suho casually confirmed. Yeah, Suho said with a compassionate voice that they are already dead. But forcing them to fight is no different from a punishment. It seems that Suho is truly not cruel enough to do these things. Beirut fell silent, whispering, the missing king. Rakan's fangs also silent, unable to say anything. Everything had been settled by Suho. Suddenly, Suho asked Beirut, Beirut, are you saying this is a holy land of a king? And Beirut confirmed yes. Suho asked further, my father is also a king, but he has killed other kings before. Right. What exactly are they? Do they have any connection to Itarim? Suho wondered. Beirut responds based on its understanding. You can consider Itarim as the current enemy of the king, while the other monarchs are his old foes, including the king himself. Beirut proudly introduces the rulers, starting with his father, the great Sung Jingu, the king of the dead, the dark prince. There are also the king of beasts, the demon lord, the queen of the Chong, the plague ruler, the king of humanoid monsters, the metallic sovereign, the king of demons, the white fire monarch, the giant king, the primordial ruler, the snow tribe king, the icy sovereign, the evil spirit king, the shapeshifter sovereign, and finally the ruler of the raging lineage, the destroyer monarch. This is the reigning sovereign. He is so exhausted, just describing the 21. Beirut still speaks with great enthusiasm and shows no sign of fatigue. Even though the monarchs possess powers beyond what ordinary people can imagine, when the 8 other kings invaded the earth, they all fell at the hands of the king. Suho suddenly sighed, a hint of sadness. Did father do that? Rakan's fangs suddenly spoke. That's right. The Dark King is the one who killed my master. The Tyrant King. It starts to grow angry. If only my power had remained intact, I would have torn that person apart. The one with the same bloodline as the Dark Lord. The family shattered, and I threw the person to the wolves. Now it begins to threaten. Suho remained silent for a moment before speaking empathetically. I can understand your thoughts. Suho then defended his father. Surely he fought against other rulers to protect the earth, and you just want to protect this place from intruders. Both sides wanting to guard what's important to them, which is why they act this way. But Suho still harbors doubts that he cannot resolve until this very moment. However, I still find one thing hard to understand. You keep saying you have to fight me because we share the same bloodline with the Dark Sovereign. You keep saying that if your mission is to protect this place, then acting hostile towards my father is a very stupid thing to do. Bai said they have black hearts. Rakan's fangs trembled. What did you say? Suho said, I want to meet my parents, but I can't see them because of the outsiders invading. As long as I achieve my goal, I can use any power I have. You still ask. If Itarim begins to invade, this place will also fall into chaos. Right. If you help me, I will also help you protect this place. And you make a deal with Rakan's Fang. Rakan's Fang hesitated. Teaming up with someone who shares the blood of the Dark Lord. It looked directly into Suho's eyes. Suho grabs Rakan's Fang tightly. So what? You lower yourself. Dark and kiss. And become allies. Somewhere else on a beautiful day. In a coffee shop. Many people are here to enjoy themselves. Could you tell us in detail about the total annihilation incident that happened in the dungeon yesterday? They continued. Sir Lim Dogyun, the survivor of yesterday's incident. And Dogyun agreed. I will tell you everything that happened. Dogyun thought to himself that even though he was just an E rank, if he was recognized, his treatment by Suho would definitely improve. This was a good opportunity to repay his debt to Suho. That night, an article appeared online. It detailed how a renowned hunter personally rescued other hunters in a dungeon. That article also included eyewitness accounts of the E-ranked hunter bravely rushing toward the monsters to save everyone, along with many people he had helped. In the office, Kim Young-jun tapped his pen on his head and said, "It's about time we hire a few porters." At the Black Cloud of Management, Team 2. Young-jun's subordinate received the order and nodded in agreement. Yes. The collection team is eager to hire more staff. I think we need to recruit more elite hunters. Young-jun nodded in agreement and suggested I send over some candidates. What do you think of this one? The subordinate received the information from Young-jun. Let me check it out. An E-rank hunter has evacuated and changed the operation while fighting monsters in Dungeon D. And the assault team's hunters have been pulled out. The subordinate officer was stunned. A top-tier hunter. Young-jun replied. If someone as big as us manages to get him, wouldn't it make front-page news? They are reviewing Suho's file. A hero who rose from obscurity. Young-jun decides I will contact him right away. The next day, after checking the work, Young-ji slammed her phone onto the table. Young-jun asked his subordinate, has Hunter Su Nage-ho responded yet? He was invited to the Huyenvu Guild as an E-rank hunter. He'll really like it. I think, based on my judgment. And Young-jun's subordinate, seeing his boss's expression, hesitated a bit. Well, Young-jun raised his voice and said, what? He already refused. Young-jun seemed unable to believe what he was hearing and had to ask again to confirm. Everyone. Him. It's so unreasonable for a rookie E-class hunter to refuse an invitation from a major guild like ours. My subordinate reread the message from Suho sent to the guild, saying he has no plans to join any guilds. Young-jun's voice suddenly rises an octave. A S2DH hunter who doesn't join any guild. Does he think he's that special? His tone, gradually losing patience. The manager, knowing Young-jun is angry, tried to soothe him, saying, well, maybe sooner or later he will call us back. He will soon realize how unreasonable it is not to join any guild. As for Suho, he's at home replying to messages and sighs tiredly. Suho scrolls through his phone tiredly. Having received countless invitations from guilds since returning from the dungeon, Biru praised him, saying many people wish they had his talent. Your Majesty. Suho tiredly wiped his hair after washing it. But they're all just trying to recruit me as some kind of tool. So why are they contacting me so much? What's the reason behind this? Suho slumped on the sofa, complaining that if I joined any guild, it would only hinder my growth through the leveling system. So joining a guild isn't necessary. Suho asserts. He then confides in Biru. Well, that's how it is. And Rakan's energy too. Let's continue our conversation. Shall we? Rakan's energy. After a moment of reflection, when I held Rakan's energy in my hands, Rakan's energy asked Suho how he felt. Its voice continued to question. Had am va hon nya becoming allies? Rakan's power was surprised. What is this kid doing? It wondered. Suho, what are you doing? Rakan's energy was so surprised. How could it say such an unreasonable thing so easily? But Rakan's energy reconsidered. Rakan's energy realizes. However, if the haunting song and the kiss become allies, Suho's eyes deepen. Before accepting your request to make a proposal, I have one condition. Take me to another domain of the Honya Emperor. Back in the present, Suho asked Rakan if he knew a way to reach the territory. Rakan responded, if it's the territory of the Holy King Hona, I can find it no matter how far away it is. Rakan's power continued, and I can sense that the gate leading to the sacred land has disappeared. It's probably what you humans call a dungeon outbreak. Suho replied, so that sacred land must have turned into an environmental-type dungeon. A brief explanation of environmental dungeons, where the land has turned into a desert due to the explosion of a dungeon caused by a forsaken gate inhabited by monsters. Suho decided to set out and sent a message to his uncle. Uncle, I'll be out for a while. Please don't worry, even if I don't contact you for a while. Now that I've sent the message, Suho packed his belongings and was ready to leave. Shall we head to that place now? They began their journey right into the night. Suho is standing in front of an old, rusty iron fence and a dilapidated gate. looking uncertain but not asking. Then asks again, "Are you sure it's here?" And Rakan's energy responds, "Definitely." Looking at the surrounding scene and the forbidden zone there, Suho sensed that it's going to be tough, as this place is now occupied by a newly formed hunting guild. Suho knows that infiltrating private land here is illegal, and I heard that the Hina Guild was created for the Jianghu, so there will probably be many Jianghu members inside. Biru spoke, saying that instead of listening to that tiny creature, it would be better for him to level up and strengthen his power. But before he could finish, Biru had to stop. Suho asked, "What are you doing?" "Suho is ready to move in." Biru looked at the camera with confusion. "What about the Hina Guild?" Suho reassured him that everything would be resolved somehow. Suho clenched his fist. "You used force to smash the camera there." Suho calmly replied, "If we do this, there will be no evidence. Right?" Biru was surprised. "The way you work without hesitation is very much like a king." Suho stepped forward. As he entered, Suho couldn't help but be surprised. Do all dungeon environments have such thick fog? Biru explains that the mist is magic from outer space that compresses space barriers until they break, creating gaps in the world. Rakan's fangs also added that because of this fog, the land I am on has passed through a crack and ended up connected to Earth. It recalls that extraterrestrial entities are digging a large hole from our dimension to bring their forces here, because the more magic they have, the more it affects the movement of space. Just like us. Suho asked again, "So you mean sending the strongest person here will take time?" Suho suddenly stopped. He decided, "All right. Then we just need to level up." Thousands of monsters here are poised to attack Suho, including some of the strongest. Vutsakrima, Razan's shadow clone, is also here. Rakan's fangs seem to have waited too long for this moment of battle, and now it's finally time for me to show off my strength. Suho praised it. Quite fierce, too. Seeing the monsters rushing in, Suho said he wouldn't use people as weapons. But Rakan's teeth suddenly. "What?" Suho calmly replied, "I've already thought about how I will fight from now on. Be confident. It's the basics I've gotten used to from the tutorial." Suho clenched his west fist into a fist. Suho decided to use the hand of the ruler to support mid-range and long-range attacks. Suho grabs Rakan's fang. His eyes cold and sharp. He decides to combine different weapons to confuse the enemy. The system announces that the counterattack defense skill has been activated. He reaches out his hand, and then, Suho stands bravely in battle like a hero, claiming his achievements by summoning the shadow of the warrior. Suho proudly announces, "This is my new style of fighting." Biru couldn't help but praise, "It's amazing, Your Majesty of the Dark Army." Rakan's fangs are also surprisingly impressive. So this is the power of someone from the bloodline of the Dark King. It quietly assesses that the more enemies there are, the longer the battle will last. He becomes stronger and uses defeated foes. At this rate, we will have a chance in this underground war. Everything has been settled. Suho observes his Chungwa and is now ready to deal with the shadow soldiers after boosting his intelligence points. Rakan's fang was silenced by Suho's sharp command. Now only the silence of the forest remains. With the wind rustling through the leaves, Rakan's fangs led Suho and Biru to find the gate. And when they arrived, he shouted, "Here it is." Rakan's fangs said, "This is the gate to the domain." What bad luck. There are still people left in the forest now. Suho sighed. So be it. I can't believe there are still people left at this hour. Rakan's fang says these are the ones willing to do anything to cling to life. Suho wondered why they were here at this hour. Wouldn't it be better to take down the magic beasts during the day? Down below, a group of people was transporting something. The car is slowly starting to move. Suho is surprised. You see them cornering a girl. Blindfolded. That's her. One of them even gets closer. Lifting her face up, Suho asked, "Biru, does it seem like we're really witnessing a human trafficking scene?" Beru confirmed. "It looks like it," Beru reminded Suho. "Your Highness, we are intruding. It would be wiser not to act impulsively if we are caught here. Stay alert." Before he could finish speaking, Suho had already disappeared. Biru called out in frustration. "Hey," Rakan's fang responded. "That day is gone." Rakan quickly recalls his father, a violent criminal detective, his uncle, a legendary firefighter, and the two one-year-old Sung Suho, who grew up admiring them. The people down there sensed something and quickly turned around. It was Suho flying up to attack them, and everyone instinctively reacted the same way whenever something unjust happened. Suho's eyes turn cold as he charges at the crowd there, directly knocking the kidnapper to the ground. That kidnapper was kicked hard in the leg by Suho, dislocating his face. Suho's move stunned his teammates into silence, and they couldn't even spray their glue. The other kidnappers present there also froze in fear, only able to gape with their mouths open and unable to do anything. That guy was knocked down to the ground by Suho. Suho turns back, his eyes like bullets ready to make them pop out of their sockets. The kidnappers, panicking, stammered and questioned Suho, who then suddenly realized his reckless actions and, in panic, covered his face. That's right. My body moved on its own just now. I must have been too angry. Right now, I really want to go back a few minutes to calm the anger inside me. Suho clenched his teeth, realizing he had made a mistake by trespassing into another guild's territory and pondering how to handle this difficult situation. Suddenly, he remembered something. Ah! Biru grew bigger and ran over to Suho. It flies past Suho, who seems to regain the upper hand and threatens back, not expecting that he would corner others and then threaten them. What are you? Hina Guild scum. Suho's aura becomes even more dangerous. The Hina Guild members finally realized what was happening and shouted loudly. Who are you? What kind of monster are you? Not only did you invade our territory, but you also attacked us. Do you want to die? He asked back. Then, the leader ordered his subordinates to tear him apart. And the followers, obeying their captain, quickly launched a fierce attack, still seemingly unaware of their mistake. One by one, they approached and aimed directly at Suho's face to strike. But luckily Suho quickly escaped from these crazed attackers. Suho quietly recalled that, based on his research, the average rank of Hina Guild members is low level, so to be safe he shouldn't use all his strength. Suho calculated. You suddenly made a stunning move, directly scaring the members of the Hina Guild present there. Biru suddenly shouted. Little Prince. Biru felt surprised and a bit proud, realizing that he had grown up enough by that day. Are those so-called pseudo-awakened humans no longer a threat compared to back then? Biru truly feels moved. After putting on the mask, Suho's face looked even more dangerous, and he silently thought to himself that he was winning too easily. Everyone from the Hina Guild present had been caught and tied up in a heap. Biru proudly ran out praising Suho non-stop. You handled that so smoothly. Your Majesty. The girl saved by Suho stammers a thank you. Thank you for pulling me out. And then asks, are you a hunter from the Hunter Association? Suho could only choose his words carefully. Just say what he can to them. There's no other way in this situation. The people Suho saved were deeply moved, tears streaming down their faces. And Suho comforted them, saying, I will handle everything here, so everyone please evacuate to a safe place. After those people are gone, Suho finally asked Biru why the Hina Guild was chasing after that person. Then Rakan suddenly called out to Suho. It said it can sense it. So Suho immediately pressed for an explanation, asking what it meant by sensing. Rakan's quick response explained that the reason we should come over here is because of that warehouse over there. Suho, Rakan, and Biru walk over and pull up the rolling door. And the scene before Suho leaves him stunned, Suho's voice trembling. This is where they imprison everyone. There are many discarded drug shells and syringes scattered around here. Biru also senses a source of energy here. This vague energy, could it be Suho, Biru? And Rakan's quick glance toward a small prison nearby reveals a puppy struggling in the dark corner. Suho can't understand or guess what the Hina Guild people are trying to do. They even keep a puppy locked up. So, what exactly does the Hina Guild want? Rakan's Fang corrected. It's not a puppy. It's a wolf pup. Rakan's Fang said. It is the heir of the Beast King, the Hungya King. Suho suddenly exclaimed what Rakan's Fang recounted that, right after losing the battle against the Black Shadow King, the Hungya King left a successor for his guard and ordered the successor to evacuate to the safe land. He believes that as long as my spirit remains, another Hungya King will be born. The sound of chains hitting the ground echoes he truly wants another Hungya King to come into existence. The atmosphere here gradually grew tense, as if Rakan's Fangs deeply understood the heart of the Hungya King, wishing his bloodline to remain unbroken and survive into the future. Baru also said, I can sense the faint energy of the Hungya King in that wolf, because it is very weak and has traveled a lot. So if we leave it like that, it will die. Baru asked, what will you do now, Your Majesty? Suho didn't know how to respond properly, so he just hesitated. Suddenly Rakan's brother shouted, what's going on? And this caused Suho and Baru to turn around simultaneously. It's the voice of the Hina Guild member who stabbed someone. Those guys are causing a commotion. Since everyone outside has already been defeated, there should be a few people inside. But it seems like there's only one left. Suho glared with hostility at them. Damn it. Are there still members of that guild here? Suho suddenly realized that what was in front of him was not a person, but a monster. And the monster, upon seeing the situation, became extremely furious. That useless Hina Guild. Just as I thought. I can't trust humans. Rakan's Nen was surprised. Brokey. The one still alive. Suho was curious. Do you know him? He replied. I know. He is the guard assigned to the royal escort I mentioned earlier. Brokey also spoke up and asked him. It's been a while, hasn't it? Rakan's envoy. You're still alive. Rakan's anger flared as he questioned Brokey, the one who was sent to protect the king's escort. Right, what the hell did you do to cause all this to happen? It spoke up to question Brokey. Suho's ears began to tighten into fists. What the hell? Brokey leaned close to Suho's face, sneering, and asked, Do you dare to lay a hand on my belongings? Suho remained silent, only marveling at its speed. It's too fast. Brokey clenched his teeth. Then it unleashed a tremendous burst of power, smashing the rocks there into pieces. Its speed was truly incredible, and its strength was overwhelming, sending Suho flying far away. Beirut saw the danger and shouted, rushing quickly toward Suho, the young prince. The entire ground was covered in thick smoke, dust swirling, obscuring the view. Beirut ran over to where Suho was knocked down and sat down heavily, worriedly asking Han if he was okay, while Suho half-jokingly, half-seriously assessed that this was the most painful hit he's received recently. Beirut anxiously exclaimed, Your head is bleeding. Suho looked a bit reproachful, and calmly replied, My head is burning up right now. Don't stop. Beirut. The system suddenly announced that the defensive skill has leveled up, with physical defense power increasing from 20% to 40%. Beirut still couldn't hide his worry. Little Crown Prince. When we arrived here, I sensed a vague energy source. Now I know what it is. Beirut continued. Itarim. I can sense the energy of Itarim from that guy. Rakan's fang extended forward and said to Brokey, Do you know what you're doing with the king's remnants? Do you think someone who has fought in unclaimed territories, can maintain this level of power in the Holy Land? Rakan's fang suddenly struck. Brokey continued, For the survival of the most powerful nations there, only the strong can survive. The survival of the weak can only depend on the stronger. And this is also a natural law. The weak become nourishment for the strong. Brokey says, Although this friend is too weak, his lineage is from the same bloodline as the fierce king, so he can be considered an extremely valuable source of nourishment. Brokey reveals his true nature, which is why I have always wanted to absorb him. Brokey hesitated. I have wanted to drink its blood. The blood of the king. So Rakan's disappointed voice called out Brokey's name. Brokey is determined, and I firmly believe I will kill you all. Hehe. You can't even do anything alone. A human like you can do nothing to bite me. The king's brutal death proves he's weak. Suho reaches out his hand. Brokey keeps bragging. But only those who survive can truly be called strong. Suho still raises his hand. Brokey, who has locked his mind, truly deserves the name of king. He turns to look at everyone. Baru went to the fox's place and called out Hilaziat. Suddenly, something brushed past. That's Suho. He calls Rakan's fangs back to his hand. Baru was startled. Excited Suho. Rakan's fang echoed. Suho responded. Just then, it seems this guy is quite angry with that bastard. I also have some matters to settle with him. Suho said. This is the first time the alliance between darkness and chaos has shown its strength. Suho thought to himself. Itarim. I finally found a clue connected to my father, Brokey. Annoyed and troublesome. A cowardly fool. Brokey threatens Suho. I will kill you. The system suddenly announced a new mission, an urgent task to defeat the Hina Guild. Eliminate Brokey. And keep yourself safe. Eliminate Brokey and the others. The system has sent a new mission to Suho. Can he overcome them? Baru is now holding the crying and complaining dog. Inhaling. I can do nothing but stand and watch. The dog lowers its head with a sad expression, as if lost in thought. The scene shifts to Sung Suho, who is now holding Jia Kan's fang. Fighting against Brokey, he silently thought. Hyena Bo Brokey, huh? Then he continued thinking. I think I've figured out where they got the gang name from. How can a monster both establish a gang and go catch humans at the same time? Could it be related to the Itazim gang? Itazim is the main antagonist of the story. Suddenly, the people behind shouted, Lord Brokey, please let us go. Which surprised both him and him. They continued. That guy is not an ordinary person. We will help you. And with their proposal, Brokey also pondered for a moment. At this moment, Sung Suho drew his sword and loudly declared, I won't just stand by and watch it happen. As he finished speaking, the monster opened its wide mouth filled with sharp teeth and lunged at those people, who screamed in fear. What? Then a gentle bite cut off all their heads, splattering blood everywhere. Sung Suho was shocked and terrified. What? Brokey says, thinking that I need help to deal with someone like this. Those who don't know their place are only fit to be fat prey. He felt extremely angry. Then he swung his sword towards him and shouted, Bo Brokey. The sword slashed quickly at him, but he easily caught it with his hand. He faces him directly, his eyes blazing with intense anger. He glares and asks, Do you kill people just for that reason? The monster replied, Deciding whether the weak survive or die is the right of the strong. Then, it spat you far away and said, "Do you think the strong need a reason for everything?" He immediately turned back and jumped down from above, his eyes blazing with fury as he stared at it. Then he clenched his teeth, grabbed his sword, and charged forward. The monster punched at him, but luckily he dodged just in time, causing the wall behind to shatter instantly, and the battle continued fiercely. The monster kept attacking as he countered, neither willing to give up, until suddenly a monster stomped hard on the ground, causing the earth to crack apart. Then its eyes suddenly lit up. A very strange smile appeared on its face, and then it braced itself to unleash a powerful shockwave that spread all around. Then it suddenly realized something. From above, an extremely familiar shadow appeared, catching it completely off guard. Sung Su swung a powerful slash at it. Fong Bao Cham. The monster raised its hand and blocked the attack. He laughed loudly with contempt. "Ha ha ha. I thought the aftermath of the Shadow Army Lord would be something else." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword pierced through him, causing him to gasp immediately. He said, "It's not over yet. I activate the tornado." Immediately, the sword unleashes a powerful gust of wind that pierces through the monster. He said, "Joki, why have you become like this?" Suddenly, the spear made a sound, and the one who had always been loyal and respectful to Lord Jia Kan. "Why did you change your heart?" This made him feel confused and uncomfortable. He stood there, lost in thought, thinking about Jia Kan, as he said, "Do I respect Jia Kan?" That image kept flashing in his mind, and he immediately grabbed the fang and said, "No, no." Then he swung his arm to force the fang down to the ground, smashing it to pieces. He shouted in anger, "I never respected him. Back then I only submitted to Jia Kan's strength." He said sadly to the shattered fang, "Do you think I will live forever as a weakling?" Sung Suho looked at that scene and shouted loudly, "Tusk!" Immediately, he rushed at him and punched him hard in the stomach, saying, "This is not the time for people to worry about others. So forget it. I feel overwhelming fear. The pain is so intense. It's as if my bones are about to shatter. But when I think of my father, who might still be fighting somewhere right now, this seems to give him extra strength." And he immediately breaks free from the punch. Then his eyes shine brightly. He turns around and emits an incredibly powerful aura, beginning to raise his fist. Then he delivered a powerful punch to the monster's stomach. "I can't afford to fall here." The monster was knocked away by his punch. Bidu Hat shouted loudly, "My missing king." At this moment the sword shattered into pieces. The gem in the sword's hilt has also shattered, and the power is leaking out. If it continues like this, I will be destroyed. Regardless of the survival of the clan's descendants, forget about the future of the South Tribe. Everything depends on Jung Su Ho. I want to fight more. I still want to fight. At this moment, it looks toward the dog in the distance. What will happen to His Majesty Jia Kan's successor? Ah, I understand now. Shung Shu Ho is still fighting fiercely against the monster. So this is what it means. His spirit and fighting spirit were inspired by noble deeds that do not tolerate evil. I understand now. The last thing I can do is to make it shine brightly from here. Then those shining lights began to approach the dog, and I could transfer all the remaining strength to the person for the posthumous aid of the Hungnya monarch. As he spoke, that immense power was transferred directly into the dog, healing all its wounds completely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shung Shu Ho was being relentlessly beaten by the monster. He was punched far away, then pushed against the nearby wall, which shattered, and he fainted. Now he was in a terrible state, his hair hanging down, sitting there trembling. His blood now only has 21 out of 2,350. But at this moment he has also regained consciousness with a face full of vitality and anger. Seeming to feel a bit stronger, the monster said, "It's just a bug," but it's lasted quite a while. Then he started to walk closer to where I was, and I wondered silently if I could defeat him. He shouted and charged at him to attack. "Die already." His sharp claws were about to touch him, and he clenched his fists in anger. Damn it. A massive explosion sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The dog earlier had bitten his hand just in time to save him. He was surprised by this. It looked back at him, and he said to it, the main one, looking at the bloodied bite mark on the monster's hand, he begins to realize something, and the big dog growls with anger. Suddenly, the system voice sounds, "Attention. The Nan descendant greatly admires the player's fighting spirit. Do you want to recruit the descendant of the Nan clan as your teammate?" He was so stunned he couldn't believe his eyes. The descendant of the Nan clan, meaning the little wolf from before. "Do you want to recruit as a teammate?" The monster looked at the wolf dog and asked, "You are a descendant of Jia Kan, who absorbed the magic power of Nan Jia Kan." Shung Shu was stunned. It absorbed magic from Nan He Jia Kan. meaning Nan Jia Kan, sacrificed himself to save the royal descendants. The system's voice continued to sound. Do you want to recruit the descendants of the Non-Vuot tribe as allies? He thought to himself that from the beginning he had wanted to team up with the Non-Vuot tribe. There was no reason to refuse, so he reached out his finger to press the control panel. The system voice rang out once more, confirming that the descendant of the Non-Vuot clan has become an ally. And at this moment, both his and the wolf dog's eyes widened. Something had seeped into his mind. I saw the image of the dog and the monster, he said. The descendant of Jia Kan. I have lost to the Dark Lord, he continued. After all, this world follows the law of the strong and the weak, and since I have lost, I will lose many things. Be strong to help the claw of prosperity thrive. After saying that, he pats the dog on the head, and the two dogs fall silent, tears welling up in their eyes. In front of them, the monster kneels before the group with the plus symbol on their heads to protect it. He said, "What are you? Why don't you end me?" The child in the woman's arms replied, "This seems to be a useful monster. It is exactly what I need. I had to choose this." So he slowly brought the Fail close to the monster's face. Because Fail had touched his eye, a heartbreaking scream made the dog outside tremble with fear. Hena, at Joki Beach. From now on, your task is to capture humans alive and bring them to me. The power I transfer into your body will grant you strength. Of course, it depends on who is using it. At this moment, the monster has transformed into a cruel being, and the dog behind it is crying out in despair. And then, something terrible happened that made the dog terrified. In front of it was Joki, crouching before his long tongue, laughing loudly with sharp teeth, as if their hopes had been twisted. Sung Soo Ho was only now stunned. Recalling the Non-Vuot tribe, these people had attached something to Joki's eyes, and they are the ones directly responsible for Ida Jimsao. The Nan-Vuot clan does not want revenge on Bo Joki, but wants to stop him from running wild. If this is related to their plan, I must defeat Bo Joki first, but I don't have the strength to defeat him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, saying you have received a mission to recruit allies, which surprised him. Mission notification: the king's retinue mission to find and recruit the king's retinues as allies. Now they have become allies. 1 of 8. Reward? Question mark. The connection skill has been formed due to the relationship with the remnants of the Toothfang tribe, surprising both him and the wolf dog. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared, forcing Joki to quickly cover his eyes. Bezu over here is also surprised. Huh. The young king is undergoing a different transformation from the king. At this moment, Joki said, I don't know what's happening, but you think I will sit still and wait for you to transform? Then he clenched his fist and swung it at him, creating an incredibly powerful shockwave. The system emitted a sound, creating a new skill through the connection with the Non-Vuot clan's lineage. Suddenly, a hand blocked his punch, catching him off guard. A man with platinum hair and a cross symbol on his forehead is none other than Sung Soo Ho, who has merged with the wolf dog, and he looks incredibly cool with his new appearance. I was also stunned. This is a system notification that the connection skill has taken control of the monster level 1. Mana consumption. 1 mana per link. When the Non-Vuot tribe's spirit takes over your body, your physical abilities will be enhanced and your senses will become as sharp as a beast. Reaching Joki's shore was a surprise. He thought, what? This time he combined the Non-Vuot deception. Then he threw a punch at him, but surprisingly, he dodged everything easily, thinking that his body felt really light and his senses sharper. I can feel every movement and dodge danger. Then he delivers a straight kick to his mask. If it had been now, he screams in blood and pain, not knowing if he'll still have teeth to eat porridge after this. Suddenly, he realizes something, This is the scream from earlier. Then at this moment, a cross-shaped symbol began to appear on his body. He looked at him and thought, I can't lose, or I will lose everything. Then he charged forward and punched at him, but he managed to block it. Bidu thought, the magic power of the young monarch has increased. Joki told him, I don't know what you did, but I will never let a human like you win. After all, the difference in strength comes from the difference in species. It's all because you're just a human, a lowly creature. And then both fists collided with each other, unleashing a massive power that destroyed everything around. After that attack, his arm was thrown back, catching him off guard. Then blood splattered everywhere, and the system announced that you have learned a new skill. Duel Lo 1. You become proficient in one-on-one combat skills. A passive skill that consumes mana. No. You will deal an additional 33% damage to opponents when attacking with this ability. Bidu was angry and said, how dare you mention differences, as if you were in front of the Dark King. No race is superior to the Dark King's race. And at this moment, he suddenly realized, wait a minute, this kid's wide open. He flies into the air, ready to strike with a devastating kick. That kick sent him flying to the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Both of them had caused the area to be in ruins. And after a while, his hair returned to its normal black color. He gasped for breath as the fox escaped from his body. Black Joki was now lying motionless, but his mouth kept talking non-stop. I have to become stronger. I need to become stronger. Chu Su-chi approaches and licks his face. Tears stream down his face. Ah. I remember now. That's why I have to become stronger. And his eyes gradually regain their clarity. The figure from the past appears. I went crazy because I couldn't protect you. The wolf howls in pain. And Sung Suho also lowers his head. System notification. You have defeated Hyena from Joki. Leveling up. Leveling up. The gray wolf stares with wide yellow pupils at the massive corpse it has just slain. The surrounding scene is filled with thick dust and smoke, turning everything into a pile of ruins. On the ground, the giant red monster is battered and exhausted from the attack. Even the gray wolf is exhausted, its ears drooping. Not just the two beasts. Sung Suho, in torn clothes, stands beside Chung Lak. The Shadow King ant flies beside him, noticing his owner's contemplative mood, and cheers him up. My lord, you did well. This encouragement from your monster friend slightly moved him. Are you sensing the energy of Itarim coming from Broki Suho? Suddenly asked with tension. I just looked through the memories of the vulture skin guardian. The hunters who entered Broki's lair placed something on its eye, and he suddenly remembered the scene from earlier. A few of them surrounded and restrained the beast while it was furious and thrashing in pain. Using a power that brought a golden energy-emitting object close to its eye, could they be from Itarim? And why did they attack Broki? He wondered. In response to his question, Beryu said again, probably not. The outer gods don't act on their own, but use apostles to disrupt the cause and effect. However, the purpose of those hunters is probably related to invading the world. Hearing the explanation, Suho furrowed his brow and clenched his fists, meaning there are apostles of Itarim on Earth too. At this point, he slightly lowered his head in disappointment and muttered, I wish I had more information. If only I hadn't lost track of the Itarim again. There is a way. Beryl suddenly interrupted his thoughts, making Suho exclaim in surprise. Really? The king ant flying beside him sparked an idea in his mind. Rocky remembers something about Itarim. If I consume his flesh, I can access those memories by doing so. I can also restore my mana. It's a two birds with one stone plan. Hearing its excited expression, he could only hold back and looked very distrustful. Do you really have such abilities? But even if I don't believe it, right now that's the only way to find out the truth. So helplessly, I can only turn my head and stare intently at the corpse of the monster in front of me. The wolf sensed his gaze and used its yellow tea-colored eyes to look back. One person and one beast stare into each other's eyes. Then Suho kneels down, smiling sincerely at it, and asks if it wants to come with them. I have a place I want to show you. The little wolf looked up and stared intently at the person in front of it, slightly cautious and silent. Suho didn't rush it, only patiently smiled, his eyes showing sincerity. Then, the gray wolf quickly responded by licking his face with its tongue to show trust and closeness, making Suho feel a bit overwhelmed, and he chuckled happily. After making the decision, he used a dark energy key to lift into the air. From the tip, a powerful vortex of energy spun out, opening a portal to another dimension. Suho stood before the vortex, gazing at the fox as if ready to step inside with him, then turned back and said, In that case, I'll be counting on you. Beirut. Behind, only shadow swords and the body of a giant monster stare at your shadow with a hint of annoyance. The missing king. You are truly kind. The place they arrived at is a city with tall buildings, seemingly modern but filled with a gloomy, dark atmosphere. Only faint light pierces through the fog, unable to dispel the darkness ahead. But one person and two beasts did not go directly into the city. They walked along a dirt road surrounded by tall trees, and Beirut flew beside him, wondering why the king of the insects chose to enter the dungeon instead of returning home. Suho chuckled and explained, I want to find a place where the Nanvut tribe can live. And Beirut was startled. In the dark and gloomy dungeon, he let the wolf go ahead, and it looked around in the unfamiliar place, while he followed behind and told the Ant King that I have an alliance with the Nanvut tribe. He has lost both his guardian and the holy temple, so he is very pitiful. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, saying that your teammate from the Nanvut tribe wants you to give them a name. He looked closely, and the system reminded him to name the Nanvut tribe, making Suho gasp and point at the wolf. You want me to name A? And when its owner asked that, it turned its head to look back. Suho stroked his chin, stared at it intently, and thought seriously. Since your fur is gray, let's call you Grady. As soon as the words left his mouth, the nearby ant king stifled a laugh. His naming ability is just like a king, but the fox seems quite happy with the name you gave it, its eyes squinting as if smiling. And the system display also appears. Gray, relationship, teammate, trust, respect. Seeing that it's in a good mood, Suho excitedly suggested, Gray. Now I will redesign this forest into the territory of the vultures. Make the most of it. Immediately after, a cheerful howl from the wolf rang out, and he swung his arm, creating an invisible barrier as the system also appeared. Announcement: part of the Dark Dungeon has been transformed into the territory of the Viper-Tooth clan. With Gray appointed as the owner of the Viper-Tooth clan's territory, the entire area has become the later home of the wolf, which excitedly ran around everywhere, and then clawed wildly at a tree with its sharp claws. Seeing his friend so eager, he felt a bit more at ease and asked casually, Gray, what will you eat? Then heard the reply that since he carries the blood of the non-Voot tribe, he will probably eat raw organs or monsters. That's good. Suho smiled upon hearing its answer. He turned his head to one side, smugly saying, since there are still monsters here that I haven't dealt with, I guess I'll have Gray clean them up for me. Following his line of sight, behind the tree, a humanoid monster with blue skin and red eyes was eavesdropping. Knowing he had been discovered, he immediately tried to escape. Before he could escape, the gray wolf quickly arrived, opening its large mouth with sharp teeth, and the golden human flashed with an unusual light. After the wolf's howl, its massive body had already arrived, and before the monster could react, it was struck down, its head severed from its neck. The remaining ones, seeing their comrades killed, rushed forward in anger, trying to use their spears to kill the beast in front of them. But faced with its large and agile body, they dodged several of the wolf's attacks. They quickly fell into a defensive position. All these actions were seen by Suho from the tree branch, praising, very good movement, Gray. Now I will organize the spoils. The system rang out again, announcing that the mission rewards listed below had been prepared for you. Reward 1. 5 ability points. Reward 2. The title of Wolf Slayer. Seeing this line, Suho felt even happier. Notification: you have earned the title Wolf Hunter. The Wolf Hunter title is awarded to the hunter who kills the most wolves, increasing your stats by 40% when fighting beast-type monsters. Looking at the system lines, he scratched his head confused. Satlang Nan and Rocky are just links, and beside him, Beirut, with a helpless expression, not a determined one, should ignore those small details. Suho reluctantly gave up and opened the mission board again, displaying the mission information: find the king's allies and recruit comrades. Current allies and companions, 1 out of 8. Rewards unknown. Looking at the clutter on the screen, he fell silent again. Fine then. This mission is to find the king's how-do and form alliances. Beirut also managed to decipher some of this, wondering why the king doesn't have a system like this. Hearing that, he looked over, and it continued, saying that the leveling system was created for him and had been partially modified to remove its original malicious intentions. Hearing this, Suho was stunned. Malicious intentions. Beirut explained that back then, the system pushed the player named Sung Jingu to grow rapidly, and the administrator's goal was to use him as a vessel for the Dark King. At the moment the objective was achieved, your father's soul should have been destroyed, but he resisted the system and became the Dark Lord himself. Then the king became the supreme ruler and no longer needed to level up, he said thoughtfully, and Suho found it hard to understand. So now is the system helping us become the Dark Lord? That's not true. There is only one true Dark Lord, Beirut explained. As he spoke, he looked up at him with a determined gaze and said, I believe the system will adapt in a beneficial direction and guide you if any new functions appear. They will surely be loaded to assist you. Hearing that, he suddenly became serious, his eyes narrowing slightly, focusing on the system's target, the status window. The screen lights up again, showing the status window with name Sung Suho. Level 16. Class None. Spirit None. Title Blood Hunter. Health 2550. Mana 270. Strength 35. Stamina 27. Agility 27. Intelligence 27. Reflexes 27. Current points 5. Passive skills none. Active skills: Dominator's Hand level 1. Shadow Ball level 2. Durability level 2. Storm Slash level 1. Looking at some data on the display, he carefully analyzed it, and after hearing the explanation, I roughly understood why my profession was none. Suho suddenly felt a bit worried, thinking to himself that his stats had increased significantly since the first time he was chased by Mistbond at level 1, and he never expected to gain so many useful skills. He still sits on the tree, looking down at the gray canyon fighting against the blue, green, yellow monsters below. The more he looks, the more he feels helpless. Still, I am still very weak against that last boss. If I didn't have so many gray and those connection skills, I would have lost to Brocky already. If the mission created by the system is to benefit me, then I will go complete that mission right now. If I can complete everything, I think I will be able to see my parents again. I quickly forced a smile and regained my composure. Immediately after, Suho regained his composure and jumped down from the branch, then looked at Baru and asked, "Oh right. Have you found any traces of the Iterum from Brocky's memories yet?" Hearing the owner ask, it spread its arms to explain. I tried to check, but there was no Iterum apostle who brainwashed Brocky. So, there are no more clues left. Huh. Before he could finish asking, Baru mysteriously said, "But, more memories of those who founded the social network for Brocky and forced humans to cry come back." And it immediately told him the fragments of memories it had seen after eating the flesh of that guy. It is a base where the red monster is in charge, and his strong subordinates have helped him shoot humans and imprison them in underground cells. At the end of that society, hearing the king of insects slowly reveal these things, Suho was stunned. A society indeed. Before he could finish his amazement, Baru continued to say the name, the Grim Reaper, with an icon of a death god holding a scythe. They even built a large modern base. Based on that, it suggested that if we dig deeper into that guild, we will learn more about Itarum. Meanwhile, on the other side, a phone suddenly rang on the table. A slender hand pressed the screen, causing it to light up and connect. "What's going on? Be quiet. Aren't you heading to Southeast Asia for a raid?" The person on the other end immediately shouted after hearing that. "That's not important. Have you seen the news? You're behind this incident involving the spirit child." "Right. What do you mean? Ann, isn't there a spirit in the zoo too?" The person on the other end shouted in frustration. "Don't change the subject." Lee Min-sung. "But no matter how confident they are, they still look so unimpressive. You talk so annoyingly that it makes Taeji-yu furious. I already know you've teamed up with the Spirit Guild, and the association will find out soon." The phone screen shows the call connecting. The other person is threatening fiercely. "But so what if he doesn't turn around? What will they do if I say no? If I get a lawyer? Even the association won't be able to do anything. Even so, don't get too arrogant. The law may not be enough. But the association president is not someone easy to deal with. Remember to clean up properly before I get back." The phone on the table rang a few times and then went silent. But Min-sung didn't say anything more. After the other side disconnected, he looked terrifying, eyes full of anger, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. And whatever he wanted to say, he finished and then left. He used to be just his driver, but now he dares to look down on him because he's an SU rank. Unable to contain his anger, he suddenly turned around and punched down with a powerful blow, shattering the phone on the table into pieces and destroying the entire table as well. Lee Min-sung stood up and said, with a voice full of hatred, "The name that defeated Brocky and destroyed the Spirit Bridge Guild. Even with information from survivors. All I know is he's a young hunter wearing a black mask. Forget it, I don't have time to waste on someone I don't have enough information about." And as he spoke, he reached his hand into his chest pocket. Looking at the gemstone with shimmering blue crystals in his hand, he smiled faintly. "This is more important. Lee Min-sung, the Death Guild, vice executive of the Anoka Hunter Association." Looking at the gem reflecting the shadow on his hand, "Before the Stardust Hunter awakens. If this business succeeds, no one can look down on me anymore." Gray stomped hard on the monster, killing it instantly. Seeing Gray's fierce hunting display, Suho praised him, saying, "You're getting better at hunting. Keep it up to serve the young king." Gray growled in response. Suho said, "Now, Gray, don't leave anything behind, and eat everything clean for me." Right after that, Gray kept biting and tearing continuously without stopping. Suho wondered why Gray had turned into GRR. At least it adapted faster than I thought. Notification. Your companion, Gray's experience from hunting monsters has reached the threshold and will be transferred to the player, with a 50% experience loss. Hearing the notification, Suho was surprised, pointing at the screen and asking, "Baru, my experience just increased from Gray's hunt. Is this also part of the system?" Baru also wondered aloud. "So why?" Baru continued, "I'm not sure, but maybe it's similar to how the Shadow Soldier's experience points are transferred to the king." Suho listened and replied with his chin resting on his hand. "So it's like a group system that shares experience points among members. Just like in a game?" he asked. "Even though there's a 50% loss, isn't the automatic increase in experience points a good thing?" Baru replied. "Then let Gray go hunting here from now on." Hearing that, Gray looked confused and scared. Suho realizes something. It's the status window again. Notification: you have met the conditions to unlock the quest by defeating a certain number of monsters in the Shadow Dungeon. Notification: the daily task to clear the Shadow Dungeon has appeared. Notification: daily quest to clear the Shadow Dungeon, defeat 100 monsters, 0 over 100. 10 Decurion monsters, 0/10. And 1 Centurion monster, 0 over 1. Seeing that, Suho exclaimed, in surprise, does it want me to kill monsters for the daily quest? Don't think that if a quest appears, there will definitely be a reward. Since it's a daily quest, we get rewards every day, Suho replied. It seems the system wants this area to be completely under your domain. Suho looked suspicious and said he had to find 100 monsters in such a vast area. Suddenly, he remembered his item and shouted out loud. Tuner. The item, tuner, probably a musical instrument, is used by the Centurion monster to summon its subordinates. Suho holding the flute in his hand, he said. I received this item after defeating a monster. Then he took the flute, blew into it, and the system notified me that I had used the flute to summon nearby monsters. The surrounding space begins to stir slightly, with feet pounding rapidly on the ground. A series of monsters quickly rushes toward Suho. He calmly spoke again. Just as I thought. Ru, beside him, looked surprised. Wow, I didn't expect him to attract the monsters using a flute. He's really top-notch. Suho clenched his fist tightly. Immediately after, his eyes flash brightly as he punches forcefully toward the monster. Suho's fist moves with incredible speed. The monster, struck by Suho's punch, clenched its teeth in pain but didn't stop. He kept punching relentlessly at another monster. With that strength, the demon beast's face was deeply gouged, and he continued to strike without stopping. One by one, the monsters that approached were beaten to a pulp by Suho. He silently thought to himself, I'm tired of fighting these monsters, as if I have to battle many of them. Then he used 2 to summon, and the system notification appeared, indicating you have used the 2 item to call nearby monsters. Along with the sound of the summon and the notification popping up, you have used the summon item to call nearby monsters. With such long calls, the illusionary monsters appeared, all of them terrifyingly powerful. But Suho seemed to enjoy it. At least this much at once. Suho, Rei, and Baru stand facing the horde of monsters, raising their hands and shouting, initiating the attack. Rei quickly wipes and presses the monster down to the ground. The other monsters charged again but were blocked by our team, and the battle intensified. Suho fought more fiercely, attacking relentlessly until they fell. Notification daily. Dark Dungeon Cleanup Mission completed. 100 monsters defeated. 107 out of 100. 10 Decurion monsters defeated. 10 out of 10. 1 Centurion monster defeated. 1 out of 1. He hunted non-stop for 3 hours, leaving Rei exhausted and collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. The daily dungeon cleanup mission has been completed. You have received your reward from the quest. Please check if you accept or decline the reward. Suho stroked his chin, pondering, and seeing that expression, Baru wondered if something was wrong with the king. He said the mission counter seemed to be malfunctioning. I completed the objective, but it keeps counting. Notification daily dungeon cleanup mission in the Dark Abyss. 100 monsters, 107 out of 100. 10 Decurion monsters, 10 out of 10. 1 Centurion monster, 1 out of 1. Suddenly Suho smiled. Could it be that? Contrary to his appearance, Rei was more terrified than ever, staring at him in shock. He excitedly exclaimed that if he kept counting, there might be hidden rewards. So let's see how far he can go. Notification. The daily task of clearing the Dark Dungeon is complete. 100 monsters defeated. 200 out of 100. 10 Decurion monsters defeated. 20 out of 10. 1 Centurion monster defeated. 2 out of 1. Notification. The daily Dark Dungeon cleanup mission has been completed. You have received your reward from the mission. Notification to check if the reward is accepted or rejected. Rei is now lying still on the ground, transforming into a statue with 4 legs raised to the sky, while Suho excitedly shouts, there really is a hidden reward. He said without hesitation, except, the reward notification states, you will receive the following rewards: a status recovery, 2 attribute points, plus or minus 3, 3 randomly blessed chests to choose from, and 4 randomly cursed chests to choose from. Accept all. Accept or refuse, Suho happily said. I accept the first reward. And the system displayed 1 status recovery item. Suho happily realized he had fully recovered, as if he just leveled up, which would be very useful during combat when injured. Suho continued to receive rewards, accepting the second one. The higher the level, the harder the stats are to gain, just like how daily quests help him grow stronger each day. Suho's achievement board now shows the village's best assassin with 2,550 health, 270 strength, 35 power, 27 Stamina. 27. Agility. 27 Intelligence. 27 Reflexes. 8 points available. No passive skills. And an active skill. Level 1. Dominator's Power. Suho seemed hesitant. And finally, the system announced that you must choose between 2 random boxes. Which one will you pick? The blessed random box grants players what they desire, while the cursed random box bestows what they do not need. Suho leaned against the corner of the tree, analyzing that choosing what he wanted might result in something useless. But if it was what he needed, it could be something he didn't want. Brother, the range of what I want is too broad. And right now I need more things. After a long period of thinking, I decide to choose the cursed random box. You have received the Horn of the Invincible. The item appears, and Suho is surprised gloves. The system explains that the Horn of the Invincible is a rare item, a set of attack gloves with a level of 40. The gauntlet forged from the horn of the greedy, invincible demon increases damage thanks to the power of invincibility within it, with the destructive desire effect boosting physical damage by 30%. The effect of the devouring power of the demon lord grows stronger in proportion to the number of demon souls it has swallowed. Hasn't it? He spoke, saying that he can't always turn shadow soldiers into weapons, so he really needs a personal weapon, and this one fits perfectly. Suho put on the arm guard that was just gifted to him. He started to throw the first punch and exclaimed, increasing physical damage by 30%, which means the number of demons he can hunt will also increase. It's a bit heavy, so I'll invest all my points into strength, raising it from 35 to 43. Suho is very excited and doesn't think about his teammates hanging too much. He's happy in the middle of the chaos. Maybe now, I should increase the number of weapons by defeating more monsters. As the status of your companion's mission is changing, the mission notification indicates that Gray's loyalty has shifted from admiration to fear. Beirut spoke up. Your Highness, Gray isn't a shadow soldier with infinite stamina. Right now Gray is struggling desperately in fear. And that's when Suho finally noticed. Ah, sorry. I have to leave now. I have something to find outside. The system says you have escaped from the dark dungeon. Suho, looking puzzled, asked. The name of the guild related to the cursed guild is Reaper. Right, Beirut replied. Yes. He wondered what to investigate first, when suddenly, their phones rang together. Suho looked at the screen in surprise. It's a message from TA. Ta. Save me. At Sion Station. Danger zone. Lim Dogi-un waved his hand and shouted loudly, Suho over here, thank you for coming. He then approached Suho and continued, I have to go into the dungeon today, but no one responded to carry the load. Hearing that, Suho wondered. No one is working, Lim Dogi-un replied. Yeah. That's how it is. Lim Dogi-un angrily clenched his fists and scolded Dunyai. Those bastards are probably drinking somewhere. Suho quickly said, I will help you and stay calm. He took a set of clothes and handed it to Suho, saying you're truly the best. Suho accepted it, surprised and asked, Isn't that HatSmart gear? He explained, since porters are more at risk than miners. HatSmart equipment is essential, Lim Dogi-un continued. Miners can safely extract in cleared areas, but carriers must follow closely behind the monsters caught by the raiding team. So we have to go right after them. Ta Huyen explains other dangerous situations. We must prepare for every possible attack, and we could also be pierced by thorns from the monster's claws. Suho put on his protective gear and exclaimed, So that's what the HatSmart equipment is for. A group of people suddenly approached, the leader noticing the two of them and showing displeasure. Huh. So there are so few porters. Lim Dogi-un hurriedly replied, Sorry to the porters who should have been here today but are absent. He angrily said, We already signed the contract, so why are you all so irresponsible? Do you know how much we paid the Reaper Society for entry fees, if you're left behind? I'll report it to the association and you'll never be able to work as movers again. Lim Dogi-un hurriedly replied, Yes, we will do our best, please trust us. They left immediately, but the leader muttered under his breath, That's why I hate irresponsible people. Lim Dogi-un leans on Suho, complaining that he's not even the team leader, and tells Suho to recover and teach them a lesson. Suho stands silently for a moment. He's thinking, 4 D-ranked mages, 4 D-ranked hunters, and a level C healer. The loudmouth earlier seems to be the leader of this raid team. The random box cursed by the original owner just received stops the weapon's need to devour and kneel before me. Lim Dogi-un warns Suho to watch his step. And Suho, thinking again, recalls the assistant instructor Lim Hua who contacted him at that time and the cursed area owned by the Li AB organization. He just recalled the terrifying room and the fierce appearance of the monsters, then guessed that all of this might not be just a coincidence. He made a final conclusion that something dangerous could be about to happen. The assault team has stopped. One of them is holding a weapon, and the leader signals with a flame that we've arrived at the punishment zone. Then he shouted again, Everyone get into position and prepare to fight. And immediately after, they all lined up and unleashed their ultimate skills. The monsters slowly crawled closer, looking extremely terrifying. The leader turned to look at Suho and Lim Dong-il and reminded them that since there are only 2 of you collecting items, you should stay close to us and gather the items as quickly as possible. Lim Dong-il confusedly sighed, unable to believe they forced him to follow the fighting team, while Suho looked at the monsters and pondered. Monster God Phase A. I wish I could find some demons to test my Vuncan horn tree I got from the turtle chest. Suho watched the fighting group with the monster god phase, just thinking, it's okay. This is a good opportunity to see how a group of hunters fight. I will learn how other hunters work together differently in battle. Suho grabbed the key in his hand, thinking to himself that since he had completed the daily mission, he now had quite a few goblin commanders and goblin leaders. Then he shouted, "Get up!" Immediately, shadow soldiers appeared. Suho thought, because his intelligence stat had increased, now he could control 7 shadow soldiers. The monster demons had already fallen to the ground. The hunters stood there watching the situation, and one of them spoke up. "I think we're done here. Let's take a break, everyone." The leader glanced and replied, "Already taking a break. I only have 2 people collecting in my team. If I want to hunt more, those 2 might get in the way." Suddenly, the leader's eyes looked a bit different. He looked at Suho's group in surprise. "What are they doing? Have they finished collecting?" The shadow soldiers are hurriedly cleaning up the remains of the divine lizard monsters and putting them into the barrels. They just cleaned up and talked. And with Suho's calmness, everything was quite easy. The attack team was slower than I thought. Seeing the dark soldier leader in shock, he exclaimed, "Is this your recovery item?" Suho replied, "Why do you ask that?" And Lin Do-gi-un stood there worried. Is he going to cause trouble again? But suddenly the leader grabbed Suho's hand tightly. He exclaimed loudly, "Please become our exclusive collector." Suho replied softly, "I don't intend to be a collector forever." Hearing that, he shouted in panic, "We will pay you the highest price on the market." Suddenly, the one behind shouted loudly, "Captain, we are in big trouble." He continued, "We found a corpse." The captain asked in surprise, "A corpse, a body with no clothes, only tattered pants, burned all over." The team leader approached the corpse and said, "Yes, it's definitely him, based on the gear and clothing. He seems to be an ordinary person." He continued, "I've never heard of any monster in Gasol that uses fire." Lim Do-jun hesitated in surprise and asked, "Could Suho be one of them?" Suho replied, "Yeah, I think they are. He looked dangerous. This is a fire fog." The team captain was surprised. "You mean, the fire mist is a new type of monster that uses blue fire?" "Right," Lim Do-jun replied. "I'm quite sure. A serious incident involving fire mist happened at our university." The scavengers shouted loudly, "There's another one over here. And from another corner, there's a report. It's also here. Should we stop scavenging and report this to the association?" "Captain." The captain stood there pondering. "It's strange, but judging by the clothes of the corpses, they are ordinary people, not hunters. Our team is mostly fake awakeners and weak ones, so we should be able to handle this ourselves." I suspected it, so he ordered them to keep attacking. And they responded, "Yes, that's right. That's how it should be." While Suho thought to himself, even in this situation, keep attacking, Suho immediately warned, "Those fire spirits are more dangerous than I thought." The team captain shouted angrily, "I am the one in charge here. Gather your equipment and follow us quickly." Lim Do-jun anxiously asked, "Do we have to face the fire fog again?" Suho asked. "You have the skill to escape." "Right." Hearing that, Lim Do-jun continued, "Then why are you stopping? Just ask." Suho replied, "If something happens, just run away. I don't know what dangers lie ahead." Then he went inside with the hunters. Inside, the fog and flames are crying out. A bunch of children are chained to a master, and there are also some strange temporary people. Ammut said, "It's still not enough fire. Why does the supply source keep having problems?" Momu angrily replied, "I told you there was a problem with the supplier, so the supply isn't stable. Maybe I should ask them for a new source." The black demon, with a wolf-like face covered by a cloth wrapped around its head, added urgently. Momu, standing nearby, was upset about the shortage and said she couldn't believe that the Hina Guild's supplier had been destroyed. At this rate, the star powder production would be lower than other factories. Suddenly, Ammut sensed something unusual. He said, "I feel a presence above. Hunters. How perfect just when I need more firewood." The beast with the icy band wrapped around its head spoke, then said we should prepare like a summon alliance ritual, and those remaining added, "Remember to capture them alive." He clenched his sword and replied, "Of course." The group of hunters ventured deeper inside, slaughtering countless divine monsters. The captain happily said, "Looks like we're going to make a lot of money." The barrier guard replied, "No wonder we keep hunting." He happily continued, "Now I also have a great gathering team. Should I use it right now since I've been saving it for this moment?" Then he took out a gem and said, "This is Stardust, do you guys know it?" They wondered if this was the item of great mana that was being widely sold among hunters. And the person next to him added, "This is very hard to get. I didn't expect you to have one." The captain replied, "It only works for a week, but it can raise the level of a low-level awakener by 1. He stared intently at the gem and continued, "If I eat it, I will have mana of at least a level C or even higher." At this moment, the bandaged demon is slowly emerging from the shadows as the terrifying demon screams. He also throws out a sharp green sword. He stabbed the captain from behind, making him gasp in shock and fear as he spat blood, while the bandaged demon calmly sneered. "Don't die yet." The gem he was holding dropped to the ground and shattered. Seeing that, the barrier guardian panicked and shouted, "Captain, that demon is still alive." The hunters were terrified and immediately shouted out, "Did the monster just talk quickly?" They started counting in their mouths. 1, 2. Then he concluded with a sentence. 10 enemies in total. A tough opponent. The fierce demon holding the stardust in his hand shouted, "I don't need 10 people. With a strong breath, I will kill." The glowing gem on the disgusting hand of the evil beast. The hunters shouted in panic, "Stardust. Even monsters can use stardust," he responded with a playful smile. "Precise." Seeing this, they hurriedly shouted, "We must kill it before stardust takes effect. Everyone attack." As he pulled up, the fierce demon also caught the other demon, blood staining his body, one hand holding a weapon, the other dragging a human corpse. He proudly shouted, "I've gathered the firewood." A notification appears, indicating the mission has started. Suho stands silently, watching as the wedding fire gradually dies out until the last flame is extinguished. They screamed in terror, shouting loudly, "What's that? It's too dark. I can't see anything. Help. There's a monster." The panicked screams echoed through the blood-red darkness. Only the fierce demon remains. He, covered in fresh blood, holding a weapon in one hand and dragging a human corpse in the other, proudly exclaims that he has gathered the firewood. The notification appears, indicating the mission has started. Suho stands quietly, watching the notification. The mission from the notification is to rescue the survivors, some of whom have been captured by a demon. The reward will depend on the number of people you save. There are 7 survivors, but you may not be able to save them all. Hearing that, Suho took off his hood and responded with a hint of surprise. A demon indeed. Mission notification, rescue the survivors, some of whom have been taken by a demon. The reward will depend on the number of people you save alive or dead. Suho looked a bit worried and uneasy. Seeing that, Beirut asked, "Little Lord, is something wrong?" You reply that a new mission has appeared, and it seems like the demons around here have already cornered the humans. Suho continued, saying that the more people I save, the greater the reward, which means those people will soon be in danger. Suho immediately nervously told Lim Do-gyun that he had a feeling about the attack Team X, then anxiously hurried to organize everything. The monsters would take him to the gate. Lim Do-gyun, before he could understand what was happening, was dragged away by the monsters and shouted in surprise, "Wait a moment, Suho. What about you?" He replied, "I will go find the assault team." Hearing that, Lim Do-gyun was a bit surprised. Immediately, he fell silent and went into deep thought. Lim Do-gyun said, "All right, if we stay, then I'd just be waiting around. Next time when we go out, I'll ask the Hunters Guild for help." Suho replied, "Thank you." At this moment, Suho barked again, "Go." From his usual self, Suho transformed into a fighting stance, wearing gloves given as a reward, and then said, "We need to hurry up." As soon as he finished speaking, Suho quickly wiped his face in an instant. The tunnel is filled with spiderweb-covered train wires and a gloomy, ominous atmosphere. The walls around are covered with scratches and blood, and the deeper we go, the stronger the stench of blood becomes. The dead and the barely breathing lie scattered on the floor. He said that the fierce demon has returned to its lair to celebrate its victory. The firewood has been gathered. And Momo saw this and replied, "You really do come back quickly." Then he continued, "The gate will soon open and the demons will be resurrected." The bandaged demon hesitated before each word. "I won quickly." So Momu told him, "All right. Go, gather firewood quickly to celebrate your swift victory." Then he turned around and walked away, clutching the annoyed captain's head. Unfair. Momu was excited. "I am very happy that we can enhance ourselves by creating and using the devil's secret techniques and awakening stimulants derived from chaos poison. Stardust." Momu explained further that chaos poison can enhance magic power, but its side effect is corroding the user's vitality. The side effect of burning the demon crystal is that it will be soaked in demon blood, which can make it dissolve by replacing it with the fire of hellfire. He added that even monsters created by destroying the souls of living beings, causing them to lose their willpower, are brought into this world by apostles, giving our low-level demons a chance to become stronger. The bandaged demon also responded. That's right. Suddenly, a muffled sound as if recognizing a strange noise. He spoke, sensing a rapidly approaching aura. Mumu looked a bit surprised. Still a hunter. The bandaged demon responded hesitantly. Most likely a new teammate of the hunter. The door was quiet. Su-ho used all his strength to kick it open, shocking the three demons. One of them was knocked far away. He asked, "Is this the place?" Suddenly, his eyes became a bit cautious. Looking at the strange demons in front, Su-ho thought to himself, "Are they demons?" Then he looked back at the chained people, wondering if what was behind them was a ritual involving burning some fire spirits. Is the number of survivors 7? And are they rescued? Seeing the survivor count still safe, lost in thought, the bandaged demon quickly lunged toward him, but he dodged the attack, surprising the demon who didn't expect this move. Su-ho, with an angry expression, asked if they were the ones who had killed the hunters he met on the way here, then immediately struck the bandaged beast, knocking it far away. Lost in thought, Momu watches the situation and wonders if he can dodge even when the younger brother has been enhanced with dust. It seems we need to lend a hand. Ut bites his lip tightly. The demon who was causing Su-ho's distress suddenly appeared, blocking his attack and saying, "Move aside." He clenched his fists tightly. A body 100 times larger than Su-ho. He kept punching towards him, but Su-ho was quick to dodge the dangerous strikes. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power coming from behind him. A terrifying figure with an indistinct face, unleashing overwhelming strength. That person is Momu. Immediately he used that electric current to transfer directly into Su-ho's body. The bandaged demon seized his sword and unleashed a huge, terrifying burst of power. The shadow soldiers also start to appear, blocking the bandaged demon. Momu is surprised. How is that possible? Su-ho immediately counterattacked, knocking Momu away. Momu quickly said, "That is..." But before he could finish, Ut replied, "Yes." He recalls a time from the past and explains that it is what we saw on the day the demon race was destroyed. It is exactly the power of the Dark Lord. Then he said, "However, Ut's magic is still far from that of the Dark Sovereign." At this moment, the bandaged demon was trying to look very intimidating. Momu replied that if he wasn't the Dark Lord, there would be no need to be afraid. Momu stepped closer to the bandaged demon. Su-ho thought to himself, if he fought each one individually, they would be weaker than Brocky, but with their combined strength like this, it's going to be difficult for me. He desperately thought of a way, but continuing to revive the demon beasts would only waste mana. Should I use that method? Beirut appeared and spoke. "The Dark Lord. But you already know, I only consume death to the extent that I can read their memories. The rest I have to leave behind. Your subordinate. Can you use that method on yourself? Can you do that? Can you use that method on yourself? Can you use that method on yourself? Can you use that method on me? 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 Can you use that method on yourself? Can you use that method on yourself? Can you use that method on me? Can you do that for me? Can you use that method on me? Can you use that method on me? Can you use that method on me? Can you do that for me? Can you use that method on 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 me? Can you do that for me? Can you use that method on me? Can you use that method on me? Can you use that method on me? Can you do that for me? Can you use that method on 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 me? Can you do that for 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 me? Can you use that method on me? Can you use that method on me? Can you use that method on me? Can you do that for me? Can you do that for me? Can you do that for me? Can you use that method on 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 me? Can you do that to me? Can you do that to me? Can you use that method on me? Can you use that method on me? Can you use that method on yourself? Huh. Suddenly, her eyes looked incredibly surprised. In front of her is the fierce battle between the evil demons and Brocky that Su-ho experienced earlier. The girl is surprised, wondering why there are shadow soldiers here. The bandaged demon charged at Su-ho, but he blocked its sword. He tightly grips the sword and strikes the demon again with force. It cried out in pain. He kicked it again, thinking to himself, this should be enough to take it down. Su-ho's eyes grew sharper. Another attack rushed at him, and he angrily thought to himself, another troublemaker. If they team up against us, It will be pretty tough. Blind Dream blocks and says to the bandaged demon, "Be careful, little brother." He responds, "Thank you." Suho then makes his move. If the fight lasts too long, I will lose Braki to Grey due to assimilation. And after becoming a shadow soldier, he's weaker than before. So I can only block one of them. At this moment, the monsters are frantically attacking Braki from all sides. Suho is thinking of a way. Now he must challenge those two to a one-on-one fight with each of them. Suddenly, the girl from earlier jumped out and blocked in front of Suho. She spoke up, answering her question. Both Momu and Suho looked somewhat surprised and confused. She clenched her sword with an angry expression and asked, "Where is Jingu right now?" Suho heard the familiar name and wondered if this female knight was searching for her father. Where did she come from, and why was she injured? Beru rushed over in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "That girl is Ezu, she's shocked." With this voice, Iso turned around happily and exclaimed, "It's you, Beru. It's really you. I'm so glad to see you, but where is your body?" She kept asking questions rapidly. "Where is Jingu and who is the man with him?" Beru replied, "It's a long story." And Suho stood behind, looking confused. The bandaged demon says, "The sacrificial demon." Mumu responds, "That's right, but I seem to be familiar with those guys. If they're on that side, it's going to be pretty complicated." Izu happily said, "If Beru is here, it means that day has been achieved. I can rest assured now." Beru quickly said, "Now is the critical moment. Reunite now and later. If you're here, help us take care of those demons." Hearing that, she panicked and shouted, "Oh my goodness." Right now Mumu launched an attack and shouted, "Take care of the injured demon first. I only need her blood to make stardust." Suho thought to himself, "I remember meeting her before and wondered if she could handle all of them since she looks injured." Beru replied, "Low-level demons can't do anything to her." Beru continued, "Her old name is Isu. When our lord destroyed the demons under her family was the only demon clan remaining. She is the eldest daughter of the Ladians clan, and if measured by human standards, she is as strong as an S-rank." Hearing that, he was surprised, and thought to himself, "An S-rank. So I might get to see an S-rank fight her." The battle between Iso and some demons begins, but contrary to Beru's story, Iso was defeated quickly. Suho and Beru stood there too stunned to see anything. "What's going on?" Iso was knocked down to the ground, and Beru flew over to ask, "Izu, you seem to love her so naturally." Beru continued, "Even the mana I sense from her is lower than before." Isu sobbed and hesitated. "Something has happened to him." She said that half a year ago many demons in the demon world rebelled, and although we fought with all our might, my family couldn't stop the rebellion alone. I have relied on other members of the family to survive, but my blood was taken during the escape, causing me to lose my power. She was crying and begging, "Beru, please lend me some of your power." Beru coldly replied, "It would just be a waste of mana." She's joking again. Go on. The most helpless one is probably Suho standing there, thinking now I have to carry these two powerless kids. The demon gang heard that and happily whispered to each other, "Did you hear that, brother?" Momo responded faintly, "It's hard to tell because she's weakened. But if that person is a survivor from the demon clan, this is a good chance for us to get noble demon blood." And Suho said, "If I could fight one-on-one, I could at least handle one of them." Beru replied, "In that case, I think I have a pretty good idea." Then he manifested a red power and said this is the perfect moment to use that ability, the one I regained after restoring a bit of mana. Immediately, Beru transferred that energy into Isu. Notification: Beru has used the Dark Ring command skill. The Dark Ring command increases Isu's stats by 50%. Notification: Isu has been affected by the Mad Curse as a side effect. Beru hurriedly scolds, calling her a useless demon girl, while Isu, now seemingly energized, surges forward with overwhelming power toward the demons. Suho stood there, lost in thought, wondering why she still seemed so guilty. But now it's a one-on-one battle. The demons are still fighting Braki. Iso rushes forward. The black demon wrapped in bandages says, collecting the blood of the demon noble. He swung towards Isu, seeming to cause her some pain. Suho quickly rushed in and knocked him to the ground. He continues to gather his strength and pushes himself to the limit. He struck the demon hard. The demon, wrapped in bandages, was thrown far away, its body surrounded by a powerful aura. It looks pained and opens its mouth wide. Its face is now split in two. Suho grabbed the knife and slashed at it again. This time, the demon was definitely finished. "You have defeated a low-level demon. You have leveled up," Suho smugly said. "I want the credit for the first kill." A notification appeared. Vunkin's forest has devoured the demon lord's soul. The soul has swallowed a powerful destructive effect, increasing physical damage by 31%. On the side of the two demons, Iso is attacking relentlessly. Blinded, he shouted in panic, Is the youngest sister dead? What should I do with this crazy woman? Iso is now becoming more aggressive but gradually losing stamina. The target of Iso's skill has run out of energy and the effect of the skill has ended. Then she collapsed to the ground again, surprising the demon. Before he could understand what was happening, Suho quickly rushed from behind, grabbing his head. He exclaimed in shock. What is this? In just a flash, the foggy dream was also destroyed. Suho continued. After 2 hits, you have defeated a low-level demon. The Vuncan Forest has devoured the demon's soul leader. Now only a weak one remains. He seems more panicked and scared. He thinks to himself, now we are at a disadvantage in numbers A. These useless bastards. Suddenly, he looked at Brocky in front of him, thinking further, but his head still wasn't clear. He pushed Brocky aside and ran in a different direction. He rushes towards Izu, reaching out his hand to her, planning to absorb the blood of the demon noble to become stronger. Suho immediately rushed forward, blocking the demon and shouting, "Wake up!" Suho fought fiercely with the demon, smugly saying, "Remember to leave some for me to absorb," he shouted. Brocky immediately rushed forward and attacked the Amute. Isu was still lying exhausted on the ground. Baru flew over to check on him, even breathing heavily, and Isu slowly got up and replied, "You're so cruel. Baru. Forget it, but I still can't believe there's someone else who can use shadow soldiers besides Sung Jingu. Who is that person?" Baru didn't say it all but implied that you're still not loyal enough. Try to remember carefully, Baru reminded her. She must already know who it is. Then suddenly realized something and spoke up. Could it be? The notification kept popping up. You have defeated a low-level demon. Vulcan's horn notification has devoured the Kwai's soul. You have leveled up. Now, at level 20. The trade shop has been unlocked. Suho said, I can now use the shop. Isu then reminisced about the past, thinking to herself, it really was that day. Then she called out, Little King. And Suho was about to click on the shop notification when he suddenly hesitated. Iso looked at Suho and spoke. So you are the Little King. Suho was surprised to see a strange girl like Iso come looking for him, and a multitude of questions flooded his mind. He suspected, did she just call me the young ruler? Iso looked at Suho with nostalgia and said, you've changed so much that I didn't recognize you. Suho looked at the strange girl lying unconscious on the ground and couldn't help but be terrified. Suho hurriedly ran over to ask Han if she knew Beirut and whether she was okay. As Beirut ran out to squeeze Isu's face to check on her, it seemed she had fainted from exhaustion. Beirut spoke reassuringly. She's not dead yet, so don't worry. Suho sighed in relief, but deep down, he felt a strange sense of guilt for her. Kim Jong-soo is now sitting with his head against the wall, exhausted. After a long battle, everyone is completely drained. The system notifies Suho that he has completed the rescue mission and saved 7 survivors. After completing the mission assigned by the system, the notification said you received the reward. Suho dusted off his hands and let out a relieved sigh, glad that all 7 of them were safe. Suho checks the reward. The mission reward notification shows the following rewards received. Reward 1. Potion points. +1. Reward 2. 700 volts. Notification, you have received 700 volts. Suho looked at the reward and just froze, showing no special reaction. If it were gold, he would open the shop window. He ordered. The shop window opens, displaying the prices of various items, and Suho silently thinks that he can use this gold to buy items from the shop window, including many elixirs and supplies he can purchase here. Receiving money as a reward made Suho feel nostalgic. Completing missions and earning money reminded him of when he was young, doing small jobs to earn pocket money. He slightly smiled. Suho clenched his fists and tried to stay positive, now that he thought about it. His father was the one who gave him this system. He was determined to make good use of this money. Eso suddenly moved a little, as if she was about to wake up. Suho decided to choose a potion to heal Iso, but a major problem has already occurred. An item. A low-level healing potion. Difficult to gather. Consumable. A stamina recovery potion. When used, it will gradually restore 500 health points. This item can be stored in the inventory, but cannot be transferred to others. So it says I can't give it to someone else. Suho felt helpless. So does that mean I can only give it to others myself? He stepped closer to Eso and knelt down. Suho poured the potion into Eso's mouth. Eso's body is showing signs of recovery. Suho is pleased. Okay. She's feeling better now. Beirut chides. You used precious gold again to help a useless kneeling creature. Without a ruler like you, your generosity is truly admirable. Suho said, we can't leave things like this. So for now I'll also take them to the dark prison. And remember to gather the blood of the defeated Brookie house. Give the order to it. Suho's subordinates received the order and dared not argue. Immediately cleaning up the mess of broken weapons, Beirut asked curiously, "Little king, aren't you coming with us?" Suho replied, "I still have things to do." Suho left, drawing his sword towards Meatburn. You step closer and say, "Meatburn, from the moment I saw you, I thought those burn wounds looked very painful. Suho, I'm sorry for cutting off your hand, but this is the only way I can help everyone." Suho decides to use the Storm Slash skill. The sound of footsteps on it is very steady. Many reporters are here to cover the news. The news is now being broadcast. Inside the dungeon, we found the blood of the Horned God and Meatburn. But based on the wounds of the dead hunters in the dungeon, it seems they were not killed by those monsters. We also discovered a hidden tunnel deep inside, with cuts that seem to have been made by a sword. He suddenly asked, "Hung, could there be something other than monsters?" Du-jun quickly tries to leave. "So I guess I'll be going now." He quickly turned to ask Du-jun, "So tell me, are you Lim Du-jun, the one who provided the information? Listed as a member of a hauling team, there is a person named Sung Suho. Do you know him?" Du-jun hurriedly explained. "Oh, he's a junior here to help me out." He pressed on, asking where he was now. Du-jun looked confused and hesitantly replied, "Well, about that." And suddenly both of them fell into an empty silence. Du-jun scratched his head and smiled, saying, "We escaped the dungeon together, and then I led him to a safe place. We are just E-rank hunters, so there's not much we can do except request support from the Hunters Association. It's really embarrassing." His eyes suddenly sharpened. Then he approached Do-jun, patted him on the shoulder, and praised him, saying he did very well. Following the Hunter Association's guidance was the best decision an E-rank hunter could make. Then he turned back to give orders to his subordinates to continue the inspection, to search carefully for any other hidden spots. Finally, Du-jun could breathe a sigh of relief for overcoming this difficult obstacle. Du-jun remembered that the person who saved the surviving hunters was probably Suho, wasn't it? And once again, Suho's panicked figure appeared before Do-jun's eyes. "I need to go to the assault team." Du-jun couldn't understand Suho's actions, but well, everyone has their secrets or reasons. He looked up at the clear sky today, not knowing why Suho was hiding his rank. He definitely doesn't mean any harm. Du-jun kept his trust in his friend, just waiting for Suho to be ready to tell him. In a residential area, everything was silent, with no one passing by. Then a car suddenly sped up to the front entrance and stopped. Iso is now awake and fully recovered, and she sadly says she didn't expect something like this to happen. Iso began to explain that King Sung Jingu had left the Earth storage to prevent an invasion by external cosmic forces, and Beirut responded on her behalf. "The king sent me to Earth to lift the seal of the young monarch. But the young monarch turned out to be a genius who broke the seal himself." Suho finally spoke up and asked, "Are you Eso? Have we met before?" Iso honestly replied, "Yes, we met during the orientation phase. When the young lord was involved, he said he would remember me, but it seems he forgot," and her tone was a bit mischievous. Suho rubbed his head in frustration, pondering deeply, unsure why his memories of that time were a bit hazy. He thought hard for a long time but received no response. Suddenly, Suho remembered a little, that during a training session, he was paired with Iso, and he had dragged her into a fight without any hesitation. "We're wasting too much time. Just finish the fight." Isu was so surprised she could only stammer, wait a moment." Now Suho finally remembers. Suho asked Iso again, "You're the one who surrendered right after meeting. And only now do I remember my companion." Beirut, hearing this, scolded Esu. "That period was a challenge for the young monarch, and you responded quite fittingly. Didn't you, Isu?" Hearing this, could only blush shyly and remain silent. Beirut suddenly became a bit curious and asked, "So why have you become so weak? Did something happen in the demon world?" Isu nodded in confirmation. "Yes." Iso had to tell everything. "Perhaps it's best I explain to the young monarch that you also heard Beirut say that Lord Sung Jingu defeated the king and other demon clans. Is that correct? Since that day, our Jizu clan has become the leading demon tribe living in the demon world, specifically the demon fortress, waiting for orders from Lord Sung Jingu." Iso continued, "For several decades I and Lord Sung Jingu did not summon our tribe, so we lived peacefully. But about half a year ago, trouble suddenly appeared." She recounts everything. "A miraculous strengthening medicine called Su Ta Dot beginning to spread among our demons." And Suho is surprised. Su Ta Dot. Really? Suho remembered that. Looking back, he might have heard of it when fighting the demon aristocrats. Recalling how he blocked its soul-claiming dagger, he launched an attack at Suho. But Suho dodged and whispered into his teammate's ear that he could evade the attack even though the younger one had used the enchanted potion. "Remove that injured demon first. They are giving orders. It looks like our brothers need to help out." After all, we only need her blood to make use of the cursed technique. Iso explains that the spell scroll is not very effective against high-level demons with strong magic power. But when low-level demons use it, they can greatly increase their major spells without paying any price, making the spell scroll a catalyst. With Lord Songjingu's long absence, the demon clans united with the same goal of rising up against us, Zazizu, who are protected by the Dark King. She recalled with emotion that the rebellion they sparked had escalated into a war. Our Zazizu fought to protect the demon castle entrusted to us by Lord Songjingu. But Iso honestly says that our clan no longer has enough strength to stop the uprising and collapsed after half a year of fighting. Isu bitterly recounted that the demons involved in the rebellion did not stop there, as members of our family who were captured had all their blood drained, and to gain even greater power, they drank the blood of our pure-blood demon clan. Junjun's hand trembling with rage, she feverishly recounted that my father and the members of our family had to sacrifice their lives like that, and I also lost my strength because they took too much of my blood. Isu lowered his head, trembling and overwhelmed. It's truly pathetic. Everyone has died. Only I am left alive. We have lost the demon. I wonder what Lord Songjingu will say to us now. Suho glanced at them with sympathy, knowing she had been through many hardships, and offered encouragement. Iso was stunned and widened her eyes. Suho hesitated, scratched his head, lowered his face. And I often wonder what my father would usually do in this situation. Encouraging words. Isu, although my father is not here, you and everyone else have risked your lives to fight. And that's enough. I believe he would say the same to you. You also feel deeply grateful. And I am very thankful that you fought to the end for my father. Suho is determined. So I will do my best to help you. Let's restore the Jizu clan together. Eso. Isu was surprised and could only part her lips without a word. She remembered and said that the demon clans always fought fiercely to gain higher ranks. I will definitely make Jizu the top family. Iso remained silent. She remained silent for a long time, hot tears falling down, soaking her beautiful face. She called out, "Crown Prince." Suho looked over at Isu, seeming a bit awkward himself when he saw the girl crying. As the notification suddenly appeared, the last survivor of the pure-blooded Jizu noble family, Iso, expressed gratitude to the player. Isu wiped away tears, smiled brightly, and said, "I belong to the Jizu family." The chimpanzee's cry echoes. And the system prompts you, do you want to recruit the heir of the White Fire as your companion? You have two options, no or yes. Which will Suho choose? The two people face each other across the table. Beirut stands silently in midair, and the system announces that the last survivor of the pure-blood demon aristocracy has appeared. Isu has expressed gratitude to you. Do you want to recruit the White Fire as your teammate? Yes or no? Suho looked surprised, but his eyes remained calm and unmoved. Could Isu really be the second person to hold the status of the former prince? Isu also looked at him blankly, running a hand through a strand of hair. The new monarch. The system reappeared with confirmation, announcing the last survivor of the pure-blood demon aristocracy. Isu expressed her gratitude to you, and Suho hesitated, wondering if it was because she was the only surviving pure-blood demon noble. A voice full of smoke, barely parting lips to say one word, yes. A series of notifications from the system appeared, stating that the white flame of the backfire had become your ally. Due to the existing connection between you and the white flame of the backfire, the linking skill has been established. The linking skill, Demon Shell, has a 0% charge. It absorbs power from the white fire and unleashes a powerful explosion. Isu was so startled she gaped, her eyes wide with amazement. What is this? Why did a status window suddenly appear like this? Suho turned to talk to Beirut, with a calculating look, because Gray couldn't speak. I don't know, but I guess anyone who becomes my teammate can see the status window. Missing the king. Could it be that? Beirut hesitated to ask again. Yes, that's right. Like a sudden shock, those words slipped into her hand. Izu became my teammate with the title of Whitefire's successor, and she was stunned, unable to believe what she had just learned, that she was the successor of Whitefire. So Suho, Ezu, Gray, Hina, and Broki arrived and stood in front of a dilapidated and abandoned building. Are you ready to join the battle? Turn to her politely and ask. Now, let's try the new linking skill right away. Izu, are you ready now? The swirling spiritual energy poles are gradually rising, and the system immediately displays a message: you have used the binding skill. Demon Cloak, turning into a statue with a false white gaze, both palms spinning energy spheres, surrounded by powerful energy clashing fiercely. Suhu looked again at the fist, covered in red aura and black lightning. Oh. Mr. Tramchu gazes at the clenched arm emanating a powerful aura. But suddenly she collapses behind him. This is Isu's linking skill. Her face suddenly became hollow, her eyes sunken and exhausted. Suho shouted loudly, while Isu struggled to speak through his embarrassment. Sorry. I'm exhausted. After just one use of this skill, you only comforted her with a few words. Don't worry. Rest well. He looked at the remaining magic power on his hand with sadness. It was still strong, just one punch, and he already drained her strength. How powerful could this skill really be? Izu, even lying weak on the ground, looked up with sorrow at his fist, thinking about the existence of a skill that could transfer his strength to the new monarch. Suho threw a powerful punch forward with anticipation. Surely a very strong strike. The result was a deep crater with small shards of stone and dust still billowing around. Suho and Beirut looked at each other in confusion, unable to say anything. Beirut examined the marks on the wall and said, I don't think there's anything special about them. And he argued with him. I think it's different from Gray's linking skill. Izu anxiously forces himself to look at the two people and then thinks, so that's all the damage caused. After all, his strength has been drained. Suho looked at the notification board, puzzled and confused, wondering if it was because the energy input was 0%, which is not just a way to recharge energy. So we also don't know how to use it. The system displays information about the link skill. Demon Shell. 0% energy intake from the power source, backed by white fire. And releasing a powerful explosion, Beirut flew closer to him and whispered softly, Prince, I have a request. He looked down at it with an unreadable expression. Can I eat the corpses of the demons you bring to the dark dungeon? Since the demons are knocked out and lying scattered on the ground like the treats Beirut loves, Suho refused to allow that because he already had a purpose for those corpses. I kept them here because I wanted to use the shadow extraction technique on them. Beirut didn't ask for more, but understood his intention. Oh. You haven't tried shadow extraction magic on demons before. Can we try it now? He opened his palm. His 5 fingers long and beautiful, he stands tall before them, softly recites the incantation, and rises. The corpses of the demons show no signs of movement. The system has confirmed failure, reporting contaminated mana and that shadow extraction magic cannot be used. Suho, don't tell Beirut that I was just informed we can't use shadow extraction on them because their mana has been corrupted. It flew nearby, analyzing carefully. Even the Dark Lord cannot withdraw the shadow of the demon because their souls are all corrupted. That's why he used the contract to revive them like someone from the Lodi family would do. Suho sighed in disappointment and said, so we can't do anything with this tainted soul either. Now. Beirut. You can eat them all. He replied, thank you. And she, sitting far away, thought, I can't believe they just said I am tainted. Su is so insensitive. He stepped closer, handed her the magic water and said, here. Drink this, and you'll feel better. She smiled happily and replied, thank you. I feel like I'm holding you back. During their conversation, he still spoke in a gentle tone and said, I just remembered. She probably has nowhere left to go now. Feel free to use this city as you like. Esso said gratefully. New king. Did you help me this far? A notification has appeared, indicating that a section of the Dark Dungeon has been designated as the territory of White Fire, and Esso Ladia has been appointed as the master of the White Fire territory. Sung Suho smiled happily and said to her, you're my teammate, so don't worry about trivial matters. He looked toward the sound coming from Beirut. That is Ik. He was greatly surprised. Beirut. What's going on? He hurriedly replied after realizing something. The missing king. In the memories of the demons, I was surprised by Beirut's report and found clues about the apostles of Itarim. The scene of the gloomy building appears shrouded in thick, dark fog. Suho. Esso. Broki. Ray. Listen carefully as Beirut explains the situation. He flies to face everyone and says directly, now I will tell you what I saw in their memories. The surroundings are silent. Only the sound from Beirut can be heard. Before I tell you, some things must be clear. Dust has been spread across the world, and Mistborn are monsters from outer space. Hearing that news, she was so angry she shouted, meaning hell isn't the only place where dust has spread. He was also surprised and said, Mistborn are monsters from outer space. Broki, seeing this, added more information. Whether it's fate or mere coincidence, the demons I have consumed are all connected to Broki and the Cow Spirit Society of the Savage Plains. He added that those demons get their human supply from the Spirit Dog Society. Humans who have become hollow and turned into Mistborn, perfect for use as raw materials. Stardust. Beirut added, there are many other places also producing stardust, and they call such places dust factories. He added, in short, the Spirit Dog Society will be responsible for kidnapping people. Beirut added that the Self-God Society is responsible for transporting the kidnapped people to the factory, and the factory uses humans to produce stardust. He further confirmed that I am sure Itarim is the force pulling the strings behind these 3 places. After hearing this, He silently thought that everything was connected to Itaram's invasion. Beirut added. Moreover, the one who created this Dust Star production line is a human. Sung Su, surprised, repeated, a human. He also said that I found out there is a person assisting the apostle of Itaram. Beirut spoke slowly, then continued. The deputy executive director of the cult of the self, Lee Min-sung. If we investigate him, we might find the apostle of Itaram. The scene shifts to a crowded place where people are filming and taking pictures. The reporter there, angry, says why. The crowd outside is already waiting, cheering loudly as he comes out. Lee Min-sung is walking behind him, flanked by 2 bodyguards. As someone in the crowd shouts loudly that it's Lee Min-sung, a reporter asked him, Mr. Lee, may I have an interview? What are the results of the Hunters Association investigation? He paused to answer the question. The investigation concluded that I am completely innocent. But honestly, it's no surprise. Suddenly, a reporter shouted angrily, you really don't know anything about the human capture by the Spirit Bridge Society, even though the Death Guild is their sponsor. Furthermore, many hunters died on the Xe-un battlefield, under the management of the Death God Society. What do you say about that? Lee Min-sung said sadly. We. The Death God Society. He bowed his head in remorse before the crowd and stepped forward, doing his best to reveal the truth for a world that had fallen into chaos after the great disaster 2 years ago. The reporter was surprised as he listened to his explanation and wrote down Lee Min-sung's words. The reason we support the Spirit Bridge Guild is because we want to help their guild, which mainly consists of novice hunters, become stronger so they can have enough power to help the world. Even opening the Xe-un battlefield for hunters outside the Death God Society was because we believed it would be a place for inexperienced hunters to gain experience. The crowd surrounding him looked at Lee Min-sung with amazement and trust, saying, we never expected our well-intentioned actions would lead to such unforeseen consequences. The man pretended to be heartbroken, wiping away tears and blaming himself, saying if I had managed everything better, no one would have had to die. Lee Min-sung bowed and said as he walked away, I apologize for causing the trouble. The crowd outside is buzzing. Some say if what he says is true, then the Than Death Society is just a victim, while others agree, I think so too. Even the Hunter Association says they are innocent, and others add that the 13 Society has always aimed for good causes. They are not real people. They are 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 real people. They don't know that I am the one behind what is called dust stars, drifting on the market. Suddenly, a shadow appears of Suho, watching Lee Min-sung. He follows him with his eyes and says, so that's Lee Min-sung, huh? Sung Suho asked Beirut. Beirut, what do you think? Can you sense the Itaram energy emanating from him? Beirut replied. Not at all. So he's not controlled by Itarim, right? Beirut continued to reply. Yes, he firmly said. All right. From now on we will go verify that. Nehru, hearing this, reminded him, Your Highness, you must not do that. He added, I know you have defeated some very strong enemies, but this time I will risk everything to stop you. What I sense from Lee Min-sung is that he is beginning to feel some signs of someone nearby. His eyes filled with demonic intent. Lee Min-sung turned to look at the other side of the wall. His dark subordinates immediately asked, Is something wrong? No. It's nothing. Honestly, is something wrong? Lee Min-sung said. No. It's nothing. Nehru also mentioned him to let you know you're not skilled enough to defeat him yet. Lee Min-sung, an A-rank hunter, stands in a white room with a glowing lamp, a plate of peeled fruit, and a bottle of marinated wine on the table. Lee Min-sung sat holding a girl, his other hand scrolling through his phone with a sinister look, saying everything is as easy as pie. Then he said regretfully, Take a little. But the public's attitude has changed 180 degrees. At this moment, the online news is also reporting strongly that Lee Min-sung, the deputy executive director of the Death Society, has been declared innocent by the association. All records of the profits flowing into the Death Guild have been made public. Opening the Zune train station battlefield aims to promote the development of new hunters. Although involved with the scandal of the Spirit Summoning Society, Lee Min-sung always consistently strives for noble deeds. Suddenly, a girl approached and said, Oh my, look who's here. Isn't that the hero of the hunters? Hearing that, he replied, Hello. Madam, you should have told me you were coming. Then she immediately kicked all those girls out. You all, get out. To which he calmly replied, Do I have to inform you about everything I do? Hearing that, she awkwardly replied, No. You know I didn't mean it. She thought to herself, Truly a difficult personality. She watched him scroll through his phone and silently judged him. He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, having become a Korean star since his youth. No wonder his pride must be extremely high. Then she poured him a drink and continued to think. But his pride was completely shattered after the great disaster. She continued to think. After the great disaster, the fact that a celebrity like him reached the level of an A-class hunter caused a shock. And Lee Min-sung's driver also awakened to become one of the rare S-class hunters in Korea. The story was published in the news, and the public gradually turned their attention to his driver. That moment was the first time people witnessed the hierarchy system, with Lee Min-sung always at the top, being overturned. But somehow, that driver ended up joining the Death Guild founded by Intiju. Just then, she put the bottle cap back on and said, "Shall we discuss work now?" He asked back. "Huh. What job?" Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "There's no need to pretend to be stupid. I'm talking about the dust or something." Then she asked him, "This time I say I have nothing to say." "I have nothing to say." He said, "I have nothing to say." "I have nothing to say." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." He said, "I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything." A hand is placed on the glass of the room, and the young man's face darkens. This caused the people behind the barrier to gasp. That kid. Transition to a scene where a terrifying blue monster is rushing toward them. Immediately, they were torn apart by Gray with a lethal bite. On the other side, these monsters were slaughtered by Iso with a single slash. Immediately, Sung Soo shouted with his sharp hand. And at once, the blue monster was cut down by him with a single strike. With just one strike, the green monster's head was torn off, and others had their heads cut in half. Then he continued attacking, killing many of the monsters. The power emanating from him is incredibly terrifying. He wipes the blood off his face with his hand. Then he called out to Beru and said, "All right, now I will handle a new goblin attack." Hearing that, Beru immediately said, "Your Majesty." He must have been feeling impatient with what we just said. Then Beru turned to look at the three of them and continued, "Our goal is to extract information about Itaram's apostle from Lee Min-sung, who is currently leading the Stardust distribution chain. We have to accept that a fight will definitely happen once we approach Lee Min-sung." Sung Soo-ho looked surprised and asked, "So how are we going to get information from him?" Hearing that, Beru replied that if he refused to confess, he would kill him to get the information. The Lord of Darkness had allowed him to eat humans as long as they were confirmed to be demons. Then Beru continued, "But that's only if we manage to defeat Lee Min-sung while exploring the association." He paused to think upon hearing this. Then Beru continued, "Within the same level, there are differences in strength. Usually, 10 night levels are needed to defeat 1 sea level. Our team's abilities are still too weak to defeat the Death Society and the level-up master, Ali Min-sung." At this point, Sung Soo-ho asked, "Beru, what level are you at?" Then he immediately asked, "Aren't you the one with the secret manual?" Sung Soo-ho, puzzled, asked, "So the secret reward only appears once, and the box opens randomly." The portal immediately opens. An immediate notification appeared, "You have obtained the tan ring," which appeared instantly in his hand. The tan ring is a usable item, classified as jewelry, increasing awareness by 5. The system continues to display a message. "You have equipped the item, the tan ring." Immediately, his consciousness was increased by 29 plus 5. Seeing the ring appear on his hand, Sung Soo-ho thought, a ring that adds up to 5 points to his awareness stat. His face now looked extremely worried as he thought. But he couldn't change his current situation. And in the end, he could no longer level up by hunting goblins. The green monsters were now lying dead all over the ground. He put on his combat gloves and thought to himself, hunting demons only increases the damage of Vulcan's horn by 3%. The system now announces that the item, Vulcan's horn, with the destructive desire effect, increases physical damage by up to 33%. You clench your fists and think to yourself, I want to get stronger quickly, but there aren't many ways to make that happen. If I want to level up, I think I need to go into dungeons and kill monsters. In the end, he stared intently at his profile, then sighed and said, all the loot I got today is only useful for the contacts I have for excavation and gathering. I don't think anyone would dare to let an E-rank hunter like me join an assault team. And according to the Hunters Guild rules, breaking into and entering the gate is also illegal. Hearing that, Berulian said, so should we go reassess the level of the Hunters Guild? Hearing that, you immediately responded that the information about the reawakened person would be posted on the Hunter Association's homepage, and we should avoid getting involved in that situation. Then you continued, now I know that the apostles of AI Tarim are on Earth. I don't want to be caught by them and used as a weakness of my father. I was holding back and hesitating. I can't defeat Li Min-sung if we still have to deal with those apostles too. At this point, Berulian said, I don't think you need to worry too much about Itarim's apostles. Berulian also hesitated and continued, suggesting that if the Itarim apostles arrived here earlier than me, they might not be that strong due to the effects of space teleportation. Hearing this, he immediately asked again, space teleportation. Immediately, Berulian explained that in order for extraterrestrial races to use space teleportation, they must possess a space tear, with the outer edge of the tear being extremely narrow. Making mana difficult to escape creates internal resistance, and even if an individual uses all their strength to expand the outer boundary, it recovers very quickly. So space teleportation requires a lot of power and time depending on each person's mana. Then Berulian continued, explaining that this is why the Itarim fleet fights in space and why the Dark King cannot reach this universe quickly. Hearing that, Sung Suho thought to himself that the apostle hadn't become stronger after going through space-time teleportation. It's impossible for the evil demon to lose without choosing to be reckless and cruel. Sem is clearly rational. His face lit up again, and he said, if the invasion of Itarim is certain, then now is the best chance for me to get stronger. Beirut at this moment wondered if it was time. At this moment, Beirut reminisces that since we don't know the current situation on Earth, the decision and deployment will be left to the person when they arrive there. Then he continued, if you need help, take this and come to him. His face wore a sinister smile as he said, Citrans X is a great source of aid for Suho. Beirut looked at Sung Suho, hesitating and thinking, and the remaining reason for the king giving him this key was that he would use it. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, ah, causing Beirut to panic and cry out, Your Majesty. At that moment, he put his hand in his pocket and said, why didn't I think of this before? Immediately, he took out his phone and said there is a way to enter the gate unnoticed and without breaking the Hunter Association's rules, which is very familiar to me. Right now, at the skyscraper in the city, suddenly, someone said to him, long time no see. Suho, this is our first meeting since you awakened. Mr. Jinho then said, I wondered why you suddenly wanted to meet me. I didn't expect you to bring such a planned proposal. You've grown a lot. And hearing that, Sung Suho immediately said, you brought me a proposal that didn't put me at any disadvantage. Beirut hid inside Suho's shirt and thought to himself, indeed, he is the missing king. I found him back then. The king he mentioned. Jinho then continued, so you mean you want me? Then he smiled and said, bring the kid in through the gate. Right. This is CEO Au Jin Ho of AS. At this point, Director Jin Ho introduced that the highest number of simultaneous logins was 241, 718 users. A highly popular virtual reality game that has continuously held the top spot since its release 4 years ago. A Beautiful World, that is. The name of the game company is AS Jin Soft, and the CEO is Kim Au Jin, who then asked Suho, you are Sung Suho, right? Yes. That's correct. Then he continued, I've been waiting for you. The director told me he has an important guest to meet today. Please this way. Suho was sweating profusely as he thought, this is the first time I visited my uncle's company. You glance over the staff here and wonder why there are so many false awakenings in the company, right now. Kim Yoo-jin looked at Suho and said, you must be very confused because our company has so many fake awakeners. Right. Not everyone who awakens wants to risk their life diving into dungeons. Then he continued, if they are paid fairly. They can also take on commissions or work as bodyguards. Suho immediately asked, what does a game company need with hunters like VAV? He replied, then that our company is currently working on a project. Then he continued, but I can't tell you the details. Suho thought to himself, are they creating a game related to hunters? At this moment, in a room, at that moment, Jinho laughed loudly and said, Here. Let's see who we have. He patted Suho on the shoulder enthusiastically and said, Long time no see. Suho. How long has it been? Then Jinho told Suho that the last time he heard news about him was when he awakened at Korea University of Arts. Do you know how worried everyone was about you? Suho quickly replied that he's been a bit busy lately and couldn't keep in touch with everyone regularly. And he apologized. Jinho sat down and said, It seems you've grown up more since the last time we met. Suho scratched his head and replied, Maybe it's because I'm going through puberty. Suho then took out his laptop and asked, Uncle, can you take a look at this? Jinho was surprised and said, It's been a while since we last talked. And you're bringing work home. What's going on? Jinho looked at the computer and said, A business proposal. Then he said, I had many questions about why you suddenly wanted to meet me. But I didn't expect you to bring a business proposal. So you mean you want me to do it? He smiled brightly and said, Help me get through the gate. Right. At this point, Suho explained, Yes. If you agree to help me, quickly gather the gates and recruit the necessary attack team members to go in. I will give all the magic crystals dropped at the gate to AS Jinsoft. And I have the ability to conquer dungeons from level D to level C easily. Jinho frowned and asked if you could really do that as an E-rank hunter. And hearing that, Suho replied, Actually, I have a way to conquer dungeons on my own. Jinho then asked Suho, Do you know that I am also an ancient awakening, even at level D, higher than your current level? I am not strong enough to hunt inside the gate anymore. Jinho's face darkened as he asked Suho, Is the reason you went this far to get into the gate because you think your parents might have been caught in one of the gates during the Great Catastrophe? Then he continued, If that's the case, I will still hire hunters for you, so I hope you keep waiting. Suho thought to himself, I knew it would turn out like this. Beirut then came out and asked, Your Majesty, are you going to tell the truth? Suho replied, Well, in the end, you are still the one people trust the most. At this moment, Suho immediately said, Uncle. Seeing that Jinho looked confused and said, Tiger. Suho's face then became very serious, and he said, Actually, you are an ancient awakened being capable of leveling up. Jinho was stunned and asked, A sword. To level up. Suho then continued, There are currently invaders from outer space hiding on Earth, and to stop them, I need to kill monsters to level up. Suho seriously said, To stop the invasion from outer space, you must go into the dungeon and become stronger. Then suddenly Jinho asked, What are you talking about? Jinho asked him, Suho, have you heard about the solo leveling project? And hearing that, he was completely confused. You sweat and ask, Solo leveling. Seeing you like that. Jinho laughs loudly and says, Ah, now I understand. This must be some hidden camera prank, and you're going to make a really funny request to see how your uncle reacts in confusion. Then he laughed so hard he cried and said, What you just said, actually, is similar to a story about a person that our company is currently producing. Jinho continued, telling the story of an old awakener who could level up on his own, starting at the weakest level E, then conquering level S, and eventually becoming the strongest awakener to protect the world. If someone has told you that, then what the hell am I hiding all this for? Right, Suho thought helplessly. That story, could it possibly be about Dad? Jinho then laughed loudly and said, Anyway, if you're planning to play tricks on me and my staff, you've already failed. You're not skilled enough to deceive me. Baru then flies over and says, Impossible. No way. He must still have faint memories of the old world, or something like that. Suddenly, Jinho looks at Baru and stops. He saw Baru and shouted loudly, Suho, what kind of insect face is this? Baru immediately turned to call for help from Suho. Your Highness. Can I help? He then asked. Baru. Since when? Jinho's face trembled with fear as Baru then said, During the forgotten time. You were once a trusted servant who served the king and protected countless humans. The one who participated in almost every battle of my lord. Those heroic and glorious moments must have been etched into your soul, causing Jinho to exclaim, What? Baru then takes the sword and says, I'd rather do this than waste time explaining. Baru then plunged his blade into Jinho, saying, This is a gift from the Shadow Monarch. Jinho screamed, What the hell? At this moment, everything around him is white, making Jinho exclaim, someone is approaching from afar. That person moved closer to him. That person moved closer to Jinho. Seeing him surprised, Jinho. The person over there looked at Jinho and then said, How about me? Jinho begins to recall the past, remembering himself and Jingu, who once said he was at level E, and I will protect you. Seeing Jingu carrying such a heavy load, he asked if the luggage was too heavy and if he was okay. Hearing that, he replied, Oh, it's fine. I can still carry it. Seeing that, he asked him, Do you always stay silent like that? Hearing that, Jingu replied. Do you always talk so much? Those enemies are getting closer, and they ask if you're planning to betray him and fight against us. Hearing that, you step in front of Jingu and take a fighting stance. The scene shifts again, the memory returning to that day, with a serious expression, and he says, I'll do it 20 times only. No more accompanying me 19 times. He still walked away after hearing that, making you cry your eyes out and beg, please, just listen to me. Once again in a memory, you are wearing armor and excitedly saying, a full set of armor with accessories created by the most skilled craftsmen in Italy. It will help increase my strength. If the two of us are going to conquer these dungeons, I should at least prepare something, don't you think? Hearing that, he just lightly touched your armor, causing you to fall backward. His face then hardened as he said, take it off while I'm still calm. At this moment, you helplessly obeyed. And Jinho said, with this, the raid was a complete success. Not only did you save my life, but you also helped me during the raid. And you are more like my brother than my real brother now. Now, you lower your head and your face turns red. At this moment, he speaks, if you consider me like a brother to you. Then he took out a bottle of alcohol and said, I also consider you like a younger brother of mine. Returning to the present, Jinho was crying uncontrollably, overwhelmed. Then he wiped his tears with his hand and said, if that's the case, in this world, I want to meet Jingu again. Hearing that, Suho turned and whispered to Biru, Biru, what did you do to him? Biru reassured him, don't worry right now. Seeing Jinho still crying, Biru continued, he simply recovered his memories of the previous world. The hot cup was still on the table. At this moment, Jinho spoke up. I understand now. The power Jinho possesses is limitless, and his son also has it. Right. Hearing that, Suho stopped and responded, yes, but it's a little different. Jinho has now stopped crying, his eyes swollen. Then he said, the outer god outside the universe is protecting this world from the so-called Itarim. He is indeed in a completely different time and space. Hearing that, Suho replied, yes. To stop Itarim's invasion of Earth, I need to become stronger as quickly as possible. Then he continued seriously, even though the situation is this dire, you still brought me a business proposal. You're so particular. Just like your father, he said. And you chuckled faintly. Haha. Then Jinho continued. Now I understand the situation. I shouldn't treat you like a child to protect anymore. Jinho immediately agreed, accepting the proposal, which made him happily jump and sing out loud, perfect. At this moment, Jinho sat pondering. Once again Jingu was suffering alone. Jinho looked out the window and thought, but the reason he allowed himself to recover his memories was because he wanted a chance to support himself. Right. This time, I trust you. You will do everything to help Suho. The scene shifts to Suho, wearing a mysterious mask as the crowd looks at him. Suho looked at everyone here and thought to himself, are they the team the uncle hired for the attack? He did a great job finding enough people. An uncle with a wounded leg looked at you and asked, you're going to pay us 4 million just to join this attack team without actually going through the gate. Right. Suho immediately replied, yes. Exactly. And then he asked if he was planning to go alone. Then he looked at you and said, I don't know how confident you are in your abilities, but underestimating the gate is extremely reckless. He continued, well, if you feel you can't do it anymore, just feel free to ask us for help. Even though my body is in this state, I might still be able to help you a little. Thanks for that. Then he went in alone and said, if I need help, I will call you. In his mind, he thought that his father had taken on countless responsibilities himself and had continued living until now. Suho has now arrived at that spot. Beside him are his 2 teammates, Iso and Rei. Which is why they are part of the team system I received. I can feel my father's warmth through his hidden intentions. But right now the stone monsters are climbing up and heading toward them. Suho immediately took a fighting stance and said, I don't want my father to carry everything alone anymore. He then said, let's start leveling up. Lee Min-sung's car pulls up in front of the large building. He steps out and tells his subordinates to stay on alert around here. And the person inside the car obeys the order. He then thought to himself, it's been 3 months since we last met. Seeing him, the security guard asked, oh, I saw you appear on the news. You are Lee Min-sung. Lee Min-sung, the deputy executive director of the Death Society. Right. Hearing him say that, you silently thought, well, a shining gem cannot be hidden. Lee Min-sung continued to think. After all, building an image is just as important. Then at this moment, you pull down your mask and smile, saying, thank you for recognizing me. Then he continued, wishing the uncle a good day, and the cheerful uncle replied, hero of the hunters. I will always support you, Lee Min-sung silently thought. That's right. Everyone should see me that way. The beast lover of the beast lover born from the vice president of Asian construction is actually me. You continue to recall that the person who became a star early on and the king of the advertising industry is also me. I advanced smoothly in the world of celebrities and was dubbed the Prince of Asia. After the Great Disaster, I became an elderly level A awakener. He continued thinking. I originally thought I would continue to be one of the top predators in the food chain. Just like before, Lim Tae-ji-woo sat in front and said, "Oh, I have awakened as a level S." Then, I kept thinking until my driver, Lim Tae-ji-woo, became a level S senior awakener. That's right. The driver then said, "I'm old now, so I'm planning to become a sand worker as soon as possible. I think I will quit this driving job." His face now full of fear. The driver continued, "Oh right, I just remembered, you're an A-grade senior awakener. Right, the Guild of Repairmen suggested I should form a guild. Do you want to join?" He looked at him and pondered. I am level A. Yet an ordinary driver is level S. His gaze at the driver changed. And from that day on, I was certain that this world would gradually head towards the brink of collapse. Then, he pressed the button and thought further. The pyramid's wish was reversed after the Great Disaster. I must restore it to its original state, even if I have to deal with the devil. He immediately opened the door, his face full of passion, when a voice from the dark room said, "Put away that disgusting smile before I tear each of you apart." Lee Min-dung stepped in and said, "Where are your masters? The owner has returned, but I don't see him coming to greet us." A voice calling your name. Lee Min-dung. The person over there keeps talking. You. The rice-colored one. And that damn human. The platinum-haired boy looked at you and asked, "You're an outsider." Right. Lee Min-dung looked at the platinum-haired boy and said, "The last time we met, you were just a baby. You're much bigger now." Huh. Your mana has increased too. You've grown exactly as planned. Huh. You keep talking. I already told the person before that I'm not fully grown yet. I'm just restoring my power. The platinum boy now said, "To fix the problem of time-space travel between universes. I divided my original body, split my power and personality into many pieces, and sent them to this world. Among those pieces, the first piece to arrive here is the weakest, my infant state. So you could say my current self is the version merged with the second piece." The boy continued, saying that although my memories haven't changed, my personality will be different from the person you used to know. Lee Min-dung sat down and said, "It sounds complicated." So the boy explained simply, "I just ask that you don't treat me too violently." Lee Min-dung looked at him and said, "Dad, I don't care about your personalities, but you still remember the promise you made to me, right?" The platinum-haired boy then said, "Fame, wealth." And Lee Min-dung's face looked very terrifying and ordered to wipe out the S-rank hunter Lim Tae-ji-woo. Lee Min-dung immediately praised him. "Dad, it's good that you still remember." The platinum grain boy then asked him, "So what brings you here today?" Hearing that, Lee Min-dung replied, "Am I not allowed to enter my own house? I remember telling you not to come here unless you have a special reason." Lee Min-dung then said, "There is an issue with the Stardust production line recently. The Coyote Society's supply chain and the Xe-Uwan factory have both been destroyed. So I came here to request additional Stardust support if possible." The boy then asked, "Were they attacked? Has the mastermind been found? I heard that the one who destroyed the Hyena Guild was a sand worker. A sand worker who is a masked sand worker wielding a sword." Then the boy called Min-dung and said, "Lee Min-dung, you are the one who uses our Dust Star production method, and also the one who created the distribution system. Wasn't it you who claimed the system wouldn't have any problems?" Lee Min-dung replied now. "Kid, if you keep worrying about this problem and that problem, you won't get anything done." The platinum boy's eyes turn yellow, and Lee Min-dung pockets his hands, saying, "You weakling, was choosing to make you a pawn the wrong decision. You draw your sword from your leg and say, 'Hey, outsider.'" Immediately, the knife presses against the platinum boy's neck. Lee Min-dung whispered close to the boy's ear, "I am not an empty shell, brainwashed like you. I am an A-class sand worker, capable of taking you before you regain your strength once I get angry. So if anyone is the pawn, it's not me but you." That sharp dagger pressed against the white horse boy's skin. Lee Min-dung then continued, saying that the Human Craftsman Guild decides rankings based on mana levels, and considers it a symbol of strength. Your voice whispers so softly. How pathetic. The Guardian is now approaching. The power of the two of them causes the Guardian to suffer. This power is incredibly terrifying. Lee Min-dung's knife is still at her neck, and suddenly he thinks to himself, what if mana is emanating from all directions? He then considers, could it be already? Everyone in the village starts to lose consciousness, and then the two others also lose awareness. The unconsciousness then spreads to a girl. Now almost everyone in the building has lost consciousness. The mother and daughter inside the elevator are also affected, as are the people sitting in the car. Lee Min-dong then begins to wonder. Have they already brainwashed everyone in this building? The platinum-haired boy then speaks, explaining that the previous personality believed helpful people were necessary for survival. But now, the boy continued, our relationship could change depending on what each of us is capable of. The unconscious people are approaching with weapons. That terrifying group is approaching, and Lee Min-dong's face starts to look very frightening. Then Min-dong let you go and said, I was just joking, don't be so tense. I just wanted to see if you could kill that S-rank guy. Seeing him release you, the boy immediately said, fine. Since his own son had lost consciousness, the boy said. Lee Min-dong picked it up and said, wait a minute. Do you have something like this? The boy replied, it dissolves. And then it can produce a large amount of dust. The boy said, 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 the boy said. He continued. It's completely different from the dust that only low-level hunters can use. If someone uses it, it will work even for an A-level hunter like you. Do you want to try? Lee Min-dong picked it up hesitantly and said, excuse me. Secretly thinking who would be so stupid as to use these unknown things, he thought to himself. I might have unleashed an unimaginable monster onto Earth. But Lee Min-dong stood up and left, saying fine. Remember your promise. He thought. It's none of my business. The platinum-haired boy immediately drops the book to the ground. A stream of red energy flows through him. And he says, I can feel it. Another piece will arrive soon. I will keep talking. Once I merge with the fragment of power, I won't have to hide anymore. And then a Hinabruki appears. Izu and Gray start attacking this monster. Hinabruki starts to rise. The monster begins to stand upright, preparing to attack. Izu and Gray are also ready to fight. At this moment, Suho begins to attack with his foot, and jumps up high. Rushing straight at Hinabruki, the monster was now trembling violently. Seeing that, Izu shouted, my lord. Suho's face is now extremely tense as he continues to attack and tightly grips the creature's body. Hinabruki's eyes bleed blood. His overwhelming power causes the monster to be shattered. Hinabruki was shattered by Suho's hand as the pale-haired boy with a terrifying voice spoke. At that moment, the boy continued. The invasion will officially begin. The girl with the baseball cap spoke up, saying this isn't really dangerous. Right. She looked at everyone and said, as long as we sit there until that person leaves the gate, each of us will receive 5 million soldiers. And the only condition is not to reveal what we saw or heard here. I can't understand why he would easily pay us so much money. A man sitting there replied, this is the 4th time, and they haven't broken their promise to us once, as gate hunters serving the community. This doesn't hurt anyone. Right, the girl replied. But something didn't seem quite right. The girl with the baseball cap then spoke. This really isn't dangerous, is it? The girl with the cap now speaks. This is really nothing dangerous. Right, the girl with the cap now speaks. This is really nothing dangerous. Right. The girl with the baseball cap spoke now, saying, this is really nothing dangerous. Right. The girl with the baseball cap asks, this really isn't dangerous. Right. The girl with the baseball cap asked again, this really isn't dangerous. Right. The girl with the baseball cap asked again, this really isn't dangerous. Right. The girl with the baseball cap asked again, this really isn't dangerous. Right. The girl responded, but something still felt off. Immediately. The man replied, then stop working for them. Hearing that, she hesitated and scratched her ear. Well, maybe a little. The uncle is now thinking to himself, yes. Extremely suspicious. He's not bringing any collection or excavation team at all. Just clearing out the gates. But if you don't excavate or collect, you won't gain any benefits from the gate. He kept thinking. At first, he only entered D-grade gates. But recently he has started going into C-grade gates. What on earth is he doing inside? At this moment, a hammer blow shattered the stone layer. The green monsters were now smashing the rocks with their hammers, while Beru was behind them shouting, urging them to move faster and go on. And over on another side, Isu was picking up and saying to Gray, collecting requests really requires skill, don't you think? Gray, right now. Isu turned to the other side and said, and the newly crowned king is fighting alone against a level C boss monster. I wonder if he's okay. Suhu now moves swiftly through the monster's barrage of arrows. The giant spider is very ferocious. But Suho remains calm and skillful in dodging. You draw out the licking stick and immediately let the monster taste the windstorm slash. The system immediately displayed a notification that the paralysis effect had been activated, but the target's strong resistance caused the effect to weaken. Seeing that, Suho said, huh. Can you withstand it? I was actually trying to test the paralyzing effect of the dagger I got earlier. Wasn't I? This item has no effect on spiders. The system continues to display a message, indicating it is Kasaka's quick poison. Level C. Classified as a dagger. Consciousness increases by 25, a dagger made from Kasaka's quick poison, with Kasaka's toxin still contained inside. It causes paralysis and bleeding on the opponent, and you can store the item in your inventory or sell it at the shop. The paralysis effect will eventually immobilize the opponent, and the bleeding effect causes them to lose 1% of their health every second. Then, he immediately strikes and shouts loudly, just as we expected, to deal with the bugs. Your move strikes the giant spider fiercely. Then you continue with your punch, ready to pierce the fierce spider. Your punch is incredibly powerful, hitting straight into that spider. Suho's muscles tense up as he shouts loudly, and even with 5 punches, it's still the best. Then, a sword appeared in the sky, unleashing an incredibly terrifying wave of energy. Suho looked at the spider and thought to himself, I am strong enough to face Boss Cup C alone now. Next, I can enter the B-level gate. This monster is starting to become more ferocious. Immediately, Suho quickly rushed toward it with a fierce spirit and thought to himself, I've gotten used to using the royal right during battles, not only leveling up, but also becoming more skilled in combat every day. Suddenly, his thoughts shifted to a different direction, and he thought that the divine right skill is usually used to move objects. He still rushes toward the monster and continues his thoughts, now curious about what would happen if he combined the invisible hand with his attack. He begins to raise his fist, and put all your strength into this fist. Immediately, the punch shot straight toward the spider monster. This punch knocks the spider away. As soon as you defeat the giant spider, the system notifies you that you have defeated the giant Arak and that you have leveled up. The system continues to notify that the Sovereign's Authority skill has been upgraded to level 2, an active skill that does not require mana. Although you don't directly touch the object, you can still move it, and fatigue accumulates based on how the skill is used. The system is now reporting that my fatigue is at 83. Suho collapsed to the ground and said, I think I need to focus completely when using this skill, so I get tired faster. Continuously using this skill is indeed difficult. Suddenly, Izu and Gray were startled and looked outside. At this moment, Iso exclaimed, the new king. Suho looked at them and thought to himself that there could be countless ways to fight, based on how he used his sovereign authority. Are you able to defeat the boss now? I won. Baru. You can now fight alone, without me by your side. I'm truly impressed. We have collected all the monster parts. Suho said. Well done. A list of items then appeared on the screen. At that moment, Suho quickly pressed repeatedly, adding 200 gold, adding 500 gold. Then he said, the ability to sell collected materials through the shop window is really convenient. Baru then said, if you compare us to human hunters, I think Nai is about to reach level B. Hearing that, Suho calmly replied, really? That's not surprising since I level up 8 times faster. The system window reappeared, and Baru continued, I also feel that maybe because Nge got stronger, they did too. Hearing that, Iso immediately added, yeah, I also feel that the more we fight, the faster my strength recovers. At this moment Suho hesitantly asked, how is it possible that I can recover my stamina without drinking blood? Wait. There's one more thing. You look at the two of them and ask, now that their levers are displayed. The system shows Iso at level 19 and Gray at level 17. Isu replied, we have levels. That's strange, but we're not players like you or Sungjin Gu. Hearing that, Suho hesitated and asked, you also saw the system window, right? She then replied, I don't think so. Suho hesitated and wondered whether their stats would increase with level, even though they couldn't use the indicator. Although it's good that they can become stronger from now on, there are still many mysterious pieces that need to be understood about the heirs and the team system. At this moment, Suho spoke. So now, let's check if the two of them can actually level up. Iso hesitated and said, how could we do that? Suho grinned mischievously and said, is there any other way? Of course we go. Assault the gate again, Isu shouted in panic. We've already launched 2 assaults, why do it again? They have already left. Suho then said, let's do it next time. For now, let's focus on the daily quest. Beirut then turned around and told him, young lord, you should be careful not to get addicted to anything. The system now announces that you have entered the dark dungeon. Suddenly, you stop, widen your eyes, and exclaim, huh? A huge, terrifying explosion appeared. Izu shouted, there's a portal inside the dark dungeon. Suho whispered, the heat is incredible. It's coming from inside the portal. Then she turned to ask Beirut, who said even in the dark dungeon there could be 2-star portals. And Beirut replied, I'm not sure either. The system then announced an emergency mission. A large red explosion appears, and the system announces an emergency mission to close the space tier. A space tear has just been found. Enter the connecting portal and eliminate the source of the tree causing the space tear. He silently thought, an emergency mission. Suddenly, he forced a smile. Then he threw it to Iso and told him to put it in gray. All right. Iso in gray. Take this. The system then announced that the item was a heat-resistant shirt. The required level to use it is not met. It is a mixed classification item. You can block heat to a certain extent if equipped with the item. Costing 10 gold, Suho entered and told everyone. Great. I was planning to raid more anyway. This came at the perfect time. Let's go through the gate. The scene shifts now to Samark. At this moment, in the Icab prison of the pyramid area, the B-level Atula hunter named Liu Shengguai is grinding his teeth. Then he pointed the knife at the other guy's face and shouted loudly. This is truly reckless. Who gave you the right to chase us out of the dungeon? We smell of Atula. We came here first. Randall now said, seriously. I don't care who got here first. He now threatens. I warn you one last time. This dungeon is now our guild's territory. If you continue to oppose, I will consider it a declaration of war. Lu Xin now looks very serious and thoughtful. Damn it. I never thought I would have to face the Thap Hoang Jia Guild. Randall, the fake hunter of the Thap Hoang Guild, at level A, said, in front of absolute overwhelming power. Everything else is just an illusion. Lu Xin shouted loudly. Everyone, get into your battle positions. Randall remains calm and composed. Then suddenly a hand reaches out. A voice greeting sounded. Hello. Lu Xin was very surprised at this moment. Randall also turned to look. And seeing both of them looking at him, he hesitated a bit and said, Wait. Please forgive me. The girl asked everyone. Can you tell me where we are right now? Let's go back 30 minutes in time. As Suho passed by, he looked around. I wonder why sand is blowing out of the gate. Eso rubbed his eyes and said, That's right. Tell me more. Everyone now approached. And Suho continued. So the dungeon is actually a desert. Bieru then added, I feel a strong magical energy coming from that pyramid. Watching the convoy pass by, Suho continued. But why are there things that seem out of place in the dungeon? The group slid down the sand. And Suho said, There are cars and even barbed wire fences. He then turned to Eso and said, I heard that machines don't work inside the dungeon. Then why are they here? Eso said anxiously. Don't tell me this isn't a dungeon. You said that it was a gate that crossed the boundary of some world. But Beru replied that that couldn't be true. Suho hesitantly turned back and told everyone that as long as the front gate remained in the dark dungeon, there would be no problem. I will go and check everything. Hearing that, Eso also agreed. Yes. I think that's a great idea. Immediately, Suho stepped in. After a while, he stepped out and saw Ko Lian asking, Little Prince, how did it go? Suho looked panicked and stammered. The gate is gone. His face now looked very panicked and worried. Everyone started whispering among themselves. The gate has disappeared. So, does that mean the demon boss Thui was killed? But that person still hasn't returned. We need to contact the emergency liaison immediately. Back to reality. Inside the pyramid, everyone is staring at each other. At this moment, Suho thinks, we have entered the pyramid. He looked at the others and thought to himself, I'm glad there are people. They probably came by car outside. Judging by how they speak English, they must be from a certain country. Suho nervously scratched his head and said, Where am I right now? Thinking to himself that he's glad he learned English for college. Lu Xin looked at you and said, A hunter. After the Hunters Guild, will Asians be able to claim ownership of this dungeon? Randon looked at him and judged. What a hassle. Never thought there would be so many bugs gathering like this. His face started to bulge. He continued. It is mentioned in the old woman's prophecy. The purple monster then appeared and said, A creature born from death has broken the seal, and the one who possesses the power to revive the dead will appear in the tomb. The blonde-haired man sitting in the chair said that right after the prophecy was made, a pyramid-style dungeon appeared in Egypt. The Egyptian pyramid, tomb, and death. This all fits perfectly with the prophecy. Denmark West now spoke. After our scheduled events are over, give me the right to enter the dungeon so I can raid it. If other guilds interfere, you want us to handle them like this. Hearing that, he lowered his glasses and asked, Why do you care to ask? In Suho's mind, he thought that using the integration method to deal with them was enough, and he returned to reality. Vanden now said to you, If you are a hunter pursuing this dungeon, this will be your final warning. If you agree, I will let you go. Hearing that, Suho thought to himself, So this is a dungeon. I'm quite worried right now. Thinking to myself, he's really fierce. If this is a dungeon, I have no choice but to clear it out to complete the urgent mission. Then I cautiously ask, What if I refuse? Immediately. He replied simply, We have to kill you. In the next moment, he quickly rushed toward you. Gray and Esso look extremely panicked right now. Liu Xin's face is also just as terrified. He immediately delivered a fatal blow to Suho, then paused to look. At this moment, Suho dodged his attack and said, "You were the one who attacked first." Hearing that, he immediately took a run-up, and as he attacks Suho, he blocks him and thinks to himself, "I don't know how much damage I will cause after increasing my strength. Since I attacked his armor, he probably won't die right." Suddenly, his face suddenly turned pale. Seeing that, you were very surprised and asked, "What the?" He was immediately knocked far away. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "How dare you go easy on me? Kill them all, even if they are from the Atula Guild or some Asian kid. Kill them all for me." Seeing that, Isu and Gray immediately rushed in. Isu shouted, "How dare you harm the crown prince?" Liao Xin then also drew his sword and said, "I guess a battle is unavoidable now." Suho was thrown far away with great pain and cried out, "Oh my god." Seeing that, Beirut immediately asked, "Little prince, are you okay? Are you hurt?" And at this moment, you replied. Then he continued, "Are the hunters fighting each other? If I want to complete this urgent mission, I have to win this chaos." "Right." Hearing that, Beirut replied, "I think we need to do that for the purpose of this raid." His face then became more serious and he said, "The armored man's group attacking us is definitely an enemy." Then he quickly grabbed his weapon and leapt up in an instant. Then, using the walls to flip around, he charged straight at the armored guy, immediately delivering a sky-high kick. The guy laughed sinisterly and said, "That's impressive." Then the two of them clashed and fought fiercely. And the armored man said, "I didn't expect a weak hunter to dare oppose the Thap Hoangjia. You should listen to the strong." Suho was thinking that he had tried to defeat him, but he still endured the attacks. "These bastards are tougher than I thought." He clenched his fists tightly and wondered if he should try the new fighting method along with the royal healing technique he just learned. He kept thinking, "Can I use it on someone else?" Suho kept raising his fist and thinking, but if he accidentally killed him, he would immediately draw his sword. The two clashed fiercely. At this moment, his face was covered in blood, and he died instantly. At this moment, Suho turned to thank Liu Xing. "Thank you." He left and said that I saw your skill when you dodged Van Doen's attack. At this moment, he turned to speak to you. But your earlier hesitation, are you afraid of killing others? Seeing him gasping for breath, he continued. Monsters are not the only thing that's dangerous to hunters. You need to be determined to protect yourself from dangerous people like unlicensed hunters. Hearing that, Suho looked at the dead man and thought, I used to think fighting with my life on the line was enough. But is that still not enough? You remember the battle just now and keep thinking. Until now, there's no need to kill. Even when fighting the Spirit Bridge Society, you can still hold back and fight them, because our strength is too overwhelming. Suho now reflects that it's not always the case that he holds the upper hand. Looking at ESO, still fighting fiercely and reflecting, situations where not killing immediately could lead to death, or prevent protecting what I want, might continue to happen as past events in this world keep unfolding. At this moment, I realize I missed it because I was only thinking about leveling up. I forgot that I had to let go of the emotions I had from before the incident. Only then, your face now looks incredibly terrifying and contemplative. Only then can I fight Li Misung. Lu Xin introduces himself as a hunter from the Atula Guild. My name is Lu Xin. He then said, we are facing some confusion with the 10 Wild Society. Why not form an alliance with us? Suddenly, Suho swung his fist past Lu Xin. He brushed past him and punched the man behind him, then slammed his fist into the ground, knocking the other guy away. At this moment, the system displays that the Sovereign King skill is level 2, an active skill that does not require mana. Even though you do not directly touch physical objects, but you can move them, and the accumulated fatigue depends on how you use them. Seeing that, Suho silently decided he would no longer hesitate. That guy immediately fainted, his face full of scars. Randon thought to himself, he defeated a B rank with just one strike. Smiling slyly at the thought, and he exclaimed, that's interesting. At this moment, he spoke up. I am Suho from Korea. Let's form an alliance. The battle among hunters in the dungeon never truly ends. One side is the armored group, while the other has bulging muscles. The armored hunters, despite realizing the two groups have teamed up, remain confident in their abilities. The Asura Guild is teaming up with another hunting party. But 3 pillars are still just 3 pillars. We surpass them in both quality and quantity. Suho said something that even Randon was surprised by. We haven't even unleashed our full strength yet. As if giving an order from his position, he stood up, causing a armored hunter to stumble sideways. According to the system's introduction, a giant R, N, K, A ratch, with many fangs appears. It didn't come alone but brought along many allies to this place. Randon couldn't believe that the young man in front of him could do the impossible. With such fighting ability yet still be a resurrectionist. And he could even resurrect all those at once. Suho was ready to stir things up. Alright. Let's go wild. This time, let's see what the armored hunter team will do to fight off the monsters you brought here. Amid the thick dust and haze, a heavily armored man with a golden badge on his shoulder stands proudly in the desert. He takes a step back, then stomps firmly to break the ground beneath him. I don't know what happened, but the dirt and dust look like they just experienced an explosion. He soared into the air while swinging his blades to create a tornado, easily taking down the monster in an instant. No one else would come here but Lu Xin, who really wants to face you directly. You hid too well. Kid. This is getting interesting. Suho clenched his fists, his expression showing intense anger. Randall. Beirut also has to admit that his strength exceeds all expectations. Even though he is weaker after becoming a shadow soldier, he still managed to blow away the monster that had the human king struggling with just one strike. Humans really are the strongest creatures here. Suho turned around praising Gray for his perfect timing. Gray. Just use the connection skill. Eso stepped closer and called him, Your Highness. Beirut didn't understand why he was stopping him. Suho was in full question mark mode. Eso, hesitating whether to speak up or not. Wait a moment. Little Prince, she really wants to help him, so she is very polite. Or maybe this time you should use the connection skill with me. We have learned a method to speed up the recharge while wandering around the gate, and Suho doesn't want to refuse. Gray beside me doesn't look happy. Using a skill I haven't tried in real combat might be a bit. Eso's long ears droop. She feels sad. But this is a chance for me to be useful to the young king. Suddenly, a loud cry behind her froze her in place. AGHH, and even more terrifying was that the scream revealed they were no different from zombies. Monsters were coming. Randon struggles to fight the monster. Are they really attracted by the noise from the battle? Eso holds her weapon. This sudden situation is too unexpected. There's also one at the entrance. No one is like Liu Xing, calmly crossing his arms and thinking, despite his subordinates struggling to hold on. The monsters closing in. And finally, I understand the prophecy that the boss mentioned. The entity, born from death, will break the seal, and the one who holds the power to revive the dead will rise from below. Of course, he didn't want to waste his energy. A little thinking would reveal the answer if the dead refer to the mummified. Then that person must be inside this dungeon, and the entity born from death can break the seal. Liu Xing turned back to look behind him, weighing which option would bring more benefit. The boss's order is to seize control of the dungeon, but based on the current battles between the guilds, taking the power to resurrect the dead would better serve the boss's intentions. While watching him continue to fight fiercely against the monsters, Liu Xing hesitated greatly. But now, retreating would be. Suho's eyes are filled with innate confidence, even in dangerous situations. That never changes. Liu Xing does nothing, simply standing there with his eyes closed. Calming his mind, Randon, with his swordsmanship skills, has repeatedly dismembered the monsters until not a single intact body remains. As expected, Liu Xing ordered his subordinates to storm inside. All members of the scavenger guild follow me. Ignore the construction workers and head straight to the boss room. Of course, Randon didn't want that to happen at all. The scavengers are aiming for the boss room, so he tries to stop them. But it's not easy to get past the zombie-like monsters in front of him. Randon was furious that those scavengers were trying to cause trouble, trying to use the monsters to hold us back. Why does the path have to be in that direction? Suho at the back isn't much better either. If this keeps up, we'll lose the reward to them. He saw it surrounded by a golden light ray. But for some reason, a giant monster suddenly appeared in front of Suho. It was furious and trying to attack him with its long claws. But Suho had already flown away to another spot without him noticing. The scene becomes extremely chaotic in the desert dungeon, with the colors of the monsters suddenly falling to the ground. Suho stands in the middle of it all and is the one handling all the monsters. Even Randon was stunned, eyes wide open but too afraid to blink. For Suho, this was just an ordinary performance. He would clean up here quickly and then chase after him. He was momentarily stunned. Unable to believe it, not only was he revived, but he also merged with them. Iso is still upset about not being able to help him. His chance to join. Randon is wide-eyed and stunned, still in shock. Suho. Who are you? Suho is inside a dark alley with unknown contents, flanked by guards on both sides. When the guards step forward to block the guild's actions, a sword is already at his neck. With a casual flick of his axe, Liao decapitated him before his subordinates, more than ever. Liu Sheng is determined to settle the score. That kid. It's not just that. I want to face him as soon as I regain the power to resurrect the dead. Something here has caught his attention. It seems Randon knows about this place. He's just standing outside guessing. Is this the room of the insect? It took a long time to push the door open little by little. As the door gradually opened, dust and smoke billowed out. In front of Randon and his followers is a monster chained up with many chains. While he was still lost in thought and didn't say anything, the two subordinates behind him were whispering. It looked like a worm. And it was sleeping. Randon stared at it intently without a moment's hesitation. The creature chained up. Surely the prophecy speaks of an entity born from death that appears after breaking the seal. Even more surprising, the monster spat out incomprehensible words. With his level, he could only stand there guessing until tomorrow morning. The source of the monster's language. Is it talking to us? Ameth also helplessly endured in front of the foolish hunters. Although it didn't understand what it was trying to communicate, the monster's hand was injured from trying to break the lock. Ameth kept spitting out shards of jade, uttering incomprehensible words. And the chain also slightly broke along with it. Randon hurried more than ever to announce, "Everyone ready to fight." After exhausting all his strength to break it, finally a section of the chain was snapped. Ameth went berserk, swinging the chain wildly, causing chaos in the scene. The chain was so sturdy that it left marks on the stone floor as it was swung forcefully to try to break it. And Ameth also achieved his goal, walking proudly towards Randon. He obviously wouldn't admit it, but the fear on his face is unmistakable. What is this? My guild's defenses are so tough. Just one swing of the chain can take down everyone. Ameth's strange behavior, standing in front of him with both hands outstretched, only made Randon more confused. Is it trying to provoke him into attacking? He grits his teeth, his competitive nature never changing, always facing insults from one opponent after another. Immediately, Randon unleashes his skill, his face showing extreme anger. Shield of the Titan. His blue eyes in the dark were like an arrow of hatred, ready to be shot straight at his opponent. Ameth stood still, letting Randon charge forward. Exactly what Amuth hoped for. I wonder what secret plan he's secretly nurturing. Randon was furious, but couldn't do anything. His fear growing clearer. He had put all his strength into this move. Yet it still wasn't enough to scratch the itch. I don't understand what the monster wants to say to him. Randon hurriedly takes his leave before anything happens, apologizing profusely. In his utter panic, he was terrified to see the iron lock on Ameth's hand slipping off. I should have gone to the trial. The monster roared loudly, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the ground to shatter into pieces. I only see a lot of blood spilled on someone's body. This time, there's no way to escape the grasp of the King of Hell. Ameth slapped his head in frustration, throwing Randon against the wall. Ahahaha. It was annoyed because it hadn't even warmed up its limbs after being imprisoned for so long. And the first living creature it encountered was dead so quickly. In the end, Ameth hesitated a bit before standing up, thinking, well, I wonder who it saw that made it so excited. At least there are still a few others. Sharing some joy, Shungshu kicked the head of a mummified creature, knocking it away and shattering its skull. He frowned and thought, they keep rushing in endlessly. So if that's the case, Shungshu shouted loudly and got up. But the system announced that it couldn't extract the ancient red soul. I look at my hand and wonder why I can't extract the ancient soul. I also can't use it on demons. There are more limitations than I thought. Suddenly, something heavy fell right in front of him. Kicking up a cloud of dust, Shungshu quickly jumped up and saw a large crack forming in the ground. The people fighting below are also affected. Layers of earth rise up as if something terrifying is floating up from beneath. Indeed, a giant reptile over 10 meters tall stretched over the ground. Everyone was terrified stiff by this scene. A monstrous reptile. Damn it. And just the mummies are already exhausting enough. The giant earthworm on the surface opens its huge mouth full of deadly teeth, trying to attack everyone. Everyone panics and leaps away to avoid its enormous legs. Iso charges her spear regardless, rushing at it. But her weapon can't pierce its tough shell. She gripped her spear, determined to strike again, then turned to the others, saying its hide was too tough. Her attacks were useless. Randon loudly warned Suho that the monsters flooding in like this are very dangerous. I'm very angry at the Scavenger Guild for stealing the ownership of the dungeon in the field, but I think we should retreat. And I strongly agree. I think so too. He remembered the system's mission and hesitated, unable to decide. As the urgent task said, he had to resolve the cause of the time-space water stain. I'm not sure if the Scavenger Guild fighting the boss will complete the mission, but retreating like this might not be safe. The ground suddenly trembled violently. A gigantic, terrifying foot stomps forward with fury, its pressure so overwhelming that Randon opens his eyes wide in horror. The giant monster tears apart the ruins and slowly reveals itself. The prince screams in fear. That path is where the Scavenger Guild went in, and a new monster is emerging from there. My body trembles with excitement, probably because my sensory index has increased several levels. I can feel it. A deadly aura radiates from the monster. With blazing red lines. The prisoner of Ameth's tomb. It makes him even more terrified. That red-named monster is a completely different kind of beast. Amuth heavy, with opening the spider. It commands. Disappear. Causing the scarlet mummies to open their mouths wide and sing. Then they quietly slipped away. Esso watched the footsteps of the mummies. Puzzled and wondering. I heard that voice of the monster telling them to disappear. Did the mummies return after hearing it? She nervously turned back to Ameth. What is that? Sung Su suddenly called her name. Esso. Ameth asked curiously. Was that the monster's language just now? Can you understand what I said? Esso replied cautiously. Yes. Because I am a demon. He suddenly burst out laughing. The only thing I see here every day are the dead soldiers and bugs scattered across the wasteland. It's been a long time since I met someone who can talk to me. Esso was a bit surprised. Thinking, he seems friendlier than his appearance suggests. When suddenly the giant centipede turned its head and attacked her, but it was quickly shattered by Ameth's hand, breaking her bones and flesh. That made Hai Hung open her eyes wide. He killed the monster spider in just one strike. He then turned to the remaining spiders and said, maybe before we talk I should clear out these monsters who don't understand what I'm saying, and then Ameth shot off like a gust of wind. He swept through and slaughtered the swarm of scorpions as easily as turning over a hand. Ameth's actions left everyone stunned in shock. Shung Shu-ho looked up with a look of disbelief in his eyes. A monster killing monsters. Ameth paid no attention to them, focusing only on smashing the rats into pieces. A reckless centipede attacked him with its head, but it was quickly counterattacked, and a blinding flash suddenly appeared under its chin. Ameth forcefully spins and kicks the giant body of the centipede, instantly bringing it down. With thick sprays of blood bursting into the air, Ameth performs a stunning move, directly tearing through the opponent's body. He tilts his head back, bathing in the blood of the worms, and loudly declares, I hate bugs. Everyone present here witnesses this terrifying scene, their legs heavy as if rooted to the spot. Randon was stunned and shouted, what is this monster that's so powerful it could kill countless worms in an instant doing here? According to the investigation, this dungeon should only be level C or B. Ameth trudged heavily on the wet stone floor, complaining that there seemed to be many people he cannot communicate with. He didn't bother to speak and immediately launched an attack to kill. Randon quickly reacts, raising his dual swords to defend. Esso is stunned, mouth agape. At this moment, Suho suddenly appeared and blocked Ameth's path. He angrily questioned him. Killing people just because we can't communicate with you. What happened to your sense of value? Ameth looked at him with great interest. Oh. A human who can talk to me. Then he stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a fierce aura burst out, saying, what about your values? Ameth threw a powerful punch at him, straightening up and saying, I never thought of that at all. The force of the strike was so strong it swept away large rocks, forcing the Randon group to struggle to defend themselves. Suho couldn't defend himself in time, and that blow made him cough up blood. Esso cried out in pain. Little lord, are you still scolding Ameth? You bastard! How dare you do that to the little prince, he said calmly. Is he your teammate? Ameth turned sincerely and said, this isn't exactly an apology, but I won't kill anyone. If you're a demon, you should know a lot, so it would be good if you could answer my questions. He continued to ask if the battle between the Dark Lord and the other lords had ended, and who was the winner. Esso cautiously grips the staff tightly, puzzled and wondering what's wrong with this monster. Does he know about the battle between the monarchs? Ameth turns towards Suho and the others lying on the ground, slowly releasing his breath. Not planning to answer. He seems to have lost all patience. If so, then so be it. Meanwhile, Beirut hurriedly crawled out and called for Suho. The young lord. The young lord. Over there Esso is still crying because Ameth is threatening him. Whether he's a monster that doesn't understand language or a demon refusing to answer. If you can't communicate with me, then you're all the same. He is no longer as merciless as before. His strength now aimed at crushing that girl. Die. Suho sat up slowly in the corner, coughing painfully, blood flowing from his mouth. An Yo-Ot spoke up, received the reward, and restored his stats. Ameth was startled when he saw the strange blue light emanate. Behind him, Suho had stood up, rubbing his sore shoulders and muttering to himself, lucky I didn't mess up the daily mission reward. If someone asks about the great war between the monarchs, I do know a little. I raise my eyes to reveal a cold gaze. All the monarchs have fallen. Suho pauses for a moment, then continues. The Dark Lord is under his control, and Isu sees that he is still fine. So he is overjoyed. Little Prince Ameth, hearing the reply, asked in surprise. Is that true? He couldn't believe it. Does that mean while I was stuck here, the great war between the monarchs has already ended? He hesitated before replying. Yes. He silently guessed in his mind that if he was asking about the Great War among the monarchs, then perhaps he was a servant of one of the monarchs. Suho cautiously considers that this ugly fish monster's strength is at least level S, and just a small provocation could be his doom. Amuth suddenly steps forward, startling Isu. And in the end, the Dark Monarch has won. His next words made you furrow your brow in thought. If he had killed all the monarchs back then. Amuth now clenched his fist. Meaning our monarch's body was also destroyed by him back then. Amuth asks again. So does that mean our monarch's body was also destroyed by him back then? Suho silently glances at the prisoner from Amuth's tomb. I guess this monster is Amuth. It seems like he is a subordinate of the monarch's construct. Suho just raised his head in horror as he saw his giant foot approaching. And if he knew who his father was, he might have attacked him immediately. Seeing this, Isu shouted in fear. Sovereign, Amuth ruthlessly stomped down hard. But luckily I quickly jumped back to avoid it. Are you trying to deceive me? If you don't answer quickly, I will kill that person. Which makes him think. This monster seems quite intelligent. Amuth asked again to confirm. Was it the true monarch who was killed by the Dark Monarch? Suho cautiously replied, yes. He defeated all the monarchs that day, observing and guessing. So he probably wouldn't go berserk and attack. Of course, an invisible pressure pressed on Suho's body, making him stunned. Amuth slowly said, I had been wondering why he no longer sought me out, unlike what I imagined. He was very excited and happy to hear this news. It turns out, he has been defeated. So I guess I should thank the Dark Monarch. Suho couldn't believe it. Is he really happy? He couldn't help but wonder. So he's not someone familiar or related to the body of the monarch. He denies being happy. I have no relation to him. Amuth clenched his fist, ready to strike down, shouting, I don't like hearing that. Die. Suho quickly prepared himself, raising both hands to defend. But suddenly, as he swung his fist, countless chains appeared and tightly bound his arm. He was extremely shocked by this. Chains indeed. Amuth is extremely annoyed. His whole body is immobilized by the chains. These chains have restrained me, and it seems I can't reach him. The chains suddenly move as if they have a mind of their own. Amuth no longer stands firm but is dragged backward by the chains. He struggles desperately, even using his feet to push against the ground to stop himself. But in the end, Amuth couldn't withstand the terrible power of the chains. He spat bitterly and shouted, These damn chains. Damn it. I will crush you. Your spell has betrayed me too much. Amuth was dragged into the dungeon and disappeared, only his voice still echoing with curses. You bastard. Suho watched the scene with his mouth agape. So he was pulled away by those chains. He sighed in relief, not knowing what had happened but feeling it was a great stroke of luck. And Esso approached him the next morning, asking if the young prince was okay. And he quickly reassured her that he was fine. Suho told Gray, who was crying and begging that now he knew the presence of those monsters here, so he needed to be careful, and in the meantime, should try to heal the members of the Asura Guild. Unseen spirit, you seem to have seen something terrifying. Eyes wide open in disbelief. So the previous system display showed the urgent mission of the Time Rift, which had detected a time rift. It instructed to enter the door connected to that place and eliminate the cause of the disappearing rift. He wondered what was happening with this mission. Esso saw Suho like that and asked with concern, Little Prince, what's going on? Junjun pointed at the board and said the urgent mission had changed. Now the system shows that an interdimensional tear has been detected, instructing to enter the connected door and release the remnants of the Amut entity from the pyramid. After reading this, Suho deduced that this means the other is the remnants of the entity. On the ground, mixed with dirt and rocks everywhere. The deeper they go, the more they encounter numerous dead bodies scattered around. Suho carefully stepped in, silently thinking that they were members of the Scavenger Guild and that they had been wiped out by that monster here. Then he looked intently at the person in front of him. Amut now no longer looks arrogant and rebellious, but is chained in a corner, looking very miserable. He even doesn't hesitate to lament a few words, unable to believe that someone would dare come here, truly a brave human. Suho raised his hand to explain. I came to talk to you, he said confidently. We already talked just now. You're angry and hanging upside down. If you plan to kill me, how can I talk to you? He seems to realize his own predicament. Is that it? But Amut is very outspoken. I learned that from Tanakh. If you have any opinions, go talk to him. Suho frowned and judged. This guy seems to have the soul of a child who likes to talk violently and straightforwardly. I didn't think I would have to seduce someone like him, so I guess I'll lower my voice then. It seems like you don't like the monarchic body. Can you tell me why? Amut did not avoid the question. Are you here because you're curious about that? I guess I'm also too tired of being bound by these chains. So I might as well tell you. He tensed up slightly and began to introduce himself. I am Amut, created by the monarch Tanakh and a sorcerer. Then they abandoned me here. Suho was extremely shocked. So you mean those two created you? Amit did not deny it. And there was a hint of resentment in his voice. It was those two who created me from an ordinary person into this. Then I was bound with these chains, and they abandoned me here. You wonder if you can't break those chains. Amit quickly explains. These chains are made of magic, and no matter how hard I try to break them, I can't do anything to them. I've been bound here for too long because of these chains. He roared in anger. I will never forgive those two bastards. After understanding everything, Suho grasped the main point of the mission. Therefore, his task was to free him, and he needed to remove these chains. He started calculating. But if they keep appearing constantly, how can I do this? At first glance, I just need to pull out the nails on the wall. But wait. Suho asked him another question. Have the monsters been here, with the humans when sealed away? Amut. And he immediately replied, yes. The two of them kept talking, while Eso stood there stunned, and I quietly muttered to myself, so that means you're just a prisoner, not the owner of this place. Amut said again, I am of course not the owner of this place. Then Suho suddenly asked, have you ever seen a room with a large iron door inside here? He immediately replied, I can't go too far from here because of these chains. And why do you keep asking me those damn questions? Suho rubbed his chin, puzzled, wondering why those two kept hiding him here. Why he wasn't wandering around the dungeon to guard this place if his thoughts were correct. You suddenly propose that, if I free you, you'll do whatever I ask. Right, Amut is a bit suspicious. Are you planning to free me from these chains? Then he said firmly that if you help me escape from here, I will do everything you want. So are you going to remove the spell imprisoning me, or go find the other wizard whom I also don't know where he is to kill him? If you dare to chase me, then the chain on his body can't withstand the pressure and suddenly bursts. And you'll see what awaits you. So stood there in shock, calling out to Suho. Little prince. But he seemed not to hear. Continuing to speak with Amut. Listen to me before you do anything. He softly said. I will make this dungeon collapse. Suho stated his judgment. You said you couldn't go deep into the wind with those shackles binding you. If that was the wizard sealing your intention, it seems he's worried you'll kill the master here. So if the dungeon collapses, the master will have little chance to escape. Every word of yours gradually convinced Amut. What do you think will happen if these chains lose their purpose of imprisoning people, when the dungeon collapses and the nails on the wall no longer serve any purpose? He listened quietly, then lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. Then Amut softly spoke. That's a good idea. After the agreement, Suho and Eso went deeper into the dungeon, leaving Beirut behind, upset and calling out, Little princess. It couldn't bear it and cried out loud. Why did you choose to save that monster, when you already have my loyal servants here with you? It sighed and flew around, making Amut annoyed and wave his hand to scold. Fine. Stop hovering over my head. Beirut was so angry he shouted. What did you say? You must want to die. He no longer underestimated it, and sighed. Right. I can't believe that kid is the descendant of the Dark Lord. Then Amut stood up, empty-handed. I can only go this far in the tomb. The descendant of the Dark Sovereign has already left a while ago. He looked into the dark dungeon and thought to himself, if he couldn't defeat the master of this place, everything would be a failure. And if the dungeon collapsed and I couldn't escape these chains, I would also die. Amut suddenly remembered his farewell words. If I help you escape, you must listen to me. He couldn't help but reassure himself, but I could feel his confidence and complete trust in him. He quietly bowed his head. Amut remembered the almost vanished figure in his memory, and I said, your physical strength is the true power, and it was through that you created me. But now, even weaker beings have achieved miracles. He firmly asserted that, if it was that child, I believe he could free me from here. Meanwhile, Suho is rushing to conquer the dungeon monster. Just one punch from him is enough to defeat the opponent. The giant's head was knocked clean off its body. After defeating the opponent, Suho let out a gentle breath. Next to him, Eso, with his spear ready to defend. The two quickly run alongside the giant's path straight toward the yellow one. Now only one remains. That person is still calmly sitting high above. He is the guardian of Sika's tomb. Amut moves its hand, and a large chain immediately appears on its arm, pulling it back. It stops in front of the swirling gate leading to the dark dungeon. Countless chains suddenly appeared, tightly wrapping around Amut and preventing it from taking another step forward. Sung Suho and Eso stood nearby, and Sung Suho looked at Amut and said, as expected, even when entering the dark dungeon, these chains still appear and block your way. Amut grasped the chain, which then snapped, and it explained that as long as I only think of leaving here in my mind, they will appear and bind me. Sung Suho looked up at the chain and said, indeed, it's a complicated kind of magic, but honestly, I didn't think this method would work either. I was just trying to confirm it. Sung Suho outlines his plan in his mind and begins to execute it. With 2 key objectives we must accomplish. First, Eso and I will defeat the boss and cause this dungeon to collapse. Elephant moves on to the second step, breaking the chains on Ameth. And once that's done, we'll move on to the second mission, which is to disable the chains when the pillars are destroyed. In the end, they all arrive together at the gates of the dark dungeon. Then Amuth will be freed from them and reunite with Beirut and us. In the end, we will enter the dark prison and escape from this collapsing dungeon. Amuth couldn't be sure about this plan and asked, if we fail one of the 2 missions, does that mean the plan is doomed? Sung Su solemnly replied, I also have a plan in place to defend against that. A large pile of sand suddenly appeared and kept flowing across the ground. Sika stands at the center, holding a glowing yellow sphere that is the source of the continuous sand flow. Sika controls the sand to transform into monsters with devastating power. Sung Su can only wipe his face to temporarily escape the sandstorm. He pierces through the storm with Rakan's fang, his eyes shining brightly. Countless slashes are struck. The sand monster controlled by Sika tries to wrap around him, but these attacks can only hold it back, not completely destroy it. Sung Su was swept away by the sand. He looked distressed, sweat pouring down his forehead, and clenched his teeth in frustration. Seeing Sika with the power to control the sand in front of him, Sung Su silently thought, the Tomb Guardian Sika. Because of this pile of sand, I can't get close to him. And with that red name, he must be at least an A rank. The cut nearly covers Sung Su's entire body. He pulls up his shirt to cover half his face, trying to prevent the cut from flowing into his nose and mouth, his eyes shining brightly. If this keeps up, my mana will run out before I can defeat him. I need to finish this as soon as possible. At the same time, Iso, trapped in the sandstorm, is also making a move. She prepares to throw the spear in her hand while Sung Su's hand reaches through the sand. He uses his limited mana to burn the surrounding sand, creating a hole to open a path. Sung Su shouts, covering his entire body with mana before rushing into the sandstorm ahead. But on the other side, the spear Iso just threw is also piercing through the sandstorm towards the target. Sika gently waved her hand, causing the spear rushing toward her to be knocked away and spin easily in the air, clearly indicating that Isu's previous attack posed no threat to it. Sung Su shouted as the sand wrapped around him, urgently telling Iso to use the linking skill. Isu widened her eyes in response, feeling a bit excited inside. Finally, she uses her linking skill. Her entire body transforms. Her hair turns pure white, and she forms a sphere with streams of energy emitting red and black light. The energy charging condition for the link skill I learned while passing through the gate with the young monarch is that when I defeat monsters, I will absorb their souls, which will increase the energy recharge rate of the link skill. Iso pushes the sphere forward, releasing streams of black and red energy, finally giving me the chance to show the results of all my hunts of the goblins in the dark dungeon so far. The black energy flows into Sung Suho, boosting his power as he charges forward at full speed. Sung Suho jumps high, carrying the linked power directly at Sheikah, standing before him. And at this moment, after using the linking skill, Isu exhausted her strength and collapsed face down on the ground, her silver hair gradually returning to normal. Isu temporarily lost her fighting ability. She could only open her eyes and watch the battle in front of her. Up until now, I've only shown my worst side to the young king. Seeing Sheikah raising her hands to brace the upcoming attack from Sung Suho, Iso silently prayed that their connection skill would help him this time. The system displays a status window showing the link skill, energy reserve, and 67% charge, drawing power from the white fire's aftermath and unleashing a formidable burst of strength. Sung Suho raised his fist without hesitation, focusing all his strength into this decisive blow, determined to give it his all. Nam's punch, representing the power of Sung Suho and Sheikah colliding, causes everything around to shake. Sheikah's body is shattered by a single blow from Sung Suho. Feeling the tremor, Beirut was startled. The crashing sound of the collapse shook the entire sky, stunning Ameth as it looked up at the edge of the pit and muttered, Beirut beside it sweating nervously. The prison collapsing, Ameth said with a hint of joy. So they had succeeded in defeating the master of the prison. On the wall where the iron chains that held Ameth captive for so many years are fixed, signs of corrosion begin to appear. Soon after, the iron chains detach from the wall and fall down. 1, 2, and many more. Even the prison walls are starting to crack and show signs of collapsing at any moment. Beirut flew ahead, turning back to urge Ameth. Hey crocodile, follow me. We will reach the young king's place. Ameth stood still and watched Beirut silently. It didn't move right away but thought to itself, if that cloud of silk no longer blocks my way, it means I have finally escaped from Tanat. Ameth recalls its old memories, when it was just a weak monster, its body covered with wounds, and even one of its arms was already severed. I still can't understand why Tanat and that wizard experimented on such an ordinary creature like me. All I remember are the painful memories of being destroyed and reborn every day. Amith has endured pain before, suffering greatly and gouging out its own eyes. Nat will destroy his body, and the wizard will take on the task of restoring it. The longer the experiment lasts, the stronger my body becomes, just as they planned. However, my mind couldn't bear the pain, so I gouged out my own eyes and gradually transformed to endure this suffering. It recalls those terrifying days, and throughout that horrifying time, only one wish kept it alive. Amith imagines himself in the green forest, with gentle sunlight filtering through the majestic trees from the past, experiencing once again the grandeur of nature he saw as a child. Amith lifts his foot. It walks forward without looking back, paying no attention to the fixed iron stakes shining behind it, thinking to itself that if only it could make that happen. A stake suddenly moved, flying to attack Amith, who was startled and turned around. Beirut was stunned, sweating profusely, shouting loudly, both terrified. Amith reached out to the stake embedded in its back, trembling, with a hint of disbelief as the stakes flew toward it. Amith clenched its teeth, blue blood pouring from its mouth as the spears kept rushing in. It stood its ground, roaring in fury and hatred at the damn wizard. Amuth couldn't understand. There was a hint of despair in it. It felt the hopelessness. You would rather kill me than let me go. At that moment, Sung Soo Ho appeared and kicked away the two stakes connected to the iron chains. His calf is bleeding and clearly injured. Baru is crying anxiously. Your Highness. Sung Soo Ho grits his teeth. These stakes are too hard. The stakes that Sung Soo Ho kicked away seem to have eyes. They turn back again. Sung Soo Ho stands in front of Amith, ready to face them. Are they going to attack again? If only those chains would let Amith go. You jump high to dodge the attack of the stakes, and below your feet is a portal of destruction. So, how are we going to move these stakes? The spear collided with the ground, sparks flying, then quickly changed course and attacked again. Another spear appeared with a similar situation, returning and seemingly unstoppable. Many stakes have been teleported through the gate, spreading out in all directions and increasing in number. Amith is a bit worried. Sung Soo Ho, why do you have to push yourself so hard? Sung Soo Ho didn't stop blocking attack after attack, and Amuth was a bit confused, ultimately wondering how much he wanted her to come and why he let himself get hurt like this. Sung Soo Ho heard a strange noise inside his body, feeling intense pain as his bones could no longer withstand it. Just then, Amuth suddenly appeared in front of him and unhesitatingly blocked a strike to help him. Sung Soo Ho's face was still bleeding as he widened his eyes in shock, listening to Amuth speak to him. Now I understand why I was defeated. No. Why all the other kings failed against the Shadow King. Sung Soo Ho shouted loudly. Amuth, hold back the pain. We just need to get these tigers inside the gate. Right. On its back is a large wound from the tiger's claws. It muttered, then let's fight together until the very end. Sung Soo Ho, there are many spears rushing toward them. Amuth shouted. Little Prince. Meanwhile, on another side, Isu was still unconscious lying on the floor. Beirut is floating in the air. You're awake now. Isu sat up and looked up at it, with a slightly cautious tone. Beirut. She suddenly knelt down on the ground, looking like she was about to collapse. Ah. The young king took me back to the dark prison first, because I had run out of energy. How are those days now? And Amith too. Beirut made a gesture by raising a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Isu was surprised to hear Beirut say they were resting, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Then, she showed a look of joy. Isu softly muttered, Little Prince. Sung Soo Ho closed his eyes and slept peacefully. Isu is extremely excited and happy. The mission is accomplished. Amidst the ruins, Amith embraces Sung Soo Ho so he can lean on him, both exhausted and falling asleep. While the window frame keeps flashing notifications, you have successfully recruited the steel body as your teammate, and you have completed the emergency mission. Spatial watermark. Notification, you have leveled up. Notification, you have received your mission rewards. Notification, do you want to check the rewards? Below are two options close together, yes. No. A steaming cup of coffee, still emitting wisps of steam, sits on the desk. He, dressed in a suit, is sitting in his office, holding a phone in his hand, seemingly watching some news. He paused on a news item. Something happened after Sung Jingu's disappearance. He sat still with a serious expression as the groundskeepers and the gate began to reappear. Thanks to the memories from the old world that Sung Jingu left me, I was able to quickly establish the Hunter Association and restore order from the chaos of the Great Disaster. And then, the Stardust, something that didn't exist in the old world, suddenly appeared, shaped like a circle and emitting a beautiful blue light. A stimulant that was never present in the old world but can enhance mana for low-level hunters without any side effects. All we know so far is that I am being supplied by Lim Min Sung, Vice President of the Death Society. Since he was doing all this while Chairman Lim Tae-ji Woo was on a business trip abroad, it's likely that he acted alone. But I don't think anyone could carry out such a large-scale distribution in the old world. It feels like there's a mastermind behind this. Just then, his phone rings. You answered the phone. It's been a long time since you called me. The person on the other end hurriedly said, President of Association A. Sorry for calling so suddenly. You can call me anytime, after all. You've helped the Groundskeepers Guild a lot in its early days. The person on the other end of the line was a bit confused, actually. I called because I needed the help of the Turf Workers Association. At this point, he cried, and anxiously shouted into the phone, saying that the boy had awakened as an A-level groundskeeper, and I think he's trapped inside the gate. The voice from the phone pleads for help for the boy. Mr. Jin Cheon. Jin Cheon couldn't help but be surprised. Mr. Jin Hoei. Your grandson. Could it be? He hesitated, almost unable to believe. Asking, Suho. What about him? The golden sunset light softly shines on the ground at the parking lot, with a group of people sitting in the cars all nodding off. Suddenly someone kept calling the man sitting in the driver's seat. Ri O-sin. Ri O-sin. Sung Suho poked his head into the car, resting his arms on the window as he said with a smile. Wake up. Ri O-sin. Still dazed from being disturbed, he looked a bit surprised. Suho. Sung Suho casually said with a smile. It's done with that dungeon. And by the way, can I borrow your phone for a moment? Ri O-sin scratched his head and said, That dungeon has been reduced to a pile of rubble. Ri O-sin, in shock, exclaimed in disbelief. So you've finished clearing that dungeon. A plane takes off into the sky, soaring upward through the golden evening clouds. Sung Suho stood at the entrance of the airport, facing a group of people there to see him off. And the leader said, Suho, we will never forget how you saved us at the pyramid. Please stay in touch even after you return to Korea. Sung Suho shyly scratched his head and replied, Yes. Thank you very much for helping me get a flight back to Korea. Sung Suho remembered how Uncle Jinho cried when he received his call. And at that moment he was so agitated he shouted, What? You went to Egypt because of a portal. Are you okay? Your uncle is very happy. He thought something bad had happened to you. Sung Suho forced a smile and continued, Because he helped you get in touch with your uncle. Sung Suho recalled and thought to himself that his uncle had reported this to an acquaintance in the Hunter Association, so he would probably have to visit the Hunter Association soon. The person facing Sung Suho also raised their hand to their chin, looking thoughtful, and said this is really strange, a monster, probably S-rank or higher. Retreating and letting the dungeon collapse, Sung Suho was a bit surprised but quickly responded, Yes. That's really strange. I heard that he forced a nervous smile and continued speaking. At that moment, you were truly lucky. I clenched my fists and thought anxiously. I can't tell him what really happened to Amut. Amut moves her hand, causing the iron chains on her arm to clink loudly. It sat in a somewhat ruined place, facing Sung, Suho, and S-Ho. Sung Suho looked at it and said, In the end, the chains on Amut couldn't be removed. You also can't leave the dark prison because of those chains. So are you planning not to keep your promise to me? Amut replied, Don't worry unnecessarily. You kept your original promise to me and took me out of the tomb. The iron shackles that bind Amut are driven into various places. Maybe because they are spread out everywhere. But here I can move more freely. Much more comfortable than that tiny tomb like a nostril. Sung Suho looked at Amut, thinking to himself that Amut had changed so much. Suddenly, Amut grabbed Sung Suho's hat and shirt with his hand, pulling him up, and added, Amut led Sung Suho soaring high. Sung Suho looked up in amazement. Wow. S-Ho stood below anxiously. Hey, little prince. After a while, Amut descends to the majestic wall below and says, Even though just a little, I can feel the greatness of nature that I missed in this place. Amut said to Sung Suho, I will follow you as I promised. Little prince. Sung Suho turned to look at him, smiling and saying, Amut. Back in the present, Sung Suho silently thought. A gate opened in the dark wooden cellar and an urgent mission appeared. Maybe it's so I can meet Amut as my teammate. He turned back to wave goodbye to those seeing him off at the airport. See you again, uncle. Sung Suho. He can endure monsters, fight, and even transform despite being only a B-class hunter. I have to contact my guild and tell them to spy on him. Sung Suho has no idea what Rio is thinking about him. He walked straight ahead. Barrow flew close beside him and spoke. I haven't been on a plane in a long time. Sung Soo-ho looked at it and said, "Guess I have no choice because the portal connecting to Korea is closed now." Sung Soo-ho muttered to himself, "I can level up 7 times faster by defeating monsters and completing urgent missions." The system notification appeared, showing a status window with Sung Soo-ho's name. Level 34. No profession. Fatigue none. Title Slayer of Lair Beasts. Blood 7. 000. Out of 7. 000. Magic power. 650. Out of 650. Strength 70. Stamina 55. Agility 44. Intelligence 44. Perception 49 plus 5. And no remaining points. After reviewing all this information, Sung Soo-ho asked, "Biru, with my current condition, what rank do you think I could be?" As a hunter, Biru seriously considers and says, "I think you're probably at rank A." Sung Soo-ho mutters to himself, "I'm now at rank A." His expression suddenly becomes more serious, as if his preparations are nearly complete. He raised his hand, looked into it as if seeing the strength within himself, and said, "It's time to counterattack Lee Min-sung and Itarim's apostles." In the pitch-black sky, a layer of light suddenly shone upward. The city lights up brightly at night. Inside the Pearl Flower Knights Guild, someone speaks, saying, "Our guild has truly grown very strong." The person sitting in the main seat continued, "We used to be just a C-rank hunter guild, but now we have access to a B-level gate in Incheon." Someone in the guild immediately chimed in, "That's right. And now we also have a much bigger office." The person sitting in the chair smirked and took out a blue spherical gem, saying, "It was all thanks to Stardust. Thanks to this, we can access a B-grade gate, even though we're mainly C-rank hunters." The person who joined in earlier added with a smile, "Buying it from the black market has become easier, and it's also cheaper. I don't know who made this, but I am grateful they did." A man with blonde hair, holding a can of water in one hand and leaning his other arm on the sofa, asked curiously, "Is it really that good? I feel like there's something shady about it." The other person immediately retorted loudly, "Hey, from the start, you're already a B-class hunter. You'll never understand how we feel." The blonde-haired man, Kim Sung-soo, a B-rank hunter, looked serious and said, "I heard the Hunters Guild is considering passing a law banning the use of Stardust. Someone just stepped into this place, and I overheard a voice full of anger from the Hornflower Knights saying, 'What are they doing this for, when it has no side effects? Hunters could use this to open more gates. Isn't that better? But they don't do anything to help lower-ranked guilds like ours. So frustrating." Kim Sung-soo took a sip from his can of water and said, "If you rebel against me, there's nothing you can do anyway." At the same time, footsteps outside drew everyone's attention as they looked out the door, revealing a few uninvited figures outside through the glass. Kim Sung-soo also turned to look outside. Sighing, 3 people entered, and the one in front spoke uncertainly, saying, "This is the Hoa Crab Knights Guild." He is a teenager with platinum blonde hair and bright yellow eyes that look very dangerous. He continued speaking, "Are you the guild authorized to enter the gate that appeared in Incheon earlier?" Kim Sung-soo stepped closer, puzzled by his height. "Are you a child? How did you end up in the Hoa Knights?" He looked up at Kim Sung-soo with a cold gaze and used his power, causing a ring of light to appear above everyone's head in the room, then repeated himself, "I said, give me that gate." Everyone in the Hoa Shell Knights stood up. The rings of light on their heads lit up as if they were being controlled. They bowed respectfully to him and said, "Your Excellency, we will follow your orders." Kim Sung-soo, the most eccentric one without a ring of light on his head, was stunned and turned around. "What kind of joke are you guys playing?" Kim Sung-soo couldn't believe his eyes. Was he coughing? The young boy with platinum hair put his hands in his pockets. "Didn't the hunter before use Stardust? This is perfect." Immediately following his command, he ordered everyone to close their eyes and cover their ears. Those with glowing rings on their heads. Kim Sung-soo looked terrified, unable to believe what he was seeing. Why is everyone doing exactly what this kid says? The young boy paid no attention to what he said, sitting directly on the table, glancing at him and his group with a golden glow, recalling the bloodied wings and coldly saying, "My creator desires power over this unclaimed world. I came to Earth to fulfill his wish." Kim Sung-soo didn't understand what he was saying and nervously grasped his sword, stammering, "What are you talking about?" But the young boy continued, "However, after coming here, I have a few questions." He said this while casually touching the sword at his side. "The creatures are the entities created by the Creator to fulfill their wishes. Many of you humans have your own goals and act on your own. So, which wish of your Creator are you fulfilling?" Kim Sung-soo couldn't hold back anymore, drew his sword and shouted, "Hey, Creator, who is that guy? Turn everyone back to how they were." He keeps shouting, "Is this some kind of religious sect or what? He's probably just a kid. If you keep messing around like this, I won't let you do whatever you want. That young man is speechless. He clenched the sword of the person next to him and slowly drew it out. The sect. He spoke, making Kim Sung-soo panic, his eyes wide open as if he had seen something terrifying. The two young people's eyes flashed with a golden light, and their entire bodies were covered in a layer of red energy. He touches the sword like a demon from hell. The one who just insulted my creator. Isn't it? He softly said. Kuep Dai. As his hand touched the sword and suddenly shone with a blinding golden light, Kim Sung-soo, panicked and excited, wildly swung his sword. Ah! The young man was faster than him, with a single strike. His body was split in two. His sword shattered and soaring into the sky in a spin, while the table behind him was sliced cleanly by his blow. The force of the strike didn't stop there. It pierced through the gap between the two people who had followed him in, destroying the ground beneath their feet. Kim Sung-soo's broken sword just pierced the head of the elegant Night Guild master, ending his life. The entire body of the young boy is shrouded in darkness. One of his eyes turns black, and his expression becomes extremely cold. He stands amidst the wreckage, in front of Kim Sung-soo's dismembered body, with the corpse of the guildmaster behind him, issuing an order to everyone, allowing you to see and hear again. Clear this place out. As he finished speaking, he and the two people following him re-entered and stepped outside together. Suddenly 2 people appeared in front of him. What was that sound just now? The person next to him shouted loudly. Another hunter is destroying this place again. The silver-haired teenager walks between them, bowing his head as he commands. Forget everything you've just seen. The two of them immediately froze. Standing upright, a golden halo appeared above their heads, signs of divine blessing. For the Creator made all creatures solely to fulfill their wishes. He opens a portal, yet the creatures of this universe can kill their Creator at will. The young man led the controlled hunters into the portal and attacked a giant monster. Standing calmly in front of it, the monster's eyes are blazing red. And he says, "Monster. Don't call it a space refuge. Wandering around the space tiers is more accurate." A small device of suffering appeared in his hand. "I will give you a chance to vent your anger." Without hesitation, the yellow gem was embedded directly into the monster's head, causing it to scream in agony and suffering. Show your true power. The young teenager coldly watches this scene, his yellow eyes shining brighter. I need to investigate this world further, all for the purpose of fulfilling my Creator's wish. The busy city street is crowded with pedestrians as a car slowly approaches. Passing by the heavily guarded skyscraper, the handsome man stepped out of the car. A sinister red glow radiated across the space, and as he turned to face the man who just got out, he immediately reported that this situation was very dangerous. Based on the amount of magic power emanating from the gate, if we don't eliminate the bug immediately, I think an underground dungeon battle is unavoidable. If that happens, I fear this airport will suffer extremely serious damage. He paused for a moment, glanced at those around him, then continued. In that case, we will report to the Hunter Association that everything is still fine. Apostle, the child, called the Apostle, suddenly unleashed a fierce stream of blazing red spiritual energy. A radiant glow enveloped the boy's entire body, combined with his unusually bright eyes, creating a truly eerie scene. A massive strange object melting as it approaches them. A creature born to carry out the will of the Creator. If he feels bored, we will carry out invasions. If he desires something, we will stop at nothing to ignite conflicts. That is the reason for our existence. Us, creations. But one day, the Creator, the Spirit, declared that one of my kind from another dimension had fallen. Take this and seize control of that unclaimed world for me. We follow the God's command, gathering countless believers in our world. As the God's army sets out to the nameless world, an unimaginable energy source is essential to move such a massive army. The wormhole through the dimensions wasn't small enough to contain such enormous energy. So the God's army took a long time to pass through that space gate. But as long as the entrance still remains and their enormous threshold is intact, there's no way they would give up easily. Even if it means approaching the God right in front of them, no matter how difficult or how long it takes. The army did not give up despite the hardships and finally reached the unclaimed world. There, we see the darkness. An immeasurable black curtain rising, in stark contrast to the beautiful ideal world where they live, now filled with countless demons and monstrous creatures with terrifyingly hideous forms. They are like incarnations of demons, and now darkness has covered this place, turning it into hell. It has become their home. And of course, the monster's fighting strength far surpasses that of humans. A single strike enough to annihilate a resilient group. Darkness and its army possess terrifying power. That is the only thing they can confirm now, a brutal force that forces humanity to submit. Countless battles take place between humans and monsters in the pitch-black darkness. and it's clear that the advantage belongs to the familiar master of the darkness, which can be said to be terrifying in many ways. If the foreign soldiers fight and fall before the darkness, they will be taken over by it and turn into our enemies. As the battle drags on and more soldiers fall, with the power of darkness growing beyond imagination, the Outsiders' army was overwhelmed by the assault, and the war in the unclaimed world quickly spilled beyond the boundaries of space. The army of the Outsiders fell into despair because they couldn't break through the darkness for a long time. Right now, the Outsider envoy TL says this is an opportunity, just like how it took us a long time to leave that place. Those who escaped from the darkness in the abandoned world will also find it difficult to return because of the enormous amount of magic power they possess. I do not sense any magic from the inhabitants of the abandoned world. So, if we use the fire mist, I believe we can destroy their world from within. Words that awakened them all. Perhaps they had been dulled by the darkness spreading through the space since entering. Fire fog. The lowest ranked disciples are burned to ashes by the flames of faith, but still continue to carry out the will of the god. Although weak, their ability to spread faith is extremely dangerous to those who lack magical power. The divine army believes that as faith spreads in the unclaimed world and the number of followers increases, we can create holy sites and miracles. Therefore, everyone agrees with TL's strategy. TL then used his power to divide the source of strength into 5 fragments. He left the weakest piece, carrying the flame of mist, to enter the unclaimed world. As planned, the weakest fragment was not detected by the darkness and successfully entered the abandoned world. It silently passed through the barrier, serving as a spy for humans and also as a ticking time bomb for the monsters. This is truly their most perfect one-shot strategy ever. However, the first fragment of TL that reached that world encountered unforeseen variables. Because no matter how little spiritual power there is, it still exists and has become a useful resource for the lowly creatures in the engulfed world. As this darkness passes by any wandering group of people on the street, creatures without magic in the abandoned world gained magic after awakening, becoming an inevitable outcome. Then, he discovered that magic appeared in this world alongside the Great Catastrophe. The first fragment decided to wait for the others and successfully merged with the second fragment. I never expected them to change so favorably in the fight against me. There must be someone behind this plan. Other failures must absolutely be avoided in my plan. Among them, humans. It is crucial to understand the full potential of beings known as hunters, those who possess magic, so I can complete my mission as a shard of Tua. You think, through the crowd, you stand silently waiting for a gust of wind, and then it arrives. The terrified and frantic creatures are knocked down, their eyes wide with fear as the terrifying beings approach. The horde of monsters rushes forward like demons rising from hell, ready to bite the very life out of humanity. They scream in fear and despair. Monsters then scatter like headless snakes. Though these scenes are no longer unfamiliar, reality shows that they either run away or fight, or die because human strength is too small to withstand the attack of monsters with countless bizarre forms. Among the fleeing crowd, someone shouts that it's a dungeon breach. Contact the Hunter Association immediately. You silently observe the situation, thinking that if monsters with enormous mana reserves begin to wreak havoc, high-level hunters will surely appear. If they can. I want to see how strong an S-rank hunter really is. Amidst the chaos, with countless screams and bewildered questions about why the dungeon is collapsing, isn't there already a team assigned to this area's gate? You caught the main point in what he said. The hunters are at the gate. Now, take a moment to observe the current situation as the rescue team is gathering here. They are all users of star magic. Star magic is a stimulant created by melting the faith of fire mist. While faint traces of faith accumulated in their bodies usually have no significant effect, if we use the incomplete power of TL to diminish their faith, you desire to see them with the clear flow of faith on each of their bodies. You immediately order to prepare for testing the hypothesis, the one blocking our way. Step back. Yes. Hold your ground. The other one lazily steps back. Meanwhile, the monsters continue their savage slaughter. As a battered woman is stabbed in the back while fleeing and screams in agony, until her screams gradually faded. The woman was completely subdued by the monster, which kept stabbing her until she was no longer moving. She reached out desperately, begging them to save her. The gaze slowly observes the woman's life fading away. Emotionless, thinking that creatures exist because of the creator, gods. Therefore, I once believed that the purpose of life was simply to fulfill his will. But why do humans have desires? These creatures are driven by desire, something only the divine creator is allowed to possess. Do these weak humans think they are superior to us? While watching them, the weak ones only know how to run headlong, and their desire to live fiercely regardless of any means. I reluctantly followed everyone. A dungeon collapse. Unbelievable that this happened just as I arrived in Korea. Another ugly man complaining and running away to escape the savage monster. But fate has turned, and he desperately awaits the deadly blow. In that critical moment, a god appears, fighting like a divine warrior to distract the monster and save the man's life. I will stop the monsters. Run now. The boy looked on in silence as each monster was taken down one by one, with those swift and precise deadly strikes. Sung Soo-ho's eyes are now only focused on the fight. A masked black hunter. You observe and speculate, while your subordinates have already detected that the situation is gradually changing. Based on your gaze, I heard that a masked hunter in black destroyed the Hina gang. Combining this, your deduction is complete. Could it be that he is the troublemaker, Lee Min-sung mentioned? Amid the fierce battle, the monsters still try to chase innocent people, wielding swords and preparing to strike multiple blows, causing the man to scream out loud, a chilling smile with sharp teeth on its face. Those monsters seem to want to devour innocent people without hesitation. Suddenly, Soo-ho's streaks of power lightly brushed past them, but they caused devastating damage, tearing their bodies apart. He glanced back and pondered. There's no way the Hunter Association would approve of breaking the dungeon, especially at a gate that could lead to heavy casualties. What exactly has happened? Standing over the corpses on the ground, Soo-ho remained deep in thought, determined to get everyone out of here first. But he seemed unaware that someone was watching him. So it was Pak Dojin, with a contemplative face and piercing eyes, seemingly plotting something, he thought. Since the belief in fire and mist doesn't exist within him, the masked man hasn't absorbed stardust yet. Then he assessed. His magic power is on par with Lee Min-sung, or slightly higher. Arise. A voice echoed, unleashing some kind of magic. Suddenly, huge monsters appeared before Soo-ho, and he sternly ordered them to help those who couldn't evacuate on their own. His words made Dojin's back stiffen, only sweat trickling down his face as he looked at him and thought about that image power to command the darkness. Dojin stared intently at the man in front of him, pondering, unable to believe that a human could wield the power of darkness. If that human is connected to the darkness, then his attacking the Spirit Dog Guild and Stardust Factory to disrupt our plans makes sense. It seems Soo-ho sensed something and glanced behind where Dojin was standing, making him a bit cautious. He turned his head to avoid Soo-ho's gaze, thinking that now he needed to hide himself. Dojin had gone outside. But strangely, a large truck was floating in the air for no apparent reason, but Dojin remained deep in thought. We must not let him realize our existence in this world. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the vehicle behind Dojin. Behind him, a familiar figure and voice flashed by. And suddenly a truck flew all the way here, real or illusion. Soo-ho, I stopped the rescue truck for you in an instant. Still asking carefully if you're okay. His face full of determination as he glances at something ahead. A huge monster appears behind the thick fog after the explosion. It roars in fear. But it doesn't seem to shake Soo-ho's composure. He still stares straight ahead. Still. Soo-ho was sweating profusely and immediately asked, Is that creature the leader of the monsters? Beirut nodded from his neck and replied, Your Highness. I can sense Itarim's energy from that monster. Hearing this, he responded, Then perhaps this dungeon breach is connected to Itarim. Beirut seemed to sense something but shook his head, thinking he must have been mistaken. Meanwhile, Dojin and Anhee remained unchanged, staring intently at the two of them without saying a word. That monster roared loudly again, unfazed. Soo raised one hand to prepare an attack, while thinking about investing all the points gained at level 35 into strength, raising it from 70 to 77. As soon as one move was launched, the monster blocked it, neither giving way. Dojin, standing nearby, was a bit surprised. Does he think I'm just a human child? Watching Soo fight the monster, Dojin continued to ponder. Even though he could use his dark powers, he was too weak compared to the darkness. Soo still uses her techniques as best as she can. But at the moment, his full potential can't be assessed. Thinking that, Dojin's face darkened. Next time he sees him here, he will eliminate him. Suddenly, the sound of slow footsteps approaching was heard, along with a gentle voice saying, I'm late. Let's finish this quickly. The voice continued. As his hand was about to execute some technique, the fireballs appear from his hand, flying over the heads of the lower-level monsters. It seems those fireballs almost touched Dojin. But luckily once again Soo-ho stepped in to help him. And upon seeing the new technique, Soo-ho was surprised fire. The space suddenly fell silent. No one moved or spoke, but the fireballs still hovered in the air. The man didn't hesitate and continued to cast his spell, clenching his fists tightly. The fireballs in the sky suddenly exploded, burning all the monsters. Soo-ho was stunned as countless fireballs suddenly appeared and attacked the monsters. In just one move, almost all the monsters were burned to ashes. Soo-ho was stunned to see the explosion's result. It's hard to believe that so many monsters could be killed at once like that. Suho looked towards the source of the explosion and thought to himself, a hunter controlling fire. Could it be? So you're Choi Jonggin, the SR-Rank hunter. Jonggin's face also shows a bit of surprise. Oh. Seeing that the biggest monster was unfazed by the previous attack, Jonggin also praised it. Never expected it could withstand such a blow. You're pretty tough. In that case, he pauses his words and prepares to unleash a technique, with flames appearing in his hands, gradually shaping into a bow and arrow made of fire. That monster didn't seem afraid of this attack at all, just opening its mouth in anticipation of the fiery arrow. But it didn't expect that the arrow's power was so strong it sent it flying into the air. That fire still burns fiercely, as if even the earth itself is overwhelmed by its power and has surrendered. However, it is also that same fire that has restored the watermarks in that area. The sturdy steps gradually restored themselves. The common people saw this and cheered, shouting, "Oh, Hunter Choi, one of the best in humanity, truly lives up to his reputation." He also smiles faintly, waves his hand, and thanks, finished. He looked around as if searching for something, and muttered to himself, "I think I saw a child somewhere nearby." Rong picks up the shirt from the ground and ponders why the hunter fought until he disappeared without taking any credit. Why would he do that? Suho let out a breath of relief when he hid. Luckily, he appeared just in time. I can't let my identity be revealed. I need to move somewhere else for now. His face suddenly darkened, ignoring that. Itarim has always operated secretly and never let anyone know, so I can't believe they attack civilians, especially in such a crowded place. What are they planning? It's getting late, and the darkness is falling. A figure standing in the vast room gazes toward the tall buildings in the distance. That is Dojin, his face still as expressionless as ever, lost in thought without saying a word, seemingly waiting for something. A space portal opens, drawing his attention to it. It keeps shining like that. Dojin spoke first. Third fragment. The arrival has come, and a voice echoes again through the space gate. Long time no see. Second fragment. Dojin, hearing this, continues speaking before handing over this body. I will summarize for you. Then he started speaking. Among the living beings of this world, called hunters, there are some with powerful magic, and among the hunters, there are entities called SR-Rank, beings with immense magical power, and we must be cautious of them. Additionally, there is a variable in this world that we need to eliminate. The voice from the portal echoes again. Stop. We will review the details after absorbing the consciousness. The one who has completed their duty and will be absorbed by me as planned. Again, that emotionless face. He said nothing. Feeling silent, the voice in the space gate asked again, "What's wrong?" Second fragment. "Is there a problem?" But the third shard of Dojin replied, "Nothing. All right. I leave everything to you. I feel sad about disappearing from this world when a new personality takes over, but it's all pointless after all. In the end, fulfilling the will of the supreme god of darkness in this world. All of this is for the benefit of the great creator." The second shard begins to be absorbed into Dojin's body as a blinding light shines through the glass. After completing it, he said, "This memory, the variable that the second shard refers to. The image of Suho appears. The existence of the ability to use power like darkness is beyond my data." Dojin's body undergoes a remarkable change. He clenches his fist, and his final decision was wrong. Removing the second shard would be a waste. It's still that face, but now with a smug smile. Because if we turn him into a devoted follower, we can even control the dead. In the evening, Suho sits back in his chair, looking up and sighing. Phew, Suho just said. He was just scolding me, recalling how he was reprimanded by his uncle. But trying to protect the earth is a good thing, but your safety must always come first. If something happens to you, I don't know how I would face your parents. Suho looked up at the ceiling, wondering if my parents were worried about me too. Then he quickly stood up, threw the towel on the chair, and said, "Let's go to the dark dungeon." Beirut, seeing the master's worried expression, said, "I think you should rest for a bit." Sohu calmly replied, "Rest can wait." Sohu nervously glanced and said, "I hurried back and couldn't complete the daily reward mission. I can't miss out on the daily rewards anymore." Hearing that, Beirut quickly guessed in his heart that he had become excessively addicted and stronger. In the dark dungeon, there's nothing but emptiness and darkness. Suho was stunned and stammered. What is this?" he shouted loudly. "Is the reward mission over?" The system notification appeared. "You have eliminated all external residents in the dark dungeon. The reward mission ends here." Suho couldn't understand what had just happened here. He looked at the system in front of Ameth, while Gray was exhausted and Esso stammered. When the scene of Ameth destroying the goblins appears, Esso says, "Amuth already killed all the goblins in the dark dungeon that night. Amith crossed his arms and looked up at the sky, saying, I was just cleaning out Tanak's henchmen I saw in the territory of the young king, as I promised I won't kill anyone. Suho hesitated, covering his face with his hands, and said, Do you really have to kill so many goblins? With no reward mission, my growth rate will soon slow down, leaving Eso, Amuth, and Gray unsure of how to handle it. Amith then said, If what you want is to become stronger, I can train you. And after hearing this, Suho looked with a disbelief expression. He asked, Can you? And Amith replied, I also suffered greatly at the beginning. I know exactly how to train you, and I will teach you to become stronger. Then the system now displays the daily task notification. The process of training to become stronger has appeared. Do you accept it? Suho widened his eyes in surprise. Another daily task? Huh, fine. I guess I have to agree. Suho pressed agree, then said, All right, I count on you. He pressed his face close, struggling to look at the system. Let's see. Mission log. 100 push-ups. 100 sit-ups. 100 squats. And running 100 kilometers. Is this the path to becoming stronger? Amuth says. That's enough to hurt. Under the enchanting light, Amith places one hand behind him and says, You will have to fear me when doing all those things. In front of Suho, below the lines he just read, another line appeared saying, You have to trust Amith when carrying out the mission. Suho, after hearing that, sprayed some glue and asked Amith, You want me to be afraid of you when carrying out everyday tasks? Eso, standing behind, was also surprised and gaped at Amith. Amuth said, Maybe my current body will make it hard for you to recognize me. Done, Amith said as he shrank his body again. It's okay because my body has been destroyed and reconstructed so many times that I can now transform at will. Suho, Gray, and Eso also had to look surprised at Dicap VCAPFU in front of them as Amith was transforming his body. Soon, a pair of legs gradually appeared. Amith, once a giant monster, now only slightly taller than Suho. Mr. Tien walks over, placing a hand on Suho's shoulder and says, This should be fine now. And Suho also marvels that Amith has shrunk. Amuth said, Let's start training, little king. And Suho, with his hands on the ground, replied, Fine. Let's do it. But inside he thought, Amith, Suho thought that maybe because the gap in our strength was too big, we had to meet certain conditions to unlock the connection skill for both of us. System warning due to the large gap in combat ability between the player and Amith. The connection skill will be sealed. Please improve your level and unlock the connection skill. Suho said, I can have a teammate through a quest. Actually, that's not so bad. When Amith sat on Suho's back and said, Oof, it felt like a huge object was pressing down on him, causing the ground to sink and making Suho want to foam at the mouth on the spot. Eso, Gray, and Baru were very worried when they saw Suho struggling. And Ashley said, Your Majesty. Amith then said, Little one, I forgot to mention earlier, even though I can transform my body, I can't reduce my weight. Right now Suho is still struggling to do push-ups. A faint blue color is starting to appear on his face and hands. He thinks, Am I going to have to do 100 of these? My hands feel like they're about to break. Amith, with a broken jaw, said, I know it's very difficult, but you have to persevere. Destroying and recreating yourself is the only way I know to become stronger. Somewhere deserted, near Paju, in an underground environment, the agonizing screams of a person echo loudly. Lee Min-sung, however, remains unfazed, standing calmly and watching the scene before him. He put the cigarette to his mouth and asked, How much longer do I have to do this? The blind demon behind him replied, Humanity, you should feel honored to become part of it. He is the dreamless demon overseeing the Stardust Factory, he continued. The Chosen One saved us from that filthy life. Didn't he? Lee Min-sung asked, holding his cigarette. The filthy life. In an instant, Mo Mu's beast was cut down by Lee Min-sung with a single strike. A worthless monster like you dares to judge my life. Do you want to die? Mo Mu remained silent as the angry man with the knife in front of him stared. Lee Min-sung sheathed his knife and asked where the child was. Mo Mu replied that the messenger was busy. Lee Min-sung continued. Lee T.A.E. U. will return to Korea soon, and told him to keep his promise. Momo took out a yellow gem and said, Humanity. The Koreans have already received this, so why don't you use it? A vision appears from a third-person perspective, with Momu facing a crowd, combined with his words. The Chosen One. The Savior who appeared before me after the Dark King destroyed the demon world and I was expelled from the space-time rift. A scene of a kingdom sinking into a sea of fire appears, transformed by someone, with blood poison and stardust spreading throughout the demon world, allowing us to eliminate the traitors of the Ladia family. Lee Min-sung raised his cigarette and took a drag. listening to him continue. If you submit to him, you will be able to gain power beyond what you have now. And you will be able to defeat even the person you call Lim Taeu. Lee Min-sung threw his cigarette on the ground and said, "What do you know about the Ranks? Don't act like you know everything." Lee Min-sung turned his back and walked away, leaving Mo Mu standing alone. Then he said, "Don't tell me about that sect. I won't use that thing." Mo Mu said, "Humanity, you are truly foolish. So you will always remain a failure." Lee Min-sung walked away from there, his face grim. He said, "I just need to endure everything until that child kills Lim Taeu. Then I will report everything to the Hunter Association, and they will deal with them all." He recalls the image of his child and then says, "I am returning everything to what it was. Back to the wonderful person I was in the past." As Lee Min-sung's car sped away, Miho's figure appeared behind, watching his every move from atop a utility pole. She started sending a message to the other end. The chairman Lee Min-sung just left the environmental bunker in Paju. "I guess that's where the stardust was created," Kim Sung-soo said with a frown. "All right. Keep following him, Hunter." Miho. After saying that, he hung up and put the phone down. Choi Jong-in, sitting on the sofa, holding a piece of paper, says, "It seems we are about to uncover Lee Min-sung's plan." President Yu. He thought about the staff hurriedly explaining that during the airport dungeon collapse, all the members of the Hunters Association managing nearby gates lost their memories at the same time, and they were all hunters who had absorbed stardust. Choi Jong-in continued, saying, "We have identified strange behavior among hunters in multiple locations." Kim Sung-soo put the papers down on the table and said, "They all share one thing in common: they have absorbed stardust." Kim Sung-soo says that due to the suspicious circumstances, the Hunter Association is planning to ban the use of stardust. Choi Jong-in looks at Kim Sung-soo and asks, "What do you plan to do with Lee Min-sung?" Kim Sung-soo's face darkened, his eyes turning sharp as he said, "We must catch him and those behind him." Choi Jong-in also showed determination, lifting his glasses to say, "Our Hunter Guild will support you." Kim Sung-soo silently looked at the photo on the table, beginning to recall the words from the past. "Oh, my beloved chairman told me that Suho had returned safely. If Suho is also a growth-type hunter like his father, then it's likely that the system will also hinder him, just as his father experienced." In the photo, there is no one else besides Kim Sung-soo and Lee Min-sung standing very close together. Hunter Sung. "I will do everything I can to help Suho." He turned back to Sung-soo, gritting his teeth as he endured Amith's weight while doing push-ups and counting. 99. When he reached 102, his arms were torn and bleeding. After doing 100 push-ups, Suho collapsed and his arm bled like a waterfall. Gray and Esso rushed over in panic. "The young king's arm is broken," Amuth calmly said. "Are you finished?" "Little prince, you've only completed today's push-ups." Bi-ru shouted in anger. "Kiek." Suho still tried to lift his bloodied arm and call out, "The status window," while Bi-ru rushed in to scold Amith. "You damn bastard. What did you do to the fragile and weak young ruler? We have to stop training now." Suho presses the buy button on the status window. The four of Amith, Gray, Bi-ru, and Esso just returned and were also stunned. With a vial of medicine on the ground, still holding some red liquid, Suho said, "Great. Really? I actually wanted to become stronger even before fighting Lee Min-sung." Suho asked, "I only have 3 missions left." "Right." Amuth heard this and shouted loudly. After taking the medicine, Suho's body was infused with a healing blue energy, and his previously wounded arms now appeared cold and numb. Beads of sweat soaked through his shirt, making his muscles look firm, and he raised his hand to wipe his face before continuing, just pushing through to become stronger. The golden numbers, 21, 22, surprise, Bi-ru and Esho. With Esho opening his eyes wide and covering his mouth with his hands, Suho with white hair is doing sit-ups while Amith sits on his stomach. Then he carries Amith to do squats. The medicine bottles are scattered everywhere. Suho, while squatting and carrying Amith, counts 47, 48. The number of medicine bottles keeps increasing. Suho carries Amith on his shoulders, running and shouting, "Go Hoa!" Amith silently admired Suho's effort, even though he still needed to use his skills to pass the physical training. But beforehand, I didn't think he could do it. Watching the exhausted young man sweating and crying as he struggles on his shoulders, he silently thought the young king would never give up and would always find a solution. Maybe one day he will surpass Tanak or the remaining monarchs. The dawn breaks through the old, dilapidated building, and Suho's exhausted voice echoes faintly behind me. "Go buy some medicine." Gray exhaled smoke as he lay beside Suho. Suho was sprawled on the ground, his face drained of blood, tears and sweat streaming down. Still exhaling smoke, the status window pops up. Unbeck. Your quest reward has arrived. Would you like to check the reward? Suho sat nearby anxiously calling out. Your Majesty. Ambut looked down at Suho and said, well, that's the end of today's training session. Suho pressed the system window buttons and thought, even though the training is tough, with the daily mission rewards and my efforts, I can level up my resistance skills and strength another level. The status window appears, showing strength, 77, 78, with only level 3 resistance. Physical defense from 40% to 60%. Suho wondered whether this was more effective, but if he could complete daily missions more easily, he would definitely become stronger. Suho raised his thumb and said, Ambut, I'll be counting on you again tomorrow. Ambut nodded briefly and replied, yes, Your Highness. Biru brought a blanket and covered Suho. Biru looked at Suho, scolding him, saying you go home and sleep right away. Little king. Today was a great day. Biru took the opportunity to turn on the TV and said finally I have some private time to watch television. The news on the TV shows that the Hunter Association announced a new regulation regarding environmental-type dungeons following the explosion at the airport dungeon. 2 news reporters report that unlike the dungeons inside the gates, environmental-type dungeons allow for the search and extraction of materials like essence crystals from demon beasts. So the guild decided to transfer ownership of environmental dungeons to smaller groups so they could profit greatly from them. However, regarding this incident, the Hunter Association will quickly take measures against the God of Death and other guilds that own high-level environmental dungeons. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sung is holding the paper and reading. He lowered the paper, his face questioning. What is this? The staff member calmly replied. Hunter Lee Min-sung. The Death Society owns too many environmental-type dungeons. We cannot allow environmental-type dungeons to cause severe damage to the world in their current state. The employee wearing sunglasses continued, stating that under the orders of the Hunter Association's superiors, they must destroy the B-class environmental dungeon, Ba-Du, which belongs to the Death Society. Furthermore, in the past 6 months, you have not carried out any missions from the Hunters or the Gods. If you want to participate in the Ba-Du raid and keep your Hunter license. Lee Min-sung's gaze hardened as he remained silent. He told me to imagine myself being squeezed tightly in Kim Sung-soo's hand. This must be the chairman Yu Jin-chun targeting me. I can't believe it. Instead of choosing somewhere else, they picked the biggest factory, Ba-Du. He thought he had to refuse this job even if it meant making the Hunter Association his enemy. The long-haired man sitting in the middle nodded, saying we accept the association's request, causing Lee Min-sung to turn in surprise and look at him. The employees wearing sunglasses said, thank you Daenor Hat-yi. Chairman, Hunter Lim T. A. E. U. It turns out that man is Lim T. A. E. U. S-rank Hunter of the Death God Guild. Sitting comfortably on the chair, holding a paper and saying, yes, of course we have to follow the Hunter Association's orders. Lee Min-sung heard this and immediately looked displeased, thinking to himself, leader, the voice calling out the name, Lim T. A. E. U. Full of resentment, toward the calm face of the man named Lim T. A. E. U. Someone among the staff said, look at him, he returned so quickly from an overseas mission. So he's here to block us. The Hunter Association will assign hunters to raid Paju along with the others. The room fell silent, leaving only the image of 2 men, one sorrowful with his face in his hands, the other angry Lim Min-sung, with his face in his hands, said, please form a team with them. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Lim T. A. E. U. Sat still with his arms crossed and replied, do you know how expensive the environmental dungeon is? Lim T. A. E. U. Continued. Do you really think the Hunter Association's goal is to destroy the environmental dungeon? Lim Min-sung started to feel that something was off. T. A. E. U. Said again. Maybe they've figured out what you're secretly doing. Wasn't I warning you not to underestimate them? Not only did you ignore my warning, but you also dared to use the members of the guild freely while I was away. Lim T. A. E. U. began to emanate a deadly aura, glancing at Lim Min-sung with clenched teeth and saying, Min-sung, do you still think I'm just the driver who's used to serving you? Lim Min-sung could only feel intimidated and stay silent in front of that overwhelming aura of killing intent. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by the ringtone from Lim T. A. I. E. U. His pocket. He picked up the phone to check, then placed it on the table and pushed it toward Min-sung, saying, a recruiter just called me a moment ago. He said a new S-rank hunter just appeared in Korea. I will go to the Hunter Association. I want you to prepare the contract and salary, he said again. Min-sung, Maybe you can still turn back. So do your best to clean up that mess. Then he left, leaving Min Sung sitting alone with his face buried in the room. Min Sung's face started to distort with anger as he muttered to himself, another S-rank hunter. All of them only reaching S-rank by luck, but always showing off. He was just thinking to himself, when will that damn alien kid finally grow up? And how did that piece of debris get there? As he remembered a white-haired boy holding a book, his bloodshot red eyes blurred as he thought to kill that Lim T. A. E. U. He must die for me to be free. But suddenly his phone interrupted him. Min Sung stared blankly at his phone for a moment before suddenly smirking. His hidden face then became even more sinister as his teeth were revealed. Min Sung looked at the young man on the phone and thought, his expression was so annoying. He was surely about to do something interesting, probably in a place like a square. The crowd gathered around, waiting for something to happen. One of them said, that's the newest S-rank hunter in Korea. Their eyes begin to turn toward the young man with white hair, whose name is. The boy's fiery gaze flickers. A man approaches and says, congratulations on becoming Korea's newest S-rank hunter. Hunter Pak Dojin. It turns out that was Choi Jong-in, and his appearance here surprised everyone else. One of them said, that is the hunter, Choi Jong-in, from the Hunter Association. Choi Jong-in, regardless of what rank you are, looked at Dojin and asked, have we met before? I feel like I've met you before. Dojin straightforwardly replied, we've never met, but I know you. Jong-in said, I see. Sorry for mistaking you for someone else. Jong-in continued, putting that aside, do you want to sign a contract with the Hunters Guild? Dojin replied, thank you for your offer. Dojin pointed behind Jong-in and said, I've wanted to join the guild for a while now, so I won't be teaming up with you. Footsteps from outside, and a voice said, I'm here. Is this a good time? Lim Tau just arrived. And he's the one Dojin pointed at. Now all eyes are on him. Unsure of what's happening. Tau looks around, confused, but over here, Dojin revealed a sinister expression as he pointed towards Tae-yu. Starting next week in Paju, A-rank hunter Bitch Minho approaches warmly and greets. I am here to join the Paju raid, at the request of the Hunter Association. I am Bitch Minho of the Silver Wolf Guild. Min Sung happily approached and replied, I'm Lim Min Sung. Thank you for coming here. Maybe the dungeon environment is forcing you to work overtime. Minho cheerfully replied outside. It's nothing. Helping out is just part of the job. But in fact she had already started judging him. And honestly, it's probably no coincidence that he's a good actor. Minho watched Min Sung cheerfully and kindly tell the others to be careful not to get hurt during the raid, secretly thinking that inside, he was completely rotten, yet outside, he pretended to be overly kind. But everything happening inside Paju will be exposed today, and I will be the one to tear that mask off of him. Minho glanced and thought, if an unexpected variable appeared, it would be that. She looked at Dojin, the S-rank hunter who just joined the Death Guild, and North Dojin was also involved in this raid. She glanced at the god. Dojin's face still emotionless, but Min Sung beside him couldn't help but show a smug smile. At the Hunter Association, Minho's expression hardened as he thought, well, if something unusual happens, I already have that thing. Preparation is complete. She begins to give orders. All right. Start the excavation. Everyone. Each take a spear. Listen to the command, and each grab a spear. Then they all stood in a line holding their flags. The Paju raid officially begins. A few days ago, Min Sung leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and said, I didn't expect that after such a short time apart. You could grow so much. He continued. Probably all outsiders are the same. Dojin kept his face steady and replied while holding his glass. I simply chose a small and young body to make survival easier in the early days. After gathering more pieces and regaining my strength, I have no reason to worry about my appearance or body. What about the name Pak Dojin? And have you decided to become a hunter? What are you planning? Dojin's yellow eyes lit up as he said, that's just a name and a cover. And becoming a hunter means I can do much more. Min Sung looked at Dojin and said it was because of the incident you caused at the airport that the Hunter Association had started hunting me, claiming I caused harm to civilians. If things go on like this, the Paju school factory will be discovered by them. And then, we're doomed. Dojin placed Lee on the table, then looked at him with a blank expression and said, I will make all the hunters involved in the raid retreat, and then they won't find anything. So, a bold move, right from the start. But do you think he's already taken care of, the S-rank hunter? Lim T. A. E. U. Dojin's golden eyes looked down, recalling Lim T. A. E. U. and saying, so you're the one who promised to help me eliminate the monster. Now I am sure after meeting him, Min Sung hesitated, a few drops of sweat on his face as he listened to Dojin say, If I fight an S-rank hunter now, Min Sung suddenly wore a sinister smile. I don't care who dies, as long as you keep your promise. At the Pajusap underground building, Kim Sung-soo sat at his desk and said, the raid on Pajusap has begun. He put his hands on the table. Thinking about Min Sung's glass and the stardust, we need to gather more evidence during this raid. He remembered Min Ho, Choi Jong-in, and the other shadows, and thought that thanks to the support from the White Fox Society, A, B, and C-level hunters, Min Ho took part in the raid. But for now, I don't need to worry about the other hunters involved. If something happens, we still have hunters like Choi Jong-in and other S-rank hunters waiting for orders. Then, Kim Sung-soo's mind shifted to the image of Dojin and Min Sung speaking. But the S-rank hunter, North Dojin, who suddenly appeared, could very well be an unexpected complication, because he joined the Death Society right when we started the Paju field raid. I can't stop thinking that everything might turn in Min Sung's favor. As he pondered, there was something else bothering him, and his gaze lowered to Suho's profile. It was the fact that Suho was also part of the mining team. Sung-soo's eyes fixate tightly on the image of Suho, wondering if this is coincidence or fate. Although I approved of the boy joining the extraction team, I don't know if that was the right decision. Kim Sung-soo crossed his arms and sat in deep thought, wanting everything to be part of Suho's plan, so he would support wholeheartedly. In Paju, a monster was preparing to breathe fire. The monster starts spewing fire at the crowd, but it's blocked by shields. One of them urgently says, I can't hold out much longer. Min Ho, a level A warrior, slowly steps forward. The guy holding the shield is very surprised to see her step up. The monster still doesn't realize that its end is near as it spews fire. Min Ho rushes forward and punches it directly in the face. Yes. A loud shockwave sounded as the monster was hit by Min Ho's punch without missing. Blood spurting from its mouth. Min Ho's eyes flickered with a sharp glint. She quickly managed to easily dodge the sharp claws of the monsters. Min Ho easily jumps onto the monster's back, catching it off guard. Then she speeds away. She gently lands on the ground. Min Ho uses her momentum to charge straight ahead. With the reflection of the monster's eyes, Min Ho's silhouette appears with red eyes and a fist ready to strike. Min Ho punches the monster's head, catching it off guard. The giant monster was knocked flat on the ground with a punch from a girl. Rocks flying everywhere. The two monsters suddenly found themselves lying on their backs with their tongues sticking out, while Min Ho stood calmly watching them. She glanced back sideways, looking at Min Sung standing at the end of the line. I wonder why Lai Min Sung isn't fighting it so shameful that he was awakened as an AMA-level hunter. She kept staring behind her, thinking, does he really think being a hunter is a joke? Not noticing that another monster was approaching from behind. Claws aimed at her. When Min Ho turned around in panic. Oops. I got distracted. Suddenly, Dojin appeared and struck the monster, making it crash face first into the ground, catching Min Ho completely off guard. Dojin's face remained unchanged as he continued to stare down at the monster. Dojin's sharp gaze sneered and said, Hunter Min Ho, please be more careful, making Min Ho feel even more nervous when facing Dojin. Min Ho stared in disbelief, thinking to herself, can he really defeat a salamander with a single strike? The northern hunter Dojin, since he was wearing normal clothes during the raid, I still thought he was just a kid, even if he was an SD-level hunter. Dojin calmly pulled up his collar to cover his mouth, but that yellow eye still looked cold and indifferent. All the salamanders were quickly defeated by Dojin's speed, some even losing their heads. Min Ho, witnessing Dojin's incredible strength as he effortlessly takes down the salamanders, marvels that SD-level hunters are truly on a different level. Purple blood stains the ground. Min Ho looked around and said, it seems everything is over faster than expected. He lowered his head and said, but I didn't think Paju's battlefield had so many monsters. Min Sung, standing a short distance away with a cigarette in hand, said, Min Ho the hunter, have you figured it out yet? Our guild regularly clears monsters from the dungeons we own, so this place isn't a threat to the outside world. Min Ho glanced at the salamanders lying on the ground thinking, they clean up monsters regularly because they don't need to go into dungeons every day. Other guilds usually don't care about this issue, she said, but there's definitely something wrong here. Min Sung calmly flicked his cigarette and said, all right, your room is right over there. In the darkness he smiled like a demon. Deep in his heart he thought, no matter how hard she tries to search, she won't find anything to catch me. The image of Momu engulfing the entire factory appears. The demons have dismantled the factory and are hiding somewhere in Paju school. Min Sung glanced at Min Ho and Dojin, both showing the same cautious expression, thinking there's no way she can find any trace of the factory or even consider escaping. Suddenly, Dojin offered a faint smile. A loud sound echoes. With a calm mind, Dreamfog strokes his chin. There are two large henchmen behind him. he says softly. What a pity. Such a waste of opportunity. Mu stands before the living shadows and says, I can't believe we won't meet the apostle even though he's right here. He looked at the living shadows and continued speaking. We should have already created a bunch of dust during this free time. It's such a waste to let the materials gather here. At some point, someone was standing in front of the door. So who commands? Beirut. Are you the one who sensed the presence of a demon here? Beirut replies. Yes, Your Highness. Sohu slowly pushes the door open. Sohu burst open the door, catching the Mumu off guard. Mumu immediately turned back and asked, Who is it? He just asked and was immediately hit in the face. Sohu rushed forward and punched Momu, knocking him back. Momu was thrown far away, causing his two subordinates to marvel. Sohu, looking extremely cool, wore a mask and pointed straight ahead with his arm equipped. Sohu frowned. Beirut beside him said, Your Highness, I didn't expect you to knock out a demon's head with just one punch. Looks like doing daily missions with that damn crocodile is actually effective. Sohu looked around and thought, these people must be crazy to sit here. Paju Field is truly a dust factory. Momo's voice rang out. Face mask on, Sohu's sharp eyes suddenly turned toward Momu. He was knocked to the ground but still able to speak. I didn't expect the human blocking our plan that the apostle mentioned to come here. Those tentacles suddenly rose up. The huge shadow started grabbing Sohu, but he still remained unafraid, looking at him with a hateful gaze. Momu said, Well done. Momu has now grown bigger and more terrifying, and he looks down at Sohu and says, Then you will become a perfect gift for our apostle. They kept digging tirelessly, one strike after another, repeating this over and over without knowing how many times or how long it had been. Exhausted, the miner hired to extract mana crystals sighs tiredly, digging endlessly without running out. How can a dungeon managed by a guild have so many mana crystals? Maybe they need to find another way to make money, because selling these silver crystals alone is enough to get rich. After sweating for so long, this guy keeps gossiping, sharing his doubts. So put that aside, I heard that a level E member is coming with us. Did you see him? I can't believe they allowed a level E hunter into a level B dungeon like this. I wonder what they're thinking. The guy just smiles brightly and laughs. Don't be too harsh on him. He's still young. Don't you see he's happy to see someone so young working hard? The man suspects. Don't tell me you assigned that rookie to the dungeon entrance. That safe spot. Did you realize it? He forced a stiff smile, making me furious. Unable to believe this was real, bluntly saying that he always pushes me into dangerous situations. Suddenly, he changed the subject to something unrelated, saying it seems like your cart can fold up to 4 times smaller than normal. Once we're done here, we'll go help him out too. We're all digging tunnels. So why do some people love him while others hate him? I don't understand. This guy's brain praises everything. You're so good. Along the tunnel entrance, mana crates are piled up, stretching out. In another corner, not illuminated by mana and shrouded in darkness, a mysterious meeting is taking place. Beirut quickly reported. Your Majesty. This one's magic power. Sung Suho interrupted. My awareness level has increased, so I can sense it too. At least they should be on par with a hunter of Gandon's level like the one we met at the pyramid school. Not only in magic power but also with a sturdy and strange physique. After saying that, he sank back into his own mysterious thoughts, thinking there must be a reason why the Hunter Association sent the Death Corps to raid this dungeon. So that's why I signed up to join the excavation team. Could it be that the guild has already uncovered something related to the Stardust? If the guild is interested in Li Min Sung's abnormal development, it will be very difficult for me to gather information about the Apostle Itarim from him. Carefully considering, he decides to speak directly and ask where that apostle is. The reason he chose to ask instead of continuing to probe was partly because he thought that, just like the apostle chasing the Black Mask, Han was also looking for him. Successful people often have their own way. Momo seems more hot-tempered than I thought. Han doesn't bother to answer and directly wraps his tentacle from bottom to top. He restrained him with his absolute power, announcing, You'll be meeting him soon, because I'm about to crush you and offer you as a gift. Now, my tentacle has caught you. You won't be able to escape my overwhelming power. You are trapped by tentacles that restrict most of your movements and are amused by this arrogant remark. Then indifferently repeat that boastful statement, overwhelming power. Really? So? After a while, the eldest brother, covered in dirt and dust, trudged wearily, muttering in awe, I never thought you could complete my training in just 5 days. Young king, your body has become much more vigorous than before. So, he replied indifferently, then looked around his body. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Ha ha, and then collapsed to the ground in shock of everyone. He thinks it's truly wise to add all the points gained from daily tasks to the strength stat. And on top of that, I also gained a skill to increase my strength. And at the same time, a notification sounded. Your power enhancement skill increases your strength by 20%. The others gather around him, whispering in awe. I assure you, right now, you are the strongest human I have ever met. And that is truly the case. Even when the opponent gets the upper hand, he can't do anything to him. Sung Soo-ho will show him what true absolute strength is. He was caught off guard. Stunned. What? You have completely broken free from control. Calmly holding a severed tentacle from Mo-mu. With a strength of 120. His eyes shining, the fun has just begun. Suddenly, a powerful light appeared, and lightning bolts formed around it. With lightning speed, Sung Soo-ho charged quickly at Mo-mu, who was caught off guard and quickly stepped back several paces. Sung Soo-ho, without any enthusiasm, his whole body radiating an immense power. He stood in front of him confidently and asked, I will ask again. His eyes became determined as he stared fiercely at his opponent. Where is the Itarium Apostle? He asked in confusion and disbelief. Then he accelerated his attack, even more fiercely challenging. I absolutely won't tell you. He sneered and replied, Is that so? As soon as the words finished, both sides clashed fiercely, and RMU disappeared like a god. Both sides are evenly matched, and the surrounding earth and rocks are shattered by the impact. Suddenly, Sung Soo roars and tightly grips his sword before launching an attack. The sword lightly grazed RMU's body, causing a serious wound, while his strong hand gripped him tightly. I wonder what's wrong with this guy. The unease I feel from him is like Sung Soo suddenly raising his strong hand. So, I'll find out myself without you needing to say anything. Suddenly, a voice called out. Beirut. He quickly responded. Yes. My lord. Beirut's body began to split apart. Oh. Apostle. It's a pity I won't see the picture you're painting. Beirut kept fading away. But before disappearing, he added, Thanks to your quick help, we have already destroyed the Ladia family. The treacherous traitors of the demons. That's enough for me. As soon as I finish speaking, he disappears into the air. I don't know how much time has passed. But Esso has also regained consciousness. She holds her head, looks around with a confused expression, wondering what's going on. Feeling her body suddenly lighter, Beirut, with a flushed face, said, That octopus is quite long. Sung whispered and asked, Beirut, did you find Bao? Beirut sighed and reported. He considers the General Itarim as a shining light, but I couldn't find much information about him. He walks around the factory and suddenly stops to complain again. It's a dead end. Do I have no choice but to get information from Lee Min-sung, the person in charge of the entire Stardust factory? Sung Soo quietly thought to himself, I need to start evacuating the people here first. The guy in the group looked around nervously, then stood there, lost in thought. The presence of the demon was gone, and this wasn't due to the Paju environment. Bitch Min-ho wondered why he couldn't find anything on his way here. Isn't the Paju environment the place where Stardust is produced? Sung Soo-ho smirked slightly, seeming to be confused as to why she couldn't find anything. He glanced at the person beside him and instructed, We will cancel the mind control plan for the hunters. If everything ends without issues, it will be better for us. Baku Dojin still kept a cold expression and said nothing. He couldn't hold back anymore and spoke. That doesn't suit me at all. Bitch Min-ho seemed suspicious and decided to check again, after clearing the monster swarm. Suddenly, she stopped and announced, Let's go in. I don't know what you saw ahead, but your face is pale and bloodless. He glanced back, sweating nervously, and asked what he was doing, and the other simply replied. He continued, All the hunters in this group will become my followers. As he spoke, he inserted a yellow spirit stone into his body from behind the girl. He also said that the person we choose to support must have a certain value. Collaborating with an A-rank hunter like him to kill a N-rank hunter like Lim Tae-ji-woo was already a proposal from the start. His whole body suddenly stiffened. He stood there, frozen in place, as the opponent pressed close to his hand, preparing to whisper something. His challenging voice echoed, revealing that to catch Lim Tae-ji-woo, they would have to manipulate people. Sung Soo-ho was struck by lightning, his eyes wide open. Gritting his teeth in anger, he reminded himself of the S-rank kid. His face bulged with veins, and he turned around shouting, We will be brainwashed by someone like you. Sung Soo-ho clenched his fists, stood upright to show determination, and slowly turned his face upward, his eyes widening as if he had just discovered something dangerous. Suddenly, a bright light shone down intensely, and the opponent obeyed the will of the Supreme Being. Sung Soo-ho's face darkened, his eyes hollow. He still stood there, gazing into the distance. Let's move on to the next target. Just outside the school field, a luxury sports car is parked there. Inside the car, a flame in the shape of a bird appears on Jong-in's hand. He broke the silence, saying that if this potion disappears, it means the team has encountered trouble. Jong-in took a deep breath and continued, The potion will inform us of the situation. I never expected we could solve the problem of unusable equipment in the dungeon like this. It's truly a brilliant idea. He looks anxiously at the bird-shaped flame, hoping the S-rank hunters won't get involved. Zhang-in softly asked the worried man beside him if Lim Min-sung wouldn't cause any more trouble. Lim Taegyu, you're worried, aren't you? Taegyu looked straight at Zhang-in and asked, "Are you trying to piss me off?" Zhang-in replied. "Of course not." Taegyu sneered, his tone tinged with annoyance. "So you're jealous because S-rank hunter Park Do-jin joined the Grim Reaper Guild. Right." Seeing Taegyu's teasing expression, Zhang-in bitterly replied, "No. Not exactly. We already have many talented hunters." Taegyu showed no reaction to Zhang-in's answer. He opened his mouth and let out a long breath. Taegyu's eyes showed clear shock as he covered his face with his hand. "I can't believe that Lim Min-sung is the mastermind behind the distribution of those unknown stimulants. As the leader, I feel responsible for what happened." Zhang-in listened silently, trusting that if anything happened, you would keep your promise not to interfere as long as I could control the situation. Zhang-in clasped his hands together. "I would be very happy if you did that, because I don't like hurting others." The scene shifts inside the school grounds, where the monsters are actively unleashing their fire. The hunters are not far behind, working together to fight back against the monsters. The blazing flames of the monster and the techniques of the hunters clash together. Miho suspiciously glances back, where Dojin is standing with his arms crossed, calmly closing his eyes and relaxing. Miho frowned silently, thinking that he acts like a level S hunter and lets others do the work. After all, we are his seniors. The monster has now stopped spewing fire. It lunged forward to attack Min-sung directly. Min-sung used his sword to block the strike, and due to the pressure, he was pushed back a distance. Dojin watched everything Min-sung did from behind, silently assessing. It's really tough for an A-class hunter to fight at S-class level using only the awakening effect from a shard of a star. Dojin's fingers touch each other, creating a strange glow. And he thinks if that's the case, one of TL's 5 abilities, one of the main body fragments, has the blessing of enhancement that amplifies the unique traits of the host it merges with. All the trust of the fire mist is stored in the status, and the unique properties of the weapon will all be amplified. The special trait that Lee Min-sung possesses is the amplification of magic power. The unique feature of the weapon Lee Min-sung possesses is its enhancement of combat power. Dojin smirked and said, "Lee Min-sung, show me if you can reach the level you desire after receiving the blessing." Watching the monster swipe its claws toward Min-sung, Dojin eagerly thought, "An S-rank hunter level that you once dreamed of." Min-sung indifferently looked at the monster and raised his sword high. "Your eyes show a strange symbol." As the monster approaches, Min-sung points his sword directly at it, a golden energy piercing through the creature. That burst of power even shattered the ceiling. The explosion was so huge that Zhang-in and Taegyu, waiting outside the school grounds, were left wide-eyed in amazement. Miho was stunned, standing frozen as if paralyzed. What the hell? In front of her, the monster was defeated and unconscious after just one strike, with Min-sung standing still like a god. After defeating the monster, Min-sung's facial muscles gradually relaxed. He turned and walked past Dojin, who also showed no emotion, thinking indifferently. The fatigue caused by strengthening hunters of level 6 and above is very severe. Those who can reach level S only do so for a very short time. Most of the enhancement effects have disappeared. In the end, it was Dojin who spoke, drawing Min-sung's attention. "It's a pity. Lee Min-sung seems to lack the capacity to contain the power of an S-rank hunter." Right after Dojin's words, Min-sung's eyes became confused. Miho looked up at the hole in the house's leg and thought with a sinister expression, that attack was not something an A-rank hunter could perform. She quickly composed herself and glanced back. Isn't Stardust ineffective against high-level hunters? Or is there some other stimulant besides Stardust? Just as Miho turned around to look behind, she saw Dojin's body pierced through the heart by the sword blade. Dojin's face turned pale, his voice trembling as he said, "Lee Min-sung." Min-sung clenched his sword tightly and stabbed even harder. "I told you already." Min-sung's face became strange. He smirked as he said that he wouldn't be brainwashed by someone like you. Min-sung's voice trembled as he said, "I will use the cursed power that the person who betrayed me gave me in vain." Dojin's body collapsed to the ground right before the other members of the hunter team. M.I.H.O. angrily shouted at Min-sung. "Why did you attack your teammate Hunter? Are you on drugs?" Min-sung didn't care what M.I.H.O. said or thought. He drops his sword to the ground, holding his head with his hands, muttering to himself, "Damn it. Is this how it all ends for me?" Min-sung clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, and I could hear endless voices. Because S-Rank hunters are waiting outside under the Hunter Association's orders. If I don't get out quickly, I won't be able to escape anymore. His eyes scanned each face of the Hunter Guild, silently thinking, I need to escape quickly. M-I-H-O also seemed to realize Min-sung wanted to run, and shouted loudly to warn everyone not to let him escape. Min-sung gritted his teeth in anger, radiating a deadly aura, and shouted threateningly, move aside if you don't want to die. In the blink of an eye, Min-sung had escaped past all the hunters and out of reach. M-I-H-O clutched her arm in pain, her voice filled with fury. Damn it. M-I-H-O turned to look at her teammate, and S-Rank hunter Lai Cheon-sung sent a signal to the hunters outside, to which Cheon-sung hurriedly responded yes. At the critical moment, the person who should have been defeated by a fatal blow slowly stood up before M-I-H-O's astonished eyes. Dojin chuckled softly, wrapping his hand around his wound. As long as someone has a strong enough mind, they can resist the divine power of the fire mist, no matter how much magic they have. Right, good. M-I-H-O stared at Dojin's wound in shock, wide-eyed, wondering how he was still alive after that attack had pierced his heart. Dojin remained silent, running his blood-stained hand through his hair, his human side shining with a strange glow, a sinister smile spreading across his face. M-I-H-O ran as fast as he could, cursing himself for having gained S-Rank hunter strength, but still having to run away. It's so ridiculous. M-I-H-O angrily thought that the disgusting alien, the Grim Reaper Hunters Association, no one could be trusted, and now he had to hide in the nearby city. From somewhere, a sword infused with power flies toward M-I-H-O. Luckily, M-I-H-O reacts quickly and dodges the attack, or else he would have been badly hurt. M-I-H-O frowned and asked, what is that? From the darkness of the forest, a cold voice echoes, I wonder what caused the sudden explosion. I didn't expect you to go out on your own. That mysterious person is gradually stepping out of the shadows. I need you to tell me everything you know about Stardust and the Apostle Iraram. Suho's face gradually appeared, his cold gaze fixed on Lee Min-sung. Suho emerges from the shadows, hands in his pockets, and says, I need you to tell me everything you know about Stardust and Iraram's apostles. After Suho's words, Min-sung looked up and thought to himself, he not only knows about Stardust but also about the existence of outsiders and foreign entities, doesn't he? Staring intently at Suho's appearance, Min-sung suddenly realizes, now paying attention, I heard that the one who defeated Brocky and interrupted the supply of Stardust materials wears a black mask. Could he be the one? Confused by his own thoughts, Min-sung grits his teeth in anger and decides to forget it. If he slows him down here, those hunters will catch up to him. He drew his sword from his hip. Based on the amount of magic power I sense from him, he's no match for me. After quickly deciding, Min-sung swiftly swung his sword at Min-sung, killing him. Suho calmly breathes out and gently blocks Min-sung's attack with his hand. This made Min-sung suddenly realize that he couldn't land his attack, and he couldn't draw his sword. Just how strong is he really? Suho blocks the attack, then gently spins around, delivering a kick that sends Min-sung flying several meters away. Min-sung is kicked into the air and misses, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. Looking at Suho, he couldn't help but wonder how he could do this when he has less mana than me. Baru, hiding inside Suho's shirt, seeing Min-sung's expression, immediately felt pleased. His surprise was also to be expected. Anyway, in the end, a hunter's identity is based on the amount of magic power they carry. Seeing how hard it was for Min-sung to withstand Suho's attack, a thought crossed Baru's mind. Yeah, I can really sense it. Although the young prince is becoming stronger and increasing his strength stats, thanks to his previous training with Amut, his power has already reached its maximum level. Suho looked at Min-sung with a cold gaze, and Baru probably thought that an A-ranked hunter could never match his physical strength. Back to the scene. There is a large crater on the ground caused by the explosion. Miho, holding his wounded arm, approached Dojin and asked in concern, North Hunter, how is it possible you're still alive? That attack just now went through your heart. Dojin's bangs hang down, covering half of his face, and he remains silent without replying. From inside his sleeve, a golden crystal slid down into his palm, and only then did Dojin speak. About that, he hadn't finished answering when Miho was already stunned by what was in front of her. A familiar voice called out from behind Miho. Hunter Beck, Miho. What just happened over there? She looked happily at the person who just appeared. He's here now, Maiho shouted loudly for Hunter Choi Jong-in and Hunter Lim Tae-gyu. Seeing the figures of the two appear, Dojin quickly hid the yellow crystal. Both S-rank hunters for now. Jong-in jumps down from the mouth of the hole and approaches the hunter guild, asking as he walks. We arrived right after hearing the explosion. What is going on here? Maiho quickly replied. This was caused by Lim Min Sung. Hearing the answer, Jong-in couldn't help but wonder. Does the famous hunter Lim Min Sung have such skills? Maiho calmly replied. He radiated an enormous amount of mana, just like he had used a stimulant before, and it seemed that, due to the effects of the drug, he attacked North Dojin, the hunter. After hearing Maiho, he looked at Dojin's condition with surprise, despite the injuries. North Dojin hunter looked quite okay. Dojin chuckled and replied, I have healing skills. Jong-in stroked his chin thoughtfully, and said, Interesting. You have quite advanced healing skills. Maiho impatiently interrupted. Let's put that aside. We need to chase after Lim Min Sung quickly. If we leave things as they are, he might reach the city and hide there. Jong-in turned to look behind him and said, Yeah. That's right. Hunter Lim. You heard that too. Right. Then he looked up at the hole in the roof caused by Min Sung. It seems like Hunter Lim, Min Sung caused trouble. Just as promised. And suddenly, he was caught off guard after just seeing Tae-gyu a moment ago. And now he's setting a trap. Jong-in frowned and nervously said, Don't tell me that Dojin is also uneasy. It's not good. I still haven't connected myself with Lim Min Sung. I never expected him to resist the faith. Human desire is truly fascinating. Dojin's mind flashed the thought that probably no one would believe what Lim Min Sung said. As if I do nothing, they will definitely suspect me. So why? O turned to look back and remind Hunter Park that if he's still not feeling well, he should rest here. Dojin closed his eyes. So be it. He silently decided to abandon Lim Min Sung. I have to take over Lim Min Sung's body and force him to commit suicide no matter what. Even if it costs a lot of divine power. Because he's only an A-rank hunter. I just need to find another A-rank hunter. Suddenly, a battle scene flashes through Dojin's mind. Catching him off guard, what is this? He's currently fighting you. A familiar face appears in Dojin's mind, leaving him stunned. Don't tell me Lim Min Sung has already clashed with a S-rank hunter. Dojin stood there stunned. What is that black-masked guy doing here? Could it be that he's also chasing after Lim Min Sung like the Hunter Association? Dojin's heart grew unusually impatient. I never thought I would meet that black-masked guy so soon. The S-ranked beings in this world. Lim Min Sung, the one who can resist the belief of fire and fog. Since we arrived in this world, nothing has gone according to plan. Dojin pulled up his collar to cover the lower half of his face. Everything else was different from the times when everything was done according to the divine will. A sinister smile appears on his face behind the cloak. But why am I smiling like this? Back in the tense battle in the forest, Suho charged at Min Sung without a moment's hesitation. His relentless attacks left Min Sung no choice but to endure. I can't let him keep me here any longer. Min Sung suddenly shouted, Wait, causing Suho to freeze midair. He clutched his stomach in pain as Min Sung hesitates and asks, Can you let me go if I tell you the answer to your question? Suho was stunned and stopped, suddenly asking what that was about. Are you colluding with Idarim's disciples? It stings to even say it. Min Sung angrily replied. That bastard stabbed me in the back. He swung his sword forcefully, with a touch of bitterness, because he said he would kill the one I want dead for me. My lord. Surprised. You work with Idarim to kill someone. Min Sung angrily gritted his teeth. After the great disaster, everything I built in my life has changed. He sneered and asked Suho, Aren't you also hunting that foreign god? Suho's eyes showed clear panic, and he immediately shouted in protest. No. I have no intention of killing him if we just talk. Min Sung interrupted Suho's words with a mocking smile, saying he had no intention of killing him. Even though that outsider god is here to invade this world, you have the personality of someone who made me feel disgusted when I was still an actor. His eyes are full of contempt, as if his emotions are erupting. A character who only knows hope, but has no personality, kindness, or morality. It's just the choices society and others have given you. You don't even know what you want. And those words are like a dagger stabbing into Suho's heart. If Min Sung hadn't been lucky enough to gain that power earlier, a terrible aura would always surround him. He would live his whole life as a mere bystander, gradually being pulled into a situation where he would have to make a decision. The more Min Sung speaks, the more his emotions explode. I will create that situation for you. Your identity must be very much so. But before he could finish speaking, Min Sung's subconscious trapped him inside the palm of a giant hand, and the one behind all of this is Du Jin, who coldly said, Lee Min Sung, I will not let you speak anymore. Du Jin sneered and looked down at the small Min Sung. saying, I thank you, I have gained many things that many people, he continued. I will take back my previous words that you are useless and incapable, and I will use your potential one last time. Min-sung opened his eyes in shock. What? You sing loudly. I won't let you do this. But it's already too late. Dujin clasped his hands around Min-sung's. Outside of reality, Suho was stunned, covering his eyes with his arm to shield himself from the golden light emanating from Min-sung. Suho wondered in confusion, asking himself if that energy of Itaram was even more powerful than Broki's Itaram energy. Min-sung's body transforms, revealing a gigantic sword that is both beautiful and powerful. His arms also grow large, shining with a radiant light. Suho had to step back a few paces because of Min-sung's overwhelming power, and a strange, haunting voice echoed, making Suho realize, I understand now. Dujin, now fully possessing Min-sung's body, speaks about the attack on the Stardust Factory. He coldly looked at Suho. And I too have always wanted to meet the person. The black-masked vandal, Dujin, with a cold gaze and holding a high sword, looks at Suho and says, I also want to meet that person. The masked vandal in black. Suho narrowed his eyes at Min-sung, who had just changed in an unusual way, and he couldn't help but be surprised by how suddenly Min-sung transformed and the way he spoke. Suho asked the question but had already partly guessed the answer, that it was an apostle of a god from another world sent here. Dujin sneered and replied, Indeed. You already knew about our existence. He sneers and continues, Yes. I came here to claim sovereignty over this world. Hearing Dojin's words, Suho couldn't help but feel furious and think, my father can't return because of these people. Suho's fierce gaze fixed on Dojin, finally face to face with the one he wanted to meet. Meanwhile, in another place, a familiar figure silently observes both Suho and Dojin. He shouts loudly, and with that a pressure descends on both Suho and Dojin. Enough, they are stunned by that overwhelming pressure. From now on, neither of them is allowed to move without permission, or they will be pierced through. The mysterious person from inside the forest is shooting arrows at Dojin and Suho. It turns out that the mysterious person is Taegyu, and he is aiming his arrow at Dujin, who is inside Min-sung's body. Lee Min-sung, what exactly are you? And what have you been doing all this time? In Taegyu's eyes was pure fury, as if he wanted to tear Dojin into 100 pieces. Suho widened his eyes and looked at Taegyu, suddenly thinking, S-rank hunter Lim Taegyu. It seems our deep conversation can't continue here. He looked at Suho with a more sinister smile and said, Let's meet in a higher area of this place. Black Mask, Taegyu, furious, shouted loudly, Where do you think you're going? Min-sung, as soon as he finished speaking, he shot an arrow at Dojin. I said you are not allowed to move without permission. Dujin glanced at the incoming arrow with a calm demeanor. He gently soared into the air with his wings and dodged the arrow. Taegyu was frustrated by the missed attack, and from his palm, 3 destructive arrows were created. He angrily prepared to shoot 3 arrows at Dojin. The 3 arrows sped swiftly toward their target, and then Dojin also gracefully dodged all 3 attacking arrows, a cunning smile always on his face. While Suho somersaulted and swiftly avoided the piercing arrows, he mutters under his breath, Damn it. It seems that the hunter Lim Taegyu also came to capture Lee Min-sung. Biru asks in concern, Aren't you going to fight back? Your Majesty, Dujin replied to Biru's question. And from his reaction, it seems that the blacksmith Lim Taegyu is not involved with the Itarim apostle. Moreover, he has yet to demonstrate his true skills. Taegyu smiled, but inside he was not pleased, and he said bitterly, Those bastards dare to ignore my name as if it were obvious. He knocked another arrow and aimed at Dujin. Right now, the priority is to take down Lee Min-sung. There's no need to worry too much about that guy. The murderous intent in Taegyu's eyes deepened once more. He muttered to himself, It seems that wanting to capture you without causing harm is just my selfish wish. Min-sung. Dujin silently gritted his teeth. That mana is too dangerous. At Taegyu's location, a gust of black magic swept past, making his mind tense like a stretched string. A goblin is hiding behind the tree, and Taegyu points his weapon directly at the creature. The evil-looking goblin has no idea why it's here, feeling wronged and crying, pointing at itself in suspicion. Taegyu stared blankly, glaring at the goblin, wondering why there was a goblin here. So that's why. She hurriedly turned around in fear. Damn it. Taegyu froze in place, staring at the empty space behind him. Both Dojin and Suho have been gone for a long time. Taegyu mutters curses under his breath. Damn it. He grits his teeth in anger, almost growling. Lee Min-sung, what the hell are you thinking? In another place, a mobile phone on the table vibrates with a call, and a hand reaches out to answer. After hearing what the other person on the line said, Sung Soo responded with a bit of disappointment. So, Lee Min Sung has escaped. Dujin and Dujin answered with regret. Sorry. I was mistaken about the association president. Lee Min Sung's appearance isn't normal. Maybe due to drugs. And there's another hunter. Jong In was startled by Taegyu's words. He focused on listening to Taegyu on the phone with Sung Soo, who said there was a black-masked hunter with him. Jong In loudly asked Taegyu before he could hang up. If it's a black mask hunter, is he the one who looks like a fighter? Taegyu suddenly looked at Jong In. How do you know? Jong In's face grew tense. The hunter I saw at the airport dungeon greeting also wore a black mask. And he single-handedly stopped the chaos of magical monsters. Along with the singing magical monsters. If it's a magic singing monster, then it's the hunter, Sung Jin. You. In the office? Sung Soo sat back in his chair, clasping his hands together, quietly wondering, has the missing hunter, Sung Jin Yu, returned? No. If it's him, he would handle the situation quickly. Sung Soo thought or wondered. So maybe, the scene shifts to a mountain range, where a pair of quiet footsteps gradually ascend to the summit. Suho glances sharply ahead, feeling the presence of the person he's been waiting for. Dujin smiles excitedly. Tu stands on the cliff looking down below. The person Suho is approaching with his hands in his pockets. Dujin tilted his head, sword pointed at Suho. I never expected you to help me. Suho showed no expression as he walked and replied. Obviously. Isn't it the kind of person who would abandon Lee Min Sung's body and disappear if it became too dangerous? I have heard from the demons that the darkness is a creature known as the Dark Lord in this world. He coldly asked what his relationship was with the Dark Lord. Suho narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura clearly visible. It seems you have many questions, but I see no reason to let you listen. I will crush you, and then use that method to get the information. Biru hides inside Suho's coat and warns, be careful. Your Highness. I can't gauge Lee Min Sung's power level since Itarim's apostle has taken over his body. Suho reassures. Don't worry, Biru. I've prepared something for this moment. His shadow widens, unleashing more dark power. Suho softly calls out. Arrest. It seems Dojin predicted Suho's next move. He smirked confidently. Certain of himself. Dojin thought to himself. It's exactly the same power of darkness I witnessed on the battlefield. Each of Suho's summoned monsters has appeared. The first being the Swamp King Kasaka, common rank, and the second is the Green Poison Fang, also common rank. The next monster is called Chokao Cap, a common rank, and the final and strongest one is Quan Mo Siga, an elite rank. Suho's powerful voice echoes. All of these are the skills I saved for this day. Two more figures appear beside Suho, the fifth monster and Isu. Suho clenched his fist, gently provoking. Let's fight with everything we've got. The shadow beast has been fully restored by Suho. Dojin gazed at the dark beast with delight, smiling to himself. Suddenly, the system displayed an information panel, announcing an emergency mission has appeared. The urgent mission is to defeat Lee Min Sung, the apostle of Yutarim, and take his memories from him. Defeat Lee Min Sung, the apostle of Yutarim 0 out of 1. Hearing that, Suho's mood suddenly sank. You think the mission is to defeat Lee Min Sung? Huh. Is it finally here? The moment when you have to kill someone else. Dojin only taunts Suho. From within his subconscious, Dujin clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and looked down. After understanding what emotions are, the changes happening inside him felt very strange. The memory of my body when I was in a fragment makes me think I finally understood what it feels like to encounter darkness. A sense of curiosity towards a powerful being from another dimension, who possesses the strength to stop an entire army from beyond. I was curious about that shadowy figure, a lonely-looking one standing among his army. Dojin slowly opened his eyes, shining with a golden hue, wondering if he could get an answer from him. Outside reality, the beast Kasaka launched its attack on Dojin. He calmly watched Kasaka charge in. Then it only took a few seconds for Dojin to swing his sword and cut Kasaka in half. But then, another beast attacked him from behind, and a look of surprise appeared in Dojin's eyes. He panicked and stepped back a few paces. Suho swiftly chased after Dojin. Suho throws a thunderous punch, but Dojin blocks it with his sword. Dujin finally realizes Suho's trick. He uses soldiers to distract me while he charges into battle himself. Is he so confident in close combat? Dojin angrily swings his sword fiercely at Suho, just as the sword was about to reach you. Suho quickly leaned back and dodged. Suho landed on the ground, and Dojin followed suit. Suho seizes the opportunity to sneak attack from behind. Ngien clenches her teeth, determined to defeat Dojin and avenge Kasaka. But unfortunately, Dujin skillfully dodged Suho's attack and grabbed her spear. He hung her upside down, and Dojin asked why she wasn't a shadow soldier. Suho's tears fell as she looked at Dojin with a look full of hatred. Suho from the side of the stone throws his face to Dojin to save Suho. The mask on his face has a water stain. Dojin cast a cold glance at the attacker and asked why they didn't use shadow soldiers in the battle. Suho asked again indifferently. The dark soldiers, he continued. If you really want to see it that badly, then here it is. As Suho finished speaking, Siga appeared right behind Dojin, using a technique to envelop him, with Siga's large hand trapping him inside. Dojin glared coldly at Siga. Seho seized the opportunity while Dojin was restrained and used the power of the Vunkarn horn to quickly defeat him. Suho's eyes turn cold as he clenches his fists. Dojin's face remains calm and unmoved. Suddenly, a huge explosion blasts everything away, dust flying everywhere. Dojin narrows his eyes, trying to see through the sand. He quickly stepped back to escape the blast radius. Suho gasped for air. The sand covering him had exploded. A faint figure appears inside the foggy village. Dojin, like a ghost, attacks from Isu to Suho. It seems I can no longer feel the excitement I once experienced. Isu was struck and Kohead was hit painfully. The beast Cho was also targeted by Dojin and lost a part of its body. The fang blade in Dojin's hand also shows a crack from a bite, and his eyes flicker with surprise. Dojin finishes his attack, coldly shakes his head, and says to the others, I'm really disappointed. He dismissively continued, saying that the soldiers of that shadowy figure are all seasoned warriors with their own unique minds, as if they are a well-trained army. His strength might be similar to his, but in terms of ability, they are worlds apart. Dojin continued speaking, while Isu and Suho struggled to defend against a series of attacks. I really can't believe it, someone with such power can't win. Dojin sneered. You're too weak. Suho coldly looked at Dojin. Damn it. Because the bastard who destroyed Itarim has taken over Lee Min-sung's body. Everything has become more difficult. His power. Suho was stunned to realize that she was almost on par with an S-rank hunter. Before he could even process his thoughts, Dojin charged at him. Because the reason the shadowy figure looked lonely was that there was no one in this world who could rival him. Suho struggled to defend himself against Dojin's relentless attacks. But after all, who could truly understand someone with absolute power? Suho silently wondered. Is he really that lonely? At that moment, a cracking sound of something breaking echoed. Suho reached out, eyes wide, as he looked at the broken gloves shattering into pieces. And the system displayed a notification that the horn of the Vunkan had been destroyed. Before he could understand what was happening, Dojin quickly flew in and stabbed Suho in the stomach. Suho, in pain, cried out in despair. Your Highness. Dojin gazed steadily at Suho, his eyes sharp, unaware of the power he was wielding. A spark of ambition appears deep within him, which is why I will take away the power of darkness he holds. Watching Suho struggle on the opposite side, a cunning plan forms in Dojin's mind. He will turn him into a believer, and then I will do whatever it takes to obtain that power. Once I do, I think I will understand what the darkness feels like. His whole body was in pain, but he still had to try to pull out the painkiller in his body. Sweat poured down Dojin's face like a stream, but he swallowed the pain and clenched his teeth, thinking, I don't know anything about the power I possess. Come to think of it, Lee Min-sung also said something similar. Suho recalls Min-sung's words, saying that he is a kind of person who always appears hopeful but has no real personality. Kindness and morality above all. Those are just others imposing their will on you. You don't even know what you truly want anymore. If you are not lucky and do not possess that power, you will just be like a background character for your entire life. And eventually, you will face a situation that forces you to make a decision. Suho wondered if he needed something more than just stats and skills to become stronger. Biru suddenly called out. Crownless King, it asked why you didn't use weapon projection. Suho, while pressing the TV remote, glanced and replied that it's because Dongvun Khan has more offensive power. Suho stroked his chin, looking contemplative, and it was also a bit difficult for me to use both the linking skill and the sovereign authority at the same time while commanding the shadow soldiers in such a battle. Moreover, I am not confident that I can use weapon manifestation either, Biru said confidently. You are a genius. I believe you can do it. Biru, promise to guarantee that. Suho replied vaguely. It's fine. He glanced at Biru and asked, and besides, wasn't it the one who said that the father doesn't always use energy manifestation in battle? So there must be a reason for him to use it. So we think something might be wrong if we use it. Biru was silent for a moment then replied. If you think so, then so be it. A thought appeared in Suho's mind. I wonder when it started. When did I become so easy to set limits for myself? Remembering himself sitting on a chair and drawing on paper, Suho suddenly sighed. His eyes lowered out of habit. a sign of his easy acceptance of failure before he woke up. Suho wondered to himself. Thinking back, how long has it been since I last drew after I woke up? I really love drawing. Once again, Minsung's words echoed in his mind. Someone who no longer even knew what they wanted. If you are unlucky and lack the strength, you'll just live as a background character for your entire life. Suho nodded in agreement. Yes. Just as he said, Suho silently thought that he had entrusted the system with the task of reconnecting with his father, and that finding his mother was always something he wanted to do to become stronger. The reason I want to become stronger is because I can't find strength within myself. Negative thoughts keep pouring out, gradually poisoning his mind. Why am I trying so hard to follow in my father's footsteps, when what he needs isn't a copy of himself? Suho silently vows to find something that only he can do. Returning to reality, even though blood is pouring out like water, Suho swallows the pain inside. Suho's hand, covered in dirt, is raised high, pointing at Dojin. Suho gathers all his strength and stands up loudly. Dojin was very confused by Suho's actions. Then he also realized that, upon reflection, aren't the shadow soldiers immortal creatures who will resurrect even after they die? He glances back at the defeated dark shadow beasts of Suho, sneering with utter contempt. He whispered, "But no matter how much your soldiers attack me, they will never stand a chance." Dojin secretly wondered inside if they were merging together, something he had never seen happen in the battle against the darkness. Looking at the monster Kasaka, with its blue venomous fangs and Siga merging into one, Dojin wondered. A chimera. Esho suddenly sees a monster appear from the third space and gasps. Ray, a wave of dark shadow surrounds Suho's body, revealing only a pair of emotionless eyes. Childhood memories suddenly flooded into Suho's mind like a reversed film, and his voice became full of determination. I want to become a police officer like my father. His father looked at Suho with a thoughtful expression, and Suho cheerfully asked again, "Is that okay, because Dad looks so cool?" Then he happily looked at his mother again. "Or maybe become an athlete like her. I can be as healthy as you." "Right?" Suho asked happily. "Can I, Mom?" But the mother remained silent. She placed her hand on his head and replied, "Suho, your father and I agreed, right when we had you." The mother crouched down, gently stroking her son's hair. "We won't stop you from dreaming. Just do what you love." Suho replied, "But I want to be cool like Dad and healthy like Mom." The mother looked into Suho's eyes and gently smiled. "If that's the case, try your best to become like us, as long as you're sure that's what you wish for." Suho chuckled softly, wondering why he suddenly remembered his mother's words earlier. He then recalled an incident from a different time when Dogion, the teacher, commented on his demon creature drawing. "Usually, when I draw something too many times, I get stuck in a loop, but I feel like I'm drawing better." Dogyun pointed at the painting, and Suho looked in the same direction as his teacher. "Just like this one." The teacher asked a question that Suho couldn't answer. "Is this still a bug?" Suho bows his head, his hand still on the sword, because he learned to transform faster than his father, thanks to the system adapting to his body. "I will no longer underestimate it." The fighting style, using the king's avatar with unlimited shadow withdrawal ability, always combining power with small sparks of lightning. Dogyun stands there, glaring at Suho with suspicion. Biru suspiciously looked towards Dogyun. The shadow warriors have been gathering around the young master lately, making it harder and harder to maintain their form. Suddenly, Eso appears and rescues Biru from Dogyun unless it gets pulled in. She asks curiously, "Biru, what's going on with the young master?" Biru sighed thoughtfully and replied to Eso, "I don't really know either, but I think the young master is undergoing a transformation." Dogyun narrows his eyes thoughtfully. Is he awakening his power? A wave of suspicion strikes Dogyun's mind. I was mistaken. I need to quickly strike him down and forcefully transfer the star fragment into his body. The dark power radiating from Suho's body pushed Dogyun back several steps. His face became more noble and high-minded. Dogyun used his wings to fly into the sky. Wait, as far as I know, a hunter's ability can't change, so is this a reawakening? Suho is engulfed in darkness, his entire body gradually transforming. The dark power slowly fades away, revealing his shadow cast over the black smoke. Suho's body continued to transform strangely, his eyes like those of a bloodthirsty predator, and his hands had grown sharp claws. His wings also transform into the powerful limbs of a beast. Suho wondered if this shadow form was a way to weaponize his dark power. Kasaka is resurrected and charges at Dojin again. Suho silently thinks that, given the adaptable nature of darkness, he can transform it in many ways. With just one strike, he split Kasaka's body into two equal halves. But with Kasaka defeated, Siga, the beast from behind, attacked Dojin with a staff from behind. Siga strikes the spear fiercely at Dojin, aiming a deadly blow at him, but then grits its teeth, extremely annoyed. Dojin blocks Siga's attack with his sword and dismissively says, "I told you. This rusty sword can't do anything to me." In response, Dojin raised his sword and launched a flurry of slashes at Siga, shattering it into 100 pieces. Suddenly, a dark energy hundreds of times stronger than before erupts towards Dojin, making him look up in shock. Suho slowly approached Dojin with dark energy. "And besides that, I also have this." The system displays a notification on the screen, confirming the connection, skill, and the kneeling attack has been activated, as Suho's hair lengthens and turns white. Then he leaps into the air, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. Suho swiftly flies toward Dojin. Dojin narrows his eyes and says seriously, "That mana flow is quite dangerous. It's as easy as eating porridge." Dojin gently dodges Suho's attack, sneering, "But I won't fall for such a careless strike." And then he turns back and slashes Suho's shoulder. Suho lies on his back, blood spurting from the wound on his shoulder. Dojin smiles softly with his eyes closed. "Don't worry. He won't lose his power. Just one leg is gone." Suho still remains strangely calm. His eyes become more flickering, and his surprised voice exclaims, "Wow!" Suho exclaimed in surprise. "So this is what a king's power can do." As he finished speaking, darkness and a monster appeared suddenly behind Dojin. The darkness unleashes its terrifying power to punch Dojin in the face, causing a massive explosion that shakes the ground and sends debris flying into the air. Dojin was punched so hard that he was thrown against the cliff, causing it to shatter. Debris and dust flew everywhere. Dojin lies still there. Suho and the demon beast stare intently at him. Inside, Dojin has also been affected, with bright red blood flowing from his eyes as he transfers his skill to his subordinate. He somewhat reluctantly said, "A new powerful ability for me," watching Dojin gape with no sound coming out. Suho thought to himself, he can't produce any sound. Maybe his jaw is broken. Dojin struggles to stand up. Suho silently assesses, but his body can still move. "I can hold on a little longer if I sacrifice him. I can't be reckless anymore from now on." Dojin's face was distorted by the punch of darkness. He screamed inwardly, "What is this? Damn it, that bastard has turned me into this." Dojin in his subconscious wide-eyed, stunned, wondering if the impact from the previous strike had awakened him. Dojin raised his sword again, wondering if the impact from the previous blow had awakened him. A powerful S-rank hunter was beaten down by a mere subordinate. Dojin and Min-sung struggle for control of the body. Dojin warns Lee Min-sung that if he doesn't shut his mouth, Min-sung sneered and responded to Dojin with contempt. "So what? Can I be worse? Do you think I'm afraid of dying?" Min-sung looked at his trembling hand and thought, "I hate being looked down on by others. I also hate being ignored by others. If I could make those damn bastards taste some suffering, that would be great. I will." Suddenly, Min-sung stopped his actions, opening his wide eyes. Seeing the familiar legs approaching, Min-sung silently thought, "Come here, you damn bastard." Looking at Suho's figure, Min-sung thought to himself, "Even if I can't be the protagonist, I will still play my part well." He broke his own armor on his body. Min-sung sticks out his tongue, his face full of madness, and a hint of insanity appears in his mind. Let's taste the last bit of power of a villain. At the same time, Suho also realized his opportunity had come, and he quickly rushed toward the city center. His gaze once again turned cold, as he aimed a punch filled with little love towards Min-sung. Suho's lightning-fast punch pierced Min-sung's stomach before he even understood what was happening, driving his fist straight through Lee Min-sung's body. Then he hurriedly lifts Lee Min-sung. Lee Min-sung's hand is covered in blood. He couldn't accept this, and shouted louder and louder. Lee Min-sung painfully raises his hand to his mouth, growling as he does so. Lee Min-sung thought, "Is it so bad that I now have a hole in my stomach? And my jaw is broken, that I can't deny anything anymore? When that damn alien appeared in front of me, I thought that my chance to change this damn world had finally come. But is this really my ending? Ever since the great disaster happened, my life has been like a dying dog." An image of Lee Tae-ji-woo appears in Lee Min-sung's mind. He doesn't like this much, so he curses and says, "Damn it. Why is it that at the last moment of my life, I keep thinking about that bastard Lee Tae-ji-woo?" Lee Min-sung irritably thought to himself, "Don't look down on me, Lee Min-sung. I'm a superstar, but why does that kid look like he's pitying me?" At this moment, the system appears with a notification: "You have gained experience." Notification: "You have leveled up. Mission, urgent mission. Defeat Lee Min-sung, the Apostle of Witarim. Defeat Lee Min-sung, the one possessed by the Apostle of Witarim who took his memories. Defeat Lee Min-sung, Witarim Apostle, one-on-one. You have completed the mission. Lee Min-sung is now fallen." And Sung Soo-ho walks over to his side. Esso's group also arrived just in time. seeing their young master Esso happily smile and say, "Young commander, you did it. I knew you would defeat the Apostle Wai Tarim." Sung Soo-ho remained silent, his eyes full of contemplation, looking at Lee Min-sung's body lying on the ground. Sung Soo-ho finally spoke. The person who smiled at the last moment was probably Lee Min-sung, not the Apostle Yi Tarim. Although he didn't speak much, he gave me the feeling of someone who has poured all his passion into his desire. Beirut seems to understand how Sung Soo-ho is feeling right now. It thinks this is the first time the young king has killed a fellow. He's truly shaken. Sung Soo-ho still sat there looking at Lee Min-sung and told his teammates that, thanks to Lee Min-sung, they had learned something. Since becoming a player, my only purpose in life has been to find my mother and become someone who can help my father. But now that I think about it, I don't have any personal goals, which is probably why Lee Min-sung said, "I don't know what I want." Suddenly I remembered the battle with my father at the end of the training. That was when I truly felt the greatness of my father. My father's voice echoes in Sung Soo-ho's mind. Even though he is an enemy, I still respect him and dare to be like him. Strong. At that moment, I truly longed to win. So I also felt incredibly discouraged. I don't know when my father became so distant and great. Someone I can't even imagine reaching. But I think I need to say this. Having big hopes is also a good thing. Right. Suddenly opening up like that. Esso and Beirut completely didn't understand. Sung Soo-ho seemed determined, pointing to the sky and saying loudly, "The stronger I become, the more I long to be the strongest. I will surpass Apostle Itaram, the kings, and even my own father. That is the example I want to become." Esso was a little moved by these words and wanted to tell Sung Soo-ho, "Your Highness." But she could only manage to say this much. Beirut also expressed his opinion, saying that, although he thought it was impossible to achieve, he would still support you, and Gray agreed. "I think becoming stronger than my king is too difficult." Sung Soo-ho helplessly replied, "Thank you all for ruining this atmosphere." Although he said that, Sung Soo-ho understood why they thought that way, so he quickly put it aside and focused on checking the rewards. The system displays a message: "You have received your reward. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. You have leveled up." The system announces that you have reached the required level and that you will receive an advanced quest, asking if you want to accept the advanced quest. Before this notification, Sung Soo-ho hesitated for a moment and thought maybe reaching level 40 would allow him to accept an advanced quest. The system still displays a notification, showing in the status window that Sung Soo-ho is level 40, has no title, is not tired, with the title of Wolf Slayer, 8,250 health, 780 mana, 124 strength, 60 endurance, 49 agility, 47 intelligence, 54 plus 5, consciousness, 4 skill points remaining. Passive skills, endurance level 3, martial arts level 2, power enhancement level 1, active skills, supreme authority level 2, broken shadow level 2, storm slash level 1. Reading this notification, Sung Soo-ho felt happy because he was finally about to receive a promotion. Sung Soo-ho's team stood there looking into the distance, bathed in the gentle sunset glow. Facing them, there was Lee Min-sung secretly observing each of their actions. He smirked arrogantly and said, "It seems I let my guard down. I didn't expect that black mask guy to have such great potential. I must make him mine." One of the powers I gained when collecting my fragments is the equivalent exchange. It allows me to trade something of mine to obtain another thing of equal value. I will convert the life force of nearby believers into mana, using the power of the equivalent exchange to gather mana. He happily enjoyed the result and said, "It will be something like this." A mana orb has formed from Lee Min-sung's hand. Looking at the satisfied result in Lee Min-sung's hand, Beirut said to Sung Soo-ho, "Your Majesty, now I will try to search for information about the name Phyta Rim in Lee Min-sung's memories." Sung Soo-ho agrees for Beirut to do that. Sung Soo-ho still thought about Lee Min-sung. He wondered if Lee Min-sung hated the world after the great disaster, unless he himself became a player. Lost in thought, Sung Soo-ho suddenly widened his eyes as something pierced straight through his side, with such force that Aol and Gray were startled. Sung Soo-ho froze, not understanding anything. A series of questions flooded his mind. An attack. From where? Lee Min-sung attacks from a distance using the very mana he just learned to master. And knowing this, the target Lee Min-sung laughs with amusement. Another wave of mana crashes in. Sung Soo-ho has now collapsed. I feel like something is invading my mind. The system also issues a series of warnings. Passive effects from longevity. You will be immune to all diseases, toxins, and status effects, and will also have extremely powerful regenerative abilities while sleeping. 3, 2, 1. Failed to eliminate the abnormal state. The longevity system is analyzing the abnormal condition. 3, 2, 1. Longevity confirms that this abnormal state is similar to the Manhwa infection. Longevity will attempt to eliminate the abnormal state using the Manhwa infection data. 3, 2, 1. The test failed. Due to the presence of foreign substances, the system has become unstable. Truongtho will attempt to treat you using the data from Manhwa infection. 3, 2, 1. The experiment failed. 3, 2, 1. Test failed. 3, 2, 1. Test failed. 3, 2, 1. The experiment failed. 3, 2, 1. The Alliance observes from afar, a triumphant smile on his face as he says, "With it, we will gain the power of darkness." His eyes widened in madness. Sung Soo-ho's system is still analyzing his condition. 3, 2, 1. Analysis of abnormal condition successful. The longevity field effect has eliminated the abnormal state. The system recovery process has begun. Sung Soo-ho's body trembles. Eso, Biru, and Gray are in a state of panic. Sung Soo-ho notices. The transformation process is progressing amidst the forest. Eso's voice echoes in Sung Soo-ho's ears. "The missing king. Are you all right?" Sung Soo-ho thought to himself. The longevity spell has been successfully activated. I need to use the darkness to cover the wound. Soo-ho's system shows a warning again. His blood level is decreasing. Soo-ho thinks, if this keeps going like this, I need to find a way quickly. He reached out and pressed the confirm button on the system screen. That is a notification about accepting an advanced mission. Soo-ho agrees to take on the mission. The system displays a new notification and is starting the advanced mission. Immediately, the surrounding space changes. The system provides new information again. Only players can access the advanced mission to connect the chain. Your teammates, the vassals of the kings, will have to be transported to the dark dungeon. Es. O and Biru overhear this and are stunned. They don't want to leave Soo-ho alone. Lee Min-sung, watching from afar, is observing every move Soo-ho makes. Soo-ho here is in pain. His eyes close tightly. After a moment, the space shifts, and a new energy appears. The space is now just pitch black, and a voice speaks out. "It's too dark. I can't see anything. Am I dead? It hurts so much. I can feel the smell of fire somewhere around here. If my stomach hurts like this, does that mean I'm still alive? If so, then the space should have light immediately." It's Soo-ho. Be careful with your surroundings. Suddenly, he notices something. Soo-ho is now sitting in a long corridor, wondering where this place is. At the place where Soo-ho and Lee Min-sung fought earlier, a foot lands down. It is Lee Min-sung's true form, and he looks at himself lying below. Lee Min-sung stared at himself and said, "There's no magic left around me." Suddenly, the gate opened and took away the black mask and the soldiers. Since it didn't take Lee Min-sung away, it means only he and his allies can use the portal, the darkness, and the black mask. Fighting them always surprises me. That's interesting. In the space Soo-ho just arrived in, he supported himself with one hand on the ground before straightening up. Soo-ho said to himself that after coming here, the hole in his stomach had completely healed, meaning his body had recovered by now. Speaking of the issue, Soo-ho stopped himself from standing up, planted his feet on the ground, then opened the system to check and said that the upgrade mission does not allow other vassal kings to participate. I can't use the dark dungeon key, which means I can't use connection skills or the key on the dark dungeon. This must be a tutorial dungeon, the dungeon my father created for me. Soo-ho recalled those past memories, thinking that, although I, as a leader, am no longer from this place, the memories here still remain. But there's no more knight to defeat and level up or weapons to give anymore. So why do I have to choose when the horn is just as red? At this moment, a series of questions flooded Soo-ho's mind. Why was there no detailed explanation of the mission? And if he was supposed to open the gate and climb the tower like before, it means I have to complete everything without using weapons or connection skills. This place is always full of paths like a maze. It feels both strange and familiar, with noises coming from all around. There was something that surprised Soo-ho. Ahead, there was a door. Soo-ho stood in front of the door, still scratching his head in confusion. The path was still there. But why did a boss room suddenly appear like this? Was the advanced mission half done? Soo-ho stood there, pondering for a moment. Then, he decided to open the door, feeling a bit anxious about what might be behind it. Once the upgrade mission is over, won't he become stronger like he once was? The first thing I saw in the dungeon was a knight. The door was opened, and Soo-ho stepped inside. Inside, it was a dark, black space, and Soo-ho felt a bit uncomfortable thinking I can't see anything at all. But someone was over there. a shadowy figure sitting on a chair in front of Suho. Suho saw the hand of the person sitting and his eyes widened, as if he was familiar with this person. He stood there looking ahead. Seeing this somewhat familiar figure, and hearing those words, "That's it. It's me from the past guidance," Suho exclaimed in shock. "Do I have to fight myself? Back then, I could have beaten Biru with all my strength," Suho quietly thought. He managed to defeat Biru. Past Suho clenched his fist, ready to fight. Instantly, Past Suho unleashed his full power. A straight punch aimed directly at Suho in the present. Suho Current didn't have time to react. He shouted, "Wait!" But it seemed Suho Past didn't pay any attention. Din Kwang attacks with overwhelming pressure. 3 lamps illuminate the room, flickering violently. Suddenly, a light went out. Suho slammed his hand down on the ground. The room echoed with his scream. Suho's face looked exhausted, as if he had just gone through something terrible. The room returned to normal. Suho sat in the middle of the room, speaking, "This place. I will be reborn if I die." A look of fear and confusion is visible in my eyes. A series of questions flooded Suho's mind. Why did I have to fight myself in the boss room? Could it be that the true mission is to defeat my past self? Is that even possible? Suho fell into deep thought. He pondered. Soon after, Suho stood up and said, "No, the system was created to make me stronger. If my mission was to defeat what's behind the door, then there must be a way to do it." A moment later, Suho, sweaty all over, looked ahead happily, and said, "I knew it, there's another boss room now." He was standing in front of a different door that looked like the one from the first room Suho entered. He hesitated, thinking, "Wait, what will be inside this room?" Suho calmed himself down. "Don't think about it anymore. Whatever it is, it's still better than facing my past self." Thinking that, Suho placed his hand on the door and opened it. After a while, Suho stood up and said, "I have to fight my younger self, even if fighting a child is still wrong." After a moment, Suho stood up and said, "Fighting a child is still wrong." After a moment, Suho stood up and said, "Fighting a child is still wrong." After a moment, Suho stood up and said, "Fighting a child is still wrong." After a moment, Suho stood up and asked, "What the hell is this dungeon? I have to fight my younger self. Even if it's just me fighting a child, it's still wrong." While Suho was thinking, the child had already attacked. Toys in the room, floating in the air, each wielding their own power. Suho couldn't move, and he thought, is this the power of the ruler? The boy points at Suho, his finger constantly moving in different directions. The space changes again. Another light goes out. Suho sat back in the middle of the room again, completely exhausted. He didn't understand what was happening, and recalled how he couldn't believe his doubts earlier. "When I was a child, I was strangled and killed instantly. I can't face both of those versions now. How am I supposed to complete this mission?" Wait a moment. Suddenly Suho had an idea. He thinks, if I only had 3 lives, like in the guide, I would have died twice already. So I only have 1 life left. A single lamp is burning, but suddenly many lamps appear in the sky. More and more. Suho looked up in confusion. Suho exclaimed, "What the hell?" But before he could finish, a strange phenomenon appeared in the space. The system displays a message, a copy from the parallel world, and due to interference, it has encountered an error. Defeat the entity behind the door with the remaining life. The entity behind the door is not above 1. You cannot leave the dungeon until you complete the upgrade mission. After reading the message, Suho thought that all these fires represented his remaining lives. Is that a good thing? But then Suho realized that there was no way to level up here. He started analyzing the situation, and due to the presence of strange substances, the system had become unstable. The reason I received such an unreasonable mission is because of a system error. The system now has a new message: defeat the creature behind the door with your remaining life. Creature behind door 0 out of 1. You cannot leave the dungeon until you complete the upgrade mission. After reading the notification, Suho thought that if that's the case, there's no guarantee those fires are truly my lives. But I can't give up here. Suho moves forward, knowing that his only choice is to keep going. He continues analyzing, noticing that the passages seem random and the rooms of the cluster appear suddenly, so it's likely that other rooms still exist. But the problem is, I don't know how vast this maze is. So Suho keeps walking, observing, and analyzing the situation. Since I have plenty of time, I'll take my time to search carefully. But something ahead seems to catch Suho's attention. Suho approaches, and there is a teddy bear floating in midair, followed by many other objects appearing, including a young Suho. Suho looked closely and exclaimed, "Huh. Why was I here when I was little? I already went out to the hallway through that faint door. I have to run now." Without thinking too much, Suho immediately runs away, but the little boy reacts faster, launching an attack aimed at Suho's leg. Suho was injured. His calf was cut off from his leg, and he collapsed to the ground. He couldn't believe it and wondered if only a toy had hit him, causing his leg to explode. The king of martial arts can generate such incredible speed. How are you going to complete the mission in this state? And someone appears now. It's Suho from the past. The current Suho can't understand the problem. Yen clenched his jaw and said, "It's really unreasonable." The past Suho immediately attacks, aiming a kick straight at his face. Time passes again, and Suho clenches his fist and punches the wall hard. He helplessly said, "It's really unfair that the spider can move around the hallway like this. Why is it so difficult? Have you ever gone through an advanced mission like this? However, the fact that I am still alive proves that those sparks are my remaining lives if the objective is to defeat the creature in the room. So I don't need to communicate with them. I just need to keep challenging and find another room." The Suho from the past appears again, constantly attacking the current Suho. Suho faced this and thought, "If I die, it's okay. After all, I have almost unlimited lives. Just keep challenging myself. I will definitely find another door to a different room." Suho maintained that mindset and kept fighting himself. But then he wondered what he would do if, due to a system error, no other rooms existed here. Suho realized that wasn't the solution. He sat down to think. Facing endless lives but confronting enemies he couldn't defeat, and no way to level up. Isn't this just like hell on earth? Suho remembered his words before entering the dungeon. The stronger I become, the more I crave to be the strongest. Thinking of this, Suho suddenly smiled. He wiped the bloodstain from his mouth and said, "It was my own words that became my chain and forced me to move forward. Damn it. Alright then. I will redraw the maze map every time I die," Suho said as he dragged his bloody finger across the ground. "I have to do everything I can. I will redraw the maze map every time I die," Suho said as he dragged his bloody finger across the ground. "I have to do everything I can. He will redraw the maze map every time he dies. I have to do everything I can. He will redraw the maze map every time he dies. I have to do everything I can. He will redraw the maze map every time he dies. I have to do everything I can. He will redraw the maze map every time he dies. I have to do everything I can. He will redraw the maze map every time he dies." He started redrawing the maze from memory. Outside the world, rumors spread that the Hunters Association had just announced a ban on Stardust stimulants. Outside the world, the rumors are spreading that the Hunter Association has just announced a ban on Stardust stimulants. Stardust was once a popular sedative among hunters because it was believed to have no side effects. But most users have shown signs of memory loss, and hunters who used Stardust are now undergoing medical examinations. Another piece of news is that the vice president of the Death Guild, the person responsible for distributing Stardust, was found dead at the foot of the mountain this morning by a group of climbers. Once considered a hero among hunters, he now shocks the world as his crimes are exposed, and the Death Guild will face an investigation from the Hunter Association. Lim Taeju, hearing the news, with a face full of guilt, said self-blame. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't let Lee Min-sung escape back then, this wouldn't have happened." Someone else encouraged Taeju. "Hunter Taeju, don't blame yourself like that." Taeju, deep in thought, expressed his feelings. "But there are still a few things that bother me. When I found Min-sung, he was in the area. He had abandoned my name, and I had abandoned his name. They abandoned my name, and I abandoned his name, and I abandoned his name, and I abandoned his name." After hearing the news, Lee Taeju's guilty face said, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't let Lee Min-sung escape back then, this wouldn't have happened." A friend encourages Taeju. "Hunter Taeju, don't blame yourself like that." Taeju, lost in thought, shared his feelings. "But there are still a few things that trouble me. When I found Min-sung, he was acting strangely. He had never used a disguise-changing skill like that before." Lim Taeju, deep in thought, shared his feelings. "But there were still a few things that troubled me. When I found Min-sung, he was acting strangely. He had never used a disguise skill like that before." Lim Taeju thoughtfully shared his thoughts. "But there were still a few things that troubled me. When I found Min-sung, he was acting strangely. He had never used a disguise skill like that before." Lim Taeju thoughtfully shared his thoughts. "But a few things still troubled me. When I found Min-sung, he was acting strangely. He had never used a disguise skill like that before." When I found Min-sung, he was acting strangely. He had never used a disguise skill like that before. When I found Min-sung, he was acting strangely. He had never used a disguise skill like that before. When I found Min-sung, he was acting strangely. He had never used a disguise skill like that before. When I found Min-sung, he was acting strangely. He had never used a disguise ability like that before. I'm not sure, but it's possible that such a power does exist. Moreover, the masked hunter in black fought Lee Min-sung. Could he be the one who killed Lee Min-sung? This figure makes everyone in the room curious. This object has everyone in the room curious. This object makes everyone in the room curious. This object makes everyone in the room curious. This object piqued the curiosity of everyone in the room. This object makes everyone in the room curious. This object makes everyone in the room curious. This object piques the curiosity of everyone in the room. Hunter Bakdu Din picks up the photo of Suho. Bakdu Din takes the photo of Suho. Kim Sung-soo looks at the picture in his hand, thinking that Suho is most likely the masked hunter in black, but the boy has gone missing again. Hunter Sung-jin-gu. What exactly is happening to Suho? I hope he's still safe. Bakdo Din carefully examines the photo. Trat An sneers. In the dungeon where Suho is held, the labyrinth map is drawn on the ground, gradually revealing more and more details. After a while, the map had grown to fill the entire room. Suho sat and looked at the map for a long time, his eyes narrowing. Outside, Esso's group was worried about Suho's safety, while Biru, unaware of what he was doing, kept flying in circles on the ground. Mut said to it. Flying around won't bring the little prince back. So why don't you calm down? Biru replied. You cold-blooded reptile. How can you tell me to stay calm when no one knows what the young lord is doing right now? Biru is crying and lamenting. Crown Prince. Biru, am so worried I can't even sleep. Esso spoke to calm Biru, saying I understand why Biru is acting like this. It has been 2 weeks since the young king entered the gate. Contrasting his cold demeanor when speaking to Biru, Mut gently confides in Esso, who also seems worried about the young king. Esso told Mut, aren't you being too cold? You're just a companion like us. Mut doesn't hesitate to suggest so. If that's the case, are you really looking directly at the young king? Because I understand, that's what I see in your eyes. Compared to the grand existence known as the Dark King, the young king is no more than a child. But I have never met that Dark King. I only know that the young king has never spoken of giving up, even if his bones are shattered, his flesh torn apart, or his spirit pushed to the limit. I am certain that no matter what challenges he faces, he will remain safe. Beirut was surprised by Mut's words. Esso also nodded in approval, and replied, there's no mistake. All we can do is trust the young lord. Inside the dungeon, Suho is fighting back, attacking while saying, do you think I will keep dying at your hands? Suho is confronting his past self. Young Suho was also there, sitting and watching the two fight. Even when he retaliated, he still couldn't take the upper hand. I have long given up counting how many times I have died. In these repeated deaths, I realized I could see their status windows. My younger version, the one who can tear a person apart with psychic powers. And little Suho doesn't have a player level. The hand of the ruler has a maximum level skill that can control objects with power without touching them. But the hand skill of his ruler has reached the maximum level. My guide version, capable of destroying everything with just a touch. Sung Suho's new profession is Spirit Warrior. The system displays the information of the tutorial version of Suho, named Sung Suho, level 99. Spirit Warrior class. And he is a monster with a level 99 cap. Suho is reborn once again. He hurriedly runs down the corridor, slightly annoyed as he curses. Damn it. Even though he haven't gone far enough to mark it on the map, through the constant deaths, I gradually got used to the fear. Suho recalled what he had just experienced in this room. He continued. This time we've gotten closer to the person. Can you hear that? But this feeling should only be here. I know I shouldn't take anything lightly, but I can't see anything. I guessed. 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 Suho looked deep into the corridor in his mind. Damn it. He's coming. As Suho predicted, past Suho and young Suho are attacking. Suho is standing in front of the door, trying to find a way to open it, thinking I must get through this gate quickly if they are really trying to block my access to it. Once the fake soul warrior arrives, all hope is lost. Suho's past quickly found him. The two are now very close, with Suho's past gradually approaching him, and he quickly takes aim at his target. A powerful attack was launched, but luckily, Suho managed to get inside the door. His body grew tense and he kept panting, gradually regaining his composure. Looking at the closed door in front of Suho, he wondered if he couldn't pass through the gate. Right, he leaned his hands against the door for support and said, finally, I've escaped from those bastards. Although he has escaped the immediate danger, Suho remains cautious and begins to strategize. But it's not over yet. The key is the entity inside this room. Considering the two previous ones, it's highly likely that the being here is a past version of himself. The only ones I can think of are either my initial guide version or maybe back then. If not one of those two, then who could possibly appear this time? As Suho predicted, a shadow appeared behind him, his eyes turning cautious as footsteps approached. Another different version of Suho, with weapons in both hands and a fierce aura. They advanced, and Suho faced his opponent. Suho looked at the person in front of him, thinking this time it's his own version wielding dual blades. Both the guide version of Sung Suho and the childish version are different versions of himself from the past. And the weapon he's holding is actually a different version, a different sword called the Horn of Joy. Is there some malfunction or something? His stats are... Suho stared intently at the notification screen, then smiled softly after reading the information. Then Suho took the initiative to attack again, feeling pleased that at last, a worthy opponent had appeared. This time Suho seems very confident. After reading the information, he knew that his level and stats were higher, and he happily thought that finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. No fatigue. Savage Wolf title. Strength, 75. Stamina, 41. Agility, 41. Intelligence, 41. Reflexes, 41. Suho paid special attention to the strength stat. The current status window shows Suho's information named Sung Suho. Level 40. Strength, 1,288. Stamina, 41. Agility, 49. Intelligence, 49. Reflexes, 54. It seems that while wielding his sword, Suho was enhancing himself. With the system constantly providing new notifications, the body enhancement skill was activated, increasing attack and defense. The Prairie Wind skill was triggered, boosting movement and attack speed, and the Giant skill was activated, further strengthening your defense. This body enhancement ability amazes Suho, he thinks. Body augmentation. That's the skill Amma used. And why does he have so many buff effects? Without giving Suho a moment to think, the opponent launched a series of attacks, and the Wind Fury Slash skill was activated. These skills surprised Suho, who even managed to use the Wind Slash, and he quickly drew his sword to unleash it. He held the sword in his hand, feeling grateful that he had kept it for when the weapon was knocked away. But Suho was also injured. A series of old memories flood into Suho's mind. He feels a bit worried, wondering what these memories are they not his own? But a mental attack from Brokey. Suho is now under attack, both physically and mentally. Memories flood his mind, but he remains clear-headed enough to realize that yet another memory is not his own. Will I keep taking more mental attacks every time he hurts me? The current Suho is pushed back. Suho, wielding a sword filled with deadly intent, sneers and lets out a chuckle. Then he gathers energy into his two swords and slashes towards Suho. Suho couldn't dodge in time and could only directly block the attack. The attacker now attacking him isn't the original Suho with the sword, but a knight. Everything is increasingly surprising Suho. He is currently facing two enemies at once. The enemy keeps attacking relentlessly. Suho doesn't think he can withstand such a barrage from a shadow singer emerging from the void. That means he can store shadows at level 32U. The longer the fight goes on, the more I realize, the memories surfacing in my mind are those of this Suho. They are my experiences from another world. There is another version of Beirut, along with other versions of Iso, Ray, and Amud, and also myself. The one who can resolve that event, with them efficiently. The one who can resolve that event alongside them efficiently. The system has given him a challenge suited to his current state, and he has become stronger after each trial. I don't know if it's due to some error in this place that he was created or what, and he keeps getting stronger after those challenges. I wonder if it's some kind of malfunction in this place that created him or something. Suho is still fighting with all his might. Each attack becomes more powerful, fighting like this. Suho shouted in frustration. Why? Why do you always give me challenges that are too difficult for me? Why do I always have to push myself to the limit like this? Not only are there no easy challenges to overcome, but I also have to die hundreds of times in this trial because the enemies are ridiculously strong. Each attack became stronger after those trials. And I wonder if there's some glitch in this place that caused him to be boosted more after each challenge. I shouldn't have had to die hundreds of times in this trial because of ridiculously strong enemies. Each attack became stronger after those trials. I wonder if there's some glitch in this place that pushes him to his limits like that. Each attack became stronger after those trials. I wonder if there's some glitch in this place that boosts him more than others. Each attack grew stronger after those trials. I wonder if there's some glitch here that caused him to become significantly stronger after those trials. Suho puts his hand on the ground, his body suddenly flipping upside down in midair. Suho told himself he would no longer follow the path the system had created for him because his future would change based on his own decisions. Suho told himself he would no longer follow the path the system had set for him because his future would change based on his own decisions. Suho tells himself he will no longer follow the path created by the system because his future will change based on his own decisions. Suho dodges the attack and counterattacks, but his sword is pushed back. Suho didn't stop, seizing the opportunity to charge forward with a punch aimed at them. But Suho, wielding his sword, was pushed back with a powerful strike. But Suho was also pushed back. The space shook due to the clash between the two powers. Suho is buried under the rubble but quickly gets back on his feet. The system issues a notification, instructing you to eliminate the entity behind the door with the number of lives assigned to you. The entity behind the door is 1 out of 1, and the player has completed the class transfer mission. You have earned the title of Overcoming Adversity, a title awarded to those who have remarkably overcome hardships. The more stamina you lose, the higher your stats will rise, increasing by 1% each time your stamina decreases by 1%. Suho, wielding his sword, has been defeated. Suho stands before him. He tiredly exclaimed, "The mission is over." The system issued a notification, eliminate the entity behind the door with the number of lives assigned to you. The entity behind the door, 1 out of 1, has been defeated. You have completed the class transfer quest and received the title of Adversity Survivor. You have earned the title of the Adversity Survivor. The more stamina you lose, the higher your stats will increase. The higher your stats, the more you increase by 1%. Each time, your stamina decreases by 1%. Suho, wielding a sword, has been defeated. Suho stands in front of him, exhausted, and says, "It's over now." The system is still analyzing your movements and determining the appropriate class. You have chosen the path of fighting rather than bowing to a much stronger opponent. Your mind has not collapsed even after dying hundreds of times. You have grown both physically and mentally despite facing circumstances that prevent you from becoming stronger. Your creativity will always lead to positive solutions in times of crisis, and your unwavering determination will inspire those around you, ensuring everyone works together to achieve the goal. You can choose one of the 3 professions below. After these 3, Suho wondered, the system presents each profession. The first profession is the Dark Heir. If you choose the above profession, the system will become your guide to becoming the Darkness Heir. The second profession is the Fake Soul Spear Warrior. After reviewing your past data, you have been granted the choice of the Spirit Blade Warrior class. Your previous stats will not be restored. Your dark skills will disappear. The third profession is your chosen path. The second class is your profession. The second class is your profession. Your second class is the Spirit Avatar Spear Warrior. Your second profession is here. It is the False Soul Spear Warrior. After reviewing the past data, you have been granted the choice of the illusion of the soul of the Phantom Spear Wielder class. Your second class is the Soul Spear Duelist. The third class is a suggested profession based on the player's traits. This hidden class depends on the achievements gained during the class change quest, and the dark skills will disappear. This hidden class will depend on the achievements you earn during the class transfer mission, and the shadow skills will disappear. Suho analyzes. Choosing the first option means nothing will change, while choosing the second means you will have to follow the path of the past. Suho analyzes that choosing the second option means following the path of the past, while choosing the third will make you lose everything and experience new things. Suho analyzes that choosing the third option means losing everything and experiencing new things. Suho thinks something's off. Is this a joke? Suho thought it was unreasonable. Are you joking? Suho thought it was unreasonable and asked, "Are you joking?" Suho thought it was unreasonable and asked, "Are you joking?" Suho thought it was unreasonable. 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 "Are you joking?" Suho thought something was unreasonable. "Are you joking?" Suho thought something was unreasonable. "Are you joking?" We haven't heard any news since that day. From their behavior, it seems Beirut is the latest to arrive here. It just needs a confirmation to soothe its long-lost soul. The bad fish and the missing king are still okay. Right. Honestly, Ameth isn't much different from them. Honestly, Ameth isn't much different from them. I never expected to lose contact with that day for so long. Maybe something happened back then. While Gray silently appeared behind Amuth without a sound. Maybe something happened back then. While Gray silently appeared behind Ameth without a sound. As soon as it heard a strange noise, Gray immediately looked up alertly, as its hearing is among the best, making it very sensitive to sounds. Especially now. The stranger walks steadily forward, asking if everyone is still well. The stranger approached step by step, asking if everyone was well. Long time no see. Suho An. Now fully recovered. stepped out from the teleportation gate and waved cheerfully at them. It's been a while. Suho-an is now fully recovered, walking out of the teleportation gate and waving casually to them. They were all shocked, momentarily speechless, stammering and unable to speak. Everyone was stunned and momentarily stammered, hesitating endlessly, until finally they managed to say one word: "Your Majesty." Meanwhile, in a high tower, inside a room on the top floor, the atmosphere was eerily tense. Din-ho looked momentarily stunned, sweat beads of worry running down his face. He hesitated for a moment before asking. Still no news of Suho. Sitting opposite him, Kim Sung-soo was very reluctant to waste time replying. "I'm sorry, but the Sand Craftsmen's Guild has no information on anyone like that. I'm sorry, but the Blacksmiths Guild has no information about anyone like that." The current atmosphere in the guild is tense, with many believing that Suho himself murdered Lee Min-sung. The current atmosphere in the Blacksmith Guild is tense, with many believing that Suho himself murdered Lee Min-sung. When Kim Sung-soo revealed the only valuable information related to the man named Suho, who had asked him for help, he suddenly stood up and demanded a confrontation. The day Kim Sung-soo provided the only valuable information related to the person named Suho that he was asked about, and he suddenly stood up to confront him. There's no way Suho committed the murder. Kim Sung-soo first calmed Jin-ho's nerves and then provided related information. "I also don't believe Suho could do such a thing. Perhaps Suho is connected to Wita Rim, whom he mentioned earlier," calming his nerves. He put on his coat. "In the previous world, I couldn't change anyone's information like that." The atmosphere in the Hunter Association is also tense now, with many believing that Suho was the one who murdered Lee Min-sung. Calming his mind, he shook his head. "In the previous world, I couldn't change anyone's information. I don't believe Suho could do that. Maybe he is connected to Ita Rim that you mentioned before." "Calm your mind," he said softly. "In the previous world I couldn't do anything to help Sanji-yu, who always had to fight alone. I won't let Suho face this alone. He just listens in silence." Suddenly, his phone rings non-stop with a red alert. Suddenly my phone kept ringing with red alert warnings. "Wait for me a moment." Then he answered the call, sighing. "I wonder how many times now the Guild Association has had to step in to control this. I can't believe another dungeon break site has appeared." And then the scene shifts to a deadly dungeon filled with countless hungry monsters wandering in search of prey. With their massive size and overwhelming strength, they can easily crush a person to death with just one hand. With a massive body and overwhelming strength, they can easily tear apart a person with one hand. Even as they breathe steadily to suffocation, Din-ho and his teammates stand close together, forming an easy-to-attack, easy-to-defend formation. Damn it. Din-ho and his teammates stood close together, forming a formation that was easy to attack and defend. He was furious and cursing. Why did such a large dungeon appear right in the middle of the dungeon master? And then the scene shifted to a deadly dungeon filled with countless hungry monsters wandering in search of prey. Why would such a large dungeon suddenly appear right in the middle of the dungeon master's domain? And then the scene shifts to a deadly dungeon filled with countless hungry monsters wandering in search of prey. Why would such a large dungeon suddenly appear right in the middle of the dungeon master? And then the scene shifts to a deadly dungeon filled with countless hungry monsters wandering in search of prey. Why would such a large dungeon suddenly appear right in the middle of the master dungeon, followed by scenes of hunting for prey? Why would such a large dungeon suddenly appear right in the middle of the dungeon master, followed by scenes of hunting for prey? Why would such a large dungeon suddenly appear right in the middle of the dungeon master, followed by a scene searching for prey? Why would such a large dungeon suddenly appear right in the middle of the dungeon master, followed by a scene searching for prey? Why would such a large dungeon suddenly appear right in the middle of the dungeon master, followed by a scene searching for prey? Humans are truly strange creatures. They only remember those mentioned by others and pay no attention to the names of the hunters who rushed to save people but unfortunately lost their lives. Clearly, the truth has proven that, and now it's no different. Monsters are easily subdued for the most part, while the hunters, determined to sacrifice themselves to protect the people, never wavered and charged forward. The monster was quickly dealt with. Landing on the ground, Jin-ho shouted, ordering the squad behind him, "Everyone hide behind me. We're saved." "That's a B-rank hunter." Hoang Jahai-ung, listening in. North City Jin calmly clasped his hands together, creating a faint golden light between them, muttering to himself, "A B-rank, huh? Then I can't let this happen. I have to eliminate this threat. The main character of this carefully prepared stage must be me." And somehow, right after that yellow light flashed, the monster was provoked and charged fiercely. The attack on Jin-ho was so overwhelming that he had no strength to resist. And Cu and Tram suddenly became so powerful that even the aftershock remains to this moment. With dust and magic fog swirling all around, Han was knocked flying several meters away, pressing his back against the jagged nearby cliff. wondering what was happening. Suddenly, the monster's power surged. The aftershock roared through the sky as the monster seemed to inhale a stimulant, launching attack after attack in rapid succession. It charged forward. Jinho and his team stood frozen in place as the smoke gradually dispersed. Seeing this scene, the figure of the monster slumped over, a large bloodstain appears, and Jinho trembles uncontrollably, terrified, and thinking, "Damn it. Lately I've been having all the luck. Earning a lot of money to treat my leg. Even buying new weapons. And I thought I could start making money again as a hunter. Like a low-level hunter, trying to save someone is no different from risking his life." He stood still at the scene, only moving when attacked. Obviously, if he had the strength to fight back, he wouldn't let himself die in vain and would immediately counterattack. However, something happened that made him unable to hide his shock. His eyes wide open. In the ancient forest, when the mech appeared, that was also when I arrived, wearing my familiar mask. And yes, that is the very reason that caused him to panic. It was easy for him to recognize the visitor. That mask. It is linked to his story of waiting with his mouth open for the opportunity. The motivation that keeps him going in this dangerous line of work is the young man who once entered the dungeon alone. I heard he's a loser, but he easily defeated that monster. And now I only have one thought. This is a great chance to try out the skill I gained after leveling up. And so, from the ground, the cold corpse of the monster suddenly turned into a mist of mysterious wine-colored fog, surrounding him. Seeing them drifting nearby, he was startled and hugged himself tightly. What's going on? A brand new piece of equipment suddenly appeared and was equipped on them. They looked over their bodies in confusion, wondering what this was. Luckily, he had some knowledge. And suddenly, the black equipment appeared. Baru quickly realized, "Your Majesty, that you can use illusion images on others. And I have nothing to hide about this skill. It's not an illusion. It is actually classified as an item. Specifically the shadow image spear of the Naga warrior. A common creation level. A spear type. With an attack power of 40 and a strength bonus of 3. Of course, those who possess equipment will naturally gain corresponding effects, such as feeling lighter in the body, including the Black Image Warrior Naga Gauntlet, a common tier crafted item, a gauntlet with plus 15 defense, plus 2 stamina, and the Naga Image Warrior Sword, a common tier crafted sword, with plus 55 attack, plus 5 agility, and an effect that enhances piercing skill to ignore 10% of the opponent's defense when attacking. Overhearing part of the conversation and noticing his distinctive seal, he was shocked. Inside he used shadow soldiers to create items, something even the Dark King has never been capable of. So this is the power of the young monarch after leveling up. This is the ability of the extraordinary White Phantom. Meanwhile, because of the calmness of the city, I felt a bit relaxed and didn't need to hide my face. Now that I think about it, I don't need to hide my face anymore. The invisible spirit spoke. "If you can still fight." He looked at him with confusion. He suggested, "Maybe lend me a hand." On the tall city wall, Bei Dojin sighed with relief, finally appearing. This is a new ability. He's completely different from before. Sung Suho, do you have something different from the lonely darkness that fights alone, bearing everything by himself? As for the one facing the monsters, when Beiji Jin didn't deliberately increase their difficulty to boost their strength, his eyes must have been filled with murderous intent. He is now ready to soar into battle, and his current level after leveling up is clearly shown on the status window as the name Sung Suho. Level 42. With the extraordinary profession of White Shadow. No spirit. Title of Overcoming Adversity. 8. 525 out of 8. 525. Magic Power. 820 out of 820. Strength. 130. Agility 51. Reaction 51. Stamina 62. Intelligence 61. Currently available points: Level 4, Passive Resistance Skill. Level 2, Martial Arts. Level 1, Strength Enhancement. Level 2, Active Skill of the Ruler's Power. Level 2, Shadow Clone. Level 1, Storm Slash. With the exclusive skill, this time being Shadow Clone Creation Level 1. An exclusive class skill that does not require mana. Transform shadows into objects based on the player's imagination. These objects can be created, including a silhouette. 2 shadows used for crafting that cannot be turned back into a soldier's image. T. A. I. H. India. At the Asura Guild. After the battle, a large wall was deformed from the impact. Randall lay collapsed on the ground, using his last strength to send his final thoughts to Suho far away. "I'm very sorry for repaying your kindness this way. After taking out their group, I left here and received news about a new case. Your guy who killed our people is a Korean. We will go to Korea. I won't forgive anyone who dares to touch my stuff," he swore. But the clear sky and white clouds were suddenly destroyed by a dark vortex. She steps out from the stone cloud, walking through the wind and snow, her figure gradually fading, leaving no one knowing where she truly is or who she is meeting, as both their shapes are blurred and indistinct. After the city-sky battle, chaos is spreading below as a dark abyss explosion unfolds. Engulfed in turmoil, a giant monster appeared but was defeated in an instant. Then another was taken down with a single precise shot. Over here, Suho. You're in the middle of the battlefield, delivering a powerful kick to a monster. The precise kick sent the giant beast flying far away, after defeating all the enemies. Suho paused quietly, thinking to himself that everyone fell with just one strike. I have become so strong that even I can't measure it. You notice something? Look around. Nearby, a group of hunters are fighting together, coordinating perfectly to take down the monster. One of them, after slashing the giant beast, shouted that ever since he got this black outfit, his body felt much lighter and he could even take down some magical monsters. Suho smirked to himself, thinking they didn't need his help. They were fighting very well, and the stat-boosting effects of the shadow items were clearly making them stronger. He raised his right hand, calmly commanded to rise. The skill was activated, and in Suho's mind appeared the thoughts and shadow creation skill he received after leveling up his character class. It allows him to use darkness to create items, sensing materials from the information of shadow warriors, then disassembling and reassembling them into any shape he desires. Suho begins absorbing the remains of the giant monster, and immediately, several system windows appear before his eyes. A rare Dark Naga Warrior shoulder guard increases 28 defense for the upper body, and 25 attack. A common Dark Naga Warrior glove increases 55 attack for the hands and 4 strength, and a rare Dark Naga Warrior belt increases 20 defense for the hips and 4 agility. Suho pondered that the level of creation varies for each item. The ones he clearly visualizes in his mind become rare items, while the gloves shaped by force are just common ones. Maybe you need to create items that match the properties of the materials to achieve higher quality. A new status window appears, showing Sung Suho's name. Level 42. Character class: Unusual White Shadow. Title: Overcomer of Adversity. +1. HB: 8,525. X: 8,525. MP 820X, 820. Strength: 130. Stamina: 62. Agility: 51. Intelligence: 61. Charisma: 51. Active skills: Ruler's Authority, Level 2. Shadow Creation Level 2. Storm Level 1. Shadow Creation Level 1. Dark Item Contract. Level 1. Dark Item Storage. Level 1. Another window appears, detailing the Dark Item Storage skill. A unique skill of the character class. Mana free, absorbing dark items and shadows of the user to store, with a maximum of 40 stored dark items. Suho silently thought that at last he also had the shadow storage skill, even if only for items. But that was already extremely convenient. Another window appeared showing the Level 1 Dark Item Contract skill, an exclusive skill that doesn't consume mana, allowing the user to name the dark item and upgrade it. Applicable only to dark items of hero level or higher. In exchange, the user cannot equip any items other than shadow items, but will receive a 30% boost to item stats. Suho pondered. The contract skill requires hero-level dark items or higher. He still hesitated. Why is the white shadow class name so unusual? Could it be that my shadow has truly turned white? Lost in thought, suddenly a horde of monsters rushes towards Suho, who immediately prepares to counterattack. But at that moment, a footstep sounds. Suho's shadow leaps into the air and then lands instantly, crushing the giant monster with a powerful stomp. Suho turned back and saw that he was in a fighting stance. A confident smile on his face. It's Pak Do-jin. He swung his arms. 3 or 4 monsters rushing from all directions, calmly activated his enhancement skill, his hands glowing, and with a single strike, the monsters were defeated instantly. Next to Jin-ho, Jin-chun whispered. Luckily, Jin-chun's phone is out of the building. Removing the monster's name. Removing the monster's name. Removing the monster's name. Suspecting the use of illegal stimulants. Another hunter added. This big prison break must be connected to Star City. Hearing the news, Suho stopped, and Baek Dogen realized with a serious tone that he didn't really intend to go there. Suho replied firmly. I have to stop the prisoners. Dogen tried to persuade him that hunters would gather, and he didn't need to go. But Suho shook his head. If the prisoners use stardust, only hunters won't be enough. Baek Dogen sighed, closing his eyes. Fine, I guess I tried to stop you but failed. Suho nods and thanks him. I will go to the Hunter Association later. Then he leaps over the buildings heading straight to Jia-sun prison. Bak Dogan stood watching, a faint smile on his face. The perfect moment to see how strong he really was. Alarm bells ring out at Jia-sun. Prison chaos erupts, prisoners, rebel dead, and fighting a section of the massive wall collapses. From the darkness, a voice echoes. There are truly cruel people. They dare to implant demon crystals into our necks to kill us. On the rubble near the fallen wall, a man sits with a look of hatred, speaking to the prisoners below. Right, brothers, he continued, his voice fiery. After the disaster, we only used divine power to get what we wanted, but the Hunter Association calls us criminals and locks us up here. Now is the time for revenge. The prisoners look up as he declares. Hundreds of awakened from D to B rank are gathering here, and the long-suppressed anger is about to explode. Show them our fury. He raises his hand to activate the prison of darkness as Hoangdong, the prisoner of Jisan prison, is that man. An announcement on the loudspeaker reports that a large-scale escape has just occurred at Gisan prison. Civilians nearby are advised to evacuate quickly, following the instructions of the designated hunter. At this moment, in the very quiet house with no one around, suddenly, a light from outside shone through the door. A muscular arm quietly reached over to unlock the door, and the voice from inside said, "Is there no one here?" Then continued. They must have already fled after hearing the warning. All the clothes in the house are worn by people. Lucas coldly says, "Do we stand a chance against the Hunter Association? There are both A and S rank hunters there. Dem Tiep Loy. Don't you hear the plan? If we take the city and hold hostages, what can the S rank hunters do? And we also have the star fragment that Big Brother Dongzi gave us. So why does the Hunter Association spread rumors just to make this illegal? Because they fear that their power will be shaken if everyone becomes stronger." Lucas chuckled and said, "I guess that, according to what Big Brother Dong Xiao said, Dong Shu's fierce face is also rated S on our side." Suddenly, Ditch called out, "Hey, come here. This place is really a goldmine of good wine." Dem was surprised. "Really? We need to finish quickly and get out of here," he continued. "But that's a 30-year-old Macallan single malt." Dem turned around and walked away. "Damn it. Isn't that whiskey worth a lot? How could I just let it go?" The boy's face was filled with fear as he hid behind the door. "I must report them quickly." His tiny fingers moving swiftly across the glowing screen. Suddenly, the boy's eyes froze as he sensed the danger approaching, his darkened face with glowing red eyes, burning fiercely, making the kid tremble. At this moment, Dongshuk remains calm as explosions erupt across the city. The people below lose control and attack everywhere, killing each other in a brutal frenzy. Dongshu chuckled. "What a spectacular sight. Huang Dongshu, a wanted criminal, with just one command from me. Even the high-ranking prisoners will rebel. That is the power I possess." Huang Dongzuks. Suddenly a voice came from behind, taking advantage of the criminals still stalling. "Mao. Act now." Dongshu continued. "Don't act superior and try to lecture me when you're just a subordinate of my younger brother." Texix continued. "I am not your brother's subordinate, but the one entrusted with this mission. A mission was entrusted to send you. A fake level C awakening. Abroad." When Texix, a fake level B awakening, suddenly darkened his face and glanced back, he quickly grabbed Texix by the collar and said, "So you're a level B, right? You also look down on me because my level is low." "Right." Han Thom thought. "Just hand over anyone. But in reality, you're just a coward who doesn't dare swallow a shard because of the side effects. Should I kill this guy or not?" "Tat Nien." A voice derived from the mind of Texix, challenging the guild of swordsmiths, appears. "I don't care. It's just an excuse for the prisoners to cause chaos. Just get my brother out of that mess and bring him to me. Your mission is considered complete. You know the consequences if you fail." Dongzuk said grimly, his face darkening. "Now tell me." Texix said nothing, only took a deep breath before the question from him. Han raised his hand. "I can't handle turning an S rank into an enemy. I'll follow your lead." At this moment, a helicopter has appeared on the rooftop of a building, with a heavily armored arm wrapped in reinforced cables. Jun Jin spoke up. "This is the first time since that disaster that I've been summoned to fight alongside you." Jin Cheon coldly continued. "I can't stand to see the people harmed any further." He then asked, "What's wrong with the control gates that the prisoners are wearing?" Jin Cheon replied that someone had destroyed the prison's management center. Additionally, the sand workers from the nearby guild were attacked by a man named Tin. Some were even seriously injured, fighting for their lives. Jun Jin's eyes darkening. Imagine that even the management center, assigned to top-tier miners, was still destroyed. Considering the rebels are also using star fragments, it seems that a very powerful person has already gotten involved in this. Suddenly a voice interrupted, confirming that there is indeed a mastermind behind this rebellion. Jin Cheon turned to look. You're here? Thank you for cooperating. Lim Taiji Wu continued speaking. Sung Soo-ho refused the summons from the association. Jin Cheon was stunned. Soo-ho, he said quietly. He has left, and said he will go to Jisan's prison. A suspect involved in distributing stardust is heading straight into a den of rebels using star fragments. I think there's no need to say more. He must have intended to kill Lim In-sung the moment he appeared with that mask. All of this is just to cover up his crime of distributing stardust. Considering he is a fake clone who has hidden his true abilities, he is a highly dangerous enemy. So I will consider him a villain and join the effort to eliminate the rebellion. Jin Cheon shouted loudly. But no one knew for sure whether the San worker Sung Soo-ho had come to assist Ji-san or not. Junjin continued, disappearing for a while, then suddenly reappearing, refusing the guild's summons just to come to Ji-san's aid, so there's no reason for him to hide his awakening status all this time. Since his actions are unpredictable, it's best to treat him as an enemy and act accordingly. Jin Cheon was stunned. Even the S-class hunter Choi Jong-in thought so. Dujin's eyes lit up. Right now, I can't face this S-rank group. Sung Soo-ho couldn't have predicted how this would unfold. I thought that after the San Guild banned star shards, their spread would be difficult. But who would have thought they would go looking for the star shard themselves? Even if it meant enduring the side effects. Thanks to that, I can observe the situation from afar comfortably. Or maybe just wait patiently for Sung Soo-ho to appear. As his legs are moving swiftly through the air, the crazy kid is running fast. I thought if I used beast transformation, I could get there instantly. Ray. Just hold on a little longer. Suddenly a strong beam of light appears in the forest, and Soo-ho's body is gathering momentum to jump up and slash. His eyes widen in surprise as he looks down. Could this be the place? Suddenly Soo-ho's eyes froze on what he was seeing. Continuous screams echoed in his ears. Please. I'll do anything. Just save me. He gritted his teeth in anger, saying, this is the cry of those about to die. I can hear their voices thanks to the heightened senses from the Starlink skill. The damage will only get worse over time. I can't hesitate anymore. Soo-ho quickly arrives in the city. You keep panting heavily because you've used up too much energy. In front of Soo-ho are people staring at him. What the hell is going on? A dog and a kid falling from the sky. Soo-ho muttered quietly. Well done, Ray. From now on I will handle it myself. Those people are slowly approaching. What's going on? Are you also a miner? And you're about to pass out. So what good can you do? Suddenly a beam of light streaked past at incredible speed, making them stare in shock and glance to the side. Huh. In the blink of an eye, Soo-ho quickly took down one of them. He gasped and said, if you've escaped prison, you should run away. Why hurt innocent people? I only have time to say this once. You have two choices, surrender and get beaten, or resist and die. A young Soo-ho sitting by the riverbank under the blazing sun, his face pure and wide-eyed as he speaks. Sir, why do you have so many wounds on your body? Wai-han responds. Oh, they are souvenirs from my past. This scar is from when he rushed into a burning building to save a 7-year-old child. This scar is from when he tried to stop a drunken maniac. And this mark is from Soo-ho's 2 feet still swinging beneath the blue water. He wonders why he has to go to such lengths to save others. A large hand gently touches Soo-ho's hair, even though he's not afraid of pain. But this body always acts before he can think. With a purple aura enveloping him, you only have 2 choices. Either stay quiet and go away, or fight back and die. They glared. They just saw his kick. Could he be a high-level hunter? Someone interrupted. No worries. We have the shard after all. Suddenly he bit through the gold piece with his strong teeth. And everyone was blinded by the intense light. They cheerfully shout out loud. I feel the power surging within me. Now I see I can fight against an A-rank hunter or even an S-rank. Soo-ho's face darkens. So you're not willing to behave yourselves? Huh. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from behind. Why ask, if they've already taken a piece? It means they plan to pay you back. While you hesitate, innocent people are still being killed outside by the escaping prisoners. That's right. Your dull personality isn't capable of killing anyone anyway. So what if you've been promoted? Inside. He's still just a rookie. Come on. Try piercing a clean hole through my stomach. Just like you did last time when you stabbed me to death. His bright eyes blazing red rush forward. Show me. Soo-ho swiftly and mercilessly defeats him. Everyone is wide-eyed in surprise at this scene, as a dark aura envelops Soo-ho's body. What is this? A muscular arm continuously attacks without stopping. The sword is extremely sharp and easily takes down opponents, leaving only one person struggling before Soo-ho. He can't move in fear. Why? I can't see his movements. Did I really get hit? Breaking free from his thoughts, he was defeated, and Soo-ho quickly stood firm to take down the last remaining opponent. Suddenly, another person appeared, and silently attacked from behind. And a dark force emerged from the ground. A series of sharp arrows suddenly appeared, piercing their bodies, blood splattering wildly into the air. Suddenly Min-sung's hand grabbed Suho's shoulder, and he smiled as he said, "Isn't it only a few days since I saw you last? But you've changed this much. Impressive. But still, can you control them without killing everyone? Would it be okay to wipe them all out like that? Can a hunter really tell the difference between humans and monsters? So in the end, you've become a monster too," Suho coldly commands. Biru appears and responds, "Yes, Your Highness. You order to swallow the leader of the criminals and read their memories. We need to find out who is pulling the strings behind the scenes and why the criminals attacked civilians instead of fleeing." Biru asked nervously, "Are you okay?" Lord Suho nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." It continued, "I know you want to save humanity, but is it okay to act without hiding your identity?" Suho continued, "Honestly, I came here to save people, but the more I think about it, the more frustrated I get. While we are preparing to face Itarim's apostle and such incidents keep happening among the awakened, we simply can't handle it. If this continues, in the end, we will only be hindering ourselves forever. So I will no longer hide myself. I will step forward and unify everything myself. I will gather all the remaining remnants of the monarchs, hunters, prisoners, items, and monsters, and combine all the strength in this world to fight against Itarim, no matter what method I have to use." Baru's cheeks suddenly flushed red. He wants to bring everything in this world under his control. With a loud voice, "I mean an ally. To do that, the first thing we need is to deal with the prisoners here so we can confront the ones hiding in the city. We only have one way, which is to increase our forces with theirs." A large hand reaches out. "I will no longer hesitate. Rise up." For at this moment the evening dusk has fallen over the entire city. A wheel is racing wildly at high speed, while the car, with a rather expensive exterior, is driving down the street with no one in sight. Suddenly, a blazing fire appeared rushing forward, and the car was instantly blown to pieces by the flames, while Diem and the others looked down from above. "Unlucky. Why are you running at this moment? You probably still don't know what's happening in the city." Yuan-ho's voice was a bit worried. "Are you okay?" "Girl, my ho," replied casually. "It's just a small matter." The scene shows a strong hand quickly grabbing on, but we can't exactly ask for compensation from those guys either. Suddenly, a sniper shot from below soared overhead. Diem and his companions were startled and dodged. His eyes widened in surprise. And the sound was, "Is that the car door?" Yuan-ho slowly steps out from the raging fire. Truly an unbelievable story from a family trip. My Ho's face darkened. But luckily it happened near us. Vice President My Ho of the White Tiger Guild. Yuan-ho spread his legs. That's right. If he hesitated, his mother and daughter would be in trouble again. He confidently said, "Let's finish this quickly and go home." Beck Yuan-ho, leader of the White Fox Guild, a seasoned veteran. At this point, all of them have been defeated. "I wonder how many of those criminals there are." My Ho spoke up. "Around 500 of them." Yuan-ho added, "If we're late, we'll get scolded by mom and daughter for missing the family event." She continued saying that the president of the Hunter Association himself would come to support along with 3 S-rank hunters, and they would arrive in about 10 minutes. "I heard that Sung Soo-ho, the suspect in distributing the illicit documents, might be here." Yuan-ho thought to himself, Sung Soo-ho. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Never mind. The safety of the people comes first. "Let's start the rescue." My Ho said with a smile. "This reminds me of when I was a firefighter with my father." Suddenly, his eyes darkened, and he paused to glance over. Yuan-ho asked, "My Ho, do you have any news about a recent dungeon breach?" She replied, "I don't think there's been anything like that." A figure is staring at both of them intently. "So what is that non-human creature?" Right now, in a small corner outside the city center, Haina's face is filled with fear as Junzei keeps going. Yuan-ho turns back to look at her. "Run. Hurry up." In front of her appeared some very persistent people, shouting loudly to save her, trying to do everything they could to protect each girl. "Are you two dating, and you even get to be on the same team? That's so lucky." Haina's hand on Yuan-ho's hair. Yuan-ho. Tears run down her cheeks. "Don't cry anymore. After all, you'll be able to see him again soon." Suddenly a dark aura appears, rising up, and the sword of the spirit directly strikes Yuan-ho's soul. The sharp tip of the sword is right in front of Haina's eyes. Her eyes wide with surprise, as Junzei says. Yuan-ho, Pai was surprised and froze. "What the hell is that? Where did the dead come from?" Suddenly a faint voice was heard seeing his reaction and response like that. "Surely you also want to protect that girl." "Right, I will give you strength. Protect what matters most to you in these final moments." System notification, shadow item. Naga warrior belt. Rare quality. Armor type. Defense plus 20, Quick Spider plus 4. Shadow item, Naga Warrior Shoulder. Rare quality. Upper body armor. Plus 28 defense. Plus 5 HP. Shadow item. Naga Warrior Sword. Rare quality. Sword type. Plus 55 attack. Quick Spider plus 5. Enhanced penetration skill effect. Ignoring 10% of the enemy's defense when attacking, the pupils suddenly glow with powerful energy. Yang Hyun's soul frantically charged forward to attack, and at that moment, only sounds of pain filled the scene. On the ground, only bloodstains remain everywhere, as Suho's hand slowly recovers its vitality. Suddenly, a surge of energy surrounds the corpses, causing them to rise, and shadowy figures appear one after another. From now on, you will go after the remaining criminals, Beirut spoke up. Just as expected, the shadow soldiers are increasing day by day, Suho added. At this rate, we will soon wipe out all the criminals in the city, Beirut excitedly said. Look at this. It is the greatness of the shadow ruler's authority that the master possesses. He nodded. That's right. I used to think I couldn't do anything with it, but now I see how amazing it is. He smiled. Oh, so you finally admit it. Your Majesty. Suho's face relaxed into a warm smile. Hina hugged Yang Hyun, crying uncontrollably. Truly an incredible strength. Beirut continued. So you will leave that shadow behind? Suho nodded. Yeah. Since he will disappear after a day. I wanted them to have a proper farewell, it responded. A day completely different from when facing the criminals. Suho was surprised and said, Really? Am I that different? Suddenly, he froze as he sensed a dark aura nearby. Suho turned around. A large number of shadow soldiers just defeated. Beirut continued, hoping this time he would find him. Tae-shich is now attacking the shadowy figures, the one behind all this chaos. With a grim face and sharp eyes, Dong-zook spoke up. What is this? Why are there so many black demon beasts? I've never heard of this kind of monster before. Hey, problem solver. Get everything under control now, Tae-shich said coldly as he turned around. If we had left faster earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Don't bother begging now. When I eat the fragment, I become stronger than an A-rank hunter. I would never lose to C-rank monsters or the D-class. Suddenly his face froze as he looked ahead, noticing the strange movements of the dark figures, and they suddenly knelt down. Suho suddenly interrupted. Your Highness, it seems you've hit the jackpot. So that bastard must be the one leading the escaped prisoners. You emphasized the name. Huangdong Xu. And he turned his head back and said, Do you think a kid like you is so rude? So you're the one who summoned all these people? Suho asks. Do you know anything about Witarim's apostle? Like Lim Sung. Dongshuk stopped him. Nai. Calm down a bit. If you want to talk, keep some distance. I know about Witarim's apostles, you know that. Right. Summon hunters are usually physically weak, so separating from their summoned creatures leaves them vulnerable. Tae-sik, recognizing Dongshuk's command, immediately charged forward. They look like a barrier formation. But at this moment, Suho moved faster and stepped closer to Dong-suk, causing Tae-sik's body to stiffen in surprise at the current situation. Suho placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Seriously? So, you're not related to Witarim at all? Then where did you get the shard from? His sharp eyes looked up and asked, Why did you attack the city? Dong-su thought to himself, This kid is not an ordinary summoner. Suho's hand clenched tightly. If anyone dares to touch me, my brother won't let it go. As Dong-suk's body was being overwhelmed by his grip, Suho continued, I don't care if your brother is an S20. Answer the question. Dong-suk painfully said, My brother gave him to me. I don't know anything. I have no reason to attack the city. I just enjoy watching them follow my orders. You mean to say you killed all those people just for that? He shouted. I will persuade the remaining prisoners. Please. Hey. Problem solver. What are you planning to do? Don't 6. Frightened and pondering. Thought he's too dangerous. I have to run now. Even if it means leaving Hoang Dong-zooks behind. Then suddenly the yellow eyes appeared, staring at him. He won't escape easily. T6 slowly turned his head and looked back. What's going on? Dojin sat on the plane, thinking to himself that before the S-rank team arrives, he wants to carefully observe Sang Suho's abilities, so he will follow his instincts. Suddenly, his body emitted a bright yellow light, and at the same time, a powerful beam of light appeared above T6's head, growing stronger. All around was a dark curtain. Stealth skills. Suddenly, an electric current shot past Suho's face. The beams of light continuously strike directly at Dong-suk, covering his face with water stains and blood, as Suho stands firm, watching Dong-suk fall painfully. Bi-ru spoke. Lord T. I just sensed the aura of Apostle Itaram, Suho said quietly. They're controlling someone else who just ate a fragment again. Alright. I have something to tell them anyway. The shadows kneel down before Suho one by one. T6's determined face lunged forward with the sword, quickly cutting through the tall grass. The shadows are being fiercely attacked, one after another, while Suho remains calm and unmoved, his gaze fixed on the wound on his cheek, displaying the stealth skills of assassin-type hunter. Even though my senses can barely pick up the faint sound of footsteps, I can only evade and cannot counterattack. Du Jin sat cross-legged on the plain under the sunset. He thought to himself that currently Kang T6 is at a high level in Class A, which means Sung Suho still isn't strong enough to defeat an opponent at this level. Suddenly Suho spoke, the Apostle of Iterum. You're listening. Right. Du Jin looked at him confused. Suho continued. I wanted to talk to you again if I ever got the chance. Until now, I have always acted without revealing my identity. For one reason, I once thought that if someone discovered me, it would be very dangerous. But then I realized that if you are truly an invader from outer space, why don't you show yourself, and instead, control others, with psychic powers? Wouldn't revealing yourself also be a risk for you? But then you started to appear after Lim Yi-sung's event, gradually revealing yourself from hiding. Which means you're also preparing for something. It turns out you are also the type who can develop step by step like me. Du Jin's eyes suddenly shone with a sharp gaze. Dark mists of life surround us. I will no longer hide. Suho's palm quickly extends. So you should also leave now. Tae-sik quickly appeared within the dark aura, his two eyes turning pitch black. A bit surprised, his body immediately appeared in front of Tae-sik, and the sword's blade struck without hesitation. In an instant, the sword pierced through the knee joint, and Tae-sik remained motionless, enduring the attack. The system displays a notification, a level up, and a blue light spreads across Suho's body. Duan remains silent and emotionless. Iterum's apostle suddenly appears with a streak of blood slowly trickling down his cheek. Tae-ji-yu crossed his arms and looked over. The hunter capturing Du Din. He covered his face and replied, nothing. Du Din sneered and whispered to himself, Sung Su-ho. At this moment, the entire city is shrouded in a golden glow. The black shadows stand up one after another in front of Suho, rising. You are the masterminds behind this, aren't you? Do you know how many people have died because of you? Then accept your punishment. From now on, you must fight for me, as the souls are burned one after another, creating shadows. Suddenly, Suho's eyes quickly closed, and he thought to himself, what is this? The shadow creating items on its own. Ahead of Suho, a set of armor is appearing, and he quietly whispers that this is a rare grade. System notification, shadow armor. The Deceiver. Rare quality, reverse armor. Wind defense, plus 30, plus 4, followed by the ring. And this, the hero rank, is the first time I've received an item of that level. The system notification, the shadow ring of the assassin, has been unsealed. Hero quality. A type of jewelry. Ring. Agility plus 10. Level 1, Danger Cloak skill effect. Consumes 200 mana. Hides physical body, and temporarily erases all traces of the user. Costing 10 mana per second while the Danger Cloak skill is active. Notification. Hero rank for the shadow item has been unlocked. Notification. You can name the item to turn it into a special item. Would you like to name the item Accept, Decline, and blink with surprise? Do you want to name the item? That's right. Isn't that what the shadow item wish skill does? System notification. Shadow item blessing skill. Level 1. An exclusive skill for your class that does not consume mana. The skill owner can attach a special name to the shadow item, turning it into an upgradable item. This applies only to level shadow items for heroes and above. The skill owner cannot equip any items other than shadow items. The stat boost rate is 30%, and the text suddenly begins to glow. The shadow item. The confirmation ring. In front of Suho, a glowing screen is displaying. The name is Kila. The system appears and has created a guide for naming shadow items. Named shadow items can level up. They will be bound to the first equipped user, and other players cannot use them, except the creator. An additional level will be added to the named shadow item. Experience will be shared with the user. When leveling up, the stats of the shadow item in Shadow Soldier mode will be shared with the user. Kila shadow item. Level 1. Hero quality. Equipment type. Ring. Remaining experience. Displayed stats. Strength 3. HP 3. Agility 3. Intelligence 3. Perception 3. Camouflage skill effect. Level 1. Consumes 200 mana. Hides physical body and temporarily erases all traces. Mana drain per second when camouflage is active. Before the ring quickly settled on his finger, Suho looked excited. realizing his item also had a level, and the stats in Shadow Soldier mode will also be shared with me if I can obtain more items of hero level or higher. I will become much stronger in a short time. Suho's face now is extremely confident with this ability. He clenches his palm tightly, ready to take another step forward. At this moment, a huge, strong hand suddenly appeared and quickly attacked the Shadow Soldiers, knocking them all down in midair. Eun-ho panically asked, "What's going on, Lord Commander?" Suho replied, "Something is destroying all the Shadow Soldiers and is coming closer to me." The boy's face grimaced as he clenched his teeth. "It's coming." A huge explosion erupted in front of Suho, where the shadow casted a house. Fragments of stone kept flying everywhere as a huge foot quickly stomped down onto the ground. Eun-ho, in his monster form, holding a black orb in his hand, speaks. "I came here immediately after seeing the black pillar of light." You look at Suho in surprise. "A hunter. What is he, you wonder?" "A talking monster. How can it be here?" He continued. "Maybe you're mistaken. I am not a monster. I am the leader of the White Fox Guild." Bake Eun-ho. Suho's face cold. "So this is the White Fox Guild leader. I heard he's a rare S-rank with the ability to transform." He spoke firmly. "I can smell a strong scent of blood from him." "Who are you?" Suho quickly replied. "I am a hunter here to save people." Eun-ho asked him what his name was. Suho replied, "Sung Suho. I know the Hunter Association is after me, but I am innocent." Suddenly, Eun-ho rushed to the main door. So it was him. Bold enough to openly admit he's a wanted man. "You suspect he's involved in the distribution of nebula." "Right. Someone from the White Fox Guild also suffered losses because of the nebula. If you are truly innocent, how will you prove it? Can we put this aside for now? Honestly, I'm also short on manpower, so having an S-rank hunter here is already a stroke of luck. Hurry up and save the person." Your tone sounds a bit rushed. Eun-ho is surprised. Does he realize where he is? Suho continued speaking. "But hunters must save people first." And Eun-ho's eyes froze as he stared at him intently. Ihan once said that just a single second of hesitation could cost those who should be alive their lives. So instead of thinking about which choice is right, focus on what needs to be done first and then figure out how to make it right. Isn't that what rescue teams are for? Eun-ho spoke up. Wait a minute. No wonder that name sounds so familiar. Sung Suho is the name the captain often brags about his grandson. His eyes lit up. You are Captain Sung Ihan's nephew. It was a beautiful sunset afternoon with a stunning orange hue. The soldier spoke up and asked, "Sir, can we contain the awakened ones from losing control? I heard their bullets don't affect them." "Well, what can we do now? We have to follow orders. By the way, does this city feel pretty strange today?" "Yes. Smoke keeps appearing constantly in the center of the city. Something's not right." Eun-ho's sharp claws quickly rise. He ruthlessly defeated countless enemies blocking his way. Suho clenched his palm tightly as his sharp gaze charged forward. "You quickly and easily take them down without any difficulty." Both Eun-ho and Suho are now extremely confident. "I've heard about that. I didn't expect you to be so skilled in fighting and also a healer. No wonder Captain Sung Ijiwan always praises you." Suho silently thought that he still couldn't believe that the leader of the White Tiger Guild was the one who took over his grandfather's rescue team. Chairman Baek Eun-ho is truly extraordinary. A real S-rank hunter with a different level. He laughs heartily and says you can call him uncle. "You keep going. But you're just making loud noises like I told you." But Eun-ho added, "Isn't that going to make the criminals all hide away?" "Suho, you're just a rookie on the rescue team after all. You're kind of scary." "But I'm not even part of the rescue team," Eun-ho continued with a smile. "Catching the criminals isn't our job." "Right, our job is to save people." Of course his body radiates strong energy. Eun-ho said, "Making it harder for the criminals to act as they realize our presence. Thinking about the safety of civilians makes this approach more reasonable." Suho smirked in response. "He's right. I've only been thinking about hunting criminals ever since." Which is the mindset of a chief hunter. Eun-ho tilted his head and looked over. "But anyway, back to the main point. He asked you, Suho, do you have a girlfriend yet?" "Are you shy?" "Not yet," Eun-ho said excitedly. "Perfect. My daughter is also single. Maybe this is a good chance to connect with Captain Sung Ij, one's family." Suho was surprised. "What do you mean?" At this moment, the helicopter was still slowly flying overhead. "Yes. Hunter Baek Miho. She's smiling and waving below. I've confirmed it. Thank you for your hard work. You helped evacuate both the hunters and civilians at the scene." Miho replied. "I was just doing what a hunter should do." Jin Cheon continued. "But among the terrorists and criminals, I saw a few black figures. Are they monsters?" Miho quickly replied that she wasn't sure, and they couldn't be identified yet. But Taiji Wu suddenly interrupted, asking if it was okay to eliminate them. He opened the helicopter door. "I will take care of the criminals myself." Taiji Wu quickly jumped down. Wait a moment. His face is now extremely excited. Hunter Lim Tae-ji Woo. Jin Cheon was helpless in the face of Tae-ji Woo's reckless actions. Truly. He was now falling freely through the air. Suddenly, Tae-ji Woo's body glowed with a fiery red light as he swiftly moved toward the black shadows, looking up. The whole city is now within Tae-ji Woo's sight. His palm clenched as he prepares to throw a punch. Suddenly, Tae-ji Woo vanished in the blink of an eye, moving at incredible speed and effortlessly taking down the shadows one after another. Suho exclaimed in surprise. That is Yuan-ho, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry. They are on our side. The Hunter Association has sent S-rank hunters to assist. He sighed in relief. Luckily now, the criminals can't cause chaos anymore. Suddenly, a stubborn person looked up at Suho, Tae-ji Woo, and the purple-eyed figure. Realizing it was Sung Suho, he silently wished that you hadn't distributed the nebula. As a powerful blue energy suddenly appeared, there is a powerful force descending from the sky, and Suho is surprised as the danger approaches. Yuan-ho quickly appeared and caught the beam of light with his hand, while Tae-ji Woo continued moving effortlessly through the city. His foot finally touches the ground. Tae-ji Woo says coldly, breathing heavily. Why are you with a wanted criminal? He was surprised. Something must be misunderstood here. At least let us explain. Tae-ji Woo continued. He refused to cooperate with the association and disappeared, offering no explanation. And Sung Suho is a criminal, Yuan-ho continued, casually calling others criminals. I think the misunderstanding stems from Lim Min Sung's situation. But Suho is trying to save someone. As the arrow flies past his face, Tae-ji Woo's expression darkens. Suho. And Yuan-ho, what is the relationship between you and him? Yuan-ho's eyes turn sharp without saying a word. Then he suddenly roars, talking loudly. This conversation here is useless. You'd better calm down. Both Yuan-ho and Tae-ji Woo are now standing face to face. Suddenly their combined power surges intensely. Suho thought to himself, but if this keeps going, they'll end up fighting. I have to do something. Suddenly, a circle of fire appeared around the three of them, and Junjin suddenly spoke up. It seems everyone needs to cool their heads a bit. A hunter fighting in the middle of a crisis like this. Suho's eyes widened. There are already a few S-rank hunters here. And on top of that, Chairman Eugene Chul is also present. Yuan-ho chuckled. Finally, someone who can speak reason. Do you know that Suho is the nephew of the captain who once saved my life? I will stand as guarantor for him. Suddenly, he froze and faced the people standing in front of him. Miho, just having a connection to your father's rescue team isn't enough to convince anyone. Your father knows about this. Right. Yuan-ho is older. Miho. Eugene agrees with Hunter Lim Tae-ji Ho. There's no reason not to arrest someone who has betrayed our trust. He looked surprised. Even Hunter Choi Jong-in said that, and at this moment, Dojin just watched them silently. Tae-ji Ho spoke up. It seems other hunters share my opinion. Are you planning to protect the criminal out of personal feelings? Step aside. Baek Yuan-ho. If you refuse to cooperate, we will be forced to act against you first. He glanced at Suho. But I still think we should at least sit down and talk, Yuan-ho emphasized. I also want to hear what he has to say. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of them, and everyone stared in shock in one direction. Even Tae-ji Ho looked a bit frightened as he stared intently. Everyone was surprised and spoke loudly in unison. Chairman Yu Jin-chun. He spoke. Can you prove your innocence? Jin-chun slowly turned his head to look at him. Samsung worker Suho. Jin-chun silently wondered why he always managed to regain his past life memories. I guess Samsung worker Jin-gu also knows that one day, he will no longer be in this world, so that the starving world falls into chaos due to the great disaster. As war approaches, and because of Suho, who will fight alone, the scene shifts to everyone surrounded by fire as he, dressed in armor, firmly says, Samsung technician Suho, can you prove your innocence? Jin Qian looked at Suho with a determined gaze, and Suho hesitated slightly. Oh. Then Junjin, standing opposite, said the chairman of the association. I think this matter shouldn't be discussed here. Sung Suho has a past of running away, and even though his actions at that time were to save someone, he still needs to be held accountable. Jin Qian silently thought that the biggest issue here was the Samsung worker in Ina. Tae-ji Woo stood next to Junjin and loudly said that he had betrayed the association by forging registration documents and also appeared at every event related to Tin Van. Moreover, he personally killed Lee Min-sung. Even the Samsung craftsman mentioned that step. Isn't the punishment for Sung Suho already settled? So we need to catch him first. Jin Qian glanced at Suho and thought to himself that it was a reasonable judgment, no matter how it was explained. Arresting him was still the right choice. But Sung Suho always has a reason for what he does. Even if I have to betray the trust I've built up before, I still have to stand with Suho. Then his gaze firmly looked towards Tae-ji Woo and said, Samsung's Suho is the fastest to arrive at the scene during rescue events. Capturing him now would be an excessive punishment. Junjin adjusts his glasses and quietly thinks to himself. I've known Chairman Wu Jin-chun for years. But this is the first time I've seen him make such a wrong judgment. Could it be that you don't see San Lim Taiji Wu, the worker capable of starting a war at any moment? And that you both have some reason to confront the entire Death God Guild, just to protect Sung Suho? Suddenly, a voice rang out. No need to fight. A circle unexpectedly appeared around Suho, astonishing everyone. Your uncle emits a light source. Eyes determined as he confidently says, I will prove my innocence. Even if this method is a bit extreme. Stop. Sansung Suho, over here. Taiji Wu also donned his armor and prepared to fight. Furious and determined, do they think I'll let them escape again? Then his bow shot a powerful arrow towards Suho. The arrow quickly struck Suho's shoulder, and Yunho hurried over in panic, shouting loudly. Suho is pushed back by the force of the arrow, his eyes wide with pain. Jun screams out. Suddenly, an arrow unexpectedly shot into Taiji Wu's waist before he could defend himself, and a series of chaotic images gradually appeared in his mind. Then Taegai collapsed and, seeing that, Junjin and a girl behind shouted together. Hunter Lim Taiji Wu. Suho painfully holds his shoulder wound, thinking to himself, the young lord. Don't tell me it's the one trying to restore everyone's memories. If a hunter from his father's generation regains memories of a previous world, they will listen when he speaks to make it happen. Then Suho quickly rushed forward, and Jong-in, still confused, just stood there stunned. Quickly, Suho gathers his strength and throws a punch forward at Jong-in, determined to make him remember everything. Even the hunter Choi Jong-in. Suddenly, a huge fire tornado appears surrounding Suho, created by Jong-in, and seeing this, the red-haired guy shouts again. Suho, Jong-in confidently assured himself. I didn't expect him to wipe so many times. As Hunter Lim Taiji Wu said, he really is a dangerous person. Suddenly, Suho's eyes full of determination tore through the flames, surprising Jong-in. At this moment, in Suho's mind, please reach them. Then the red-haired girl and Dojin attack together. Both of them have expressionless faces at the same time. Suho is badly injured, blood spurting from his mouth. Jong-in suddenly panicked as he saw the scene, and suddenly, an arrow identical to the one from earlier appeared, piercing Taiji Wu in the chest. Then, countless chaotic images flooded in. Jong-in suddenly fell. The red-haired girl screamed in panic. Hunter Choi Jong-in, I'm exhausted too and sitting down holding my wound. I can only wait now. That girl angrily swung her fist at Suho. Damn this bastard. Then Taiji Wu suddenly stood up and asked what memory this was, causing her to freeze in place. Hunter Lim Taiji Wu, with dirt and tears on his face, muttering softly. A skill or no? More like memories long forgotten are coming back. Junjin also stood up, covering her face, and said, I can't believe I forgot things like this until now. It's unreasonable. She turned and exclaimed the same for Hunter Choi Jong-in. Junjin tearfully begged, no matter what you did to us, just tell the truth in your own words. Hunter Sung Suho. Now, Suho struggles to stand up and says, thank God. At least now I can talk. These are the memories from before the world was reconstructed. Junjin suspects that this world has been rebuilt once before, and the reason why peace could last until the Great Catastrophe is because of that reconstruction, rebuilding the world. Don't tell me it's related to Hunter Sung Jin Gu. I never expected that this day would lead me to realize that it's connected to my father right after recalling everything. As expected. What a day. Impressive indeed. Hunter Choi Jong-in. Dujin thought to himself. Father. Suho continued to explain. I don't know anything about my father as a hunter. Only that he always carried everything alone. And even now, he is still fighting alone against the invading forces from outside. And I have also fought those invaders to help my father. Taiji thought it sounded hard to believe. But for some reason, he found it convincing. Junjin also pondered that if all the memories flooding into his mind were true, then it was not surprising at all. Then, Jun Cheon stepped forward to confirm that Hunter Sung Suho was telling the truth. I am also a hunter who recovered memories from a past life. And thanks to those memories, I was able to quickly establish the Hunter Association when the great disaster occurred. Now let Suho finish speaking first. Then I had a long talk with the hunters who regained their memories. Itarim's invasion, the outsider god, the apostle of Itarim, still remains on Earth, and the awakening stimulant he scattered across the universe. Junjin nervously said that almost all the incidents that have happened so far are related to Itarim. Taiji Wu beside him added. Juncheon replied, yes. Everything is part of the plot, by the apostle of Itarim. Taiji Wu was stunned, so Lim Bin Sung's death was also. He turned to Suho and asked why he hadn't said anything to us until now. And Suho explained, if my existence is discovered by the apostle Itaram, I fear I will become my father's weakness. So I thought I had to stay silent until I was stronger. Taeji-woo suddenly asked Junjin, so you are also a development-type craftsman? Like Sung Jin-gu? He replied confusedly. Yes. Deep in doubt, like Sung Jin-gu. Then Junjin happily quickly clasped Suho's hand and exclaimed, Sung Suho, do you know that Cha-ha-Ian was once a member of our guild's craftsmen? Suho awkwardly replied, you mean my mother, Cha-ha-Ian? You suddenly burst out. My mother is also a blacksmith. And over here, Dujin stands there, observing everyone, talking excitedly. He looked at Suho with cold eyes, secretly thinking that your attack was too powerful. Sung. Suho, if I were stronger I would have definitely made a mistake, daring to reveal my identity without knowing anything about me. You think your development will surpass me, huh? Sung Suho. Once he makes a decision, he always charges forward boldly and without hesitation. He will definitely be a decisive pawn in the great battle. I can't let him keep acting on his own. The next fragment needs to arrive sooner. Yunho scratched his head and said, by the way, it's good that the misunderstanding about Suho has been cleared up, but I still don't understand what's going on here. Suho immediately said, oh right. It would be best if we didn't know the details. So, let's look back at the memories of others. Hearing that, Dojin suddenly looked extremely alarmed. Suho smiled softly, a satisfied expression on his face like the glow of sunset. Then he told everyone about the memories of the world before it was rebuilt. Suho said, let's look into the memories of others. Then he took out a key and said, they're memories of the old world. Yunho then spoke again. My memories of the previous world are painful. The girl beside her said, I know the world has become very strange after the great disaster, but something like this is impossible. Dad, is this dangerous? He immediately stepped forward without hesitation, then confidently held Suho's hand, smiled and said, I trust Suho. And suddenly, a circle of black light appeared surrounding the two of them. The girl shouted loudly, Dad, don't act without thinking. When the light entered the circle, he suddenly collapsed. Then tears welled up and she stammered, this is so strange, I never thought I would feel warmth like this, from memories I thought I had forgotten. The girl was surprised as Dojin beside her looked suspiciously, thinking this is not right. I never imagined that this world was one that had been rebuilt. Then she stepped forward and said, please do it to me again. Dojin continued to ponder. Seeing that, the key didn't respond to him because he wasn't from this world. If that happens, I will definitely be suspected. What should I do now? Do I have to start a fight with the advanced troops I've gathered so far? No. Even if I gather thousands of allies, with my current strength, I might only cause a ripple effect like the last escape, and then it would end there. So the choice I have to make now is for the girl to nervously scratch her face and say, nothing gets into my mind. Hearing that, Dujin widened his eyes in surprise. Suho scratched his head helplessly and said, that's strange. Isn't it supposed to be at this time that memories of the previous world should come back? Wait a moment. Biru on Suho's shoulder suddenly spoke, suggesting that, like this woman, there may be others who cannot recall their memories. Suho called out, Biru. The suspicious girl pointed and asked, what is this weak-looking little bug? Biru shouted in anger. Who's weak? I'll tear you apart. Suho helplessly said, keep explaining, Biru. Then he explained that the world before was 20 years ago, still within this timeline, when mana still existed. Thinking about a peaceful world without mana 20 years ago, it's no wonder there are differences between then and now. In other words, it seems this woman was never born in the previous world. The girl, hearing that, responded in shock. I was never born. Suho suddenly turned around and saw that Dojin had somehow already touched the lock and the light had faded. He looked at his hand and said, I can't remember any memories either. Seeing that, Suho thought to himself, so the North Hunter Dojin also did not exist in the previous world. Then he turned away, muttering to himself. So over here, the girl excitedly sings out, Dad. That means I really never existed in the previous world either. Yuanho mumbles. Oh well. Seeing that? Suho said. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Chairman Yu Jin Chul. Jin Cheon then said, this is the piece that Hunter Sung Jin Gu chose. Countless lives that should never have existed in the previous world have been born and are living happily in this world. Suho looked at everyone happily and said, it's your father's choice. If we let the outsiders invade, this world will be destroyed. Will everyone lend me their strength if I ask? The jailbreak at Jisan prison has shaken the whole country but has finally calmed down. The scene shifts to a place with many modern high-rise buildings, as a news broadcast announces that the current escapee with an unidentified identity accounts for less than 1%. The quick control of the situation was thanks to the prompt response of the Hunter Association. Furthermore, witnesses at the scene say that if the black humanoid figure had not appeared, the death toll would have been much higher. We also received information that the black figure is actually a skill of a hunter and confirmed that it belongs to a hunter of E rank. Sung Soo-ho, as the person who arrived at the scene faster than anyone else to help the civilians, Sung Soo-ho stated that he reawakened in that moment of chaos. It was through self-sacrifice that he gained the power to protect others through his reawakening. With this newfound strength, Hunter Sung Soo-ho saved countless lives and became a hero. A tall, muscular man is watching the newsfeed with a clenched jaw and a furious look in his eyes. Soo-ho here, pointing at the news screen showing your image. Today, we want to tell a story about a hero born in a chaotic era. I helplessly look at everyone and say awkwardly, "Guys, what's this about reawakening powers?" "Nonsense." Shin Chae-on, dressed in a stylish black suit, said we have already revealed it and handed it over to the media. Reawakening is rare, but not unheard of, so the public will accept it. But now, I don't want to hide anything anymore. Don't tell me you're planning to go public with being a rogue hunter. An existence that defies the natural order only causes chaos. And people will judge in their own way. The appearance of a deviation only fuels resentment. Sung Soo-ho, you said you have 3 goals. First, your growth. You want to become strong enough to fight alongside your father. The second is to gather hunters capable of fighting against the outer gods. We must unite the strength of this world to oppose them. And the third is to eliminate White Arim's followers in this world. Once I have achieved these goals, I will set out to help my father, who is still fighting alone. Jungin beside him added, if you truly want to summon the power of this world to fight White Arim, then passion alone is not enough. You also need to carefully consider your image, how to guide people's hearts in the direction you want. And every decision you make. Sung Soo-ho thought seriously and said, you're absolutely right, I can't argue with that. I realized long ago that leveling up alone isn't enough to achieve our goal. I can't do this alone. I have to rely on everyone. Then you spoke up. Doesn't what you said to me mean that everyone will help me? Then Yoon-ho spoke up again. Of course. You are the grandson of Captain Sun Yi-han, and the son of Hunter Sung Jin-gu, the hope of humanity. But above all, your actions have moved me. Soo-ho, the White Fox Guild will support you. Jung Jin immediately said. Even Hunter Sung Jin-gu struggled against Ita Rim. I don't know if I can do much. But I can't just sit idly by and watch the land be destroyed. The Hunter Guild will also cooperate. Jin Chae-won thought to herself. The 2 hunters Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-in have been convinced. Now only remaining. Tae-win sat upright with his arms crossed and eyes closed in silence. Then suddenly asked, you really killed Lee Min-sung? Yoon-ho shouted in panic. And Hunter Lim Soo-ho confidently replied, yes. I killed him. Yoon-ho was once again overwhelmed with confusion. Soo-ho. Tae-ji-woo continued to ask what had happened to Lee Min-sung at that time. Soo-ho replied, he was addicted to dust and was possessed by Ita Rim's disciple. So why did you approach him then? Soo-ho replied. I confirm he was in contact with White Rim and trying to gather information. Tae-ji-woo asked sharply. Why did he cooperate with Wita Rim? Soo-ho was silent for a moment, and then said, I don't know. Tae-ji-woo paused in silence, realizing that Soo-ho was not at fault. So what was the point of asking these questions? Soo-ho interrupted Tae-ji-woo's thoughts. Perhaps Lord Lim the Hunter wants to know Min-sung's final moment. In that final moment, Lee Min-sung smiled, and he was stunned to hear that. Then he smiled. Yes. Even now I still don't understand why he looked like that. Was it pleasure or emptiness from giving up everything? All I could feel from that smile was bitterness. But one thing I realize very clearly is that he has never once held himself back. Not even for a second, I don't want to admit it. But he has left a very deep impression on me. Hearing that, Tae-ji-woo sighed and said Lee Min-sung will always be a selfish, arrogant person. Then he placed his hand on his forehead, looking exhausted, and said that the Death Guild would cooperate. Seeing this, Jin Cheon smiled and made a serious comment. Therefore, Soo-ho has gained the support of all 3 major guilds, and his sincerity has touched everyone's hearts. Soo-ho is not Sung Jin-gu, but there is something in him that makes everyone reminisce about the fiery years of the hunters. On the battlefield where Sung Jin-gu once stood firm, I am eagerly awaiting the new wind that Soo-ho will bring. Then Soo-ho cleared his throat softly and said seriously, so let me present the next plan. The first thing we must do is, Hunter Sung Jin-gu. As the words ended, Jin Cheon's face gradually lost composure. Perhaps Soo-ho's choice will truly bring a storm. He thought to himself, is that really true? And not only he, Tae-ji-woo and Jun-jin also showed signs of extreme confusion. Soo-ho stood with his arms crossed, smiling excitedly, thinking to himself that a bloody disaster would bring the entire city, submerged in silence, to its knees. Soo-ho is struggling to carry Amut on his back, counting loudly, 98, 99, 100. The notification sounds. The daily mission to prepare to become stronger has been completed. The reward notification has arrived. Do you want to check it? Accept. Decline. Amit jumps down and says, how much you struggled at first, but now you can train on your own. Suho is sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Gray runs over and yells, ugh. Then BA got up, looked at the notification board, and said, if you don't keep training, you'll never get used to it. Good job. Amute. Ho looked at him quietly, thinking to himself, Lord Tuquan, you have changed so much since the last time I saw you. Not just physically or in magic power, but your aura is completely different. Suho stood up, gave a few shoulder squeezes, then said I have to go out now, so I'll be leaving first. And Ho anxiously asked, is the young lord leaving already? I reply, yeah. From now on I'll probably be even busier. I'll start clearing out the outdoor-style dungeons. Ho was surprised. Outdoor-style dungeons. Suho explained that yesterday he spoke with senior members of the Hunter Association to prevent another magic crystal factory from appearing, and they asked him to help clear out all the outdoor-style dungeons in Korea. Other guilds caused a fuss, claiming they opposed, but I forced them to cooperate by setting conditions to meet those demands. So I will have to try very hard. Hearing that, Ho got excited and said, then I will help you, sir. You will call us again, right? Gray was just as excited. Suho, seeing this, helplessly replied, fine then decisively turned and walked through the gate that appeared in the air, thinking if help was needed I would call, leaving Ho disappointed and unable to turn to stone. Amud. Gray. And Ho stand waiting to fight. Ho looks anxious, lacking leadership. Over here at the D-level outdoor dungeon in the Kachisan mountain area, Miho is wondering what our guild halls are really thinking, suddenly handing over all the rights to explore the outdoor dungeon to one person. They should understand how much this affects the income of the major guilds. Who is Samsung Suho that he's so favored? He didn't even make any requests that people from level A and above have to team up to clear a level D outdoor dungeon. They only call us in to make up the numbers. Actually, Sung Ji-hun, from the Hunter Guild. I'm starting to get interested too, the Han said. A hunter mentioned that he could handle monster hunting, mining, and gathering materials on his own. Aren't you curious? Miho irritably said. It's probably just bragging, she thought to herself. And her father, he's always obsessed with that thing called the world memory or something. Ji-hun smirked silently, thinking to himself that a hunter develops over time. So he needed to verify if Chairman Choi's words in the report were true. Dujin was also there, silently observing without saying a word, when suddenly a massive tremor struck, shaking the entire mountain. Everyone was stunned, Miho exclaimed in panic. Could this earthquake be? Ji-hun wondered suspiciously. He just entered there less than an hour ago. Suddenly, from afar, Suho boldly approaches, followed by an entire army behind him. Suho excitedly scratched his head and said, thank you everyone for waiting. Defeating the boss is quick, but mining demon stones takes a little time. I was planning to clear 3 more dungeons today. Let's go. A chest full of rare magic stones suddenly appeared in front of Miho and Ji-hun, startling both of them. Miho wondered how this guy could clear a dungeon of this level alone in just an hour. Dujin stands there observing Suho with a smile but no expression on his face. Jin Cheon walks ahead, followed by Tae Ji-hun, Jungin, and Yi-hun Ho. Suddenly Jungin spoke up, questioning whether the hunters, who are handing over the entire outer village dungeon of the guild to others, are making the right decision, a source of demon stones and monster materials that never runs out. Yi-hun Ho beside her gently pats Vina and says, as expected, Chairman Choi truly is a money-minded person, but if this world falls into Wita Rim's hands, both the dungeon and the money will become worthless. Junjin then said again, forget about that. But you have to admit one thing, the most fervent supporter of the plan to hand over the outer village dungeon is the chairman of the guild that used to operate it. Maybe he feels guilty in his own way. Tae-ji-hun hesitated slightly. Then he said that anyway. The spiritual production factory was found in the outer village dungeon. If this can help eliminate the drug that turned Lee Min-sung into this, then any sacrifice is worth it. Jun-jin suddenly said quietly, but if, just if. Once again, the foreign invaders are like those monsters back then. Is there anything we can do? Hearing that, Yoon-ho suddenly remembered some fragments of memories and fell into silence. Unexpectedly, Jin Cheon stepped forward and spoke. It's really unusual for everyone to show such concern, everyone exclaimed. Chairman Woo Jin-chun, he continued. You all know well that this is not something that can be avoided just because we want it to be. Then he firmly turned back and told everyone that Suho would succeed. He believed that removing the ownership of the external guild dungeon would provoke a very strong reaction from the guilds. Then he immediately remembered what Jun Jin had said earlier about hunters like Baek Mi-ho or Park Do-jin, who have no memories of the previous world. But there's no reason to believe in invasions from outside, so convincing them won't be easy. Hearing that, Suho doubted and said, convincing them to prioritize. Jin Cheon had told him that there was only one way I could think of. The level of national strength, Thomas Andre from the United States, Liu Zhigong from China, Siddhartha, and Baek Chan from India, are individuals whose personal strength rivals that of entire countries. Beings beyond all standards. And many San are drawn to their power. Suho, becoming a national-level hunter, or even surpassing them, would already be the most convincing argument. Suho hesitated, then confidently declared during the previous meeting that in the coming months I will become a powerful enough artisan to convince anyone. Now that Jin Cheon has pointed to the door, signaling everyone, let's focus on the battles we can fight. As the door opened, everyone gradually entered. Inside, many people were waiting, coming from various guilds across the region, including the Wyong Seo Guild in the Y region, the Wyong Dong Guild in the Am region, and the Disong and D guilds in the Hozio area. Stepping into the middle of the arena, Jin Cheon remains determined, all for Suho's growth, while Suho, with a fierce glare, throws a powerful punch. Everywhere he passes, the monsters are fighting for their lives, almost powerless against his overwhelming strength. After punching, he kicks again, and all the monsters from small to large are sent to hell without mercy. After a moment, he confidently stepped out, with his army following one after another, their aura soaring high. Ji-hun stood grimly and exclaimed, "The blacksmith's bitch Mi-ho, the reality we are witnessing now is truly a superior one." She was stunned and replied, "That's exactly what I wanted to ask. In just 2 days, 2 B-level dungeons, 4 C-level dungeons, and 2 B-level dungeons have been cleared and exploited." Ji-hun forced a smile and said, "Doing all that alone would already be impressive. But what matters more is that I can feel my mana increasing every time I clear a dungeon. So the excavators truly evolve through each battle and still survive." Suho lowered his head and looked at his hand, a purple flame burning within it. Suho quietly thought that the mana measurement index is called mana, or megapixel. The upgraded mana boost makes it much easier for me to use my dark powers. Biru on your shoulder immediately said, "Your Highness, please allow this humble one to assist you. You want me to compare your mana with that S-rank slime hunter, right?" Hearing that, Suho replied, "No need. Biru, I think I already know. Behind you, Doji stands there, radiating a blinding golden light." Doji listened quietly without reacting, his sharp gaze always fixed on Suho. I arrived at the building where everyone was gathering to rest, with Suho alone in the darkness, his hand in his pocket, and a look of deep thought on his face. Suho walks quietly down the corridor, then takes out a photo frame with a man who looks just like him. A girl, and a mother. His voice deepened. "Too bad if your family had arrived earlier. I would have placed you in the same position as me. Finally, you have arrived." Sung Suho, the S-class evil spirit. Then, he laughed loudly, smashing the frame from earlier that Suho had, and shouted, "What a pity. If your family arrived earlier, I would have made your whole family experience what I have endured. Finally, you are here." Sung Suho, seeing that, Suho remained silent, his aura emanating a cold chill. He silently calculated that this person was Hoang Dong-su, an S-rank awakener. Suho remembered the photo Jin Cheon had shown him before. He said that Ji-san Hoang Dong-suk, the younger brother of the leader of the prison riot, is rumored to be the one behind the entire plan to rescue his brother. And in that case, since you became a hero because of what happened, he might target you. Hoang Dong-su is one of the strongest S-rank awakens in Korea. As you wish. I won't send a bodyguard, but run immediately if you encounter him. Come back. Suho stands facing him and says, "Hoang Dong-su, you're here to avenge your brother, but the problem is, I am not the one who killed him. Your brother was killed by someone named Kang T-sich." Hearing that, Dong-su thought to himself, "This kid not only knows about me, but also knows Kang T-sich." Then he spoke, "I don't care. I'm not here to avenge my brother. I'm only angry because someone like you dares to ruin my plans." Hearing that, Suho coldly replied, "You really are beyond saving. Go somewhere else to talk." Hoang Dong-su. He was full of energy, smiling and saying, "Why should I listen to you?" Suho angrily punched the wall so hard that a large crack appeared, causing the room to shake in the darkness of the night. Suho prepared himself and said, "He's quite paranoid. Give it 5 minutes, and the security company and hunters will arrive. You still don't want to move." Dong-su, seeing that, laughed loudly in excitement. You little bastard. Then the two moved to another place. Standing face to face in a large open space under the faint moonlight, Dong-su flexed his arm and said loudly, "Judging by how dare you stand in front of me. It seems the rumors about your reawakening are true. Have you already ranked up to S?" Suho calmly said, "I don't know yet, we need to reassess, but I want to ask, how did you get those nebula fragments?" Dong-su exclaimed in surprise. "Do you need stimulants? Why should I tell you? That thing is very rare now." Suho thought to himself as he listened to him reply. Didn't he get it from the apostles of Itarim? Suddenly he took off his glasses and laughed, saying only the weak rely on stimulants. You must be excited to have been lucky enough to be reborn as an S-rank. But let me teach you a lesson, because some people seem too naive. He put the weapon on his blind hand, and then charged forward fiercely. Not all S-rank fighters are the same. Seeing that, Suho's face remained calm as he thought to himself. He seems much stronger than Lee Min-sung, after all. This is also his first fight against an S-rank. I want to find out. Then he quickly charged forward, throwing a powerful punch at Dong-su. He saw that and quickly kicked his back foot, then forcefully kicked backward to dodge Suho's attack, causing the ground to crack and rocks to fly everywhere. Dong-su saw that and kept rushing forward, fiercely saying, "Are you serious about fighting me just because you're a summoner? Summon that dark figure or something and let's settle this." Unaware, Suho took a full punch from him and was thrown far away, crashing into the wall and causing a huge shockwave, the wall crumbling and dust filling the air. But he immediately landed on the ground as if unaffected by the previous attack, and Dong-su suddenly appeared with his legs seemingly just a hand's width from your head. Then he stomped the ground hard, and Suho quickly dodged, then kicked him in the face. The kick distorted his face a bit, and a little smoke rose from it. Dong-su still turned to smirk menacingly, teasing. Really, he immediately charged forward, throwing a series of punches at Suho, who blocked each blow with his hands while retreating. He shouted, "Do you think you can defeat me with sheer strength? Even if you use all your skills? It's impossible." Suho thinks that he can sense the difference in strength, but then he recalls that there was no pressure like he had felt before. He stopped, "Surprising you," then poured all his strength into the next punch. So confident he was lost in his own thoughts as the dark night sky and the abandoned towers stood silent. Suddenly, an overwhelming force struck, causing the wall to shatter and debris to fly everywhere. After such a powerful shock, Dong-su opened his eyes wide, gripping his weapon in anger and shouting, "You bastard! When did you pull out your weapon?" A sound echoes from the underground. Suho slowly stands up, carrying the sword beside him, and asks, "Young commander, are you okay?" Suho replied, "It seems fighting against an S-rank enhanced without using abilities is still a bit difficult. Honestly, I want to put all my points into strength, but I still need to save some for other things." He slowly stepped forward. "Then let's get serious." Suddenly a flash of light appeared and disappeared. Now standing opposite Dong-su was Suho in a different form. "You coldly said, let's start the second half." Hoang Dong-su. A notification window appears. Dark item. Mino helmet. Rare quality. Dark item Kira. Hero quality. Dark item. Kokachi's shoulder armor. Rare quality. Dark item. Red crest armor. Rare quality. Thick divine line armor. Rare quality. Status window. Name Sung Suho. Level 42. Strength 168 plus 24. Agility 109 plus 24. Intuition 84 plus 15. Speed 94 plus 14. Wisdom 97 plus unknown. Suho in combat stance solemnly announces that he will now use all his strength to fight. Seeing this, Dong-su was somewhat relieved, thinking that he only needed to wear those tattered clothes to beat me. But he was suspicious in his mind, wondering where those items came from. Then he was panic-stricken, as that dark energy surge was. Suddenly his face turned ugly. Suho suddenly retreated, and a voice echoed, "What is this? Greed, huh? Dying for greed, and still liking to be greedy. So, do you like it?" Hoang Dong-su. Suho stands silently, not saying a word, the armor he wears looking very heroic. Then suddenly Suho destroyed the armor and it gradually disappeared. He thought to himself, "I don't really like things like that. They look too gaudy. Maybe I should turn off the item appearance effects." Then Suho looked up at Dong-su, who was struggling to hold his head, and asked confusedly, "Hoang Dong-su." Upon hearing your voice, he widened his eyes, looked up blankly. Then, as if losing control, he wildly attacked a man who looked like Suho, but one after another. Suho blocked and dodged Dong-su's attacks. Then he was counterattacked, grabbed by the head and forced down, and suddenly Dong-su snapped out of the earlier illusion. Dong-su, clutching his head, trying to push away the fear. Wondering if it's an illusion. He shouldn't look into the black smoke around him. Someone's memories are flooding into his mind. No. That's not someone else's memory. It's mine. I know the name of the man looking down at me. He became furious and shouted loudly. But he had forgotten that until now. His eyes showed clear hatred towards you as he uttered the divine name Sung Jingu heard. Suho immediately asked why he knew the names of Beru Dap and Ri. Had he remembered the memories from the previous world? Ri? What are you saying? Beru. Then Beru explained as Dongsu was holding his face. In the previous world, King Dongsu did not have a good relationship with his father. In the end, he was killed by him and became a shadow warrior named Ri. Maybe he just remembered part of those memories. Suho asked confused. But how could he regain his memories without the shadow key? Beru said that because Yu Jin Chun can recall memories of the previous world on his own, Hoang Dongsu can do the same. Dongsu here almost went crazy, muttering Sung Jingu, Sung Suho. He remembered the picture he had just shattered. Thinking back, I saw that guy's family photo. Sung Suho is definitely Sung Jingu's son. Why isn't Sung Jingu acting as a hunter in this world, if there really is a reason he can't strike now? Ending his thoughts, he suddenly charged forward and threw a powerful punch at Suho. His rage fully unleashed. Those black shadows are definitely the result of summoning magic that the summoner Sung Jingu once used on me. Even if this kid has similar abilities, he's still just a kid. And I just got a perfect opportunity. It's a bit hazy, but I remember now the days of serving Sung Jingu as a slave. The feeling of having to obey unconditionally. The price of those old humiliations will be paid with his son's life. Suho easily blocks his attack and says, "What's wrong? You look scared." Meanwhile, Huang Dongsu counterattacked, causing his arm to be slashed several times and blood to splatter everywhere. Suho quickly rushes forward with his weapon, his strikes decisively targeting the enemy's power. His body was badly wounded, and Dongsu suspiciously thought, "This guy." He became stronger in the blink of an eye. Suho's cold and steady gaze prepares for the next strike, enhanced by the attribute boost from the shadow item. All the weapons stored in the external village dungeon that I created and the recovery mechanism allow me to summon them directly from the shadows without opening the storage. If I can use them flexibly like that, then gradually a single sword appears in Suho's hand from the void. You swing your sword decisively at Dongsu, and he manages to dodge about 50% of the attack. However, Suho's speed was too fast, making it almost impossible to predict his next move. Dongsu was injured, blood flowing uncontrollably, and he feared that he was losing control and being forced to change weapons mid-fight. Did Sung Jingu really have such abilities? Beru thought to himself, feeling like the young commander was growing stronger right in the midst of battle. Not only leveling up but also skills and combat instincts grow in an immeasurable way. My lord, if I may speak, I believe the day when I stand proudly beside you as your ruler is not far off. Then Suho continued to charge forward, decisively attacking Dongsu. He was helpless and unable to counterattack, accepting his fate as his wounds grew worse. Suho's strike now truly resembled that of his father, as if fire and ice were merging. Realizing this, Dongsu kicked angrily in response. Damn it. His attack shattered half the tower. That chaos made him rush forward wildly, thinking to himself, I never expected this kid to be so strong. Now I have to retreat and regroup everything. This isn't about running away. It's about preparing to decisively finish him off. And next time, I will strike while he's alive and going about his daily life. Or better yet, I will kidnap someone close to him. No matter how strong he is, it will be meaningless. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared behind him, causing Dongsu to panic. Then, a huge shock struck, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. As the dust settled, Suho drove his sword into Dongsu, who was kneeling on the ground. He struggled and writhed, truly deserving of death. You want to turn me into a slave too? Just try it. I will fight to the end and personally kill you. Both you and Sung Jingu. Suho replied coldly. Your ambition is as greedy as your name. If you can't get past me, then don't even think about touching my father. Try as many times as you want. Still, I don't think you have the time to even dream about it. Dongsu, hearing this, became extremely angry. Sung Suho finished speaking, then quickly decided to end him. The relentless system voice echoed. Notification, you have leveled up. Notification, you have leveled up. The skill to enhance strength has leveled up. Sung Suho looked at the wounds on that muscular body. He sighed. Hoang Dongsu. I never expected him to remember his past life without needing a shadow key. You must have deep resentment towards your father. Beirut. What do you think about becoming a shadow warrior? Beirut turned around, believing it was a great honor to serve the monarchy. In his heart, becoming a shadow warrior is also a form of punishment for having to fight forever as a loyal warrior. Even after death, each shadow warrior has its own will, capable of judgment and action. But for shadow objects, only the skills and stats of the owner are attached. As if your soul is vanishing, only the burden of karma remains on your body, and your legs grow heavy as you step closer to that body. Your gaze becomes sharp. Get up! The system's voice echoes. The shadow item failed. 2 more attempts remaining. He angrily looked at the motionless body lying beneath sleep, grinding his teeth in fury. Still resisting. Hoang Dongsu. Try one more time. Wake up. The cold voice of the system continues to echo. The shadowy figure failed. 1 more attempt remaining. Beirut snarled angrily. Damn it, how dare you oppose the young commander? You're just an ordinary soldier. Sung Soo clenched his lips tightly and said nothing. As if he was calculating something, he sat down and placed his hand on the motionless body lying on the ground. That must be Han's final will. Keep resisting. No matter how much you hate, I have no intention of understanding someone as evil as you. What I need right now is strength. Even if I have to force it, I will make you use that power for the sake of the world. Hoang Dongsu. His voice was cold and terrifying. Suddenly, a car sped in. Kicking up a cloud of dust, the car stops in front of a ruined, desolate pile of debris. Dungeon rushes in. The explosion happened inside this abandoned building. It's not far from Suho's house. The president of the Hunter Association responds that Suho is fighting the intruders. We need to hurry. System information appears. Dark item, green. Level, question mark. Crafting quality, hero type. Handshake. Conversion rate of stats 10%. Attack power, plus 280. Strength, plus 14. Agility, plus 10. Intuition, plus 10. Stamina, plus 11. Wisdom, plus 7. Intelligence, plus 8. Wisdom, 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 wisdom. So far, we have 4 people at rank D and 2 at rank E. That's enough. I have a good feeling about this time. With that many bricks, the jackpot should be next time based on the odds. Kim Pan-sok, 37 years old, unemployed, just awakened, doesn't need to reach S rank. Only A or B is enough. That's all. And his life will change completely. The cheerful ability evaluator of the Hunter Guild walks in. Next. Prepare for the measurement, he thinks. It's my turn now. If this guy is just another brick, then the assessment officer from the Hunter Guild continues. Sun Suho, please come in. Suho remains calm. All right. Stand up. The girl is confused. Feeling that something is strange, he clenched his fists. Please don't let it be E-rank Kim Pan-sok. An E-rank result. A heroic voice echoes. A new S-rank hunter has appeared in Korea. The reporter below keeps taking pictures. Admiration in their eyes directed at Suho, who is an awakener, the hero from the Jisan prison camp incident. A hot news story. A reporter interviews Sunho about how it feels to become an S-rank hunter. Jin Cheon crosses her arms and looks down. Just as expected, Suho has achieved S rank. In a meeting, Junjin speaks, saying this is unavoidable. He adds that with this rate of development, he might even possess power comparable to a nation. Junjin's eyes turned sinister. The foundation has been laid. Now, it's time to move on to the next step. The next step is to clear out all remaining foreign village dungeons in Korea and then gather the full strength of hunters worldwide. All of this is to strengthen Hunter Sung Jin-gu. But it's hard to tell how long it will take. Han Gun-gam frowned. And the biggest problem is that while I complete the mission, Apostle Iterum won't stay silent. Jin Cheon remains calm. Even though the Stardust Dust has been banned by the guild, it continues to evolve into fragments of spiritual essence and expands more and more. They always avoid all investigations as if they already knew every move of the Hunter Association. Suho scrutinized their gaze. If they are hiding among us, we must narrow down the list of those we can trust. Our enemies are much smarter than we think. With reporters constantly filming dozens of kids, a bug chirped. A blue gate appeared, revealing a deep, terrible abyss inside. Inside, a room filled with people working diligently. A voice echoes out. That's enough. Dordine's cold voice. Gathering all forces. Everyone respectfully kneels down. In his heart, unlike Lee Min-sung, the S-rank hunters here can no longer resist the shards of the Spirit Stone. The problem is, those shards haven't evolved enough to be upgraded. Since Sun Tzu announced the S-rank, he has been continuously expanding his influence. From that day on, he has recruited many other hunter guilds. Simply put, he challenged me to a territory game. Whoever recruits more strong awakened people wins. Since all the S-rank players in Korea are now following him, recruiting people here is now pointless. If I face him directly instead of playing this game, I wonder if I could win. With that unstoppable speed of development, even if I use all my strength, victory is not guaranteed. He remained calm, pondering as the fourth shard appeared, the target of his desire to seize the power of darkness. At some point, I started to focus on Sung Suho. I want to win this game when the fourth fragment appears. No. When the fourth fragment appears, I will take its power for myself. A voice from behind interrupts his thoughts as cheerful Hunter Pak Dojin steps in. An admiring voice echoes. Wow. Is that really Hunter Pak Dojin? I can't believe I met him in the dungeon. She smiled, feeling lucky to have gotten separated from her team and thinking it was best to go with him. But before she could finish, he struck her down without mercy. Can I come along? He looked at her without a trace of emotion. This dungeon belongs to the Death Guild. Unauthorized hunters are not allowed in. Who are you? She whispered, instinctively tense. But attacking without a word of warning is a bit too much. Don't you think? Don't your people teach manners? Hunter Pak Dojin, or should I say, Apostle Itarim. His voice trembles. Who are you? She responds coldly. And what about me? I am Aksa, a being from another world here, to make an offer to the Apostle Itarim. Dojin coldly questions. Who are you? Rose smirks with satisfaction. I am Aksa, a resident of this world, here to make an offer to Apostle Itarim. Dojin immediately became suspicious. How do you know about me? Rose replied casually. Just by chance. I am investigating the origin of the stimulant called Stardust and approaching Lee Min-sung, the one who distributed it, during that process. I discovered Apostle Itarim, a being from another world, and my subordinates are experts in gathering information. You know what? Dojin's henchmen keep attacking Rose. Even in her miserable state, she still smiles brightly. But her attacks are useless against me. The one standing before me is just a fragment of myself. I will expose you to the world. Won't I? Don't worry. I truly came only to help you. This is a gift to show how effective an improved version of the refined spiritual crystal can be. Unlike the ones available on the market now, if used, it can even brainwash S-Rank awakens. Dojin looked at the gem in his hand, feeling that the soul flame mist inside the refined fragment was stronger and more stable. I can't believe Ada could stabilize such a complex structure. She leaned in close to his hand, and from now on, I will provide you with improved pieces of spiritual text. Of course, what I want is your help to defeat Sung Suho and the Dark Lord. He turned away to avoid it. A resident of this world helping someone like me. An invader, she teased. You really are narrow-minded. There's no rule that forces me to side with this world just because I live here. Right. Dogen looks disappointed. Stop with those lame excuses. If you really wanted to help me, you could have found me back when Lee Min-sung was still alive. She smiled slyly. Those who ask too many questions are usually not well liked. You know, choosing which side to support is my own will and decision. Isn't it normal to pick the more advantageous side? I am also a royal heir like Sung Suho. But I believe I cannot cooperate with someone like him. The heir of the Dark Monarch. So that means you also possess a special kind of power, like Sung Suho. If you're talking about dark power, no. I have a completely different strength. For example, she turns into a giant monster. Dojin sneers. Your final strike still isn't perfect. She, in the form of the monster, screams terrifyingly. With its mouth wide open, continuously howling, she remains calm. As the heir to the plague monarchy, I can do things like this. You know, they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Keep trying to persuade them. You don't think we can achieve anything if we cooperate. From a stream of blue light, a tall, shadowy figure stepped in, and someone spoke out. Asa. The one who was discarded. She is excited. How did it go? Did the negotiations with Apostle Itarim go well? Rose chuckled. He agreed to cooperate with us. A heroic voice echoes. Indeed, a true person. Asa. Wonderful. Rose says calmly. Thank you. Dear. In her heart, the Apostle Itarim was just gathering information. At first, I only answered a few questions about this world. Still, he agreed unexpectedly. But then again, the Dark Lord would surely obstruct their plans. Her smile became strange. But that didn't affect me. There is always a reason behind every command from the system. The system voice announces the mission. The path to becoming a monarch 4. To become a monarch, the existence of the Dark Monarch is an obstacle. Form an alliance with Apostle Itarim, the enemy of the Dark Monarch. Ally with Apostle Itarim. 1-on-1. The division. Unlock the quest for becoming a monarch. 5. It's not far now, she continued. For us heirs to become rulers. In the morning, under a building. A piece of paper was pushed onto the table. This is the best offer we have. He calmly asked if you are willing to join the A-rank conquest mission with the Femme Guild, looking somewhat disappointed. As I have said many times before, I won't take part in any A-rank conquest missions. You reckless freelance hunter. He was so angry. But isn't it a waste to let someone with S-rank talent like you go to waste? If you join the Femme Guild. Surely. Sung Soo helplessly covered his face. No conditions. No persuasion could make me risk it. Please just go. He continued to persuade. You are one of the very few S-rank hunters in Korea. Isn't the A-class gate still within a reasonable range? Sung Soo said something that stunned them. I have nightmares every night about being devoured by monsters. My voice trembled as thousands of monsters came to tear me apart and eat me, viciously gnawing on my arms, legs, and body. What's the point of having an S rank? In front of those monsters, I'm just a child trembling in fear. Sung Soo's face turned pale. So please don't come looking for me anymore, I said, and the door slammed shut. Sung Soo stands by the window, deep in thought, his angry voice echoing, damn it. Is she really leaving like that? He continued. You saw his eyes too. Right, the rank doesn't matter if he can't fight. Suddenly she froze. He was Sung Soo, surprised to hear a noise. He stared intently at Dogan standing at the door. You are a level S member of the Death Guild. I heard that members of that guild are very rude. But you think you have the right to barge into someone else's room without warning. He opened his mouth to speak because he heard an S-rank hunter wake up before the monsters. His voice said, So you came to cause trouble. I don't need your help. Get lost. A cold voice rings out. Stop right there. With deadly intent in his tone, unless you want to be roasted alive. Don't take another step forward. Han ta tuk jian. Demotkuvao madanta. Han ta lentieng. Dunglo. Tho san li yuan xioc. Tujiotrodi. Thu mangoi fai dui, matsikong, fai lu kwai vat nua. Han slowly releases the stone, staggering like a lost soul. Darkness. The heir of the Shadow Monarch. Shouts. And the rise of other heirs of the monarch, those who oppose the darkness. The situation of the game has started to change with the emergence of an unpredictable rival. They focus on the invasion from other worlds without noticing the watermarks appearing inside. So Dojin's eyes turn cold. We will use those watermarks to our advantage. This morning, at a control tower, everyone is working hard. A golden voice announces, This is KL 472. Control tower. Please respond. The polite staff member says yes. Go ahead. The other end is in a hurry. Currently flying at 350 altitude. Coordinates, 20. Latitude, 20 longitude. We are in the airspace near Korea. I have a question. At this altitude, is it possible for snow to fall? He feels confused. Clearly snow cannot fall in the atmosphere above the clouds. The pilot remains calm, as if this is normal. Right, so how do I explain this? The pilot was extremely confused, unsure how to handle the situation. As he looked at the deep, terrifying black hole, there was a gate. Another gate had appeared in the sky over Korea, and the staff was puzzled. A gate, he continued, surrounded by a forming snowstorm. If this continues, the plane could crash, initiate an emergency landing. The staff member was extremely shocked to hear this. Captain 061, the village builder, angrily grits his sharp teeth as he growls continuously, his body restrained by a rope, while Suho descends from the sky onto the ground. You seem confused. I forgot to use Greed's skill again. But I can feel the stats increasing after equipping Greed. Unfortunately, I haven't examined its skills carefully yet. The dark item. Greed, level 1. Crafted quality. Hero type. Gauntlet. Stat display rate. 20%. Attack power plus 280. Strength plus 1. Plus 28 agility plus 20. Intuition plus 20. Health plus 22. Intelligence plus 14. Active skill effect. Crushing. Consumes 400 energy. A powerful blow causing massive damage to structures. Increases 200% damage against solid objects. When level and stat display rate increase. He calculated that since his shadow warriors only last a day, he had to turn them into shadow items to keep them forever. The shadow items are stored with a 340 by 340 inscription. I will release the low-quality items and recreate them using the newly acquired shadow warriors. The system voice rings out. The shadow crafting skill has leveled up, increasing the chance to create high-level items when forging shadows. As swords from all directions fly around your body, he crossed his arms, looking calm, clearly receiving more high-level items after leveling up. While common items have decreased significantly, maybe I'll get something hero grade. He was curious and looked closer. What is this? He paused in silence to examine it. An hero-level item would be great, another gauntlet. Perhaps I just received greed not long ago. It's a pity I didn't choose the appearance for the hero item. But compared to Manticore, greed offers much better stats. So I'll store it for now, in your heart. Thanks to the Hunter Association persuading other guilds, we can continue conquering the dungeons outside the field. Suho's eyes sharpened. But he still hadn't detected any signs of sabotage in those dungeons. They must have anticipated his move and acted accordingly. Suddenly a voice interrupts Suho's thoughts, thanking him for his support. Hunter Sung Suho. This dungeon is a field dungeon. A notification pops up on the mobile. An urgent alert. All hunters gather at the guild immediately. He is confused. What is happening at the Hunter Guild? Inside, a large building. Everyone sits in a meeting room with serious expressions. In Dongsu's mind, all the major guild leaders are here. And I am the only A rank present. Perhaps it's because I am A rank that I was summoned. Dongsu. A rank hunter representing the Night Guild. Yi Eun-ho nervously spoke. I believe everyone knows why we are here. Baek Yi Eun-ho. S-rank hunter, representing the White Fox Guild. Junjin appears calm. Probably because of the gate in the sky in Korea. Choi Jong-in. S-rank hunter, representing the Hunter Guild. Taeji Woo continued. We are about to divide control of Gate A. Lim Taeji Woo. S-rank hunter, representing the Death God Guild. Dong-guk laughed loudly. Our Fem Guild will take this part. Ma Dong-guk. S-rank hunter representing the Fem Guild. He continued. I heard that Trainer Lim has good news. That he managed to recruit S-rank Hunter Unciok. Right, we've tried everything to recruit him. How did you manage that? Taeji-woo sighed and waved his hand, saying it was Hunter Park Doojin who did it. Not me. I just got lucky thanks to a member of the guild. Suddenly, Suho hurriedly ran in, apologizing for being late. I just finished clearing a dungeon in the field so I was late. Sung Suho, an S-rank hunter, is not affiliated with any guild. Everyone looked terrified. Sung, Suho, and Dong-guk approached. Nice to meet you. Coach Sung. Sobi. Confused. Even though I am not a trainer. Someone speaking up. You haven't joined any guild yet. Right. Everyone kept asking him to join our night guild, promising he would learn quickly. Why not come over to our guild instead? Jungin feels helpless. This situation sounds familiar. Suho pretends to be disappointed and says thank you. But I have to decline. I have no intention of joining any guilds. He politely greets. But inside Jong-in, it's another strong rejection. Suho seems quite surprised. It looks like he's not the only hunter without a guild here, forming a guild to recruit more hunters. I should probably consider that too. The door opens, and Jun Cheon rushes in with his assistant. Dong-guk chuckled mischievously. Coach Yu, you're late. And you don't look too well stomachache. Huh, he frowned and apologized, saying the data compilation took a bit longer. Thank you for your response to the association's message. Doc Talks. Jun Cheon, A-rank hunter and president of the Hunter Association. As everyone knows, a portal appeared in the sky over Korea yesterday. A civilian airplane was the first to detect it but was caught in the magic surrounding the portal and crashed. It caused many casualties. So we sent S-rank hunters to measure the magic from the gate. But its magical power far exceeds that of S-rank. And his next words caused everyone to panic. Therefore, this gate has been classified as S-rank. And Suho seems quite surprised. He thinks, S-rank. Is this the first S-rank gate since the Great Disaster? Junjin is worried. This is indeed the worst-case scenario we feared. His Jun's thick hand. Even the hunters with memories from the previous world are that scared. Is the S-rank gate really that dangerous? Suho broke the tense atmosphere by saying, if we all work together, it should be fine. Right. Biru struggled helplessly. It's tough, even if we all join forces. It's only like a tiny ant compared to what's inside. Suho is furious, and Biru feels a deep chill in his heart. So, this is the legendary beast rumored to be Sung Suho's. His eyes wide with disbelief. His body, suddenly, Junde, uncontrollably. Why am I so surprised by Junde? Suho said, confused. Baru, what do you know? Stop scaring everyone, and go back to your place. Baru confidently continued, knowing that no one could be more certain than he was. That the one who once served as the boss at the S-rank gate in the previous world was none other than himself. Baru now finally admits to everyone, causing everyone to be stunned. The monster at the S-rank gate in the previous world was none other than me. Suho glanced at him and thought Biru was once a monster of an S-rank dungeon, a beast that even S-rank hunters feared. Dungeon hesitated before speaking again, recalling the shadow of the creature back then. Yi-un shouted, eyes wide with shock. Beside him, looking very much like the ant that Sung Jin-gu had once faced. Seeing that, Biru immediately burst into proud laughter. After witnessing a prey like me, It seems you have instinctively realized that you are just weak prey. It still mocks and ridicules without knowing that a fist is flying toward it from behind. Now it knows. So beg and kneel before me. The true predator. The weak prey. A loud noise rang out. And it turned out Suho, unable to hold back his anger, had beaten it up. Hey! Why are you threatening your own people? Please. I apologize. Lord of the Missing Army. It's been a long time since I last felt such a sense of superiority. Then Dungeon turned to ask you, if what he said is true, can you handle cleaning this S-rank gate alone? That would be very difficult. I don't know how strong Barrow was in the past life. But now, Barrow has lost all of his power. It's useless now. With no monarch. The two sitting opposite can only turn to whisper maliciously. I don't really understand what they're saying. Neither do I. Dungan gently pushed up his glasses and asked, but one experience is worth 1,000 explanations. Samsung technician Suho, can you help them recover their past life memories? Of course. Immediately, Suho unleashed his power, creating a blinding purple light that made Lucas gasp and speak. Recalling the previous memory, meaning what everyone else was referring to, he smiled as he looked at the key in his hand, but he was trembling uncontrollably, and they couldn't take their eyes off the scene they just witnessed. I never expected the entire world to be reset. With an S-rank gate similar to the one on Jeju Island. So that means we have to face a monster of the same level. But Jincheon hesitated as he supported himself. And it takes 7 days from the appearance of the gate for the dungeon to break. If the S-rank gate in the Soul Sky breaks the dungeon, the damage will be uncontrollable. Lucas suddenly raised his hand and stood up. But if the dungeon breaks happen in the sky, monsters will fall to their deaths immediately. The association has launched an investigation into that. So Jincheon's face darkened with worry. And we realized that the height of the gate had been gradually lowering since it appeared. At this rate, by the 7th day, when the dungeon breaks, we have calculated that it will be right in the center of Seoul. He just sighed and sat down. If a gate is moving, then we have no choice but to clear it. Eunho sat nearby, frowning in discomfort, as we had already prepared to face the alien enemy called Iterum, and now, even the S-rank gate is becoming a major problem. He glanced again at Suho, watching how he defeated even the S-rank Hoang Dong-su. Suho has the potential to surpass us all, if this keeps up. We're just a burden to him. His hand clenched tightly and kept trembling. It's been so long since I last felt this helpless. Taeju finally spoke up, saying that clearing the S-rank gate in the previous life was only successful because he was there. If only Sungjin Gu's Huang To had still been here. The entire study group suddenly grew serious and grim. Suho was a bit surprised and hesitant. Everyone was becoming worried. Don't shoulder all the responsibility alone when the master defeated us. That day he was at a higher level than now. The young monarch. And you seem to realize something. If your father is at a higher level, then does that mean I can't do it right now? Suho just remembered the formation from back then. It's impossible now. It's no longer just my problem. Everyone here can clearly feel the absence of their father, whether we are ready or not. An S-rank gate has appeared. If we leave it like this, we won't overcome the challenge and will perish. It's not about my father, but what I can do to come back now. Suho clenched his jaw, determined I have to find the answer. There is a mission. To report the mission. To clear the S-rank gate in the sky, using all the players' abilities. Not just one. And Suho looks up at the system screen in surprise. Suho muttered to himself, "This is it." Then a hand gently touched his shoulder. He suddenly jerked and quickly turned around. But there was nothing behind him. And Junjin immediately called out, breathing heavily. Suho. Suho swallowed hard and stared, as if the only thing the system was telling him was that the answer was within himself. Suddenly he spoke up. "Close combat blacksmith Baek Il-ho. You're a melee blacksmith like me." "Right, that's right." Then, while speaking, Suho used his magic and said, "Yes. I have this. An item I received from the dungeon outside the village. Called White Tiger and Black Panther. A weapon appears. Baek Il-ho. I guess you can hear it. A dark item. Baek Il-ho. Level 1. Hero quality. Type Gauntlet. Stats based on the item's attributes. 10% attack power. Plus 130 strength. Plus 5 agility. Plus 4 intuition. Plus 4 health. Plus 1 intelligence. Active skill. Charge. Consumes 120 energy. He rushed in and dealt damage, increasing his movement speed by 30% for 1 second afterward, hearing a call. He quickly turned back and breathed out. Suho looked serious as he raised that weapon. "I want to try something. Can you help me?" Right after, they all went to the black hole that was sealed. And Jun-gin and everyone couldn't help but be surprised. It's only a B-grade gate. Everyone hesitated behind him. We just followed Suho. But what is he planning to do? And the beast suddenly charged out. More importantly, and at that moment, Ilho suddenly transformed and attacked the monster, unexpectedly assigning the task of taming the beast to the blacksmith Bayek Ilho. Jin Cheon asked quickly. Suho, why did Bak Ilho's craftsman-san kill the monster? I was testing a piece of equipment I created with my own power. Hearing Suho's response, he was a bit stunned. Creating equipment isn't the same as Sung Jin-gu's resurrection ability. It seems there are some differences. He continued to tell the story, saying that his father's shadow warrior existed forever and could gather an army capable of leveling up. Compared to my father, my shadow warrior only exists for a day. As I speak, my voice suddenly lowers. I can't do what my father does. Then, Suho slowly raised his arm, channeling his magic. But even though my method was different from my father's, there were still things I could do. You still have a long way to go. My shadow creation ability uses warriors to generate shadow equipment. Among them, some equipment can level up and pass on their stats to the user when they are still warriors. Jin Chaon pressed him and asked, don't tell me, the item you gave to Baek Eunho can also be upgraded equipment. Even Jun Jin was confused and quickly spoke up. If what you just said is true, then the user can sacrifice monsters to become stronger. He frowned and replied, I think it might be. Suho turned to Eunho, fighting the monster. The only issue is I'm not sure if others can upgrade their equipment. Over there, he's excitedly fighting hand-to-hand with them, and thinking to himself, the gauntlet Suho gave me far exceeds what I imagined. Eunho swings his sword down so hard that the ground shatters. Not just in function but the moment he equips it. That only made him more furious. And then I automatically learned a skill. Active skill charge. Consumes 120 energy. Quickly rushes at the enemy. Increases damage by 30%, and movement speed for 1 second. Suho glances from behind. He slightly curves the corner of his mouth as Eunho now has his arm wielding a weapon empowered by magic. Dark item. Level 2, shield. Hero quality. Type. Arm guard. Stat display rate. 11% attack power. Plus 130. Plus 7 strength. Plus 5 agility. Plus 4 perception. Plus 4 health. Plus 1 intelligence. Somehow my body feels much lighter. Everyone was so amazed they couldn't speak. And there are 6 days left before the dungeon collapse occurs. Before that happens, I will do everything I can to create equipment for everyone. Equipment that can level up all of us. And Suho confidently unleashed his magic and declared that for all the challenges ahead, we should fight together and overcome them. Gyeongsu and Dongguk were both wide-eyed. Junjin and the others hurriedly asked Sung Suho, the blacksmith, if he could create a fire element enhancement gear. Wait, my love fairy. That's not something I can decide. And those two aren't holding back either. An A-rank smith like me could become as strong as an S0 coach. Or I could just go in order of age. Watching this scene, Jin Cheon couldn't help but smile slightly. Sung Jinwoo's power is perfect. Absolute. He doesn't need anyone's help. Compared to his nephew, Suho's power is built to lead others. For those who were helpless in their previous life, Suho's strength is their hope to fight once more. If I had the chance to stand beside him, a shining silhouette in the distance, everyone would follow Suho forward. He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled contentedly. Even though it's only a dream for now, I still hope that day will come. In a grand mansion, the lady in white spoke softly, as if the matter had slipped his mind, and the large man lying calmly on the chair replied, so, not long ago, after visiting the Asura Guild, you said you would go to Korea. You mean the encounter with Mr. Suho's car? He was just implying that the fruit still isn't ripe enough to harvest yet. Teaching the Asura Guild a lesson is enough to improve the image of the scavenger. And I hear that Mr. Suho's car has rekindled its feelings and become an S-rank hunter. Right. For us, going to Korea now wouldn't bring any benefit at all, the girl continued. Isn't it true that you want to avenge Randall? But what revenge? I just want to remember him. Isn't making his death the most valuable thing the best way to commemorate Randall? Then the secretary quickly handed him the documents. So maybe now is the right moment. The man gently brushed aside information about Suho after the great disaster. The first S-rank gate appeared in Korea, and now they are asking other countries to send hunters for assistance. He smiled happily. The moment has come. Immediately, Mater sat up and gave the order. Laura contacted Korea to say that the Scavenger Guild will provide assistance and is preparing a private jet for me. We will go to Korea right now. Do you understand? Then he kept muttering to himself and chuckled happily. Randall, I promise you, I will make them pay a heavy price for your death. Over here. Jungin is a bit confused now. In his hand, he's holding a magic circle, a level 1 flame torch equipment, hero creation level, a type of accessory, bracelet, with a 10% realization rate of stats, 40 defense, 3 strength, 5 Agility. 4 Perception. 4 Stamina. 9 Intelligence. 50% increased fire damage. Activation effect of Rapid Burn, Level 1. Requiring 300 mana, with a 30% reduction in skill cooldown time. Fire element for 1 minute. Suho immediately nodded and said, "This is the shadow equipment I prepared for Hunter Choi Jong-jin. Its name is Torch." Torch. Thank you. Making Jun-jin secretly wonder if the growth equipment that Hunter Suho made for himself now allows him to become stronger when hunting monsters. So he looked up and joked, "Hearing that you also gave growth weapons to other hunters. Are you overdoing it?" Hunter Suho. I didn't expect Suho to look exhausted. Jungi. I'm fine because I finished all the equipment for the hunters present at that time. There's nothing right with you at all. Biru mumbles nearby. Of course, you must have been exhausted that day. He immediately remembered that he hunted monsters day and night to craft hero-level items, while spending the remaining time on Amut's daily missions. And back then, he had replenished his stamina with recovery potions for 2 days straight without rest. Seeing Suho tired and constantly yawning, he could only remind himself that it seems he's pushing himself to keep his promise. I have to do my best not to let Hunter Suho's efforts go to waste. Then Suho took out another weapon and instructed that this glove is all that's needed for President Eugene Chun of the Hunter Association. If you're going to the Hunter Association, come with me. You don't need to work today. It's okay. I also have some business at the Hunter Association today. But you were a bit surprised to hear Jungin mention it, because Thomas Andre is coming to visit. Thomas Andre means he is a national-level hunter from the US. In the high headquarters, he led Suho behind him, and you suddenly flinched in surprise. While ahead of them, there were many waiting. Quite a few people in the president's office of the guild. They all looked fierce and aggressive. But Junjin still calmly walked ahead and told you to wait. They are probably members of the Scavenger Guild, led by Thomas Andre. Mr. Suho's hunters. Please wait here for a moment. Suho glanced around at them. Scavenger is the guild that attacked us in the Pyramid Dungeon to monopolize the rewards. Are they also participating in the S-Rank gate this time? While Junjin slowly opens the office door where Jin Cheon is sitting, the day has come. Hunter Choi Jong-jin. He quickly raised his hand to signal to Jun-gin. Who is the leader of our Korean reconnaissance team? Hello. I am Choi Jong-gin from the Hunters Guild. He cautiously and coldly glanced around. This is the #1 hunter in America. The calm man replied. Pleased to meet you. I probably don't need to introduce myself, since the situation is truly astonishing. Laura also spoke up. So, let's start the story. Regarding the conditions for our Scavenger Guild to join the S-Rank gate, both Jun-jin and Jin Cheon couldn't hide their surprise. You will not receive aid from any country other than the Scavenger Guild. And our guild will take 80% of the rewards from the gate. 80%. Isn't that just robbery? The man sneered again. Robbery. And as he said that, he kicked his foot onto the table. This is a very reasonable proposal. The Korean Association requesting aid from abroad. If they have already judged that I cannot pass the S-Rank gate on my own. He also reveals Thomas Andre, a national-level hunter from the Scavenger Guild. If you think about the damage caused by the dungeon collapse, this price is still cheap. Isn't it? Hearing that, Jun-jin leaned over to Jin Cheon and whispered, It seems they came not to make a proposal but to threaten. He hesitated before making an offer. We are requesting assistance because the danger level of the S-Rank gate cannot be measured. Furthermore, you probably also know that South Korea has recently added 2 more S-Rank hunters. Right, Thomas quickly interrupted. Still thinking that this was an unreasonable condition, no matter how you looked at it. We will abandon the Scavenger Guild's aid and request help from other countries. Do you know what happened in the dungeon at the IK field? He recounted. Unfortunately, because of that incident, our elite members of the Scavenger Guild, Randall, and a few other valuable guild members, lost their lives. And at that location, besides the Scavenger Guild members, there were also members of the Asura Guild and a group of Korean hunters. And after that event, rumors spread that the Scavenger Guild was inferior to the Asura Guild. I went to the Asura Guild to regain my honor, and through a member of the Asura Guild, I learned the name of the Korean hunter who was with them. Thomas glanced over and asked insistently, What was his name again, Laura? Both of them were startled when they heard the name Seom Suho. Suho. He scratched his head and remembered. That's right. Seom Suho. It seems he is connected to Randall's death. Thomas's face and body gradually hardened. If you refuse the proposal, then compensate for the damages the Scavenger Guild has to bear. You will have to pay with the life of the S-Rank hunter that Korea has fought hard to obtain. And even now you still want to refuse. Jungin was startled and hesitant. Or perhaps the captain of the extermination team, known as the Ultimate Weapon, might try to challenge me again. His face darkened, and Jungin could only tell himself to hold back. The Apostle of Itaram, S-Rank Gate. If I turn the entire scavenger guild into enemies, it will only cause more confusion for Suho. And the more I hear, the more my blood boils. Suddenly outside the door, loud noises kept ringing out. I thought it was reinforcements. But it turns out, it's a bunch of thieves. That kid dared to rush in somewhere. Get out while I'm still being polite. You crazy bastard. A whole crowd was desperately holding on to Suho. I told him to go outside. Thomas could only silently watch the scene. Yoongan turned to call out. Suho. And you. With a scowl. Politely said. Sorry for interrupting suddenly. If this action causes any trouble, I will accept the punishment next time. What do you plan to do? But Suho only needed to lightly touch with his hand. And the crowd was thrown back. He said he is a national-level hunter from the US. That's right. I will make a proposal that allows Scavenger to take over 80%. He confidently declared that the benefits inside the gate would go to whoever gets there first. If Scavenger is really better than us, taking over 80% is completely possible. Isn't that right? Causing those two to pale and stare, while Thomas remains calm, leaning his hand on his thigh. Interesting. He stepped in front of Suho and growled in a threatening tone. What would you do if I turned you into a pile of goo right now? The Scavenger Guild will be infamous for coming all the way to Korea just to cause trouble and then leaving. That only fuels my anger more. And what kind of confidence do you have to be so sure that I will lose? Hearing that, Thomas angrily took off his glasses. The kid. And both of them suddenly unleashed their suppressive powers at the same time. Gin John announced sternly from the platform. From now on, I will explain the S-Rank raid operation plan. Everyone below listened in silence. Conquering the gate in the sky over Seoul poses a major problem, even with airplanes. The dungeon's nullification of mechanical devices means there's no way to escape after clearing the dungeon. The fact that the S-Rank gate is gradually lowering its height is actually an opportunity for us. As the dungeon nears its collapse, the height of the gate will drop to a level visible to the naked eye from the ground. Ginjon continued to announce that at this point, the hunters would board the plane along with a pilot capable of controlling it and proceed into the gate. After landing safely in the dungeon, the best plan is to eliminate the boss within a day and return safely through the lowered gate. The others kept discussing and wondering. Just entering the gate already this difficult. Can we defeat the S-Rank gate boss within a day? But Thomas calmly spoke up. Wait a moment. Our scavenger guild will not join the Korean hunters, but will go in alone. Ginjon quickly stepped in and cut in. This is a dangerous raid. All members of the expedition team must work together. Wasn't it the Korean Association that proposed competition? We need to fight for the limited resources inside the gate. Suddenly they noticed the footstool, and then remembered that Sung Soo-ho was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he was so scared he ran away? He looked at Thomas and thought to himself, it seems that because of yesterday, Soo-ho has caught Thomas Andre's attention. Gin John recalled that the conflict yesterday with the scavenger's secretary was only barely stopped, and it would have been too dangerous for them to meet. Unexpectedly, Dojin sitting behind spoke up. Sung Soo-ho is currently attacking fiercely, not knowing how to manage his stamina and pushing himself too hard. Still clearly a novice in the hunting world. Then Thomas suggested and asked, who are you? I am Park Dojin. He turned to him and said, you are the S-Rank hunter who became a hunter at the same time as Sung Soo-ho. It is an honor to meet a level S hunter, a national power. Unlike Sung Soo-ho, it seems he knows that. And moreover, Thomas isn't hesitant to pull him in, making Taiji-woo jump in surprise as Dojin calmly responds, if you intend to work with me, contact me and I will reward you better than your current conditions. I will consider this. Then he raised a coin and challenged. Then, who will go through the gate first will be decided by a coin toss. If it lands on heads, the scavenger, and if tails, the Korean Association will be the vanguard team. Thomas tossed the coin high. No one objected. Everyone held their breath, watching it anxiously, but someone calmly smiled as the coin fell to the ground. A woman approaches. I hear she also participated in the SA class gate raid. Dojin Tall glanced at her. He turned to question them. I told you not to use those bugs to follow Takuma. I only found out by chance while tracking Sung Soo-ho. Just by chance. She also said that Sung Soo-ho's only thought was to defeat Thomas Andre. So he fought day and night. And because of that he seemed not to notice our existence. It's fine. The woman came up with the plan and lured Dojin. We attacked together. So why not try to get close and support each other in the shadows? Wouldn't it be interesting if we stabbed him in the back when he's most vulnerable after becoming friends? I don't understand that concept well enough to exploit friendship. No friends. Huh. Even the person here is quite pitiful. He gritted his teeth and said annoyed. Yes. That gate. We will go through it too. Why did you come there? She replied. Because we are the ones who created that gate. Hearing that, Dojin widened his eyes in shock. So you mean you created the portal artificially? The woman casually glanced to the side and said that if they used their abilities, like drinking beer, they could create that portal. She smiled playfully while waving for beer. Of course, her ability was not very stable. Not only did it create a portal in the sky, but it also caused it to gradually fall to the ground, making the girl cry out in frustration. Asa doesn't need to spell it all out like that. Dojin blinked excitedly. Seeming to be effective, with that ability. Could it open a path to another world? Asa replied cautiously. There's no way that's possible. Even a monarch couldn't do that. If you dare target the target, even just a fleeting thought, I will reveal your identity to Sung Soo-ho. Be careful. As she spoke, she reached out her hand to Dojin. After all, if you're going in there too, that's good. This is the first time we can cooperate. I have my own business to attend to. Dojin sternly issued an order to Thomas Andre, taking advantage of the chaos caused by this S-rank gate, to subjugate the one known as a national power as a pawn. Asa also continued. After the thanks, an S-rank is a national power level. Quite fast progress. Well then, if you can block the hunters from entering the S-rank gate, it would also be good for us. Then Dojin simply turned around and left, hoping we wouldn't get in each other's way. Oh, why didn't you ask why we created that gate? He only gave commands and responded indifferently. Our relationship is based on a transaction, and his silence shows he's not confident he can persuade me. Asa could only force a weak smile. He's really difficult. It seems I can't get close to that guy. The enormous vortex appeared before him, following Dojin's back. Hesitating. Asa, we have established a friendly relationship with Iterim's apostle. I wonder what will happen if they actually succeed in invading this world. The girl is worried, especially since she created the portal and her body has weakened significantly. System, is it really because of us? So immediately, Asa placed his hand on Pia's head, surprised to see her glaring with red eyes. Extremely furious. Daring to doubt. The system has helped us. You're a naughty child. Pia. What happens when I follow the mission? With your unstable abilities, you usually can't even open a proper gate. Yet you managed to create an S-rank gate. Right. Making Pia turn pale with fear is because I have grown up thanks to the mission. The system will definitely turn us into monarchs. Right after that, Asa returned to his gentle demeanor. Hugging the girl without arousing Pia's suspicion, she whispers that being able to find you wandering alone in the space-time crevice is thanks to the guidance of the mission. Instructions from the system. Right. Just like that. Pia's face lit up. As long as we follow the mission, we can become perfect rulers. The girl desperately begged. Asa, I'm sorry. I won't doubt you anymore. All right. Good girl. All right. Let's go pick up our new teammate now. Follow the mission instructions. The path to becoming a ruler. The player has successfully unlocked the S-rank gate. Find the descendant of the ice and conquer them as an ally. Recruit the descendant of the ice. Make them your ally. Complete the mission. Earn rewards. And follow the path to becoming a ruler. At the airport, everyone is gathered here. Thomas looks up seriously, preparing for an assault that requires even B-rank hunters and above to be involved. Then he ordered again, revealing an unprecedented S-rank gate that appeared for the first time. Do you know what this crisis really means to the master? Beyond money and power, yes. That's certainly also a correct answer. He glared with fiery red eyes and warned, but add a touch of romance to it. High above in the sky, a blazing blue spark. What is needed in a moment of crisis is the existence of a hero. And the birth of a hero always happens in places like this. Suddenly he steps forward. Do you really intend to become a hero? Ha ha ha. If you can make money, that's fine too. Lasuho approached right beside him, and Thomas immediately made a sarcastic remark. Who is this? Isn't it Sung Soo-ho? I wonder if you've heard about him, but the vanguard team is Scavenger. So it looks like the gap will widen right from the start. What should I do now? But he just keeps walking without a care, as if accepting it. Thomas looked back and asked, Laura, was it a few days ago when we met Sung Soo-ho at the Hunter Association? 3 days ago. He pondered whether it was an illusion, as it seemed like he had become a completely different person in just a few days. With a black hole appearing in the sky above, Soo-ho calmly watched as it approached. This is an S-rank gate. I sense a danger completely different from the ones I've seen before. Suddenly someone else is approaching from behind. Why do you look so serious? Haven't we prepared perfectly? Everyone in the team was ready behind Soo-ho. Do you think we will lose to the Scavenger Guild? You barely even smirk. There's no way that's true. Thomas is just as excited. The others also calmly prepared. And the plane immediately took off, heading straight into that enormous black hole. They started the S-rank gate assault. But unexpectedly, wreckage from the plane was scattered everywhere. The remaining pieces engulfed in flames. Soo-ho lies on the snow with a vacant expression, as if he's the only one left. Why did everything turn out like this?